Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. And just as I was getting ready to put the computer up last night, bam, 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 things coming in threes with LeBron, Michael Irving, and Jerry Jones. And we can start off with LeBron. We didn't even talk about it yesterday because I thought that it wasn't going to matter. When LeBron went down against the Mavericks on Sunday at the AAC, the ESPN cameras, I tweeted this. I said, did he say I heard it pop? He said it multiple times. I heard it pop. Got up. He was obviously favoring the right foot a little bit more. And now we know why, as Shams reports that LeBron James is expected to be out multiple weeks. Out indefinitely with the right foot injury. The Los Angeles Lakers are finished and done. I was trying to watch some of the national shows yesterday to see if they would, give the Mavericks a little bit of love or talk about the Mavs because they faced the Lakers, biggest comeback of the NBA season. And Stephen A. Smith and everyone was just dying to get the Lakers to the 6th seed. That was Stephen A's hot take yesterday. The Lakers will become the 6th seed. They can go on a run here. New look team. They trade for D'Angelo Russell. And now, in my opinion, that is over and done with LeBron hurt against the Mavericks.
Yeah, unless he can somehow come back and they can find a way to sneak into the play-in without him, over.
Multiple weeks. You got to remember, the second half of the NBA season is a lot shorter.
There's 20 games left?
Yeah.
18 games left? Multiple weeks. I guess 20 games would take at least 3 weeks to play, maybe 4.
The Lakers have played 61 games.
They got 21 left. So even if you play 3 games a week, it's still 3 weeks.
They had no margin for error to begin with.
No, but now the margin for error is the fact that everything is so jumbled up in the West that they can win 5 in a row and jump up 6 spots.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be infinitely more tough. They're going to have to I can't believe what it says. They're going to have to rely on the health of Anthony Davis
and the heart of Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that's can't do anything about his injuries. He can maybe do something about that. He can't do anything about his injuries.
Yeah, but even when he's in, he's not Giannis,
No.
When people thought he was going to be Giannis or even better. Talking about a top 5 player in the league when healthy, and he just plays like, is it the lion that's cowardly? That can't be, right?
It's the cowardly lion in the Wizard of Oz. But, there are people who just can't play injured. And that may be him. Just can't play injured at all.
He's not even automatic for me when healthy. The other night it was a monster performance, but there's way too many of those missing. He's not built for this. He's not ready for this. The LA Lakers are finished, in my opinion, with LeBron out for multiple weeks. Then you move on to the playmaker. The Marriott has responded finally to the lawsuit. They're arguing that they don't own the hotel where the incident supposedly took place, and we finally have an accusation towards Mike. What did he do? Was it sexual assault? Did he put his hands on somebody? Did he try to take someone up to his room? The Marriott says Irving made harassing and inappropriate comments. So right now, I was thinking about getting Mike Florio on for this, the former attorney who runs ProFootballTalk.com, and he's been reporting all over this story. Man, I think it looks pretty daggone good for Michael Irving that he was done wrong with a false accusation that got him taken off of television, and that's why he's suing for $100 million. So we finally have an accusation from the hotel side. Inappropriate and harassing language. Choppy, that may be a reason why they refuse to release the video, because you're not seeing any physical contact. You're not seeing any intimidation. I'm guessing you'd have to see him, even if he was face-to-face with a female employee kind of going at her and getting into it, That's not enough to take him off TV. That's not enough to end his media career. Let me say it like that.
No, yeah, he was never going to have his media career ended because NFL loves Michael Irvin and wants Michael Irvin, and all these networks want him. He wasn't
going to be on a network. He could go to not for the immediate. He could go to Barstool.
That's fine. That's fine. That's in today's world, that's a network.
Yeah.
That's a network. In fact, it's probably bigger. I'll tell you what, it's bigger than NFL Network. More people consume Barstool every day than NFL Network by a lot.
Is that the case?
Oh my gosh. Cable TV versus the internet. More people consume YouTube than any TV channel a day outside of maybe, ABC or NBC. It's not even close. He would be fine. He always has 9 lives. He's always had 9 lives. I happen to think, though, however, and I've got to do this because me, I love technicalities. What Marriott is trying to do with them not owning the hotel, that is arguably my favorite thing I've ever seen. Like, hell yes. That is amazing. No, we don't own it. It's like the Costanza thing where he's trying to get a job with the Mets. And he's like, how was the meeting? There was no meeting. Even though he was just meeting with the Mets. Like, no, we don't own it.
Marriott
but you own it. No, we don't own it.
They say they only lease the brand.
They lease the brand. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're not in charge. We lease it. Not my problem.
Is that like us? Is that like Odyssey in Philadelphia, the corporate people saying, we're not really affiliated. They just lease the brand to us here in DFW?
Yeah, so good question.
An analogy.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. So when I was at ESPN, that was an owned and operated ESPN entity. There are some like ESPN Birmingham that just lends the ESPN name. They don't own the station. It's owned by Salem or Bonneville or whatever.
Birmingham pays ESPN for the rights for the brand.
Or ESPN gets certain commercial inventory for the rights to the brand, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So there's a difference. This is kind of the same thing. Oh, gosh, when I saw that, I was like, man, I want to go and shake the hand of that lawyer that figured that one out because that's brilliant, even though it's probably not going to work, and they still deserve to pay Michael $100 million. I need a loan.
Florio says, Irvin made harassing and inappropriate comments. That's a far cry from the vague notion that he engaged in some sort of offensive physical touching or contact. And it likely will make the surveillance video far less relevant since it won't include audio. So we probably aren't even going to hear what Michael said if he did say anything that was inappropriate. He has 3 witnesses that are willing to step forward and testify on his behalf. It looks like right now the playmaker has this hotel backed into a corner.
It looks like it. Now there's going to be a he said, she said aspect to this on what exactly did Michael say. What would he have had to say to get him kicked out? He would have had to say, I want to do something to you right here in the middle of the floor, and made her completely uncomfortable. And you can't prove that. You can't prove that from a surveillance video. The only thing you can prove is any kind of physical contact.
Meanwhile, a Texas appellate court revised the sexual assault claim against Jerry Jones. Remember, this is from September 2018, in which a woman said that Jerry kissed her on the mouth and forcibly grabbed her without her consent. Is this the thing that apparently took place in front of family members and Cowboy players, remember, at AT&T Stadium?
At the Landry Room, yep.
Landry Room.
That's what this was, September or whatever of 2018. Yeah, Landry Room.
The case was dismissed for the court's failure to identify, or the woman's failure to identify herself in pleadings. The court reversed, apparently, reasoning that the appellant revealed her identity via email prior to dismissal. So, bam, 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 with LeBron, Michael Irvin, and Jerry Jones early yesterday evening.
I still don't understand what this is. Is this good for Jerry or is this bad for Jerry? Because like the way I read it, it's like, well, it's kind of the one in court dismissed it, and then the other one revives it. Like, which one is it? What does this mean?
I think it's bad for Jerry because the case was dismissed, and then it got reversed. So
okay.
If it gets dismissed, I assume that's good for Jerry Jones. And now it's been reversed, so back into the courts, I'm guessing.
All right.
All right. But don't take that for anything major. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. Another overtime game for the Stars. The Rangers bats on fire in surprise, and the case of the dirty rain that RJ is investigating in DFW. Is your car a victim? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live from...
Boost Mobile Store for details.
Beauvillier's come on to replace Pettersson. He takes a lead pass. He's got 2 goals in this game. Centers, Kuzmenko scores! Anthony Beauvillier set it up in front. And Kuzmenko just angled the stick and knifed it in. As Kuzmenko in overtime scores 48 seconds in.
That was the final last night on Canucks TV. The Dallas Stars continue to lose. If it wasn't for that Vegas win, this would be 7 straight. Instead, they've lost 6 of their last 7. This was a 5-4 overtime loss to Vancouver
Canucks?
at the Double AC.
That's right, Peyton. Good job.
What was that, the Clicks?
Canucks?
Canucks.
The Canucks. Stars lose again.
They have 75 points. They are leading the Western Conference. If they were, they were leading the Central. Vegas is now on top of the West with 76. If the Stars were in the East, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they'd be the 7th seed right now in the Eastern Conference, and they are 2 in the West. Like that is it is a tale of
they'd be where in the East?
7. Boston leads the way with 97 points. That's 22 more than what the Stars have. Toronto's got 82, Tampa 78, Carolina 86, Jersey 83, Rangers 77. Stars with 75, Golden Knights have 76. It's been a tough stretch. It really has. The goaltending has not been as elite. They're still scoring. You put up 4 goals, you ought to win that game. The way Otter's been playing this year, you would think that they would win that one, but not was the case last night against not a great team.
Yeah,
that's the disappointing thing. They did it against a team that's not going to make the postseason. So you got to find ways to win that game. They just couldn't do it.
The Stars have now lost a franchise record 10 overtime games out of 12. They've lost 10 out of 12 overtime games. Overtime
games are like one-possession games in football. They're like games with high, teams with high fumble rates that lose them all or win them all. They're a crapshoot, and they're really a poor indicator of how good or how bad your team actually is. A lot of times, like in football, right? You fumble 10 times, you should recover 5 of them, and you should lose 5. So sometimes, some years, you recover 8 and you lose 2, or vice versa, and it's just bad luck. And I'm not saying the Stars have had bad luck, but when you lose that many overtime games in one season or shootouts, that's not necessarily indicative of how good you are. It's a completely different game.
Meanwhile, the Rangers, with Martin Perez on the hill, beat down the Cincinnati Reds. 17 hits, 2 home runs, 13 runs scored, 13-2. Good guys.
There is
4 errors committed.
There is absolutely nothing that could get me if I lived in Cincinnati to go see a Reds game. I mean, not even Joey. Like maybe if Joey Votto wasn't playing and he was just on the mic the entire time, which he's been known to do, that would get me to tune into a Reds game. Short of that, I can't think of a single reason to turn on the Cincinnati Reds.
Someone sent me something crazy from Joey Votto on an Instagram post. I didn't know if it was real or not yesterday. Extraterrestrials arrive on Earth April 15th. The 12-2 Reds and the rest of the planet learn from, communicate with, and befriend our alien friends. This process takes 5 months. Play resumes in October. The Reds sweep the playoffs and are World Series champs. Side note, the aliens ask if I would like to accompany them on their ship back to their planet. I oblige, never to be seen again. What? Joey Votto. That's what I thought of when you brought his name up.
I mean, look, he wrote that. That is true.
Is it?
He did write that. He believes in aliens because he's a smart human being. He believes in aliens. Peyton doesn't believe in aliens. Sean doesn't believe in aliens. I still don't get. We've lost Sean. We're working on you, Peyton.
No.
We're working on you.
I can still be safe.
You can still be safe. We can still be safe. The ghost.
You might need to date one at this rate.
You might. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. But there you go, Joey Votto.
All right, the case of the dirty rain. We go to the garage yesterday, and I look at RJ's car. Well, first I noticed that when you pulled into the garage, I didn't say anything, but your windshield was it was filthy. And then when we go to the garage after the show, RJ tells me that we had a case of the dirtiest rain that DFW has ever seen. And I look at him sideways, and I was like, dirty rain? You're telling me that the quality of the HTO dropping from the sky cannot just be clear? It cannot just be clean? That can actually be altered?
Acid rain.
And you said you were going to get it washed. You did not.
No, because I saw the weather report. I was like, isn't it going to rain this week? And I think so. I think either you or Bobby said it was going to rain this week, or maybe I heard that.
I didn't say.
So I was like, all right, I'll just wait. But I've got to get this thing at least hosed down somewhere. It's disgusting.
It's bad.
And
then I looked at Bobby's car. I noticed some blotchy spots. And then I got in my car, and I noticed it on the windshield. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I had to investigate a little bit. Did you notice any? Is your car extra dirty?
No.
Do you have a garage for your car? No.
Yeah, so I park in the garage at home, so I don't think it was... I don't think it got any of the dirty rain.
Look at this. Was it the fourth car garage? The fourth garage? What is that?
5.
It's a 5-car garage?
No,
there's 2 garages on the each side
property?
of the driveway.
On the property?
The left wing.
The left wing. WFAA said a storm Sunday night didn't bring severe weather, but the high winds brought plenty of dust from West Texas. So that is the explanation for why our cars are blotchy.
I thought it smelled like cow manure as well. That's what comes from West Texas. But that was it. Dust storm. And that wind was howling, man. It was howling on Sunday night.
Clouds of dust in Amarillo and Lubbock. There you go. Bringing the dirt, the heavy winds that rolled west to east. So there's an explanation for your car. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the show. What's going on with Lady Gaga?
Well, it depends on what you want to know. Do you want to know about her dogs, or you want to know about her getting vomited on, which happened a long time ago, but for some reason is coming back in the news with the Lady Gaga dog?
That wasn't recent with the puke?
No, it was not recent. It was like a couple years ago, but it for some reason the video was just coming out or whatever. So Lady Gaga is being sued though by a woman for her dog. So Lady Gaga had her dog stolen in 2021. And she offered a $500,000 reward to bring the dogs back. Well, she's facing a lawsuit because she did not apparently give the person who returned the dogs, Koji and Gustav, those are the dogs' names, the $500,000 reward.
Cheapskate.
Right.
That's wrong.
Jennifer McBride is her name. Now, why did Gaga not give Jennifer McBride back the $500,000 reward? Because Jennifer McBride is the one that stole the dogs.
What?
She was an accomplice in the dog stealing ring, which I'm not sure, but I do think that changes it from reward to ransom. Lady, she's getting sued. 2023.
Why would you even so did she turn the dog back in?
Yeah, apparently she, dog walker.
And tried to act all innocent, maybe?
Yeah, so this is February 21. The theft of her two dogs resulted in a dog walker being shot. Remember, the dog walker was shot and critically wounded. Documents obtained by People magazine, Jennifer McBride, the woman who returned her dogs, has sued the 13-time Grammy winner for not paying the $500,000 reward she originally offered. Now, part of this also is, and again, got to hand it to the legal team of this one, Lady Gaga offered a no questions asked $500,000 reward. And that's the sticking point.
There it is.
Oh, I love technicalities. You know me. Yeah. I love technicalities. It was a no questions asked reward offered, and then failing to pay, she committed a breach of contract, fraud by false promises, and fraud by misrepresentation. Oh, baby.
This is like the people who supposedly broke into the house and slipped on the loose, faulty carpeting and sued the homeowners.
Yeah.
I don't ever know if that's actually true, but that's a myth that's out there. And then what about the puke?
Well, the puke was she was just vomited on by a concert goer. And I don't know why it was just coming out now. But
how did the person get on stage?
She invited her on stage to stick her finger down her throat and vomit all over her chest.
Oh, Gaga won.
Gaga wanted it. Yeah.
Oh my
This
God.
is This is back in 2014. The New York Post out of nowhere just picked it up. They're like, oh, Lady Gaga had a concert goer vomit on her. I don't know why. It's one of these things if it hasn't happened on TikTok, it hasn't happened kind of things.
Right. It's like the Deion Sanders thing just started trending yesterday. Bobby had found it from the Rich Eisen show. I'm guessing that was from the Super Bowl. And then I saw Marcus Spears kill Deion and people going to Deion for recruiting based on two-parent households.
So this is just simple. My kids will send me videos, and I'm like, yeah, these are old. He goes, well, so it doesn't matter. We haven't seen them yet. If it's not on TikTok, it hasn't happened yet. That's the rule.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Stephen Jones on why they would extend Dak Prescott. Why did Mike McCarthy want to take over the plays, and why the Cowboys could keep Tony Pollard and not have to franchise tag him. Inside the Star during NFL Combine Week, which Roberto Belt is going to be attending. Bobby joins us next on The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Tuesday. We are now at full strength with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt as Stephen Jones was talking to Todd Archer one-on-one at the Combine in Indianapolis. And Bobby, you're going to be there in a few days. Take us through the decision to head on out there.
It is the most valuable networking time in the NFL is the Combine, because everybody's out in the same bars across the entire league. Everybody's hanging out, drinking, talking, getting to know each other. And there's always, the initial chatter coming out of the first meetings of what's been going on with, free agency. Like, hey, are you guys talking about extensions? Are you talking about, with this team, what's your future looking like? And then you can find out, additionally, maybe some chatter about what's going on in terms of draft plans for teams. So in terms of...
So how much do these guys drink? I'm not asking for specific names out anyone, but I'm talking every single night you're guaranteed. If I took off 3 days, and I wanted to go to Indianapolis this weekend.
Yep.
And I just sat around, the hotel lobby or tried to go into the bar at the steakhouse.
Prime 47, yeah.
I'm going to see people. I'm going to see big dogs having fun.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You'll see like NFL head coaches in there. You'll see, so I did not see this, but I have had it told to me that, and again, I won't name who, but apparently 4 or 5 years back, there was a prominent NFL coach at Prime 47 with just like 20-year-olds on each knee and like pounding drinks. And
no one's taking photos because I can't remember photos in there.
No, it's kind of considered sacred ground where everybody understands like, hey, we're all commingling and being cool with each other.
But I mean, people are living it up. I mean, we got steaks, we got bottles, we got drinks, we got.
Yeah, so Prime 47 shuts down their kitchen at 9 or 10, I think. So if you're in there earlier, you're eating, and then they're usually closed at 9 or 10. For Combine Week, that bar has become such a hot spot that they put away a bunch of the tables, and they just turn it into a bar that's open till like 2. And so it becomes a big old bar where everybody's doing shots all night.
There's zero chance to go anywhere but St. Elmo's if I go there.
Oh, yeah. St. Elmo's, I thought, was the famous place.
St. Elmo's is the big steakhouse. The going to drink until 2 a.m. is Prime. And then they'll tell you that the biggest deals that have been done in the NFL at Combine Week are done at Steak and Shake. Because it's the last place open at 4 a.m. So when guys have been out and they're talking for forever, that Broadus will tell you that they go into Steak and Shake, and trades have been done at Steak and Shake. Contract deals have gotten done there where it's just, we don't have anywhere else to go. Let's go somewhere to eat and talk this through.
Do we care for the shoestring fries? What do we think about that?
I didn't used to. I like them at Steak and Shake, though.
I like shoestring onions.
I do not.
They have more flavor.
Nobody likes onions. You like onions?
You don't like onion rings?
Ugh. Ooh. I like onions. Like I don't mind onions on like food, like in food.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never sat there and thought to myself, man, I can't wait to get onion rings.
Why?
Have you ever had Burger House onion rings?
No.
Okay, I'm dead serious going to pick those up.
I thought you just said you don't eat them.
No, I eat onion rings. I don't eat the
straws, strings.
Yeah, I don't
What's
eat
the
those.
difference?
I like the thicker cut onions.
You'd think you wouldn't like the well, you would like the thicker things.
I would.
What's your problem with onion
I
rings?
am what I eat.
I mean, if I'm gonna eat something like if I'm gonna eat a side dish that's fried, I want French fries.
Okay. No, thin fries out. I hate the little thin, crunchy. Give me a steak fry. Give me a crinkle cut.
You know the biggest food fight
Give me a
Sarah and I have
potato
ever had?
head.
Steak fries are the worst fries.
I can see like sometimes they can just be like all potato.
It's a lot of potato.
It's
a lot of potato.
Yeah, it's mashed potato in a casing.
Our biggest fight on food, she does not like crinkle cut fries. And I think that is a complete and utter food crime.
How can you not like them?
I think crinkle cut's the best. They're factually crispier, and they hold the ketchup better. By facts.
There's just a sweet spot with crinkle cut fries where they're either really crispy and great, or they've become mushy and they're inedible.
So you're driving or flying? The decision to drive or fly?
I was going to drive. I decided to fly.
Which, how long of a drive, RJ Choppy, would that have been, Mr. MapQuest?
Well, I can just tell you this. I used to drive to Knoxville, and back then when I was in college, the speed limit was a lot less than that. It was like a 15-hour drive. Now I think it's about 12. I would guess it's 13 and a half to 14.
With no stops, just the straight map says it takes this long to get there. It's 12:30, 12:40. Obviously, stopping to get gas and stuff like that, you're going to be about 14 hours.
I'm going to type in St. Elmo's Steakhouse from here in the studio, and see how long it takes.
I assume what you would do, Sean, is you would go up 30, and then you would go to Little Rock, then you hit 40 to Memphis, then you would shoot up towards Louisville and Indy.
I just remember I think the path that it was telling me to go through was like Tulsa, then up through St. Louis.
12 hours, 37 minutes to St. Elmo's Steakhouse. So you're driving?
I'm flying.
Oh. Yeah. Man, the station is really coming through with the expenses.
This is my trip. This is because
what a soldier! What an employee!
What
a morning show co-host.
So and I was dumb and I waited as long as I did to book the flight because I wasn't sure if I was gonna go. So I waited forever to book the flight. I waited forever to book the hotel. those two right there, Kristen's already upset. Those two right there are going to be about $1,000 just for the weekend.
A piece?
Total. Just between the flight and the hotel.
I don't know that that's awful.
Well, no, because I might spend $500 to $1,000 just on the weekend meeting with people, and so because of that, like, this will end up being a pretty expensive on me weekend. But the interesting, we'll know more coming out of this weekend. We'll have a better understanding about what the Cowboys think about some of their own free agents, stuff like that. The interesting note I have going into this weekend is apparently Trayvon Diggs' agent will not be in Indianapolis, so they're not going to meet at all about a potential Diggs extension this week.
And neither will the Green Bay Packers. Period.
Nope, they're not going. Green Bay's not going to Indy. They say you can watch everything on television, and you're right. I mean, they could watch all the drills and such and get all the measurements. Sure. The only thing they can't do is the interviews. But as an anti-interview guy, I support this.
Oh, I think the interviews matter a pretty big deal in terms of it. It does give you an idea of, they picked him, I get it, but it does give you an idea of who Kelvin Joseph is or who certain guys are in their work ethic. It does give you, there were a lot of teams turned off by Jerry Tillery from the Chargers a couple of years ago because they were like, you just can tell when you talk to him, he's not all in. He's not bought into this. Chargers took him and he's been a bust.
So when are you going?
Friday morning.
Friday morning coming back?
Sunday afternoon. So here's the problem is that I wanted as late a flight Sunday as I could get. So I was like, oh, here we go, a nonstop at 7 o'clock. I'll get home at 9. I'll go to sleep and turn around and get up in the morning. And then I saw when it was letting me pick my seats, I was like, why are there only 2 seats on each side? And I was like, oh no, this is an Embraer 175. I'm not flying from Indianapolis on an Embraer.
Fine.
I'm not gonna do it.
What does that mean?
It's the little like American Eagle planes.
Dude, so when we went to the Super Bowl in New York, that's when we flew to New York.
You're lucky to be alive.
We're not lucky to be alive. It's a totally safe plane.
I had to go back and I was like, all right, where's the 737-800? All right, here's one.
Bobby.
And I found it, but that one left at noon. So I'm losing 7 hours in the name of not dying.
You're not going to die.
It's an Embraer.
It's better than a Boeing right now. They're cutting corners. Go watch the documentary.
Well, that was the Max, which we flew back on, by the way.
Bobby, you're fine. Go change your flight to the other one.
Dude,
My
he
goodness.
could never. You're the one who wore the same shirt on flights back and forth. So you're flight paranoid between the two of you. You guys are a match made in heaven.
But I did not fly a plane because of or not fly because of.
But you wouldn't wear a different shirt. I don't know if that's less crazy.
Hey, listen, I'm superstitious. Okay, that has nothing to do with what Bobby, whatever the hell that is.
No, those Embraers are like the puddle jumpers of airlines. I can't do it.
All right, so Stephen Jones was talking to Todd Archer. Bobby Belt is going to be in Indianapolis doing work for the morning show and the station. Why do you still believe in Dak Prescott? Why do you have all the faith in the world? Stephen, because we know him. We know what he's about. Leadership skills, impeccable work ethic. Other than he hadn't won some key playoff games, he's everything you would want in a quarterback. From the day he walked in, he's won a lot of games. We just got to get over the hump. We have to have a plan ultimately to extend Dak. And RJ, you've been talking about this, it seems like, for 2 years. Just go ahead and keep extending your quarterback. He's set to count $49 million against the cap in 2023. He signed through 2024. It does not feel like this deal is almost over to me. I'm like, I thought Dak just got his money, but his deal runs through next year. And this is what you do. If you can restructure it, you create $22 million in cap space. So
if they think he's going to be the quarterback in 3 to 4 years, then they should extend him now. If they have doubts, they should draft a quarterback as soon as they possibly can, or make the decision as soon as they possibly can to move on. Because the last thing you want is a $50 million cap hit on a quarterback or any player. Restructure when you can.
What would I do, Bobby, if I do have doubts and I still need to create $22 million in space? Could I restructure the deal in order to still have an out that doesn't hammer me at some point in time? Or no, it's either got to be, we're going to restructure it, he's our quarterback moving forward, or we're just going to go ahead and not restructure it, get walloped with the cap hit because we have our doubts. Yeah, is there an in-between?
No, I think your options are extension or restructure. And restructure will shift if you were to take, you could free up $22 million of that. So basically what you'd end up doing is put another $11 million on these next, or another about $8 million per year on the next 3 years on his cap hit, which is already $52 million next year.
Oh,
so if they were to restructure, you're talking about making his cap hit $60 million in 2024.
is there any way I could talk you into not restructuring it because you're worried?
Well, if I don't restructure it, then I'd have to go look at the numbers. But if I don't restructure it, they move on. Let's say they play him this year and then they move on from him next year. If I don't restructure it, my number one goal this year would be to find a quarterback to replace him next year.
If you were to just not restructure him and you wanted to release him before the June 1st next year, you would save $34 million.
Okay, so
Because I have a theory about you right now.
all right,
I think you're being a little bit scared.
scared of what?
Or no, you'd save $12 million. $34 million would be the post-June 1 release.
I think you are afraid to fully execute your plan. I think you're afraid to say it on the radio. I think you believe deep down he's not the guy anymore. I think you made up your mind a little bit. You've come over to my side to a degree, to a couple degrees. But you don't want to ultimately say what you have always preached and believed. If you know he's not the guy, start over.
Well,
But
I
it's
also
too
know that
scary for NFL. Well, forget about what the Cowboys say.
Yeah.
You're RJ Choppy, professional radio host on 105.3 The Fan. What would you do if you were Stephen Jones, based upon what you truly believe about Dak right now? Because I think you believe, like I do, he's not going to carry you, put you over the top to win it all.
Oh, we are well past he's a dynastic quarterback.
We
well
know,
past that.
We know that.
I don't care about winning a championship. I care about winning 5. So yeah, if this was just a random player on a random team, knowing that the ownership will complete, the Cowboys are to buy into 2 things if they're going to do this. One, the potential of a loss at quarterback. You could get much worse at the position,
No doubt.
and they're also going to have a cap hell year where they just eat all the dead money and reset. And the Cowboys won't do either one of them.
Yeah.
Now, short of that, yeah, look, there's enough history. Since the merger, 2 quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl with the original team that they played for after not winning one for their first 6 years. That's Peyton Manning and, I'm sorry, 2 even made it. That's Peyton Manning and Matt Ryan. That's it. That's it.
But you've also said, along with Bobby, we have to wait at least 6 years.
Yeah, I know.
That's stupid and foolish. So those 2 seem to counter each other.
6 years till you fully get it.
Okay.
But the elites make it before then, at least somehow make it before then.
Okay, so what would you do?
Oh, I would draft a quarterback this year. If I was
And not
In
extend
the
it.
first?
in the first, or move up or whatever, or do whatever. I would make my decision and my start to move on. If this was just a random player on a random team who hasn't been to the Super Bowl and it's the 7th year in the league, I would move on.
But it's Dak. So what would you do if you were Dallas? Are you saying you would move up to go get one of those quarterbacks and get the process going of moving on from Dak?
I mean, yeah, I would probably do
And
that.
not restructure him.
Right.
Right.
All right, so Choppy is officially on record. It's time to move on from Dak.
Yeah, that's what I
I know.
asked him.
Yeah, I know. That's I'm saying that's the first time he said it that directly.
I knew he wanted to go there. I felt warm. I felt like we were connecting. I felt we were getting closer, and I just wanted to get it out there.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, he might win a championship. I don't care. That's not my goal. My goal is not to win a championship. My goal is to find Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, but might he win a championship?
Sure. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Jared Goff made a Super Bowl. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. There's plenty of examples. Jimmy Garoppolo there's plenty of examples of quarterbacks he can absolutely get to one. He can absolutely win one. And again, and that's nothing to do. And he might, but that's not my goal. My goal is to find Patrick Mahomes as my next quarterback. And if I don't have him, that's the only thing I could try to do.
877-881-1053. Stephen Jones saying we have to figure out a way to get him extended. He also said we probably rush Michael Gallup back. We expect him to be more at full strength for the 2023 season. He would not get into the franchise tag decisions, but he said we're not afraid of the tag. End of the day, we'll probably use it again, and we know that Tony Pollard, a prime candidate to get that $10 million. Luka Doncic was being called out by Jason Kidd. What do executives think about Kyrie staying here and the LA Lakers are officially done after the LeBron news that came out from facing the Mavericks. That's all next on 105.3 The Fan. Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Sean Sharif, Art, Jay Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you, along with Peyton and Ryan in the back, running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The merch is available. This material is fantastic.
It is.
Is this the snob? Is this what you're a snob over, or you don't like this?
That's not the snob. It's fine material, but that's not the snob material.
What's your snob material that you'll only wear?
Well, from a T-shirt perspective, yeah, I won't wear those old school T-shirts that are like the thick cotton. If it's cotton, I'm not wearing it.
Like my undershirt.
Yeah, that's very boomery. It's got to be like that.
The look on his face of arrogance when he said it to you, the way he just looked down his nose to you while saying
Very
it.
boomery.
Yeah, it's got to be like that American Apparel or like those. You've seen the shirts. They're
You don't know the material?
Like a dry fit, kind of?
no, not dry fit.
You don't like dry fit?
Grandpa? No, absolutely not. No.
What isn't boomer to you?
Someone throw out a material, and I want his word reaction to it.
What-
How do you
are
not
you-
know
are
the
you-
material? What's the sweatshirt?
Because I don't care. I just feel for it. I feel it.
Are you a silk boxers guy?
Silk boxers? No. Microfiber.
Oh, okay.
Microfiber. They've got to be boxer briefs. They're microfiber though.
Well, look, I love the material of this sweatshirt. I'm not just saying it because they finally gave us something free. 1053thefan.com/merch. It does feel wonderful.
Comfy as hell.
Does your blue Tolo one feel the exact same? Is it the same?
It's the same material.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Hook me up with a little bit more.
I think the fan text said I'm talking about the polyester cotton blend. Those are the best ones.
Okay.
Those are the best ones. And then from a hoodie standpoint, like the kind of the silky satiny outside with the nice inside is I like those because they don't shrink. You can wash them, you can dry them, whatever. You can't have a cotton thing. Cotton shrink, obviously.
Okay.
Comfort colors. That's what the people are saying.
Okay.
Whatever. Who knows?
I thought you did. So the Lakers are done. LeBron James, reported by Shams yesterday, out indefinitely, multiple weeks with the foot. Turns out him saying, I heard it pop against the Mavericks was something. As Shams tweeted, he miraculously finished the Mavs game, but now he's out multiple weeks. LA already had a razor-thin margin for error. You cannot trust Anthony Davis whatsoever. Bobby, do you agree with me? The Lakers are officially eliminated.
Yeah, they're done because they're not winning anything without LeBron. And I will say, when he went down, I did think, oh, here we go. It's the LeBron drama again. The
Paul Pierce.
Oh my gosh, yeah, like the wheelchair to go to the bathroom, like Paul Pierce had.
Yeah.
No, they're finished. I mean, it felt like they were. It was just recently where they felt like, okay, they're starting to gain some momentum. But if you take LeBron out of the equation, they're done. That's not even a play-in team, I don't think.
No. So the Lakers, in my opinion, and Bobby's, eliminated. Brian Windhorst on ESPN, fantastic NBA insider. We were trying to figure out Jason Kidd sending some messages indirectly to Luka about complaining to the refs. Windhorst said, yeah, he was.
He's calling out Luka Doncic. You know, when he says we're immature and we have to grow up, he's the 5 starters yesterday. Only one of them was in his 20s. The other 4 were in their 30s. He was talking about Luka, specifically, I think, talking about how Luka got distracted in this game, complaining to the officials as the Lakers were making this big comeback. And the other thing that happened is as it was going away in the second and third quarters combined, Jason Kidd called one timeout. I think because he kind of wanted the Mavericks to try to figure it out on their own, which is an old coach's tactic. Now, there are some schematic challenges with this team. He had Justin Holiday in there defending LeBron James yesterday, a complete size mismatch, where you see the lack of their wing defenders that they had to trade to get Kyrie Irving. But it's also basically a challenge to Luka Doncic. And after the game, he was asked, how do you feel about what Coach said? And he said, it's probably true. So there's only a few times per year that a coach can go after the superstar. It's probably a short list. But Jason Kidd had a purpose for what he wanted to do with this game and the fallout yesterday, and it was to challenge Luka Doncic.
Choppy, how many bullets we got left? How many Donnie bullets we got left?
Donnie said 6. In today's NBA, that's probably cut in half. 6 bullets was fine in 2004 and previous. But in today's NBA, you ain't got 6 bullets to throw. Look. Who did Holiday play for before the Mavericks?
Hawks.
The Hawks. The Hawks, are they the 1 seed?
They're not.
Okay. In the 3 games really, With the last 2 games, he's played 21 and 28 minutes. For the Hawks, he played 5, 8, 7, 3, 2019, 5, 11, 24, 21, 1, 16, 7, 7. Like, is it me or is this guy getting, like, I'm undeserved minutes right now?
I'm so glad that you brought this up.
We're putting him in here like they just traded for
Kyrie.
Yes.
Like they just traded for Kyrie. While that clip was supposed to be about Kidd Luka drama, I wrote down 3 other things that Windhorst exposed about Jason that Mavs fans are not happy about. One is, how is Holiday starting over Josh Green? How? How did he start over him?
Were they teammates? Were Kidd and Holiday teammates at some point that we don't know about?
That's one. Number 2 is Dwight Powell. No, number 2 is one timeout in the third quarter. Fans cannot stand that, right? It's the old Phil Jackson coach's trick that Windhorst alluded to. Figure it out on your own. As the Mavs started losing this lead, Jason Kidd called one timeout in the third quarter. How do we feel about that? And then 3, Dwight Powell with more minutes than Christian Wood. 7 more minutes. Well, power rank the 3 in terms of being egregious. Holiday starting over Green, one timeout as you're starting to bleed in the entire third quarter. Powell minutes over Christian Wood.
I'm a little numb to Powell over Wood at this point, even though that's probably the most egregious. Holiday over Green, Powell over Wood, and the timeout.
Timeout's third for me as well. I like the philosophy of let him figure it out. And at some point, you've got to stop it too. Not even to let him figure it out, just to try to break momentum. Do what you can. But these guys got to figure this thing out too. And Jason Kidd, and I can understand this is where Bassick would say this is his own greatness, is his own drawback and fault here. He was coach enough on the floor to figure it out when he was playing. These guys may not be able to figure it. Like Luka's a kid.
Yeah.
He's a kid. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know the backcourt rules either.
Apparently not. Kyrie is just getting here. Like these guys they don't have the whole chemistry. So to me, it's like, okay, all right. I'll give him a break on that one. But dude, Holiday starting over Green, like seriously.
Jason Kidd is the. I don't want to get political.
Yeah, you do.
Jason Kidd is like the Nancy Pelosi of the NBA. Like, now this isn't.
I say good morning, but it's not.
Now look, this is just. Is that what she says?
She goes, yeah. She goes, I would say good morning, but it's anything but.
Oh, what I mean from that is like, from a stock market perspective, everyone thinks that like Nancy Pelosi and her husband like get the info ahead of hand, and it's like, let's figure out their relationships. Let's connect the dots. Who do they know in the SEC? Who do they know at Merrill Lynch? Who do they know at these stockbrokers? I want to know how Jason Kidd knows Holiday and Dwight Powell and figure out these relationships. It makes zero sense. What are the ties? What are the connections? How can you start Holiday over Josh Green when you're defensively compromised? How can that happen? I don't understand it. So those 3 things came from my Brian Windhorst clip. I just had to throw in the stock market how bitter I am about it. Probably a bad analogy. All right, we move on. So that's Windhorst. Now we have Tim McMahon. He said, look, when Jason Kidd has done this in the past, using these Luka bullets up, it's worked.
To me, the most interesting thing was obviously them blowing the lead and then J. Kidd making a point to not by name, but certainly clearly call out Luka. And it's not the first time he's called out Luka. And honestly, I think every time it happened last year, it's like, I think Nelly used to say you only have so many bullets to fire in a season, right? However many it is, 5 or 6 as a coach. Every time Luke or J. Kidd fired a bullet with Luka last year, it seemed to work. I mentioned there was a time where he basically said, we've got to play 5-on-5 and not worry about, complaining to the refs. And there's a time to complain to the refs, and it's not when we're supposed to be getting back on defense. And I thought that had a positive effect.
So there's McMahon saying it has worked in the past. And then finally, Charles Barkley was on First Take yesterday, and Stephen A. asked him, are the Mavs a true contender?
Well, I don't think that experiment is going to work. They're going to win some games because they're going to have some great offensive nights. They're not going to be any good defensively. They're going to have some nights where they're making threes, and Kyrie and Luka going to do their thing. But as far as being a serious contender, the Mavs are not a serious contender because they're just good offensively. But like I say, they're going to win some games because they're going to be really streaky on the offensive end. But are they a contender? No, they're not a contender at all.
So there's Charles.
I mean, the way they're playing now, in the limited time with Luka and Kyrie together.
1 and 3.
Yeah, like that's obviously not contender status, but talent-wise, Luka and Kyrie together, you would absolutely say that's a team that can win a championship. Just those two, on paper. Now, they got to figure out how to play together. They got to figure out defensively what they're doing out there, and I don't even think they know. So there's a lot of things to figure out. They've got 21 games left to do it or so, but that on those two guys on their own on paper should be good enough
on offense.
The
problem is that they're going to give up all these points that they've been giving up, and that was that
the Mavericks are blank. Fill in the blank for the playoffs. I think the word is dangerous. Like, not a true contender, not a powerhouse, not a favorite. We're dangerous because of the two threats. We're offensively dangerous. Or what's a better word? What's a better term?
I don't know if there's a better term than dangerous. They're unpredictable. Like, I have no idea. They could sweep a series or they could get swept. Like, I genuinely have no clue. I mean, they're talented enough on offense to score points with anybody. The problem is that they're going to give up like 150, and that's what's going to kill it. They don't rebound very well. They don't have a doesn't feel like a reliable defender outside of Josh Green. I know people say Bullock, but Bullock's had his struggles at times this year. So I don't know what the future is for them.
A Philadelphia Eagle comes right after the Cowboy Tolos, insulting the Cowboy fan base, and Brian brought us a coward for Egggate and trying to turn it back around on us. We have the audio after this. But first, a Peyton Russell dating conclusion during the expressway at 7:20.
Oh, you closed the deal? Good job.
We will have an update for the Tolos, along with a Godsmack ticket giveaway here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Our Rangers spring training coverage in Surprise is brought to you by Sonic. Come on, let's go.
I didn't know you were wanting to open with me. I thought we were doing A.J. Brown first.
No.
Oh, Sonic.
He wants to see. Come on, man.
Anyone who sits in that chair, it starts to happen.
Yeah.
And I took away the putter.
I know.
Rangers spring training coverage. What? Say something.
I'm saying don't worry. There's a putter and a putting green coming in tomorrow.
What do you mean?
I ordered a putting green.
Yeah, we're gonna be putting left and right.
Oh yeah, it's gonna go right there. I got golf balls. I got a putting green, and I got a new putter.
See, Bobby's a knife gunfight guy. You know.
Yeah, he brings the gun,
especially at Papacitos.
Hey.
Okay, let me try it again. You know what, Peyton?
Try it again.
I would like you to get the opportunity to get this sponsorship.
Oh, another free read.
Okay.
Oh, wait. How do I do it again? You gotta teach me how to do it.
See, he doesn't have it. Come to me, Sean. Come to me.
Rangers spring training coverage in Surprise brought to you by Sonic. Good. It was their idea to do this, and then they
I was ready.
They missed. I know you were ready.
I know.
All right.
I love Bobby here. I am now not the most spaced out person in this room. I think it's fantastic.
AJ Brown was talking to who? Is this the same podcast?
Yeah, this is that same podcast that he did. The Raw Room or whatever they do.
But he was wearing a different hat, so he was on it again.
No, this is the same interview. I don't know.
He
may have switched out a hat or something, but this is the same interview.
Why the Royals? Why would he wear the Royals hat? That's not a cool hat.
No, is he from there?
I don't know. Is he a Bobby Witt Jr. fan?
AJ Brown taking a little shot.
I think he's a Joaquin Soria fan.
At Cowboy fans in the Metroplex.
When I forgot that, man, I ain't give a damn about the Eagle Cowboys. Eagle Cowboys stuff, man. And you know, I still don't, but it's just like that stuff crazy, man. These people like
how they turn up.
Yeah, but like that be the Super Bowl, bro.
Yeah,
like you feel me?
yeah.
Like it don't even matter. We lost, and you know, Cowboys fans like
talking
happy in the mug. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's crazy, man. It's on another level, man. You know, and them games, like. You looking forward to them games? Like the one on Christmas? Like, that was crazy. That one was
Hell
crazy.
yeah. You never got to play on Christmas. Then you get to play on a rivalry game like that. Big game. You know, everybody in the world watching.
Yeah. But I was a little surprised, man. I thought they stadium and everything was gonna be like lit crazy, but it was just
in Dallas.
It was kind of quiet.
It don't really be going crazy.
I just imagined it was gonna be like loud and crazy, but like we came out, everybody just sitting down. I'm like,
they kind of like the Colts fans.
They just chilling, like the fans just chilling.
Oh.
You know what? You know what hurts most about that?
It's true.
It's not totally wrong. No. Now, look, I think that our listeners are rabid Cowboys fans. I think there are several rabid Cowboys fans that go there, but it is a
wine and cheese.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is a 1%.
All right. Here's what I want to do. You've traveled with the Cowboys for how long now?
This is the first year that I travel with them every week. I've been to other cities with them, but this is the first time every week.
First time every week. Okay, so I'm just going to name stadiums and just give me a quick yes or no if they're louder or not.
Okay.
All right. Giants.
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
Washington.
No. I mean, it's loud with Cowboys fans.
I don't even know if you've been to these places. I'm just going to name them. Chicago.
Have not been.
Lambeau.
Louder.
Minnesota.
Have not been.
I assume Minnesota's loud. Like,
yeah, it's the reputation is that it is.
Tampa.
Dallas is louder.
New Orleans.
New Orleans is the loudest place I've ever been.
Atlanta or Carolina.
I've been to Atlanta. Atlanta's louder.
Atlanta's
loud.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the
stadium. The way
I think it's the stadium.
NFC West.
San Francisco was louder. Los Angeles was not louder. Seattle is louder.
Arizona.
Dallas is louder than Arizona.
Okay, so that's 6 out of the ones you've been to in the NFC.
Dallas has improved, I will say, by the way. I think that stadium has gotten progressively louder and more into it's very expensive to be in the lower bowl and have an effect on the game. And a lot of people who are there, they're there with business meetings or, you know, they're treating clients, and it's not the same atmosphere.
I don't want to hear it, man. You mean to tell me the ticket prices are cheap in San Fran?
I do remember for a playoff game in Lambeau. And obviously you're paying for different things and it's bleachers, but I remember that 2014 playoff game. I just had Googled, I was curious how much tickets cost to go see the Cowboys and the Packers play that week. There were seats in the lower bowl that were like $60 or something for a playoff game.
Oh, I get it.
Yes.
It's a different world. It's a different world. I get it. But I mean, like, you know, if New York is louder, there is 0% chance that
like New Patriots, like New England,
like New York Giant playoff tickets are cheap, right? Or Patriot playoff tickets are cheap. It's not like this, you know. Boy, when he said like Colts fans, that hit. Because what are Colts fans known for? They're known for being like you could hear a pin drop when they're on offense. They were trained so well, and they're just a quiet crowd.
The 5 most expensive tickets, according to Sportskeeda, whatever that is, Packers 5, Patriots 4, Raiders 3, Cowboys 2, Tampa Bay 1. So some perspective on price versus noise. I'll fire a shot back at A.J. Brown. I saved this from last week. Angelo Cataldi, and Filthy retired, so there was a little bit of focus on WIP, our sister station in Filthy. Their midday show put out a poll question last week. Are you fully sold on Nick Sirianni as the Eagles head coach? Are you serious? If you don't have a perfect representation in that poll question in question about that city and the way that they talk about sports, there were 7,777 votes. What do you think the final result was from Filthy? Are you Why would you ask that? Why would you even ask that? Are you fully sold on Nick Sirianni as head coach? What would be the impetus? What would be the reason? I don't understand whatsoever. Are you fully sold on Sirianni?
So I could see some people go like, I like him, I think he's good, but am I fully sold? So 60% said no.
I would say
you think the majority said no?
Yes.
I think the majority said no. I think 53% said they're not sold on Sirianni.
Okay, they're not as crazy as you all think. 77% said yes. There's not going to be a majority no. But to ask it, I'm making fun of the radio station. You have the fan bases.
Yeah, this was from Sean Sharif's favorite website. I'm surprised he overlooked it because he's on there every day. It's from Deadspin.
I don't kill it as much as Choppy. I hate bro.
You hate the big lead.
The big lead.
The big lead's better than Deadspin, though. The big lead, I think, is really good. You hate the personalities associated with it. So this was their list.
If I can predict, this goes for any news station, any journalist, any writer. If I can predict every single tone of your article every time, you suck. Then you're predictable and you're biased and I don't have any respect for you. If I can predict the tone, if I know what's coming out of your mouth every single time, any news agency, I don't have any respect for you. That's just me.
This is the list from Sean Beckwith. He says, I want to clarify that these are insufferable fan bases. I'm not saying these are bad fans. If anything, they care too much, but these are just insufferable fan bases.
Insufferable's not bad?
I think it just means like it's a lot to put up with as an opposing fan. The number one team on the list for him, or the number one fan base, is Philadelphia. Not even Eagles. It's just Philly fans. It says, thank God the Eagles lost the Super Bowl, or Philly fans would have immediately exalted the 2022 Birds as one of the best teams ever. We're already going to hear about the Philly special from now until eternity, and I don't think I can handle another sports renaissance from one of the coastal elites. The Patriots' reign just ended. America needs a break.
Hang on. Are we talking Philadelphia as a coastal elite city? I get Boston and New York and LA and San Fran. Those are your Seattle. Those are your coastal elites.
Yeah.
DC. Philadelphia.
No one ever talks smack. It's us in Delaware coming at you.
No one ever in Philadelphia is a coastal elite.
I like him using the term in general, because it tells me this guy is clearly from the Midwest, and he just assumes anything or east of Tennessee, west of Colorado is the coast.
Yeah.
And so I do like that. His next team on there, he had Duke fans / Cameron Crazies.
Oh, this is for all sports.
Yeah, Dukies are quite possibly the worst fan base regardless of the sport. They're arrogant and entitled. Their former coach looks like a rat. Don't get me started on Christian Laettner. There's even a book appropriately titled Duke Sucks that captures all that's wrong with the Blue Devils and their supporters. The Cowboys do make this list.
Sure.
It says, Dallas Cowboys fans, there are way too many Dak Prescott conversations for his place in the NFL quarterback hierarchy. We didn't reconsider our feelings on Kirk Cousins after he went 13-4, and there's no need to scream about Prescott after each Cowboys collapse. It's not even fun to ridicule Dallas supporters because Stephen A. Smith made it kitsch. I shouldn't have an opinion on a franchise that hasn't been relevant since Desert Storm, but I do because every Monday morning the question is, how about them Cowboys? But I do like that he doesn't limit it just to sports. He's got some other ones here. He lists Pat McAfee fans on his list of most annoying, which I love. Pat McAfee, the Pat McAfee.
Is it just like a frat house?
It says, forgive me if I I don't think undershirts, Aaron Rodgers interviews, and shtick are the future of the industry. If he's allowed to practice a new art of journalism, I should be allowed to opine on it without some angry idiot tracking me down on LinkedIn to tell me how wrong I am about McAfee.
Wow.
He has Rihanna and Beyonce fans. Beyonce fans especially, dead right. It should be Taylor Swift and Beyonce fans.
Who are the ones that Stephen A. ticked off?
Rihanna. Well, both.
Rihanna and Beyonce.
Is a hive. Beehive is Beyonce. Rihanna has...
Yeah, and he says, against my better judgment, I'm going to poke the hives just to say being categorized as a hive isn't a compliment. Swarming detractors like they insulted your mother is not necessary. Music might be the most subjective thing on earth, so chill. If your identity is that intertwined with pop stars, you need to do some serious reflection on the person you want to be. Wow. And then this is the one that I think you guys complained about during the World Cup.
Insufferable fan bases.
Oh,
yes.
World Cup. Soccer dude.
American soccer fans who don't like casual soccer fans.
Yes. Oh,
this
God.
fan is similar to the fan that's overprotective of a band they've been into for forever. Sorry if I wasn't around at the outset, but where does it say in the small print that I have to know all the lyrics to like the music? My bad if I didn't know Homie played, I don't even know what that is or what league this is in. I'll listen to you explain the principles of a formation, but please hold the condescension. I think that's good. I think those are that's a quality article from Deadspin.
He didn't say anything about me? What about me?
He didn't. No, he didn't have that on there. He had new Golden State Warrior fans, Big Ten fans, fans of players, not teams.
Hang on. Well, first of all, I disagree with that one. Players, not teams. You're supposed to root for players. I hate Big Ten fan. Big Ten fan with the players, the thick ankles and the high grass. That's what they are up there, man. It is a fraudulent conference.
I do like this line, though, about the Big Ten fans. I didn't think it was possible to have an inferiority complex while having a superiority complex. That absolutely is the Big Ten.
All right, there it is. Sean Sharif, Art, Jay Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We have a Peyton dating update during the Expressway at 7:20. Stars lose again. LeBron James ending the Lakers season. And Carson Wentz available as a backup QB. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday after this.
But
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, y'all. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. This is Headlines, your radio sports page, The Expressway, with a Peyton Russell dating conclusion coming up at 7:20. Peyton, it is not fist pump time. We also have a Godsmack ticket giveaway. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. As I said to start the show, Bobby, I was shutting the computer down, closing it last night, and then bam, bam, bam. Stories hit. 3 of them. 2 Cowboy-related and 1 Maver-related because LeBron James got hurt. The foot did pop at the AAC on Sunday and the Lakers comeback win, but Shams reports that it's serious and LeBron is out indefinitely, expected to miss multiple weeks. So all this momentum, all this fear of the Lakers and the play-in, Stephen A. Smith thought they would actually be the number 6 seed with an easier schedule down the stretch. That's all gone, poof, with LeBron's right foot.
I agree, and unless he can find a way to come back, he has bionic ankles like Dirk Nowitzki used to have. Unless he can find a way to come back, this is going to be very, very difficult for them to sneak into the play-in. The good news for them is that everything's so jumbled, they really only need like a 5-game win streak, and they could jump like 6 spots.
What does it say about Anthony Davis now that we're just automatically eliminating the Lakers? Does it say anything?
I think it says I think it says you can only win in this era, it seems like, if you have minimum 2 superstars. So if you only have 1, that's just a lot to ask him to carry, and he's not a Luka. So like he's not going to be able to carry a team like that. But I think it does say that Anthony Davis he's stocked down at this point for most NBA fans and analysts. I think people would still like to have him on their team if he's healthy. They think he can be a big-time contributor, can still be a really good basketball player, but I don't think anybody thinks of him in the context of, wow, that's an unstoppable duo if you have Anthony Davis and superstar X.
It's also really hard as a big... Stop it. I can't... Really? It's just really hard as a big, like, to lead a team. It's just, if you don't have the ball in your hand on every play, it's just very, very difficult. And I know Giannis can do it and Joker can do it, but he ain't as good as them. At least not anymore.
We thought he was in that conversation.
Well, he was, and obviously injuries derailed him a little bit, and maybe he got complacent. Who knows? Maybe he just also isn't just that good. Maybe him and LeBron don't work well together. But even when he was in New Orleans, he never led a team to championships or the 1 seed. They were good. I think he was an MVP, right?
No,
but
he didn't win the MVP, did he?
No.
He never won the MVP.
I thought he did. I thought he was maybe the favorite one year, but even still, when he was there and he was great, or we thought he was great, they never won. They never did anything.
Everything you say about Chris Paul and think is Anthony Davis,
it's
and
also
worse.
Chris Paul.
And much worse.
That hurts. I will say this. We've adjusted our expectations and our standards for Anthony Davis, which you should. As players progress, you change your standards, everything like that. But when he was coming out of Kentucky, I think if you would have told people he became the offensive player that he did, everybody would have said, oh, take that to the that's so much better than anybody thought he was going to be offensively at the next level.
And he's 25-12 this year, but it's not going to be enough. The Lakers are going to be eliminated. By the way, I needed to correct this. I was talking to Bassick last week about Colin Cowherd suggesting that Anthony Davis will come to the Mavericks. He said he talks to someone in the NBA for a long time source that he trusts, said keep an eye on Anthony Davis and the Mavs. Well, Bassick was telling me that was not to join Luka and Kyrie. That was for a Kyrie sign and trade. For when Kyrie possibly wants to go to the Lakers, then you go ahead and make it a sign and trade so you get something back, and Anthony Davis would come to the Mavs. And then I saw Corey Majors fanning the flames the other day, talking about Anthony Davis talking to Nico and another member of the Mavs front office on the sidelines before the game.
Anthony Davis, again, it's always the question with him is always, is he healthy?
Yeah.
But if he's healthy, I bet he'd love to play with Luka. The lobs and everything else, he'd get all these easy dunks, and I think they would play well together, Luka and Anthony Davis. But I mean, you also I think a lot of people thought Luka and Dennis Smith would play well together, and they thought Luka and Kristaps would play well together, and now you're trying to figure out if Luka and Kyrie can play well together. It's really hard to find these meshes and these fits.
Mavs Pacers tonight and I'll be there at the AAC.
Well,
7:30 to go try to say what's up to Rick Carlisle, our new friend.
Now, where are these seats? Did you pay for these seats?
No.
Okay, good. I would never pay. We don't pay for tickets.
We don't pay for tickets.
Were you gifted seats or were you invited?
I was invited.
Okay.
My feet will be touching. Well, I guess in any seat they'd be touching the floor.
Oh, you're floor level.
I believe I'm courtside.
You'll be looking up at the players.
Baseline courtside. Yeah.
Baseline.
Oh
okay.
My gosh.
Baseline. Right by
by
the
Cuban.
No, opposite of Cuban. Thank God. By the Pacers bench. Was that you with the snicker?
Yeah, that was me. That's funny.
Right by. I want to see Rick Carlisle, conduct himself up close.
It's close, man. It's close. I was in Derek's seats. I was like, ooh, you're almost too close there because you can't eat.
Will you, if I give you
You can't eat?
You can't eat.
Oh, you be the TV?
Someone on TV is going to see you stuffing your face. You can't eat.
Well, as I said, if you had real nice seats, not Derek's, with your ears popping, you'd be back in the Patron Club.
Oh, no. Derek has Patron Club seats.
Oh, you got to eat back there.
They don't transfer when you gift the ticket. At least his don't. When you gift the tickets to somebody else, they don't transfer. Very lame.
You put Kenny.
If I give you $50, will you film yourself saying "Coach" to Rick Carlisle? Brian Brada says hi.
We have an off button.
I know. I was in the middle of talking. Will you?
$50? Hell no.
$100 just as what's he gonna do? He'll scream at you, but that'd be great content.
I might not get invited back by Samir. Okay, let's get to the Dallas Stars on ice last night. Of course, it had to go to overtime.
Beauvillier's come on to replace Pettersson. He takes a lead pass. He's got 2 goals in this game. Centers, Kuzmenko scores! Anthony Beauvillier set it up in front. And Kuzmenko just angled the stick and knifed it in. As Kuzmenko in overtime scores 48 seconds in.
They lose 6 of 7 now. That is the 6th loss in their last 7 games, this time to Vancouver.
Canucks.
5-4 in overtime. So out of 12 overtime games this season, the Stars have lost 10 of them.
Oh, man, they had chances too early on. First 2 periods, they had a lot of chances, and the goalie for Vancouver made a ton of nice saves. And they just didn't get it done. You score 4 goals, you ought to be able to win that game against a team that was 12-15 on the road coming into this one.
Tried to tell y'all before the season these overtime games were going to be tough for them.
You did. You tried to tell us, man.
Nobody
you were
wants
spot
to listen.
on. You were right there.
So this is just their bad stretch of the season, right?
Yep.
Or is this something more?
It's a good team. It's a bad stretch. Ottinger he's not had the same, type of, second half post All-Star break that he had early on in the year where he was nails. He let 5 in last night. I mean, that's just not. That's as Herb Brooks would say, it's anybody's net, but it's not. But I just wanted to make a Miracle on Ice reference.
Meanwhile, the Rangers destroy the Cincinnati Reds in surprise with our spring training coverage brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Late.
No, that was. You were trying to drop a really fast by Sonic, and that I adjusted well.
Rangers beat the Reds 13-2 with Martin Perez on the mound, and Zach Walchuk, the Woolly Bully, will be joining us at 9:20 this morning. We have a lot to discuss.
Ooh, gracing the presence, huh? I like it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Now, was that the last segment for us since we went till 10:20 yesterday?
We
do we get off at 9? Chiafalo was texting me. I didn't see
if
it
you can work the equipment correctly, maybe we can get out of here on time.
It was not my fault.
I didn't see it till after we got out of here, but Chiafalo was texting and was trying to get the hotline numbers. I'll jump on with you guys since you guys have to stay later, and we couldn't find the hotline number, but he was going to call in too.
Oh, nice. He can come on tomorrow. Kill a segment.
He will.
Good. Lock him in. So Zach Walchuk at 9:20 this morning on your home of Rangers baseball.
Not anymore with soda.
Carson Wentz cut, released by the Washington Commanders.
No.
No backup here?
No.
Why not?
First of all,
is Carson Wentz better than Cooper Rush?
Yes.
I don't like his face for one.
Carson's?
Yeah, I don't like Carson's face. I'm out. Give me a young, up-and-coming prospect with upside as my backup. I don't want some old, washed, has-been, never was, whatever. I don't want a bad team, man. I don't want someone that people don't generally like The only thing I want at the position of quarterback is upside. Carson Wentz doesn't have it. Some unknown in the draft does.
This saves Washington $26 million on the cap this season. He had 2 years remaining on the contract, but had no guaranteed money. This was expected. By the way, Daron Payne, sorry, Micah, got franchised early this morning. First player to be tagged at, $19 million? High 18 and change for Daron Payne. But Carson Wentz can now sign with any team. Obviously, Washington ended up trading 2/3 and swapping second-round picks to acquire him from Indy. I think my all-time number one biggest miss on the morning show that I have to own. Carson Wentz is now available. He's on my Mount Rushmore of weak, the mentally weak, or the mentally poisonous, with the way I can't stand his freaking laissez-faire, nonchalant, I'm never wrong attitude. There's something toxic about this dude, even though he comes across, very nice.
Comes across as a genuine, nice guy, all that stuff, but
I don't think he's genuine whatsoever. I think he's the opposite of genuine, and that's one of his biggest problems.
Yeah, I think
stubborn. Like, you talk about the refusal to change your game up or adapt. Like, take the check down, bro. And nope, never happened.
Who bugs you more, Russell Wilson or Carson Wentz?
Well, it's
Russell Wilson.
It's different. Like,
Is it?
Russ matters, so he's going to be bothering you more.
Right.
The conversation you hear around both of them sounds very similar to each other.
Like, this guy obviously had and probably has all the physical tools. So what is it?
Except for the one that matters.
The brain.
This is where, I can't wait. I can't wait to see, for the future to happen.
Don't bring up. Are you going to bring up Bryce Young?
Well, yeah. You guys, not you guys. You scouts out there, GMs, you got to stop worrying about physical tools. Decision making is without question the most important part of being a quarterback. Anybody can have a rocket arm. It's can you make the right decision?
This is the troubling thing about Wentz. Look at his QBR from 2017 on. 78.5, 62, 62.8, 41.9, 54.7, 33 last year.
Ooh. Will Carson Wentz start next year?
Oh, man.
Is this betting odds?
No.
Or are you just asking me?
I'm just asking.
So, start a single game?
No, be a starter to start week one.
I don't think not.
No.
I think not.
No. He'll be, like Chop says, he'll spot start or be involved, but he's not going to be a starter.
Like your suspects, your teams that have needs are Saints. Carolina's not going to do it. They just had Frank Reich. I don't think he's going to go down that road again.
Indy needs a quarterback. They're not going to go down that road again.
No, Saints aren't.
Raiders
aren't. Falcons, no. Jets, Seattle, if they don't bring back Geno.
Come be Dak's backup.
Let's see if Tolos would want Carson Wentz as a backup here at 877-881-1053. Choppy, what's going on with Liv? The Liv ratings in Boomer Esiason's Sports Minute, a 0.2 in 26 markets for their opening tournament. Not good.
Yeah, no, not good. Not good at all. That had like 500,000 people tune in.
I watched the Koepka golf thing, by the way. I skipped right over the first Spieth one and watched the full swing on Koepka.
On Brooks. And how did you come away?
It is in his head.
Oh, yeah.
It's all totally mental.
The game of golf is a totally mental game.
That's why I'm so good at it.
Absolutely. They just, Live Golf had a terrible debut on the CW. They're trying to brand this as CW Sports. They got to do a better job of getting the word out. Like, how many people knew that it was on this week?
I didn't.
Or knew that it was going to be on the CW. And look, part of the problem
I knew it was on CW. I don't know what channel CW is.
I don't either.
Is it 33?
Yes. But part of the problem
Shout
also...
out Chase Williams.
Yeah, part of the problem also is, our media companies promoting Live Golf, hey, it's on this week. Or are they saying, look, we're not going to promote this at all, and they're going to purposely shine down on it? But their ratings were not good here either. This is a good golf town. The PGA Honda Classic, which had absolutely nobody in it. Okay? I think Sung J M was the best golfer in this thing.
Love him.
Yeah. And that did 31,000 households on Saturday and 47,000 on Sunday. The Live did 1,600 local households on Saturday and 5,000 on Sunday.
This is in DFW?
In DFW, which is a good golf town.
Yep.
Mavs on ABC. Now, they were on ABC. They're on the Big Boy channel. They did 245,000 households. Now, for reference, the Cowboys do close to $2 million, 1.5 to $2 million on a given day. So that'll show you how the difference between that and the Mavs. But the PGA Tour had like a 0.6 to a 1.0, and the Live had a 0.06.
Wow, not good.
No.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have a Godsmack ticket giveaway and a conclusion to the Peyton Russell dating story from yesterday next during the Expressway.
Let's get that carpet clean.
When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
This is Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call us today for our $50 garage door tune-up special. 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
Way to spoil the segment.
I know.
Okay, Sean's saying the conclusion all day yesterday. He ruined it already.
The conclusion could have been that you got a date.
Yeah.
Dummy.
No.
Okay, so who wants to recap yesterday at this time? 24 hours ago, the Tolos were loving it. This is basically a listener who heard us talking about setting up a dating game for Peyton Russell, our producer, our 23-year-old producer here at The Fan. And this Tolo kindly reached out and said, hit up my sister. She might be down.
Yeah.
So Peyton and her followed each other back and forth, and we were basically spending the entire weekend living vicariously through Peyton, trying to get this girl's number, which he did within 24 hours. And then yesterday, we gave that update. She was listening. He was listening. And then I thought this would be done after the show. I kind of left yesterday's show feeling like Peyton thought that we blew up his spot, that we screwed things up for him.
Well, look, Peyton can think that all he wants. He screwed this up the moment he asked for her phone number. And he knows that, and we know that, and we warned him about this.
You think that was the death blow?
Didn't need to do it.
I don't think
it was unnecessary. It showed too much eagerness.
Yeah.
You know, she wants you to
They want someone cool.
She wants you to go after her. She doesn't want you to make it
in
look
the DMs.
like you're doing.
Go after her in the DMs. Makes perfect sense. It's genius.
There was no need.
Just like every other guy.
Yeah, there was no need to get the phone number. It was an unnecessary ask at that moment. It's 2023.
I don't think the number is what killed him, because she gave him the number. I think the more the things that would have killed him were like the back-to-back messages. Like she didn't respond for an hour, so he hit her with the message.
Yeah.
Or like the 2 exclamation points. I think that was probably a real killer.
But I thought yesterday was just a great exercise in determining game, like how you should text. Should you wait? This is part of the reason I love my wife. Now we were both older, so we were like, let's just stop playing all these games.
You especially.
It wasn't. It wasn't. All this crap you got to go through in dating. For all time, not just nowadays, but especially now. So it was just like, let's just get to the point. You want to be you want to date, you want to be in a relationship, you want to get married, bam, done. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's different for everybody.
Yeah,
and age definitely plays a role. How old is this girl, Peyton?
22.
Can I defend Peyton?
I'm trying to get married today.
I want to defend Peyton here, that I don't think you can have both, or you can have one, or you can have neither. I don't think a lack of text game automatically equates to a lack of game. Like, I think Peyton's like funny, and
how else is she gonna judge you?
But I'm saying, like, if Peyton met this girl out, like met her at a bar, I'm not willing to say because of his texting habits that he would not be able to have game in that moment.
Oh yeah,
he
it's
could be
different.
So I think they're two different versions of game that we're talking about here, and he's just he's gotta learn to limit the exclamation points. Obviously, no one to leave them on red, not read, Sean. And we'll learn from this. We'll learn from this and get better, Peyton.
All right. So look, here's what happened. I thought we were done with this. No more updates. We wouldn't even be talking about it today. And then at 10:47 a.m., Peyton sends us the correspondence, and it was very encouraging. She said, "I was just getting ready for work. Thought I would give a listen. Don't stress. I think you're doing great. You don't have to make my name public. I just made my profile public so I could repost birthday. Her birthday was on Saturday. That was the reason why she didn't text Peyton back sooner rather than later. He thanked her for being very cool with everything. And then it was like, all right, I got to get to work. I got to go about my day.
The don't making my name not public is preferred was the first dead giveaway.
Why? If she wanted her name to be made public, that'd be bad.
I
Not saying the preferred avenue is not to make my name public means that she is dating someone.
I don't think
does not want him to find out.
I don't think that's what it means. Like, I think there's some people who just wouldn't want their name on blast. Like
Yeah.
That could be it. But I'm also going with the worst possible scenario here, Bobby. So
That's true.
All right, so Peyton said next stop, asking her to grab some drinks. Thoughts? RJ, ask her to celebrate Natty Kahlua Day with you. I guess yesterday was National Kahlua Day. By the way, and then RJ laid out his theory that she has a boyfriend. Bobby said, do not ask her until she responds to your last message. RJ concurred. Peyton, right, she would have to respond first. I'm guessing it'll be something short, so then I can jump in and get serious. I don't want her to think this is just a radio bit. I have a strange feeling she thinks it's all for radio, and this is going to end in a week. And then Bobby said, no, just go ahead and ask her for drinks out.
That's him. That's, you know how you said you got the feeling that Peyton's blaming us? That little, I don't want her to think it's just a radio bit. That's his subtle way of letting us know you guys have messed this up.
Yeah, my wife said the same thing. She goes,
She said we messed it up?
Yeah, she's like, you guys blew up the spot. You this and you that. And I'm like, no.
Do you feel that way, Peyton? Do you feel like we messed it up for you?
Let's ask him at the end. Let's ask him at the end.
All
Okay. And then RJ gave the Nick Sirianni, Jason Garrett. This is why RJ loves the process. Worry about a week from now when it gets here. Your focus is on the present.
That's right. Don't worry about next week if it's over on Friday. Who cares about Friday?
And
worry about Tuesday.
And then Pay coming in. I love this. The problem is, as of now, I have a date already Friday.
Yeah.
Things could always change, but man, what a scramble this could be. Okay, RJ says, that's fine, you have a date. She doesn't need to know that. Trust me.
Well, now she does, so congrats. Thank
Trust
you
me, she's not sitting around with you as her only option. No offense. Peyton agreed. RJ said, and when you ask her and she suggests Friday, just say you have plans. All right, let's see.
Keep the date, man. You got plans.
Yeah.
She wants somebody who's got things to do. She doesn't want somebody waiting by the phone.
Okay, so then this was when I thought was the big turning point. I thought Peyton was money. He sent us the screenshot. She was supposed to be at work. Right? Conversation done for the morning. Well, she writes to Peyton. She texts him and says, how'd you get into the industry? I think y'all have a good dynamic. I see why the show is popular.
Let's go.
Woo! And I said, oh my, here we go. Here we go. And I said, she does work, I think, in sports marketing. So just make sure this isn't like a let me get into sports marketing.
Yeah.
Introduce
a
me.
Leverage play.
A leverage play.
I mean, look, if we get another listener out of this, that's not the worst thing.
One at a time.
And then RJ said, ask her to happy hour tonight. This is a great sign. And I was like, I disagree with you guys on this. You and Bobby were kind of pressing for him to ask her out for drinks last night. And I was like, is that too fast? Is that too quick? Peyton said, let's see. I can't tell her how I got into the industry. My underdog route through UNT is fascinating. Very fascinating.
Very fascinating.
3.5 years, by the way.
Love it. Really? You got out of school that quick?
Oh,
dang, man. Good for you.
Doogie Russell.
And then RJ was asking where she lived. Peyton was guessing Fort Worth. And then RJ tried to angle for the double date immediately.
Yeah. You need a group setting. A group dynamic, I always think, is also good. It's you can play a zone instead of man to man. You don't have to carry the entire conversation. Good work.
Or woman to woman. I mean,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I was making a basketball reference there, Peyton.
And then Peyton in the afternoon, I thought this was also game over. I think her sister just followed me on IG. I'm already being welcomed by the family. I was like, that is like an obvious sign. This is money. This is it. I said, this is incredible. The time is soon coming for drinks. I didn't know if I would have asked yesterday or asked last night. RJ continues to press Peyton to ask her to go out to drinks. Peyton asked me for a Nick and Sam's reservation.
Yeah, slow down.
That would have helped.
Okay, Peyton then wrote at 2:16 p.m. I asked, waiting for response. Okay,
on the drinks, on the happy hour.
This sounds like this is going in a positive direction.
What did you say? How did you ask?
Yeah, because you didn't send us that.
Yeah. I know.
No, I think I just said,
you know
hey,
you
whenever
said.
you're free sometime in the near future, you want to grab some drinks.
No!
Nope. Doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Like, you got to be specific.
Yeah,
The
you
near
gotta get-
future leaves it very, very vague. It's simple.
Well, I was summarizing.
If I said, Sean, you want to go hang out in the near future? What would your window be in your head that I'm referencing?
He's also a guy.
I would think between now and never.
But just whatever. Like if I say hey, let's go get. I think it sounds like honestly a blow off. In the near future is the kind way to invite somebody to drinks without actually going out with them. Because
we should do lunch sometime.
You want the credit of hey, I would intend to go out and hang out with you again, but I don't actually want to schedule it.
And then he wrote that at 2:16 at 3:47, right? And look, every 10 minutes that goes by is excruciating when you're waiting for that answer. And the longer the time goes by, the worse it is, right? Because she could answer back in 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm excited. 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. But this was over an hour. And here's what Jane Doe wrote back to Pay.
Well, we can summarize it. I don't know if we should go personal here, message to message.
Okay.
All right. Here's the summary. You got acquaintance zoned. You didn't even get friend zoned.
Yeah, acquaintance. That's a good one.
How would you summarize it, Peyton?
That she's, fresh out of college. She wants to focus on her job that she just got. She just started a full-time job, sports marketing. And she works Saturdays now for the next month or so.
No, not month or so. She gave you an exact.
She gave you 60 days.
2 months, yeah.
She said 2 months.
60 days.
And that we should keep in touch, though.
Okay.
So if you want to say friend zone or whatever, rejected, sure, I'll take it. But
I don't think this
let him finish.
Underdog now. We're an underdog now. We're putting on our Philadelphia Eagles fans the underdog mask and stuff. We're walking around. We're underdogs.
Do you blame us?
No. Not at all.
What do you think?
If I thought you guys were blind, or if you guys had ruined it from day one, then I would have stopped sending you screenshots. I liked your help.
Okay.
I was fine with it. Totally fine.
All right.
Are the Eagles the one who wear the dog masks and are the underdogs? I thought that was the
they did
Browns.
that.
Yeah, they did.
Did that all 2017.
Well, I'll say this. This is Sean Sharif, Jane, speaking if you're listening. You can go kick rocks.
Whoa.
Oh, Sean.
You don't put my boy on a 2-month hold like that.
2 months.
We ain't ordering a grill, all right? We ain't. No,
Just in time for
Listen,
summer,
Sean, I
you
mean,
know?
like supply chain here. It's a supply chain issue with her.
we don't
okay,
do.
everything's on back.
We got a date Friday, and we're moving on.
City boys.
City
boy.
You can kiss that internship at the Fan. Goodbye. It's not happening. I'm going right to the bosses after the show. Bye-bye. See you later. You don't put my boy on a 2-month wait like that. I'd still like your brother to continue to listen, 25 to 54 men. But you cannot. But no, we don't accept that. We don't just take that in terms of, text me here and there. No. See you later. We move on. That's me.
Well, I'll be back in 60 days.
No, you can't. You
on the 60th day, too.
You can't just be back in 60 days. You've got to continue some kind of week-to-week thing.
Okay.
Just
all right, here's what RJ said.
Send a meme, send a joke, whatever.
Peyton is going to text on the 60th day.
Yes, that's what I just said.
And she's going to just be like, oh my gosh, the rigidity.
Here's what RJ's reaction was. This is a test. Not all is lost. Keep texting as a guy, not trying to go too far, and then change your background to dark mode. I didn't understand what that meant.
Well, Peyton's
such a boomer take, too.
Okay, we've said boomer too many times on this show today.
He is the youngest person that is not on dark mode in America.
Twitter is on dark mode. Twitter's on dark mode.
What is dark mode?
It's where your screen is black.
It is.
So like when you have your text messages.
Okay, what does it mean though? What is it?
It's dark. It's just easier on
It's a
your
preference.
eyes. But I will do dark mode for Twitter and I do light mode for Instagram.
Like that.
Because you guys are old, you need the eye help.
Does it say?
Every young person has dark mode. Young people do not have the regular light mode. That's what grandmas do.
And I'm 26. I don't consider myself young anymore.
RJ said text her once or twice a week for now. Stay in front of this. Stay in front of her. Peyton has this obsession with the DMs. He said, what if I go back to the DMs?
That was a joke, but...
Okay.
Again.
And then turns out the middle... Okay, and that's about Bobby's daughter having a broken arm. So that's where we stand. She said 2 months. I'll be, let's keep in touch, but for 2 months, I'm focusing on the future. Unacceptable. Yep. See you later. The Peyton Russell dating game is going to be developed, and he has a date on Friday. So you missed out, Jane, on some awesome Korean barbecue.
So Yeah, like you could have been to Russell Manor. Like you could have gotten
you
the
could
whole
have parked
tour.
in the second garage.
Oh,
Nope.
gosh.
See you later. Go work at the Freak. Oh wait, they're not sports. Sorry,
Live radio.
They're not sports. The Live Tour, Live Radio.
No, I think that so if we're gonna do the dating game then for Peyton, what are we gonna do this where we take like submissions and then we like pick 3 for him to like do like a blind dating game with at
We got to
event?
workshop it. We got to see if we can get 3 to start.
Oh, we can get 3.
Okay. I don't know. So there you all go. That is the morning show text chain in the conclusion. Not happening. 877-881-1053. So in conclusion, in recap, Ralph James Choppy, star up, star down for Peyton's game. Oh, where did this go wrong? Where did this go right? What are the positives? What are the negatives? Summarize it. Star up, star down.
Listen, he's a genuine, sweet young man. He's a little green, a little naive, a little wet behind the ears. You just got to listen to us. When we say don't rush things, don't rush things. We know what we're doing. We know what we're doing over here. Maybe a little bit older, but we know what we're doing. Absolutely. Do not rush things. By the way, I think the sister followed me on Instagram. That's weird.
Did she follow the show?
Nope, I looked.
Oh,
wow.
dang.
I know.
Did the
Shots
original
fired.
follow you?
No.
Just the sister?
Just the sister.
She's been hearing all this game that Choppy's been spitting. She's like, I like what that guy's putting out.
All right, let's hook up the Tolos and send you to another show for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. Wins a pair of tickets to see Godsmack with special guests, I Prevail, The Struts, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on May 14th. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Tolo Brian, RJ needs a side hustle, social media hookup for idiots 101. You should start an app where you're texting back advice.
Oh my
Your
God.
hitch.
Where I could take it. I could just take control of the phone and just text for them. That's what I need to do.
Like your ex, that app, they can get into your phone and text on your phone.
Yeah, no, that was great idea.
So there you go. Okay, now it is time for Bobby Bell and the Tolo Tuesday tradition of Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
All right. I got several questions here for you. Let's start off with, Sean, do you want to start off with any of them or you want me to just pick one?
Give me the options.
All right, we've got, what was a big or popular saying when you were a teen? What are signs that there's sexual tension between you and someone? Satan is designing your room in hell. What's the one thing that you know he's putting in your room? What life-changing item can you buy for less than $100? And if people used breakup lines
Peyton.
instead of pickup lines, what would some of them be?
Let's do the life-changing item for less than 100, Alex.
So,
life-changing item for less than $100. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Life-changing item.
If you can get, and obviously depending on the size and things like that, an air fryer changed the game for us in the kitchen.
It's not less than $100.
You can get them for less than 100.
Yeah, not a good one.
No, you absolutely can. You just can't get like the jumbo like pot one, but you can absolutely do it. When we got iced in at my other job during the 2021 winter storm, I had brought an air fryer up there. We effectively made tombstone pizza by using the air fryer. We didn't have another way to heat up stuff in the freezer, so we just used the air fryer. It saved us. That literally was a life-saving purchase for like $89.
I totally agree with you that the air fryer changed everything in our kitchen as well. I don't know about the $100. I have had a cheap one. It did not work. So I don't know whether this answer qualifies. I don't know. The one I have, I'm pretty sure is over $100. It does a pressure cooker too.
Ooh,
it steams,
really?
It bakes. Yeah, it does everything.
Oh, that's cool.
The other air fryer I had was way too small, and we could not get it working. I think they put it on ovens now. So I don't know if Bobby's. He'd have to prove that his is $100 or less. I don't know if his answer is legit.
Yeah, you can definitely, I'm sure, get them for that.
But they're fantastic.
Ours has a grill option on it too.
Oh.
But we don't have the pressure cooker.
I have a sear option.
I don't think we do. Ours is like a Cuisinart brand, I think. I don't know. It's like silver. I love it. But no, the item for under $100.
Cook's wings great.
Yep.
Wings are amazing.
Absolutely. The life-changing item for under $100 for me is easy. It's whiskey.
Okay.
It changes your life every single time you take a sip.
But you have to buy them multiple times, and so then you're spending more than 100.
That's fair.
Here's another answer: a weighted blanket. Weighted blankets are great.
For babies? Like,
No, for like yourself.
Well, like I have to like I can't be too hot though. What if you're a cold sleeper?
It does make it warm.
You just put do
you need it freezing when you're sleeping?
Yes.
Okay, so
But
weighted blanket, you can't even get it off. You're insulated.
You have the weighted blanket on top of you, and then you stick the right leg or the left leg, depending on which side of the bed you're on. You stick the leg out to regulate temperature.
Oh yeah, feet have to be uncovered. All right, weighted blanket. I'll consider that. I'll put that into consideration there.
I love weighted blankets, but I'm with you. Like sometimes you get too hot.
What about blackout curtains? Oh, that could be a game changer.
Yes, it could. No doubt.
For everybody.
I love them whenever they're at a hotel. We don't have blackout curtains. We just put a really dark comforter over our window in the bedroom.
We need to do a Bobby Cribs.
Yeah, we do.
We need to go in there and do a Cribs.
You'd be distressed.
What are the Tolos saying?
We've got a bunch of them here. 903 Meat Church Seasoning. Another 903, the Fire Stick.
Matt has enough sponsorship promotion. We don't need to give him free advertising.
469.
What was the second thing you said?
Fire Stick, like the Amazon Fire Stick.
Yeah.
469, a vacuum sealer. Vacuum sealers, when we've had vacuum sealers in the past, those have been absolutely helpful.
Man.
Let's see here. Compression socks.
People are coming in. The amount of people that wrote the Plan B pill is just way too much.
Compression socks.
Compression. Oh, those are great.
A lot of people do love the compression socks.
Why?
Keeps your blood flowing.
Yeah, it gets blood flow to the extremities.
Yeah. And what do you feel like? What I mean, can
Honestly,
I feel different?
Like you feel,
I thought this was for wearing on airplanes.
Yeah, you can. You can wear them anywhere.
I thought 80-year-olds wore them.
Yeah, a lot of times they do because they have bad circulation. But if you put compression socks on, you feel like your feet, legs actually feel cooler to me because the blood's you can feel the blood rushing through. It's great.
Nail clippers.
Yeah.
We've got that one. Let's see here. What else do we? An Echo Show. Yeah, the smart speakers are good to have.
Ooh, baby wipes.
Oh, you love those.
Yep. Let's see. Those electric toothbrushes like the Sonicare or the Oral-B's. Oh yeah.
A 3-wood. I don't know about that.
You can't get through it, but you can, but you ain't gonna be a good one.
All right. What other one do you want to pick, Choppy? A big or popular saying when we were a teen. Signs there's sexual tension between you and Satan designing your room. Sounds interesting. What's the one thing you know that Satan is putting in your room?
Yeah.
Oh.
Breakup lines instead of pickup lines?
It's a Satan one.
There's a lot of stuff that would be put in my room because I've got a bunch of weird intricacies.
But is he putting it in there to torture?
Yes.
Or is he putting it in there to okay?
No, it's put in there as here, welcome to hell. This is what's gonna make your stay here.
Oh.
So it's really specific to you. What's something you would not want in your room?
Oh, okay. I love that. I mean, I know this is a hell joke and everything, but just not letting me have a fan would suck. Well, that'd be literal hell for me.
Yeah, I mean,
no TV. This is taking things out of my room. But no TV and no fan.
Putting a snake in there would be pretty bad.
Putting a TV in there.
Ball game done.
Putting a TV in there with no
LPGA golf, Bobby.
No, there's just there's no
WNBA Kevin Gray.
There's no antenna
Joking.
or cable or anything else. So I have a TV there to torture me, but I can't actually do anything with it. That would be terrible. A radio that's just playing an endless loop of Taylor Swift. That would be in there.
You hate Taylor Swift that much?
It's awful music. I mean, there's been a song or two that's that's okay. But overall, it's awful music. Peyton, what stands out to you? You got anything?
Anything that flies and can hurt me is a torture. So wasps, bees, anything like that. So if I hear the noise and stuff, I'll flip out.
Are you really allergic?
I tell people I'm allergic just so they know whenever I
So they don't release their hive of bees on you?
Exactly. So whenever I run like a little baby and stuff away from these things, they know why.
Okay.
Water bugs, the flying ones, like the roaches with the wings. Those you saying wings. As soon as when you're going up to kill one of those, if you ever see them and then you see wings go, then it's okay, I'm done. We're moving.
A venomous snake is an easy one for me. That's just torture to be in there in your room for the rest of your life. I mean, if I wanted to go,
I don't care if it's venomous or not.
Yeah,
I'd rather it be venomous. Put me out of the misery.
Why not? Like, if I wanted to go a little bit beyond that, I could go, just David Ortiz would be in my room with me. Blended scotch. The terrible. So like anything like that.
I think for Bobby, if it was Dan Orlovsky was in the room.
Oh!
Yeah.
All right. So
Dan Orlovsky's in the room. Not only that, but then also like Tim is behind me, so I can't say anything to Dan Orlovsky.
Honestly, another one.
And the little weasel from ESPN, I got his name on Twitter. I got his.
Oh, yeah?
I got his info.
Ooh,
I asked him if I could blow him up. He wouldn't let me.
972 damp floors, and I have to wear socks.
A
wet sock is
Look at his
the
fingers.
worst.
Look
Oh
at
my
his
gosh!
hands and his fingers curl
If you get like just a wet spot on a sock, like I instantly will go like, "Ugh," and I'll like take it off. I hate it.
Oh man, here we go. Luka and a referee would be in my room. A toilet with no baby wipes. Let's see. Somebody said their ex-wife. Satan would put a cigarette or a joint in there with no lighter. Scorpions.
I wonder if you could eat that though. Yeah, I bet you could eat a joint and get high.
Clowns from the 817. A lot of people don't like clowns.
Michael Young texting in. Yeah, so there it is. Ask Reddit every single Tuesday with Roberto Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, we're getting some baseball reviews. I thought that pitchers were going to have a problem with the pitch clock. I thought the pitchers were going to say, here you are, screwing us again. Another advantage for the offense. You're making me rush through my process. Max Scherzer loves it. Actually, both sides seem to love it. All three sides seem to love it.
Both sides.
We have Alex Cora, we have Aaron Judge, and we have Max Scherzer. Let's start off with Alex Cora talking about the big baseball changes. Cut 5,
great.
stop texting Jane.
I love it, to be honest with you. Why I say that? Because I want to be home sooner rather than later, and I think it's a better product for the for the fans. I can tell you from experience right now with my kids. They're playing soccer, they're playing baseball, they're doing gymnastics, and in order is 1A, 1B, 3, and it's baseball. And they love it, they like it, but they take ground balls, and then you go in the back of the line, and it takes forever. I hate to say it because I want them to love the game. They love it, whatever, but I would love them to play it. But this is where we at, and there's sports out there that they're more fun because there's not dead time, When they go to a soccer practice, it's nonstop. When they go to gymnastics, imagine jumping around all over the place and doing all that stuff. And then when you go to the baseball practice, it's hitting, it's fielding, but there's a lot of that time, and I think that's what we're trying to avoid. The pace has been amazing. Obviously, there's a few things that we still have to work, and we got 27 more days or whatever it is to get to where we want to. But for the game, for where we want to go, no doubt about it, this is the right thing.
All right, first of all, Alex Cora, your kids are going to a too slow of a baseball practice. You got to keep more fast-paced than that. Ground balls up more. You got to get a fielding machine. Get a fungo man. Get a fungo man out there, and they'll enjoy it more. But look, I mean, the kids is part of it. Like, you watch the sport on TV and you want to play it. It's part of it. And they're speeding the game up. There is a lot of dead time in the game. So I think he's right. Speeding the game up, eliminating the dead time as much as you possibly can. I think those are all good things.
Sorry. Tolos are sending me a Dan Snyder thing. The Commanders' 3 minority owners allege that Dan Snyder committed bank fraud in securing a $55 million loan without board approval. The NFL buried it, didn't investigate it, and covered it up. This is jail type of fraud. This is jail time type of fraud. This is written by Don Van Natta. And Pablo Torre tweeted, let's see. This involves allegations of possible bank fraud and charging your own team millions of dollars to advertise its logo on your own private jet. More Dan Snyder allegations coming out from our boy DVN.
Wait, he charged the organization to put a logo on his jet, the organization he owns? Boy, if that isn't money laundering, I don't know what is. My goodness.
He's the worst. He's the worst. Like, he is someone that's capable. Look, I grew up in that area, right? I went to school at American University in D.C. I grew up a Washington fan. People asked me, how you sit here and support the Cowboys? It started with Dan Snyder. He is I think the only individual in the history of sports I can name that can suck this much life out of the fan base. He ruined it. He destroyed everything. Zero hope for over 20 years. Every single decision, the worst one possible made. He totally ripped apart a once proud, legendary fan base and team. One of the blue bloods of the National Football League. He's that bad that he took away my fandom. I was on message boards like a nerd after college. I would get mad and change every single team to Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders and Jeff George and all the old guys that they would go ahead and sign and get excited about it and root for Santana Moss and Clinton Portis going to average 10 yards a carry. He took it all away because he's that bad. And I think it's been proven story after story, time after time. It's just, it became easy not to root for them and not to follow them because it's not fun at all. Not enjoyable. No hope.
Don Van Natta is the angel of death. If he's like lurking around your team facility or talking to your people, it's like, there's no good story coming out here for you. But I mean, this is, I wonder if this is like the fact that this is coming out now. Is this another level of hardball related to you're not selling to Bezos? You're not in good faith trying to move on from this team. So we're going to have to twist your arm a little bit more.
I think Dan's the kind of guy, you can twist his arm as much as you want. He's just going to dig in more. The more you twist, he's like a screw. He's going to keep going down, dug in.
There's very few people I think that have zero capability of doing a sit-down interview and having a likability about them. Like everything you could make up, anything you could accuse them of, any characteristic, any trait of being like, he makes James Dolan look like a pleasant dude. He really does. And James Dolan was like, for a while, the NBA version of Dan Snyder. And I don't even put them in the same category anymore in terms of likability. At least I know I can go sit there and listen to James Dolan perform a cover song. That's it. As he's ruined every team in New York and has control over the networks as well. And he's got a petty list of things also. So there it is. That's the latest. Don Van Natta dropping more info on Dan Snyder. 877-881-1053. Y'all ready to have a basketball fight? We're going to have a basketball fight on the show. I already know it because of Charles Barkley. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Q.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Little fight starting to develop between us and the G-Bag Nation. We'll get to the audio at 8:20. Bobby is fist pumping for some reason on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get to Charles Barkley lighting up social media with his appearance with our guy, Stephen A. Smith, yesterday, couple of different NFL notes. We have Bryce Young's height, the Jets looking at Daniel Jones and Geno Smith, the cost of Derek Carr, the NFL looking to eliminate the Jalen Hurts play, roughing the passer fallout. Which one of those are you most interested in, RJ?
Roughing the passer fallout.
Go ahead.
Look, they need to make a change to the rule.
Because isn't the story they're not going to make a change?
So, yeah, yesterday, Florio had written this over at Pro Football Talk that said Judy Batista from the NFL Network had reported that the competition committee looked at 80 roughing the passer plays, and they found that only 3 of them were questionable. And that was it. It was just the term was questionable. It wasn't even like wrong or anything else. And so that then sounds like that's a 345 Park Avenue problem more than like an official's problem. That is league office. That is determining what is roughing the passer. Because if they're saying these are being enforced correctly, okay, well then it's your definition that's the problem. The officials aren't the problem. They're calling it apparently the way the league wants, and the league needs to fix it.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry, but like when you're a defensive player and you put your hand up to block a pass and it grazes the helmet of the quarterback, that's not roughing the passer. I get what they're trying to avoid, but this is where you got to have some common sense within the rule and be able to use review. Because to me, roughing means you were too rough. Am I wrong in that?
Right.
All
So
right.
your problem with it is the graze to the face.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The grace, the face.
Not falling down correctly on him, not protecting the body weight. You're fine with all that stuff. Going low to the legs. It's just grazing the helmet, hitting the helmet.
Yeah, I mean, like,
because I was going to fight you. I wanted to see if you had a problem with the other aspects of it, and I was going to defend the league no matter what. That is the number one best rule in sports that protects us as fans in terms of watching the product.
Yeah,
because the second there's a backup quarterback in the NFL,
I'm turning the game off.
it's over.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I mean, like, now, look,
except for Cooper Rush, of course.
When
the great Cooper Rush.
You know, when a quarterback is, he throws the pass, then he gets bumped into. And I don't mean, like, really bumped into. I mean, like, the guy grazes him and he does a fake flop. That's been called too. Like, I don't think it should be roughing. I think college did it this year where if you tackle him as he's simultaneously throwing the ball, that's roughing the pass. We're like, no, it's not. So like some of these rules I just don't like, but mainly it's the graze to the helmet. And I get why they're doing it. I understand, but you've got to give the officials some leeway to use replay and make judgments.
I agree with you on the touching the helmet one. That one's stupid, but I'll say the other stupid one to me, and you may disagree here, Sean, the body weight roughing the passer is also stupid to me.
It's tough. You mean like with the way you fall?
Yeah, the rule states the defender, quote, must strive to fall to the side of the quarterback's body or to brace his fall with his arms to avoid landing on the quarterback with all or most of his body weight. That's an unrealistic ask for guys who are hard charging trying to get the quarterback.
It's unrealistic, but it also kind of puts it in your mind. You better be careful. And that's what we all want and need. We need them to be careful. I was watching the Ravens 30 for 30. Did y'all end up watching that? It was awesome. I think it was very good. I watch more football, clearly.
Did they cover Ray Lewis at the Super Bowl?
They did. Oh. Nice smart-ass attempt. You lost.
I'm just asking. Sorry, Mr. Baltimore. I didn't mean to offend your sensibilities there.
No, you just wanted to take a shot at the documentary, and they did cover it, so eat it, own it. Tony Saragusa fell on Rich Gannon, and it was like, this is in the AFC playoffs, and Rich Gannon out for this game. That was a body weight problem. Goose was a huge dude. And it was unnecessary, and Phil Simms called him out on it. And look, is it totally fair to defenders? No, but this is a rare instance where I'm going to say, too bad. It's better for us that it's not totally fair because every starting quarterback needs to be protected almost at all costs for the watchability and the entertainment of it. Look at the XFL. Only Peyton watches the XFL or whatever they're calling it in Arlington.
Carter does too.
Sorry, no one has cared. No one is going to care. You know why? Because of the quarterback play. I might watch Johnny Manziel at his first comeback attempt. I'm not watching the fifth one. I don't care about Paxton Lynch. The minute that backup QB, if it's a Monday night, a Thursday night, it ruins the entire thing. Yeah. Sorry, defense. It has to happen.
Yeah, now, like, I agree. I
it's
totally
unwatchable.
Agree. I mean, it is. I got mad respect for AJ McCarron playing in this just to make memories for his kids. Mad respect. That's awesome. That is awesome that he's doing that.
He's not getting paid?
I mean, he's getting paid an XFL salary, which is nothing.
What is it?
What is it?
It's
probably like what?
It's not,
Before I praise AJ McCarron too much because he already has Catherine Webb, I'd like to know how, The Rock saying, yeah, this is just AJ creating memories for his kids. Before we write this Hallmark card.
The average player would be estimated to earn about $60,000 from training camp through the end of the season.
He took a 98.5% pay cut.
Because he couldn't play in the NFL anymore.
No, he had signed a $1.2 million deal last year with the Falcons.
Oh, so like because he wasn't going to play, he wanted his kids to watch him actually get reps. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, so like he's a backup in the NFL.
Right.
And he may still go back to the NFL in the fall. Like they may be allowed to do that. But he's making $60,000 with a salary of $5,000 per week and $1,000 bonuses for each win.
So he could be an NFL backup. I guess he probably could.
I bet you could.
All right, I stand corrected. That is cool.
So, he's like, I wanted, my kids, I wanted to make memories so my kids see me play. And I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Like, that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to see him play in the NFL. Like, if he plays at the NFL, it's because somebody got hurt, and they can't prepare for that.
Yep. It's awesome, but then also, it's a calculated move on his part, because then he gets the praise of The Rock. like going on Twitter and talking about AJ McCarron, what a stand-up individual. These are the guys we're looking for. He wrote about him on Twitter. He said, take less money, sign with us over the NFL because he wanted his little boys to see him play. Now he's 2-0, led his team to back-to-back exciting wins. I'd say he's creating some memories for his boys. AJ's decision means a hell of a lot to me personally. So now, forever, he'll also be to his kids the guy that The Rock thought was so damn cool.
I don't think he did it to get The Rock's praise.
I think he did. I think you're wrong.
All right, try to put our hatred aside. Try.
Uh-huh.
Is us complaining and trying to get rid of the Jalen Hurts sneak bitter, whiny, or legit? Is this a bad play that we just know is unstoppable, so we're being very petty about it, or they need to address it, as was the report yesterday, they're taking a harder look?
Yes. It's a bitter, whiny, jealousy issue for us, but it's also something they probably, for a player safety standpoint, should get rid of.
Player safety for the quarterback getting run into?
For everybody. I mean, you could run into the quarterback, step on the back of his foot, rip his Achilles, whatever. But you're also going to have guys pushing through. Somebody falls. Now everybody falls on top of that person. I mean, who knows what happens? I know it's football. But from a player safety standpoint, it's probably not cool. And it's also kind of BS. Like, if you can't beat me straight up by creating a hole, you got to bring in extra guys when you need help. Yeah.
So it's not whiny and jealous then?
It's partly whiny and jealous. That's also partly that's kind of a BS play.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. It probably is all that. But also I look at it and go, those scrums, everybody gets in there and it's just like,
tug of war.
Yeah, and so to me, I don't even know how much it, I think the bigger issue.
They have to make it to where you cannot run into the back of, no one can make contact with the back of the quarterback. It's simple. That's a simple rule.
No roughing the quarterback unless it's your own running back. That's how the NFL views it.
No, that's the problem. It is your own running back.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Right now, they're treating it like you can't hit the quarterback with all your body weight unless you're the running back trying to push him over.
Yeah.
So
that's the rule. No offensive player is allowed to make contact with the back of the quarterback.
Yeah, people are saying it's a rugby play.
Yeah.
Mauling or whatever it is. Look, I get it. I understand why they do it. It is a smart play for them to do.
Yeah.
I think it's whiny and complaining on our part, but I also think that it probably will lead to more injuries, and it's probably a little bush league.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question: if I'm CeeDee Lamb catches let's give me a Kellen Moore route. Kellen Moore, CeeDee catches a curl,
a 6-yard pass.
It's 3rd and 10, and CeeDee catches an 8-yard curl route. Once he turns around to try to get the first down, right? And there's a defender there that has wrapped him up at the 8-yard mark.
Mm-hmm.
If Zeke Elliott runs from behind, this is like more out in the open, right? On the perimeter.
Yeah.
Zeke Elliott comes and shoves CeeDee or grabs him from behind and pushes him forward. Would they throw a flag?
Currently? Or if they change this
Currently.
rule? I don't know. I don't remember because you never see anybody do it.
Right, you never see anyone do it. So
you will see Zeke running the ball, and if there's a group of people, you will see guys kind of collect and all start trying to push. So I mean, you do.
I'm just wondering if it's a 3rd and 10, it's a 9-yard route, and a wide receiver's being stood up, and Zeke comes from behind and shoves him forward. Is that a flag or not?
Here's my view on if they were to change that.
And what would the flag be?
I would think it's not, but I would also say that it's different for non-quarterbacks. Maybe
if it would be a flag, I'm guessing they would call it unsportsmanlike conduct.
You should. Yes, you should. You just shouldn't get that assistance.
Because they've made it in other cases. You can't jump over. You can't use leverage to block a field goal, or jump over the center or whatever. You can't line up in front of the long snapper, over his head. Or in front of his body. So there's rules they've made for unsportsmanlike conduct.
So I look at it like this though. Is it enough of an advantage or enough of it like an unfair play or whatever to have them pushing that to then for if they make a rule about it next year, there's a quarterback sneak from Dak and some official has a certain angle and throws and says, well, it looked like Zeke was pushing him and he wasn't. And then we're sitting here all angry because the Cowboys turn over the ball on a 4th down or have to punt after they get a quarterback. I think that would enrage fans more than it does whenever somebody just picks it up. At the end of the day, you still got to block it.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. New York Jets are looking outside of Derek Carr. I could read the steam coming off your email last night. And what does the Derek Carr cost as well?
Well, the Derek Carr cost is, they're talking upwards of $35+ million a year. The Jets are looking beyond Carr and beyond Rodgers, apparently. Now there's also 3 other guys in the mix. 4 other guys in the mix. 1, Geno Smith, a return. 2, Ryan Tannehill. The Jets have
weaker arm John Elway.
Faster John Elway, weaker arm John Elway.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo. And Daniel Jones?
They got $40 million to spend?
Imagine being a member of the Jets fan base and one of those things happens.
Yeah,
seriously. You want to talk about a kick in the balls? Just imagine one of those things happens.
Would that not be the greatest?
I'd rather have Zach Wilson.
I would too. I would absolutely rather have Zach Wilson than
to see
than Geno, Jones, Garoppolo, or Tannehill.
That would be the greatest argument in favor of Choppy's belief that you never hire a defensive coach. You hire a defensive coach, see what he thinks he can make work a quarterback.
Yeah, it's also the reason is that this is also why you can never allow a coach to have any personnel control, because coaches care about winning today.
How do we know this is the coach, not the GM? Why are y'all putting it on Robert Saleh?
It may be the GM. It might be the GM. We don't know. But the point, when a coach goes in there with a lot of control, the coach cares about winning today, not necessarily the long term. The long term smart play would be not to take Carr or Rodgers. It would be to draft the next guy. That would be the smart play, or stick with Zach Wilson. It would not be to find the next Indianapolis Colts has-been quarterback.
2 arguments coming up. Us versus Brian Broaddus and G-Bag, and Charles Barkley, old school versus new school. Don't miss this next.
But first, let's get you over to Rockwall Ford. Ford Truck Month is going on now at Rockwall Ford. Shop the Rock for rock bottom deals on all new Ford trucks. They're committed to finding the perfect vehicle to fit your needs and lifestyle. GM Jeff Hicks and the team just helped me get my wife in a new vehicle last week, and the process could not have been easier. Right now, get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash on a new 2023 Ford F-150. Looking to custom order? Visit preordermyf150.com and save $3,000 off MSRP on a new 2023 F-150. Build your vehicle exactly how you want in minutes, and if you're in the market to trade, Rockwall Ford has you covered. They'll give you top dollar for your trade-in, any make, any model. Shop the Rock during Ford Truck Month online at rockwallford.com. New 2023 F-150 Super Crew, STK number PKD 30099. Financing available on Tier 1 Plus credit approval.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment brought to you by Stave the Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Charles Barkley starting a little bit of a fire on NBA social media yesterday, going on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. One of the questions first was whether he believed if the Dallas Mavericks were a true contender.
Well, I don't think that experiment is going to work. They're going to win some games because they're going to have some great offensive nights. They're not going to be any good defensively. They're going to have some nights where they're making threes, and Kyrie and Luka going to do their thing. But as far as being a serious contender, the Mavs are not a serious contender because they're just good offensively. But like I say, they're going to win some games because they're going to be really streaky on the offensive end. But are they a contender? No, they're not a contender at all.
None of us have a huge major problem with that, right?
No. Look, they're going to win games. They are a contender to a point. And then inevitably the defense will let them down. Or their late game inability to score points and get a shot off will let them down.
Here's Charles on load management. By the way, LeBron did have the foot pop against the Mavericks apparently on Sunday at the AAC because Shams reported yesterday he's out indefinitely, multiple weeks. All the LA Laker hope and momentum gone. See you later. They're done. LeBron James hurt against the Mavericks, and he's going to miss multiple weeks, according to Shams. Here's Charles on the issue of load management, and this blew up.
It's a huge issue. And Adam, and I love Adam. He's a great guy. He's a great commissioner. But I think what happened is I think he kind of went overboard trying to take care of the players. He's like, well, you guys don't want to do back-to-backs. We're going to kill most of the back-to-back. Now they get like a whole week for All-Star games. So he's trying to do everything possible to get these guys rest. You know, Stephen A., I don't think fans get mad if you're making $30, $40, $50 million if you play basketball every night. But you can't make $30, $40, $50 million and then sit out games. I think it's disrespectful to the game. I think it's disrespectful to the fans. Because like I say, these fans are paying their hard-earned money. And like I say, especially, you know what's going to be crazy? In this next TV negotiating deal, we're going to have guys making $70, $80 million a year. And they're going to be saying, wait a minute, you're going to make $70 million and you can't play basketball 3 or 4 days a week with all the stuff. I mean, they fly private. They got the best medical stuff ever created. And I says, you can't disrespect the fans making $70, $80 million and say, you know what, I can't play basketball 4 days a week. I mean, listen, it ain't like we working in a steel mill, brother. I mean, it's people working in a steel mill every day. I'm pretty sure they tired too. Yeah. But they go to work every day. So, yeah, I think load management is a big deal. I think Adam is going to have to say, yo, man, I don't know. And listen, and I don't know the right or wrong answer, Stephen A. Yeah. Because I heard Steve Kerr say go down in games. Pretty 72. Nice of him to take money out of all these players' pockets. Hey, listen, when some of these lesser players who don't make all that money says, yeah, take 12 of my game checks. And I'm like, no, I want them 82 games back.
So that's Charles. And I think every fan absolutely I think they love his statements and his opinions on it. And I know the owners always get a free pass, right, when we talk about labor crap. I hope the owners hammer them in this negotiation and this somehow, some way gets addressed and fixed. I hope the players get destroyed in the next CBA meeting so that this can stop being as big of a problem.
I don't know the solution. You can't, what are you going to do if the guy's
DeMar DeRozan says you got to play, all 82 or 78 games to win MVP. I don't think that stops it.
No.
Because you got 3 or 5 guys, sorry. Yep. You got like 3 or 5 guys in the true race. Kawhi Leonard don't give a crap about that.
No, you've got the NBA's talking about potentially.
After the Joker wins 3 straight MVPs, does that really influence him and push him to get out there like that?
I mean, unless he wants to set a record.
Well, yeah.
But
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but let's say, for example, the NBA is talking about maybe you have to play a number of games to win an award. They're considering. There was talk about they're throwing that around. Let's just say it's 72 games. Listen, you could deal with guys sitting out 5 to 10 games a year. It's when they sit out 20 to 25 games, I think most people have a problem with it. Like if Luka played in an 82 game season, if he played 74 games, I don't consider that to be an egregious amount of sitting out. If he played 70, I'm like, okay, fine. You're banged up a couple of them. You got a back-to-back on a bad travel night. You slept wrong in your bed, whatever. Baseball players over the course of 162 games, I mean, these guys are going to get a day off a week. Now some guys, like, last year, like Aaron Judge was chasing 62. He played damn near every game. I don't think he had a day off for the final 2.5 months of the season.
The problem
you're chasing a record.
The problem is you can't judge injury. That's the impossible issue here to address. Like, Klay Thompson, I believe, wants to play. They're not going to play Klay on back-to-backs because he's still recovering from the injury.
The moment
it's like in the NFL, the fact that I think it was the Bengals who got punished for, when guys have fake cramps to slow down the game.
Yeah.
I think it was Cincinnati, and the NFL fined them. I was like, whoa. That to me was a big moment because you are telling us that a player is faking an injury, and that's just been a big no-no in all of sports to judge.
The moment Tracy McGrady had microfracture surgery, he was never going to play 82 games again.
Yep.
The moment.
Yep.
The moment that happened, that is a killer. It just is. It's a killer for your career. But we have had advancements in surgeries with knees and such and ankles and all that stuff.
Do you believe, Steph, that it's more the organization than the players?
I think partly. Look, there's no doubt that in baseball, organizations handle pitchers differently today than they ever did. There's no doubt about that. And they're not wrong for that. In the NBA, I think a lot of times organizations will be like, okay, you played a home game on Tuesday. You're playing in Oakland tomorrow. Sit out one of the two.
Yeah, I think it's both. Like, I think some players are absolutely going to, they're not going to put up a fight if it's like, oh yeah, get some rest. All right, sure. I'll take a night off. I'll rest. This is a long grind. It's 82 games. What's one? What's two? What's a game here or there? What does that matter to me? But I think it's more teams trying to preserve talent. Like, this whole thing started really with Pop.
Yeah.
And Pop trying to preserve Duncan and Ginobili and those guys for playoff runs when they were getting older. And now it's just become commonplace. I know I've referenced this before, but it's wild if you go back and look, and they were not a good basketball team at the time, but you go back and look at the late 90s, the amount Michael Finley was playing was absurd. Finley was their Iron Man there for a while. From 97-98 season through the 2000-2001 season, he played in every game, and he averaged 42 minutes a night.
Whew. Wow.
And you will never see that again. That's one of the things you'll never see again is guys playing, like, going out there and averaging 40 minutes a night.
Y'all let us know if you have a solution on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. Here's where I think the fight happens on the show, because it's an old school, new school argument right now on social media after Barkley was asked on ESPN, does Kevin Durant have to win a ring without the Warriors?
This is the problem. Kevin gets mad at me when I point this out. If you go back and look at LeBron, who I really admire and respect, he said this. I did not say this. He says, I had to win a championship without Dwayne to get old heads respect. Kobe Bryant said this too. He says, I have to win a championship without Shaq to get these old heads off my back. I hold Kevin Durant to the same criteria. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what the fan says. I'm talking about old guys like myself who went through the trenches. Kevin Durant gonna have to, he's an all-time great. But when it comes to being mentioned with some of these other guys, he's gonna have to win a championship where he's the leader of the team and he's the best player. He can't join a 70-something win team and then win a couple championships. But everywhere else he's been, he hasn't been successful. that's the standard I hold him to. If he want to be on a level with LeBron and Kobe and those guys, he gonna have to be the best player as the leader, because the stress that goes with being a leader of a team is really, it's a big deal, Stephen A. We're not role players. They don't have to play good. They don't get no blame. But when you're a great player, people don't say, listen, I love Sid Ceballos, one of my favorite people. Nobody ever said Sid Ceballos didn't win the championship.
So there's Charles setting off old school, new school. Why you got to be a hater, old man? Let these new guys be. It's the way of the league. It's the way it is. I 100,000,000% agree with everything that he just said. We are, Bobby. I don't think we've told you this. We are the legacy definers. We tell the way the legacies are going to be judged throughout history and the way that you're going to be talked about, just so you know that.
That's good to know. I come down on this one as... First off, I always think I always wonder if he clearly doesn't seem to be, but I wonder if Chuck has any sort of uncomfortable nature talking about how somebody won their title when he didn't.
No, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But doesn't matter that Romo never played in the Super Bowl. He could still criticize people.
But just to lecture somebody for the way they got their title when you didn't get there, I think that's a very different conversation.
Sure.
But the term I always use for it with Kevin Durant, it's the same one I used for LeBron when he went to Miami. They took a legacy shortcut. Does it invalidate the title? No, but it's a little bit of a I don't even want to say cheap, but it's a little bit of a softer way. They took the detour and they went there's a shortcut back here. I can go back here. Like, that's what they both did. I agree in the sense that once LeBron went back to Cleveland, I had a lot more respect for that title than I did the Miami titles.
Even though he won it with Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving.
Yeah,
right.
Hall of Famers. I know.
Right.
Listen, first of all, he's wrong. Kevin Durant was the best player on that Warriors team, and he was the leader of that Warriors team. So he was the best player.
Did he say that Steph was the best?
He said he needs to win one where he's the best player and the leader.
I don't think he was the leader. I do think he was the best player.
Agreed.
Well, the other thing is, it doesn't matter for KD. KD's never going to be mentioned on the same level as Kobe and Michael and Shaq and LeBron anyway. He's not on their level.
He could be mentioned if he won titles in our right way.
If he wins a title this year with Phoenix and then wins one next year, to me, he's never going to be as good as because he's not. I don't believe he's as good as those guys.
Okay.
So, those guys are the best of the best of the best. Kevin Durant is a great player. There's no doubt. He's an all-time great player. But, he's not on that level to me. He is. I'm trying to think of how I would describe him from a quarterback standpoint. Is he Brett Favre? Brett Favre is an all-time great, but he's not Brady. He's not Manning.
Right. That's interesting. Charles is just right, and again, right is subjective. Some people don't care that. Some people, I heard Jalen Rose or someone the other day say he never should have left Golden State. Yes, he absolutely had to. He had to leave Golden State like Kobe had to win one without Shaq. It elevates your legacy. It gives you another step. And people on Twitter are saying, if Durant needs to win a title without Steph, if Braun needed to win a title without Wade, then Jordan needs to win a title without Pippen. Also, you turn this into supporting cast arguments and everything like that. Michael didn't go seek it out. He didn't go to multiple stops in Brooklyn. He went to Golden State. That worked. And then he went to Brooklyn. Charles did get dealt to Phoenix, but he didn't demand and force his way out. He was unhappy in Philadelphia, but he didn't say, I'm not showing up. There is a difference. And Kevin Durant, part of his legacy right now will be he could not total all-time failure of an experiment in Brooklyn, all-time bust, blow up, and he couldn't win unless he had maybe the greatest surrounding talent in the history of the league on his roster. That's just the way I look at it. I think Charles is absolutely right. How is the NFL world looking at Dak Prescott, the whole elite top 10 conversation now? Where is Dak on all the lists? Bobby has it in Below the Belt next.
Take off my belt.
Howdy, gentlemen.
Howdy.
The 2022 NFL season has obviously ended, and now the fog and the emotions have cleared. And so we're starting to get a sense of where analysts are putting Dak Prescott in the top tier of quarterbacks conversation. Now,
who Stephen Jones said they need to figure out a way to extend yesterday to Todd Archer.
Exactly. And when you look at where Dak was at the beginning of last year, I think generally people had him between 7 and 10, probably is fair. I think he was roughly around there. Did he fall any further for some people? We'll start here with CBS Sports. This is our buddy Chop, Cody Benjamin.
Oh yeah. He had the terrible.
Oh my gosh. So Sean,
list.
when you
Why
were
are we referencing his list then?
No, because this particular list was nuts. He had the 12 playoff losers who didn't go to the Super Bowl and ranking their chances of making the Super Bowl in 2023. Out of the 12, he had the Cowboys 11th. So he has what I think is a pretty good list here. It's the top 82 passers of 2022. So anybody who threw a pass, he ranked them. So if you're curious at all, the very lowest one he had was Kyle Trask from the Buccaneers at number 82.
Poor Kyle.
It was Bruce Arians' next starter, I thought.
Yeah.
Here's the top 10 for Cody Benjamin. He has the franchise elite tier, and he has 6 quarterbacks in there. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Jalen Hurts. Number 3,
Wait, he has Jalen Hurts as the second best quarterback in football?
Yeah, based off of how they played last year. It's basically ranking how guys played last year.
No, you can't buy that.
Hurts 2, Burrow 3, Allen 4, Trevor Lawrence 5.
I have a problem with that one.
Justin Herbert 6.
Okay, I have a problem with Lawrence. Lawrence did not have a great first half of the year. I had no problem with the other one. I mean, look, Hurts had a better year than Burrow and Allen. He just did. He did not have a better year than Mahomes. But I can't put Trevor Lawrence there. Trevor Lawrence's start to the season was not that great. I think his QBR was in the 50s for the whole year. I have a problem putting him there.
Here's the way I judge it. Like, what's the criteria for this list?
This is based off
Are we
of how
recapping the year? Or are we saying who's who going forward?
It's essentially a ranking of the quarterbacks after this season with heavy emphasis on how they played.
You can find whatever. You want to give me your Geno Smith in your 1 year for Hurts. If anyone takes Jalen Hurts over Josh Allen moving forward, you're a moron. You get your football card revoked. Period. End of story. Done.
I'm gonna get you to turn. I'm gonna get you to turn.
Turn on Hurts?
Yes.
Oh.
Next.
No, I'm just saying, like, fantastic year. I think I'd barely take him over Dak. Don't tell me you're taking Jalen Hurts over Josh freaking Allen. Josh Allen, in my opinion, is special.
Oh, yeah, last year he was better. That's not.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Yeah, but and that's how I would rank them. How they did last year if I was doing this list the same way. But yeah, I mean, like if you were going to rank the quarterbacks, who's the best quarterback in the league? Allen's higher than Hurts. Strictly on the base that he's done it longer.
It's easy to do a recap year. I don't care about those lists. Like, tell me, put your stones on it. Like, not you. Who's going to be who moving forward?
Right. Well, and that's why he ranks the next group as overachievers.
Okay, so who's in that group, just to recap?
On the top tier franchise, it was Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert.
By the way, Trevor Lawrence had a lower QBR than Marcus Mariota.
I would not take Trevor Lawrence over Justin Herbert. That's just me.
The next group in is overachievers, so guys who played really, really high above their head, and now you have questions about whether they can continue it into next season. And he has 5 names there: Geno Smith, Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy. I would have Purdy above
all fair. I mean,
a lot of those.
Again, that's a sellout category thing, but easy. Like, they played over their head. Can it continue?
Now, here is the definition of scattershot playmakers.
What does that mean?
They're not quite overachievers. In fact, most of them probably could be labeled straight up franchise talent, but they had both incredible highs and lows in 2022. So this is where we get at the very top of the list, Dak Prescott. As number 12.
It's a fair spot. I mean, I don't think he's the 12th best quarterback in the league, but it's a fair spot.
Now,
it's a fair category.
Here's where you're going to have problems, though, is who's immediately behind him. And then who's immediately behind him?
Cousins.
No.
No, we already had Kirk,
Justin
right?
Fields is 13.
Oh.
Ahead of Tua Tagovailoa and Lamar Jackson.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the Lamar thing, I get it because there was, what did he miss? 8 games? Something like that, 7 gaes. And then Tua missed time, and I don't know if he could do it again. I have no idea if Tua could ever play again.
Let me say my first statement again with different names. If anybody takes Justin Fields over Lamar Jackson, you're a football moron. Do not sit there and make that case and make that argument to me. Shut up, stop writing, don't hit send when it comes to that article being published. That's ridiculous.
Well, let's now jump over to...
Who else did he say Fields over?
Tua
and
Lamar.
Fields saved my fantasy season.
Tua and Lamar.
You can't have... I don't think you can have him over Tua.
Oh, there was a time in the league where Tua was in the top 3 in the MVP
Justin
candidates.
Fields can't throw the football. He's going to have to make a Jalen Hurts type change and jump in order to change the narrative on him. There's a reason the Chicago Bears are talking about trading him.
He was a really good passer coming out of Ohio State, too. I think he needs to put it together. Jump over now to the 33rd team, where Matt Castle, listed as Pro Bowl quarterback, a little generously.
I was there for that season.
Pro Bowl quarterback. These are his way too early NFL quarterback rankings for 2023. So these are his rankings as these are the best quarterbacks heading into next season.
Okay.
Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. MVP check, Super Bowl MVP check, no argument. Number 2, Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
So
19 free agents, $45 million. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. League adjusting maybe to the running scheme. I don't even know if it's possible to adjust. People have been trying to adjust to Lamar for years. Okay. Jalen Hurts, second best quarterback in the NFL.
Number 3, Joe Burrow. Number 4, Josh Allen. Number 5, Justin Herbert. A lot of people probably have that as their top 5 right now, even though I don't think Hurts belongs in there.
That's my top 5 in no particular order, but I do a big fat line after that.
Number 6, Lamar Jackson.
Lamar is the most...
There's a lot of questions.
He's the one you have no idea. He's the most unpredictable placement on any of these lists.
You either love him or you hate him. And if you hate him, you know what you're talking about.
Number 7, Trevor Lawrence.
Again, Trevor Lawrence has got all-world unbelievable talent. Like, all-world. And he grossly improved in the second half of the season. I love him. I think he's better than a lot of these guys that they have ahead of him. Or at least will be in the future, but I just can't put him there yet.
Do you think, one season to determine your life, would you, with the Cowboys roster, Trevor Lawrence or Dak Prescott, wins more games and puts up more numbers? Or you would bet on getting further? 1 year.
Is that a serious question?
It is.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
His upside's so much higher than Dak.
I just said 1 year. I'm talking about who's the better quarterback today. Better quarterback today. Is it definitely... See, a lot of this is Jacksonville hype. A lot of this is Jacksonville hype combined... Sorry, Bassett, to your card collection. This is Jacksonville hype combined with Trevor... the chosen one.
Anointing?
Anointing. It's Trevor anointing. This is what we're all supposed to believe. We're pressured into him being Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning. And then the Jacksonville fun story. I don't know if I can... definitely say Trevor Lawrence is better right now today than Dak Prescott without hesitation. Would you say it?
No,
not
yet.
Know what you're gonna say.
No, I don't think you can say it. He's right. Is the upside better? Yes, the upside's better for Trevor Lawrence than a lot of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
That he's not better than right now.
Yeah.
And
he hasn't gotten to the point where he's definitely better now. But for a year, would I bank on the talent and the upside potential that I believe he has? Yeah, I absolutely would.
Number 8, Aaron Rodgers. He's still believing.
That's going to be very fun.
And Aaron Rodgers
too.
And then number 9, Dak Prescott. He says, what a roller coaster season for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Prescott played well when he returned from his week 1 injury, but obviously they fell short of the NFC Championship again. I'm intrigued to see what happens when Mike McCarthy replaces Kellen Moore as the play caller. Could mean big things for Prescott and the entire offense. And then rounding out his top 10 was Geno Smith.
Okay, stop.
But you know what's interesting here? He has At number 17, Brock Purdy. At number 18, Kyler Murray. He has Murray all the way back at 18.
Kyler's going to be... So Kyler, Lamar, Dak are going to be very interesting to see where they are on these lists. I mean, let me ask you the same question. Kyler Murray versus Dak Prescott right now.
Dak.
Like, Kyler has better ability, in my opinion.
He just needs to be 6 inches taller.
Oh.
I mean, he does.
I don't care about the height. I don't care about that at all. I mean, you either make decisions or you don't. Kyler's problem may be that he doesn't make good decisions because he doesn't study.
And then the final quick ranking from The Ringer. This is where Steven Ruiz finished ranking the quarterbacks for the end of the year.
So Dak was what number on
9.
Castles?
9.
All right.
And we all agree it's a fair spot for him?
Yeah.
Ish.
I could get him as high as 6.
It's funny you say that.
I could get him as high as 6. He's in the, I mean, Cousins, Kyler, Choppy's boy Goff.
He's better than Cousins.
Carr.
He's better than Kyler.
Here is the ranking from The Ringer. Number 1,
Lawrence.
Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Justin Herbert. Number 3, Joe Burrow. Number 4, Josh Allen. Number 5, Lamar Jackson. They're still buying in on Lamar really hard. And then number 6, Dak Prescott. And he says Dak Prescott is forever underrated. Despite being constantly under the spotlight as the Cowboys quarterback, Prescott has quietly developed into one of the NFL's most cerebral passers. It's as if the football gods decided that the league couldn't go on without Phillip Rivers and selected Dak to carry on the mantle, even throwing in a shoulder injury to rob him of some of his arm strength. That hasn't stopped him from making tricky throws downfield, though. And if Prescott's shoulder's a little stronger now than that he's a year removed from rehabbing the injury, he could be in for a monster season.
All these guys are going to move up too because Brady's gone. And it's going to, where are you going to put Aaron Rodgers on the list? So the Athletic having Rain Dakota the highest up there. So everyone is totally in agreement that Burrow is better than Allen. I'm saying / asking you two as well.
I would say
right
yes.
now, probably. Burrow above Allen right now.
Okay.
And I think he will probably age better than Allen.
Or the running.
Yeah.
Josh gets beat up. Very physical. All right. Final hour on a Tolo Tuesday. Zach Walchuk is going to join us from Surprise, Arizona with our Rangers coverage brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Dang it.
You suck.
You were tossing it. I looked down. I just remembered I need to text Eric.
Good job, Peyton. Peyton, from now on, that's you. All right. If someone's going to get free tater tots on the show and Chicago Dog, it's going to be you. Final hour. What the rest of the league thinks about Kyrie actually staying here, and was Jason Kidd really trying to call out Luka? An NBA insider has the answer next.
Well, let's get you over to Zero.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Wearing the Your Appreciated sweatshirt. Maybe the most comfortable sweatshirt I now have in the arsenal. You can get it at 1053thefan.com/merchandise. It's either this or my buddy's high school one. But this is very, very comfortable. So go and get yours today.
It's not just a sweatshirt. It's a hoodie.
It's a hoodie.
You get the hood, too.
Yes, it is a hood along with it that nobody uses. They should just take the hoods off.
Oh, I use hoodie. Like, if I don't have headphones on, like, I will have this hood up all the time.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the way I do it.
Yeah. Right? Do you ever put on that hood?
It's cold.
Yeah.
Like if I'm
Outside
at
for a while.
baseball or whatever, and it's and I gotta put the hood on.
Okay.
You know, but
that is a hell of a hood to fit over that dome.
That dome with a hat and headphones.
No, but you got a big ass head. Remember the Braves hat that I put on? It looked like I was tipping my cap to everybody because it fell down because of your head size. Boach. Zach Walchuk is going to join us at 9:20 from Surprise, Arizona, the site of Ranger Spring Training, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
You told me it wasn't mine anymore. You told me it wasn't mine anymore.
All right. So
I also forgot.
I thought this was over and done with. RJ Choppy walked into a storm of egg yolk yesterday at his microphone from the G-Bag Bet payoff. Then Bobby Belt found it as well on his side, on his headphones, on his wires. This was the egg bet payoff from the G-Bag Nation. Brought us getting 4 or 5 eggs spiked on his head. Well, then apparently a few Tolos. I love that y'all snitched on G-Bag.
Several of you.
Couple of Tolos told us that they had something to say about what happened in this studio and on this floor.
Sean and RJ were not happy with us this morning. Apparently, there was a very gunky mess of remnants of yolk and just stale eggs that were left by the weekend.
I don't know.
Brian tried hard.
Was it? Yeah, I was using the cleanser as the top, the floor. Was it the cord? Is that what kind of?
It was the cord, I think. Yeah.
There's a lot of crevices where that yolk was getting into.
I mean, you probably got 99% of it up, but there was a lot.
No.
A lot.
Wow, you know what? But I saw
genetic
eggs.
material.
I saw eggs sitting in front of RJ. Brown eggs. What's keeping them from busting one and kind of making it a little bit more messy than it was?
Let's go. Let's turn this into a Rangers postgame type of deal. It could happen at any moment.
I think there was a little bit of that maybe that they kind of set us up for some. Yeah, I wouldn't put anything past Sean. He's a deviant son of a gun, and Choppy's even worse. Bobby, you can't trust him.
No.
Look, there is a deviant level. There's no doubt about it. The three of us in this room. I would tell Broad, it's like I'm not.
We definitely have the sickest collection of heads on any of the shows.
Sure.
It's not even close.
But I'm also not sick enough to be carrying around raw eggs.
Yeah, why would you bring in raw eggs?
Yeah, like, am I going to crack them into a glass and then chug them Stallone style? Like, no, like those are hard-boiled eggs. Well, they're more soft-boiled. I do enjoy a medium soft-boiled egg. A little juicy, not juicy, though.
Yeah.
You know, not real. Anytime you get that gray on the outside of the yolk, it's just terrible.
Here's what I love. I love that Dawson said, I feel like you got 99% of the cleanup.
Well, then how the hell much yolk is on this table?
That's a big 1%.
That's a big 1%.
We're going to have to call Zero Res in here to clean up all this white.
It's still here
over here
on this box. The dump button box.
When I walked in yesterday, I was like, what is wrong with this floor?
Look at that.
Then my microphone.
Yeah, it's on the floor, too. We didn't even talk about the floor.
The floor's got this, the egg white. The yolk got on the microphone. The white got on the floor.
I will say that was and it was justified, but I will say yesterday was probably your most Karen moment I've witnessed yet, Chop.
Oh.
Where it's just a little like, this is disgusting. This is somebody needs to clean this. There was a little bit of that energy. But I will say, I tweeted a video of all the egg remnants on my headphones because I didn't think it picked up well enough when it showed on the fan cam. And see, there it is. Look at Ryan putting it up there. There's the egg remnants all over my headphones on the fan cam there. And Gavin Dawson replied to it and said, this video really makes me reflect on things. And I just want to say, it was a pretty clutch move by Brian to not use his good headphones that show. Because Brian was the one wearing my headphones, so he swapped them out. He swapped out his normal ones that he wears for mine to get all egged up.
Dawson just texted me from Arizona. He said it's called the Anytime Egg. Yeah, I know what it's called. What does this text mean? I don't understand.
The Anytime Egg is the punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What does that have to do with this conversation? This conversation is about G-Bag lacking accountability and totally pulling a Mike McCarthy and redirecting blame towards somebody else. That's who Broadus is. He's Mike McCarthy.
Which is unusual. He's usually like...
just as lazy. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Mike.
Usually, kidding Mike. Not I'm kidding Brian.
No, I'm kidding Mike. I don't care about Broadus. I care about Mike.
Usually Broadus will be the one to go like, hey, if you need me to take the blame, I'll take it. You know, he's kind of that guy. Like on this one, they've been poisoning the well. I think they realize they were the ones who cracked him too. They are ultimately responsible for all that. So Brian,
they really broke him because before he saw RJ's, he called me yesterday to apologize. I was getting the oil change. I'm sitting there. I got some time to kill. And he's like, man, really sorry about this. Really, I said, it doesn't bother me. You should call Choppy. It wasn't my area. It wasn't my section. And then these little weasels, one of them joining us at 9:20, obviously got in his head and saw RJ's hard-boileds and decided to change the entire story. And I was like, man, that really ticked me off that they made you go through that, man. That infuriated me. Here you are, a respected former NFL scout, NFL champ, and you're doing this double dare crap on the radio. And he's like, oh, man, I didn't mind it. He goes, I told him that not just do 1, do 4 or 5. And I was like, man.
Broadus Summers.
They got you.
Broadus Summers.
They got that #1 ratings. It's that drug. It's that drug in his veins. They've been #1 for almost 2 months. He said, I'll do anything. He told me. He said, I'll do anything for ratings. I said, oh, I'm so proud of you.
He's just sitting there scratching like 4 or 5 eggs. I don't care. Make it 6. Whatever we need.
I said, you really couldn't see it, on the radio. And he said, I don't care. I'll do anything. I'll do anything for ratings. So that #1 is in their veins and in that bloodstream. So Broadus didn't care. I'm the one who cared. I felt bad for him. He did not care. Music to Spittle's ears. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line. And one of the culprits, Zach Walchuk, will join us at 9:20.
They're talking tough like this because we're here. If we were there in Arizona, they would not be wanting the smoke.
I think they might.
They probably would.
I think they might. Okay, Mavs Pacers tonight, 7:30 at the AAC. I'll be there. Hit me up on Twitter. If I decide to walk up a few steps with the commoners, maybe I'll buy you a drink.
Get past security. Yeah.
As I forgot, me and Bobby's first interaction was apparently in these seats. I only remember Kevin Gray, not Bobby.
Are they the same seats? You were under the goal that game.
Under the goal?
Mm-hmm. You were under one of the.
Well, he said he's on the baseline, so that's the baseline.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were. You said mid-court earlier.
No, I said baseline courtside.
I don't think you said that.
My Lord. What's up with this guy?
He doesn't listen,
man.
man.
You take your Adderall?
I listened. No, I didn't take it today.
Take off your stupid heads.
Because I'm making a point now.
I do enjoy a good baseline seat.
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
Carry this segment for a second.
What are you going
to set up some Kyrie audio?
Do not.
Oh. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I have the fix to this. Hang on.
Oh, he's going to go get my golf club.
Let's see, Jason Kidd.
Do you want me?
Set up cut 2, Choppy.
Oh, okay. All right. So, what happened in that post game when Jason Kidd was saying we got to grow up, we got to mature? Brian Windhorst, ESPN, says exactly who Jason Kidd was talking about, and it was the same person that we all suspected he was talking about.
He's calling out Luka Doncic. When he says we're immature and we have to grow up, the 5 starters yesterday, only one of them was in his 20s. The other 4 were in their 30s. He was talking about Luka, specifically, I think, talking about how Luka got distracted in this game, complaining to the officials as the Lakers were making this big comeback. And the other thing that happened is as it was going away in the second and third quarters combined, Jason Kidd called one timeout. I think because he kind of wanted the Mavericks to try to figure it out on their own, which is an old coach's tactic. Now, there are some schematic challenges with this team. He had Justin Holiday in there defending LeBron James yesterday, a complete size mismatch, where you see the lack of their wing defenders that they had to trade to get Kyrie Irving. But it's also basically a challenge to Luka Doncic. And after the game, he was asked, how do you feel about what Coach said? And he said, it's probably true. So there's only a few times per year that a coach can go after the superstar. It's probably a short list. But Jason Kidd had a purpose for what he wanted to do with this game and the fallout yesterday, and it was to challenge Luka Doncic.
All right. By the way, don't kiss that. You don't know where I hid that.
I missed you.
There's your stupid...
Yes, I do. You hid it in the kitchen. I watched you walk in there.
Yeah, I know, but you don't know where I hid it in the kitchen. Actually, him being such a germaphobe, it was tucked in... It was in the...
where?
I almost don't want to tell him.
In the trash receptacle thing?
Yeah.
That
and he just kissed it. It was tucked underneath. You're a germaphobe, but there's your putter.
I feel reinvigorated.
Focus now.
Sharp.
Focus.
Good. I'm ready.
Good. Yeah. Good.
Chris Arnold just hit me up. Read Callie Kaplan, Dallas Morning News. Her story today about Kidd and Luka matches exactly what I said last night. A very insightful read. I can't access anything from that newspaper or website. Thanks, David Moore. So I can't read it. CA, call the hotline real quick and recap.
Yeah,
it.
just tell us about how.
I would never give them. I would never give them business anyway, unless it was Michael Gogan.
CA would be like, so I had to mediate. I had to tell. I said, J Kidd, come on, let's sit down. Let's talk about this. You and me, Luka. We'll hash this thing out. And J Kidd said, CA, you've been my guy for a long time, all the way back to the 3 J's. You helped me through the Tony Braxton thing, and I said I did.
I think we have to do CA mediation. I think it's time to do that. Yeah. CA mediation. Maybe we'll get Chris on tomorrow, depending on what happens tonight. Rick Carlisle's return. CA did not call the hotline. Maybe he's busy. We'll check out that story. But look, Tim McMahon referenced it, right? Donnie Nelson said you only have about 5-6 bullets. That was in the less sensitive NBA, I would think, when players had less control. McMahon also said when Kidd has done this in the past with Luka, it has worked.
To me, the most interesting thing was obviously them blowing the lead and then J Kidd making a point to not by name, but certainly clearly call out Luka. And it's not the first time he's called out Luka. And honestly, I think every time it happened last year, it's like I think Nelly used to say you only have so many bullets to fire in a season, right? However many it is, 5 or 6 as a coach. Every time Luke or J Kidd fired a bullet with Luka last year, it seemed to work. I mentioned there was a time where he basically said, we've got to play 5-on-5 and not worry about, complaining to the refs. And there's a time to complain to the refs, and it's not when we're supposed to be getting back on defense. And I thought that had a positive effect.
So hopefully, but this is the way you have to coach. I'm trying to remember who I gave credit to the other day. Oh, it was Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy was sitting there getting on Adrian Peterson. Tell CA maybe we'll try to get him on tomorrow. I wanted 2 minutes ago. It's not his fault, but we're up against it. We got to get to one of these weasels on G-Bag. But Eric Bieniemy was like, I don't give a crap that you're Adrian Peterson. You're the chosen one. I got to coach you hard. And even if it gets you fired eventually one day, man, I just have so much respect for guys and girls who don't give a crap and they go right at their superstar. This is something that only really college coaches can do. Gino Auriemma can do it. Nick Saban can't coach that way in the NFL, and Gino Auriemma could never do that in the NBA. So you got to be careful.
You got to walk a line differently.
But look, man, if you truly want to be great, you got to listen. You still have to improve. And maybe somehow, some way, something finally gets through to Luka crying and complaining.
If he said, McMahon's right. Nelly said it was 6 times a year. He had 6 bullets, and then you could do it. Can't do it. You can do it half the time now. Now it's maybe 2 or 3 bullets. You can't do that all day.
Hold your superstars accountable. Do all that. That's fine. Whatever. But Jason Kidd, hold yourself accountable too. Don't go, I'm just a spectator watching this whole thing happen. Like, that's fine. I can take the criticism for Luka as long as you're going to own up to what you're messing up.
Is he just trying to say fix it? Like, y'all fix it on your own? I'm not going to save you.
I don't know if he's going to hang him out to dry like that, but maybe he's saying, like, I've done what I can. This is on you to figure out the rest of it.
All right, so there it is. Little Mavs recap. They face the Pacers tonight, and LeBron did get hurt against the Mavs. Now out for multiple weeks. Bye-bye, Lakers. Hello, G-Bag. Zach Walchuk from Surprise, brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Dr. Mark Bashar. Let's put some hair on top of your head.
Reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We'll crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece at 9:40, but right now, our second official guest from Surprise after Jared Sandler is a member of the #1 rated afternoon show, not just sports, any afternoon show in the Metroplex. He is Zach Walchuk from the G-Bag Nation. Good morning, Zachary.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Did you get up extra early? I booked you today because you texted early yesterday, and I was like, oh, he's already up. In Arizona, in Phoenix, you did not seem to be up as early. So did we wake you up, or were you already up?
No, already up. We got Rangers Clubhouse opening up pretty early out here in Surprise. So we're currently in the clubhouse. Eric and I just got an interview with Brock Berg. We're trying to get one with Josh Young, but darn it, I think he just got in his uniform and he just walked by us. So I think we just botched that one. So we're not going to get Josh Young, but I think he's going to be on KNC today.
What's it like out there? Like, you're in the Rangers clubhouse. Isn't it cool? Are you starstruck a little bit? If you notice how quiet it is compared to maybe an NFL locker room, what are your early clubhouse observations?
You know, so I get to filling in for Jared during the regular season. I get to come out and go into the clubhouse for the last few years, and I will say this is my first time out to spring training though. So the spring training clubhouse, I will say, oh, hold on, Rich is calling me over. I gotta come over here.
He's gonna.
No, it's all good. I'm coming, Rich. I'm coming. Take it out there. I can take it out there. Okay, thank you so much. All right, hold on. I'm getting directed where I need to go here, guys. Hold on.
Are you gonna ditch us for an interview?
No. I just got directed of where I'm allowed to take this call and where I'm not allowed to take this call.
Oh yeah,
I'm getting the lay of the land.
Was it the middle of the room, or was that with the Cowboys?
I went in the hallway, but I was kind of by like where the massage tables were. You know, I was gonna try and like get onto one of the tables and lay down or something there, but it didn't work out for me. So I was good. Rich just politely called me over, and so now I'm in a hallway where it looks like I'm the only one over here, so it's all good. But no, so. It's got a good vibe in this clubhouse, guys. Like, these guys are pretty excited. I mean, we just got to chat up with Nathaniel Lowe. He said he's finally gotten to meet everybody on the team, and he thinks that this is a good group. There seems like there's a lot more excitement than I've typically felt being in the Rangers clubhouse.
Well, why didn't you guys clean up these eggs?
I didn't realize that there was such a mess. And personally, you know me. Do I feel bad about it? Yes. Do I regret it? No. No regrets at all.
Did all of you try to help clean up, or you just left it to Broadus?
We left it to Brian, but you guys know how Brian is. He doesn't allow help. Yeah. Brian's like the dad. He's the mother bees. Like, I got this, guys. Don't worry about it. You guys go. You guys go. I'll take care of this.
Yeah.
So I just assumed the clean freak that Brian is that you guys would come in on Monday morning and you wouldn't have this issue. So seeing these videos posted, I'm quite shocked.
Has he been having like vision or like memory issues? Like, I'm not mad at Brian because I know his intent is always pure gold, is always Gavin Dawson. I think this is a sign of him like slipping a little bit.
He's definitely slipping a little bit, guys.
Really?
Just between us. I mean, the dude's directionally challenged. Yesterday, just trying to get out of the ballpark. He didn't know where the hell he was going.
Dude, they would not, for y'all listening, I'm sure you said it on your show, they wouldn't let Broadus take the train home at the Super Bowl by himself. He was that disoriented.
Oh, he's like, yeah. I mean, this happens with age.
The one time that we did, he went on the train. He went the wrong way, and he went 10 stops before he realized he was going the wrong way.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
He ended up in Tempe, Arizona, before he was like, guys.
Hang on. Okay, so here's the problem. You think that was on accident? He purposely went to Tempe. He wanted to go check out the chicks at Arizona State. This was on purpose. He bamboozled you guys into thinking that he just went the wrong way, when in reality he just wanted to creep.
I wouldn't put it past him.
All right, Zach, you were Bobby Bell. Zach Walchuk joining us from Surprise. You were Bobby's first project in the dating game at Cowboys camp in Oxnard. I don't know whether you've heard all this play out over the past 2 days with Peyton Russell, but what would be your advice to Peyton when it comes to taking dating advice from Bobby?
Just don't let him get too involved because Bobby's going to try and steal your girl.
No. That's why he wanted the number.
No.
Wow. Follow her on Instagram.
No. That's Zachary. That is not true. Now, Zach's main complaint I know back in Oxnard was he said one night I was too charming and that I was distracting from him trying to connect. But the other night, Zach, you admitted that I did a good job setting you up.
You did fantastic. Bobby actually is a great wingman. Now, I will say what was the best part of it was Hurricane Jane. Like, when he brought Jane out, that's what really kind of
Slater,
the true beast. Like, Jane's a great wing woman as well. So the duo of Jane and Bobby, I think that's the key, Peyton. That's what you need. You need to get Jane to go out there grinding on the dance floor, and then the true manimal is going to come out.
How's the supply looking out there in Surprise?
We got a really cute girl working the front desk.
Yeah?
But otherwise, we haven't seen a lot. Mike's been schmoozing with a few of the old poppies that are kind of playing cards here late at night in the hotel that we're staying with.
What's wrong with that?
We're kind of in like,
he's playing bridge.
But we're kind of in like a senior citizen group at our hotel. I mean, that's kind of where we're staying. So there's not a whole lot of action to be had, Phil.
Are you going to make some headway with the front desk lady?
I have no idea. I'm actually, I've just got too much going on, guys, right now. You know me. I mean, Sean, I'm the whore of the station. Hell.
Oh yeah, let's get to that. Wow. Bobby, why don't you recap how we got Snapchatted?
So we Sean or Zach basically treated us like, any one of his Snapchat thoughts. And he was like, all right, I'm gonna take a shot here. Wow. I'm gonna take like how you take the picture and then you send it out to 20 of them, but they think that it's just going to them. That's what he did to us. He sent us each a message saying he missed us at the same exact time. He took RJ Choppy's advice. He didn't do it at 6:00. He did it at 6:19, and he made us all feel really special. And so Sean was feeling special about it. Then Choppy came on at 5:30 and had to talk about, I got a really nice message from Zach last night. And then Sean went, wait, I got a nice message from Zach last night. And then I was driving in because I don't get here till 6. And I thought to myself, I got a nice text from Zach last night. So he's playing us. And that's how we feel. We feel played by you, Zach.
You think we're fools and we're going to fall for that?
No, I knew you weren't fools, and this is exactly why I did this way. One, I thought I did not copy and paste the exact same message. I sent you each individual messages because
why
I
did
love
you say babe
all.
for Bobby though?
Because I am his babe.
Because that's how Bobby and I talk to each other. Bobby, you know this. When you and I call each other, it's like, hey, sweets, hey, babe, how's it going? Right?
I'm not even kidding. Peyton will tell you this. Chia Follow will tell you this. Zach will tell you this. I end every call by going, okay, love you, babe. And then I hang up the phone.
So weird.
Yes.
That's what I do.
This is how Bobby and I speak. And I was thinking about you guys. I was like, this is going to stink because, one, Sean and RJ and Bobby, you guys are, other than Eric and I, you guys are the party show, right? And credit to Corey. Corey's going to try. But like Kevin's going into his room. Brian and Gavin, they're going into their room. They're not hanging out. Jared's working long days. Like Jared's not going to be going out and partying. He's going to go to his room, and maybe we can hang with him in there. But otherwise, if we don't have you guys out here, we're not going to go out having a party, late night. So I was thinking we're going to miss you guys out here. So I wanted to text you each individually, but I knew if I were to just text Sean or if I were to just text Bobby, what would happen? You would say something, and then somebody would get upset. Well, why the hell didn't he text me? And I felt it was more personalized than just sending a group text to all three of you.
I still think it's a nice gesture.
It is a very nice gesture. It is more personalized, but I do think that it does look like there's a little element of fake when you just send all three of us. I think the group would have been fine in this one, but we get it.
I like it, Zach.
I'm also upset you didn't call me sexy.
Now, Zach, I gotta know, since I'm not there, and then
that's for my aunt to do.
After me, and after since I'm not there, and then Sean's not here, and then Chop's not there, who is taking over as the trip drunk?
Eric and me for sure. I mean, Eric and I got blitzed before we got onto that plane, guys. We were we went to the Chili's bar, and it got weird, and we both ended up, I think, passing out on the flight. But it's definitely the two of us. Otherwise, it would be Corey. It's always going to be Corey.
Yeah.
Corey's the one that would probably be the trip drunk. But I did handle the separate checks, and I picked the place we went to, the Mexican restaurant last night. Mike picked Chili's. And the waiter just kind of knew, hey, you guys need separate checks, so we didn't even have to ask.
So last night was Chili's?
Well. Last night was Chili's. We kind of went with the old school Chili's, yeah.
Good Lord, Mike.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Of course,
Don't go to a chain.
Yeah, you go to some place you can't get here.
Nope. That was a good play, Zach.
I agree with
good
you
play.
guys completely. We suggested an Italian place that was next door to the hotel, but Mike wanted to go to Chili's because I think he was upset about the bottomless chips situation.
Zach Walchuk joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline live from Surprise. Can you see the difference in the pitch clock out there? And what are your other Ranger observations on the field?
Yeah, the game's moving much faster. And I don't think, for the starters, I really don't have noticed that this is an issue. Like, we got to watch Royals-Brewers yesterday during our show. I think it might be for the bullpen, when the bullpen comes in. But otherwise, I haven't noticed it be a problem. I was talking with Derek Holland about it over the weekend.
Wow. All right.
He's, of course, not in favor. But I got to say, I disagree with you right now, Dutch. I think the game's moving a lot quicker. It'll be exciting to see how Leiter and hopefully Rocker pitchers see how they do. But otherwise, this is going to be our first taste of getting to see the Rangers because they were on the road yesterday. But I got to say, it's just the buzz. It's just the buzz around here, Sean. I mean, you can really feel a lot of excitement, and apparently Bruce Bochy's the man, and I'm excited to get to be around him.
Why apparently is he the man?
Yeah.
Apparently.
We've just heard some whispers that his introductory presser and speech to the team, everybody was just ready to run through a brick wall. We just talked to Brock Burke about it, and he just gave us a little taste. We'll probably play it during G-Bag a little bit later on. But Bochy, like, as soon as he stepped foot into the clubhouse, it was just crotch versus confidence. And people knew who the boss is, who the leader is. And I think you might have had a little bit of a lack of that in the previous regime.
Whoa.
Fantastic appearance, Zachary. We appreciate it. And go ahead and enjoy the rest of your day and have a great show.
Absolutely. Thank you, boys.
Zach.
I love you, babe.
Love you more.
Zach, well, hang up on him. That's enough. Zach Walchuk from the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's crosstalk. Back out to Surprise. Hopefully, our first crosstalk of the week with all of KMC after this. If you feel locked in your current auto, lease, or loan, AutoFlex Leasing may have First time this week with the KMC Masterpiece Rangers Spring Training coverage brought to you by Sonic.
Good.
On 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike Bassick, Kevin Hagelin, and Corey Majors. Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Dude, first hour of this show today is going to be rocking as we have Josh Young joining us off the top. Bruce Bochy, the manager of the Texas Rangers, will join us during Baseball Nuggets.
Ooh.
And we set up for the Jack Leiter start today. And I believe that Kumar Rocker is also going to be pitching.
It's the Vandy Boys Day here.
Yeah, it's a big day out here, man. We're excited.
Is it really that sunny out there? You guys, Mike and Corey, are wearing glasses, isn't it?
There's not a cloud in the sky.
Zero.
It's sunny. It's a little bit cool, right, Corey? Don't you wish that Sean and RJ and Bobby were here?
I do. That way they can understand the temperature that we're having to deal with right now. Like
I guarantee we have the same exact temperature.
We're quite aware of mid-70s.
Oh no, it is not mid-70s. It is it was 35 this morning when I woke up.
Whoa.
And it is, I think it's in like the 40s right now. So 48ish is kind of what we're sitting at. But it'll be 60, high of 61 today during the game. So
I like your background, RJ.
Thank you. I mean, anytime I get Mean Gene, fit him in there, I'm in. Sean, what's your background look like?
I'm not on the Zoom.
Why not?
Because I did my extra work yesterday for the Crosstalk. I don't need to.
Wow. Hey, I appreciate that, y'all.
No,
thanks for filling in.
Appreciate the text message that you could have sent. Thank you if you really meant it, Kevin. But
so you think a text message is more powerful than an on-air thank you?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, especially the text message the day of versus what the hell's going on with Bobby's Zoom view right now.
Yeah, that's.
Do you have pink eye?
No, he's on his phone.
I wish.
He's got to be different. He's trying hard to be quirky right now, and I can appreciate that sometimes.
Okay, all right. So clearly, choppy is 337. I see.
Bassick, I'm very disappointed in you, Mike, because I consider you a fun foodie on the road. You're always looking for different places. I think you went to Pinky's or Pink's Hot Dogs. You check out donut places. You had everyone go to a chain restaurant last night for dinner?
This is Frisco. Surprise is I don't know. There's no thing except chains in Frisco, and we're in Frisco, Arizona right now. And so there's not, we went to Amigos. Hey, guys, Amigos.
It was better than...
That place would go under if it was in Dallas-Fort Worth.
You're like 15 minutes from Glendale, though. They got some good stuff in Glendale.
I'm not driving to Glendale, Arizona. We're already on the wrong side of the tracks as it is.
Oh, my God.
How much gas prices are
Wrong side of the tracks.
No, he's dead serious. There is a video, I think, of that where we have to sit at the train because the train is just driving in front of us. So every time we leave here, we are on the wrong side of the tracks from where we are staying.
Yeah,
right,
can there be a wrong side of any area that's like heaven's waiting room,
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of old people there. I mean, Brookshire's is a spot you can go to. It's a good sports bar.
Walchuk tried to accuse Mike of cheating on his wife with some Blanche.
Blanche.
Some Blanche in the lobby.
That is not what he said. Were you and Blanche getting after?
The Domino's lady?
Oh, the Domino's ladies.
Okay.
They're all down there just waiting, too.
I can't wait till you guys hear this to make you feel bad. Who was I talking to? I was talking to a man who is an usher at the Rangers game who I've met multiple times, and his daughter and a whole bunch of Ranger fans. I stayed down there for an hour and watched them play dominoes and talked baseball with them. The man who I know, and then I met his daughter. Their mom is the cookie lady. The cookie lady passed away a few years ago from COVID. Oh. So that's who I was down there with, Sean.
Hey, Zach's the one Zach's the one who did you get any cookies? Apparently this lobby is like hopping.
It might be. It appears to be hopping.
Sandler said he was down there playing bridge. Mike's doing dominoes.
I
didn't play dominoes. I watched them play dominoes, and I learned
how many oxygen tanks are down there.
They were playing a different type of domino game with a whole bunch of numbers on the dominoes.
Okay, Kevin, thank you for the thank you text.
Mahjong. Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Good game.
I'll FaceTime you later, buddy.
All right, cool. Appreciate that. Okay, we have some NFL news coming in. Marcus Mariota has been released by the Falcons, and Kenny Golladay gone from the New York Giants.
Yep, they will release him officially on March 15th.
What about Golladay here, Bobby?
Save $7 million.
Maybe. There's a chance that he could still tap back into what he can be. The problem with Galladay is he was a total like whiner his entire time in New York and was just a difficult personality for them to deal with. Now, it was probably also because he wasn't getting his opportunities, but I remember he cried for his opportunities. He got in the game against Dallas, got one, and then he dropped it. He flat dropped it on third down. And so there were a lot of people ready to move on from him. But he is a bigger receiver who can, probably contribute if they're going to have some West Coast style changes.
Corey, how do you think his chemistry will be with C.J. Stroud next year?
Here in Dallas, it's a good question.
They're interested.
Look at Mike just laughing.
I know.
That pot. Oh, baby.
I didn't realize we were talking to this Mike. So no, this C.J. Stroud. I don't see that one happening.
Corey,
you should have said Hendon Hooker. That a better chance of that.
Corey, Carson Wentz or Marcus Mariota for your Cowboy backup?
Oh my God.
Wow. I guess I'm going to go with Marcus. Carson, he makes some really good throws, but his confidence just does not exist.
But at least he didn't straight up quit on his team because he needed a pout.
I think that was for his Netflix show. I think that was he was like, hey, this will be a good story.
Even better.
Yeah.
No backup. I'm going with one quarterback this year. If Dak gets hurt, we forfeit and get Caleb Williams. We lose every game, and we take Caleb Williams, and then we start our Patrick Mahomes window for 15 years.
Caleb Williams is a personal coach from USC. He's on staff now here in Dallas.
Oh, my God.
Caleb Williams said he would like to play in Miami if he had his pick. Go play with the Dolphins. Ooh, Kevin, Mariota or Wentz as your backup?
I'm taking Wentz.
Ew.
I don't feel great. Oh, yeah, because Marcus Mariota is going to save your franchise.
He's not.
I don't feel great either way, but I think Carson Wentz is better, I guess.
I'm taking Marcus all day.
Why?
He has legs at least.
Okay.
I'm bringing back Ben DiNucci. We're taking L's.
That's right. That's the preferred way to go. But
the Tom Moore path.
Mike, are the Lakers absolutely done with LeBron hurt for weeks?
I hope so. I hate that organization. I hate everything about it.
They're definitely done.
I think that they could maybe, and this is a maybe, get the 10th spot. But that's a lot to ask. Winning a do-or-die game, let's just say against New Orleans. I'm just throwing out a team. And then winning another do-or-die game against, I probably won't be Golden State, but let's just say Portland. I'm just throwing teams. That's not the easiest thing to do. And then now you have the Denver Nuggets sitting there with home court advantage. So I'm hoping they're done. And here's the great news. They traded away their first-round pick through pick swaps. So even if the NBA tried to rig it where they would give the Lakers Wembanyama, they can't rig it for the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Definitely not.
Do you guys think that they'll make the playoffs?
No.
Yes. Good answer.
No way.
But, theoretically, they could rig it for him at that point.
They're not going to make the playoffs. It's another indictment of Anthony Davis that you just have no confidence whatsoever. Stephen A. Smith tried to get them up to the number 6 seed yesterday.
Wow.
All this Laker momentum. ESPN saw a little daylight. They saw a little excitement, and bam, Shams shut it down after LeBron popped it against the Mavericks. I'm going tonight, Mike. I'll represent you, okay?
All right. Say hi to Mr. Rick Carlisle for me. He gave me unbelievable tickets for a playoff game.
Whoa!
For my boys.
Rick Carlisle gave you playoff tickets?
Yeah, back in the 2021. Yes, because you were allowed to. 20 was the bubble, so 21. He had heard. He was listening to the fan, and he had heard that I was trying to take my boys to a playoff game, and the tickets were obviously really expensive because they were still social distancing.
Yeah.
And he found my contact information, and he's like, hey.
He called you, texted you?
Yeah. And he said, hey, I heard you really want to go to the game and take your boys. And he was able to get me 3 tickets to take my boys to a playoff game. And that was the game where the Mavericks went up, I'm going to guess, 20-2 to start the game. And it was like 29-10. And then we took out Luka, and then very similar to the Laker game the other night. Then it just started dwindling away, and in the end, I was like, God, that was so much fun. I can't believe we lost that game.
Man, that was that moment too, Kevin, where he said, I don't know who those other 2 guys on that show is that you're on, but I really like the show. He said Mike's my favorite host at the Fans. That was a really cool compliment because you don't get that from Carlisle.
More than Broadus?
Man.
hurtful.
You know how Mike has that charm?
Maybe he
Not
meant,
with Cuban.
Maybe he meant for you to take Kevin and Corey. Like when he said take your boys, he meant like you
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What if that
point.
was the case, Mike?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Would Jason Kidd give you tickets?
No.
No.
Not yet.
But I think
he
he
did,
might.
he fumbled the
he might.
execution.
I've never really said anything that bad about Jason Kidd. I'm not pleased with this year overall, but I kind of like what he did with Luka. I just don't know the percentage chance. I think it's maybe 2% that Luka ever changes his whiny attitude. The whiniest attitude, I think, in the history of NBA basketball with NBA refs.
History.
Oh.
History.
Man, Duncan whined a lot.
No way.
Yes.
You're saying Duncan gave up, on average, wouldn't you say Luka on average gives up 10 points a game by not getting back on defense?
It's probably not 10. I think that's a little high.
Maybe 35.
I
don't know if
think
Tim
he gives
talked and whined as much. Like we just remember his eyes, right?
His
remember
eyes
his face
popped out of his head. The
He
hands,
got back
the
on
palms up.
defense.
He got back. I think
he didn't quit the game.
Yeah.
Did
yeah,
you
but
ever
let's
go,
be fair. Luka on defense and Luka not down back on defense is kind of the same thing.
No, this is where you got to stop this because this is a national thing when you don't watch Dallas Maverick basketball. Luka is okay defensively. When Luka is engaged defensively, he's actually pretty good. He's not. I'm not saying he'll ever make an All NBA.
His numbers are
defense
actually
team,
pretty good. Yeah, his numbers
but
are
it's
good.
just he quits a lot of times. He's just like, I'm so upset. Like, this is where Jason Kidd called him out. I'm so upset with the refs now that I quit basketball. And I get Tim Duncan did complain. I'm not saying he didn't, but he never quit basketball because I quit in the second quarter because the refs have made me upset.
Ginobili would.
Man.
Ginobili whined, Dwight Howard whines,
For
Chris
sure.
Paul.
Every player whines. LeBron whines. Michael Jordan whined.
Dirk
Every
whined.
player whines.
Michael
but-
Jordan did nothing wrong. You know that. You're not allowed to say that of anybody who watched 90s basketball. He never did anything wrong.
Thank you, Choppy.
What about when he got suspended from the NBA?
He didn't get suspended from the NBA.
That didn't happen. That didn't
The
happen.
referees were like, "Hey, I trust you, Mike. I'll go ahead and call a foul on that guy for you." I
mean,
get it.
and I get like Rasheed Wallace probably, obviously at this point has more
yeah.
technicals than Luka Doncic. And I mean, there's obviously guys that would have major issues with referees. I don't recall in somebody's fifth or sixth year somebody quitting so many defensive possessions to talk to the referee.
We're back tomorrow morning. They are live in Surprise, brought to you by Sonic. Good. They are.
Oh, gosh. Right, on that sexual note.
The KFC masterpiece. Now, you guys should go to Sonic tonight over.
Oh my gosh.
so
Can you
good.
imagine?
Oh,
Sonic.
my Lord.
Wait.
Hit
Sonic.
the button, Peyton.
Yum.
Listen. on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is already touching me an uncomfortable amount this morning, but I'm too far away from HR.
Okay.
We're too far away.
I miss my wife.
To do. Oh my gosh, that makes it much, much worse. We are going to this time for real talk to Josh Young.
We have different phones.
You can do it on
We just talked about this with Taylor
Yeah,
Hearn.
Taylor Hearn is so mad at me for not having an iPhone. All right, we're going to talk with Josh Young in just a little bit, but we have a whole bunch of different directions we can go here. Spring training showcase. Do you want to start with lighter and rocker? Do you want to start with our conversation with Ezekiel Duran about hating the Yankees? What direction would you like to go?
He got traded from the Yankees, right?
Oh, yeah. We had a great conversation. Or do you want to talk about the Lakers going down in flames?
No, I'm interested in this Ezekiel Duran conversation because I was in there talking to Josh Smith and having a good time.
All right, so we were talking to him about being traded here last year and how quickly, that all happened for him. And he was like, I got here the first week. It was kind of tough. But then, I get in the lineup and all of a sudden, everyone made me feel comfortable. And I just went out there and played baseball. And that was the line that really – look, it's the same baseball. And it's very difficult, Mike. I don't know if it was for you to convince yourself of that. It's the same baseball I've been playing my entire life. A lot of times you kind of get caught up in some things that go on. And then I think the question was something around the Yankees and how we hate them and how we've always hated the Yankees organization here. And Ezekiel Duran looked at Kevin and said, "But why?"
I love the way.
Mike, when you ask Kevin a question like that, do you think he's prepared with an answer or no?
Oh yes, he loves why.
So I will go as Ezekiel Duran here and look at Kevin and go, but why do you hate the Yankees?
I'm really glad that you asked that. When I was watching the Rangers as a kid, the first time they ever made the playoffs was 1996. They roll up to Yankee Stadium, win that first playoff game. Juan Gonzalez goes insane. Boom. We're unstoppable. What happens after that? The Yankees win the next 3 games.
Yeah.
Next time we get back to the playoffs, 1998, the Yankees win 3 games. Next time we make it back, 1999, the Yankees win the next 3 games. We lost 9 straight games in the playoffs to the Yankees, and they won the World Series every single year. And he just looks at me and he goes, yeah, okay.
He was like, I understand. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I asked him, I was like, is that fair? And he goes, that's pretty fair. And so we said, so are you going to hate the Yankees now? And he goes, no. They gave me an opportunity. He gave a really great answer.
It was a really nice answer, actually.
And then Corey looked at me and goes, but they also traded you, right?
And he goes, that's just part of the business. So he's a good guy. I'm rooting for him out in left field. But, Mike, what he told us this morning is, he is doing everything. He's like, I just want to play.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Mike, how often those guys get oh, man, they're doing all the hustle. The Rusty Greer always felt like that guy because all the other guys on the team just seemed different. And Rusty Greer was, I'm going to hustle on every play. But Rusty also had a different caliber he could reach.
So I'm glad you're bringing this up because I'm going to talk to Bochy about this. There's a former teammate of mine that most people won't remember. His name is Marco Scutero. And he was on their world championship team, and he won the NLCS MVP and had a big World Series, I believe in 2012, if I have my years right. He made one All-Star team in his career, late in his career with San Francisco. And players like that have been eliminated from baseball. So Marco Scutero helps, less than 10 years ago, or about 10 years ago. It's either 12 or 14. He helps the San Francisco Giants win a World Series. Without Marco Scutero, maybe they don't win the NLCS. Maybe they're not in the World Series. And over the last about 6 years, general managers / the analytic teams have eliminated Marco Scuteros from Major League Baseball. They say they're worthless and they're not valuable at all. Well, Ezekiel Duran does fall into that category. I think Josh Smith, who I was talking to, falls into that category. I think that they are very valuable players. No, not as valuable as Seager or Simeon or guys that can be all-star players, but you need these guys on your team. You need somebody, and you need multiple bodies to get to first base. Your job is to get to first base. If you can get to first base, maybe take a little bit of that concentration on the hitter away to you because you are a good base runner. That gives, let's just say, 10% less concentration to Marcus Semien, who's now up because you're batting late in the order, and now Semien hits a double in the gap, and you can score from first base because you're a good base runner. You just got to first base. So
now even the infielders kind of have to adjust a little bit too.
They have to go to double play depth, and all of a sudden now there's maybe a little bit more hole in the infield for a seeing eye ground ball to get through. So I think Bochy understands that. And I think analytic people don't understand that at all. And so I think that Ezekiel Duran or Josh Smith, I'm not saying they're going to be everyday players, they might be, but those players are very valuable. And those guys at the back end of your lineup are supposed to figure out how to get to first base. I don't need you hitting 25 home runs.
Do you think one of the things I was listening to Buster Olney, and one of the things that was being discussed outside of pace of play, I get it, all the rules, everyone's focused on pace of play, but the other thing is, especially with the shift, a lot more action, a lot more of maybe those types of hits will be integrated back into baseball. Do you think, because we saw the tide shift heavily in the last 7 to 10 years one direction, do you think it's going to shift back? I'm not saying all the way, but to a certain extent where maybe those players become more desirable as well.
Yes, because Scudero, for example, was a great defensive second baseman. Now, second baseman is secure for the Texas Rangers for a long time. All of a sudden, you're going to have to now start looking at second baseman as more defensive players because they got to cover the right side of the field. Your first baseman is usually a guy, on average, not going to be that fleet of foot, not going to cover a lot of ground. And that second baseman now has to play on the dirt, on that side of the field, and has to cover most of the right side. So that guy all of a sudden becomes more important. And so I think there's going to be times where teams are going to start having to choose how important is defense again. Because I think teams with the shift, we've talked to Woody, about it last year, and I know Woody's a very analytical manager, would really love the numbers, and he told us on the air that defense isn't as important anymore because we can shift guys into the spots where we think they're going to hit it. And if we're right about our analytics, we don't need them to cover ground. We're going to just put them in the right position to catch the ball.
I don't want to give him this label because I don't want every Rangers fan listener out there to be like, well, that's just what he is. But there are some things about Duran that remind me of a young Elvis.
Yeah.
And that he was a good infielder.
The baseball player?
Yeah.
No,
yes,
okay.
not
I just
Elvis
want to make
Presley.
sure.
But there, even whenever Elvis was with the Rough Riders, there were moments where you're like, oh man, difficult play. Wow, he just made it. Easy play, sent it off into the stands, and you're like, what just happened? But even when it came to, he's not hitting for power.
Right.
He
Inside
has
out the ball.
Yeah, and I know that Duran can pull the ball a little better than actually Elvis did back in the day. But that's where I'm kind of like, man, his place might not, his best use might not be with this team, but there are a lot of things to root for him about.
Well, and if you think about Ezekiel Duran, I'm going to throw Josh Smith in there too, because I think only one of them will make the team. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Robbie Grossman's starting his third game today.
Yeah, if you're totally healthy, I think one of those guys makes the team, but their job is, I know Marcus Semien doesn't want to miss any games, right? I mean, he got mad. He got really mad last year when he got benched. And it wasn't benching for a game. They're like, listen, you're struggling so much early in the year. Let's give you a day off and see if you can reset. You do that with a lot of guys, but with a guy who has, a 300-plus game streak, he was just like, no, I play every day. I don't want to ever sit out a game. I'm healthy. I'm ready to go. Let's play baseball. But you're a guy like Ezekiel Duran has to be able to give Semien a day off, Seager a day off, Young a day off if he needs it. Left field, you like the matchup, play in left field some. I'm sure left field's going to be a platoon position for, I'm going to guess, the first 6 weeks. And then I'm sure that Bruce Bochy at that point is going to hope that after 6 weeks, after about 30 games of baseball, he has a guy that he really likes a lot more playing every day. Because Hunter Pence, remember, came in here as just, hey, you'll play every once in a while. He made the freaking all-star team because he played so well, DH, a little bit of outfield. So I love guys like Ezekiel Duran. They are so valuable to teams. They're not the most valuable player and will never be. Like David Eckstein for the Angels.
Yeah.
You probably hated him, right? But he was just a son of a bee who would just figure out, how did that guy fart a ball over the shortstop's head again to get on first base?
And he's scrappy. He's scrappy on the bases, man. He was absolute one of those guys. The lighter thing, though, Kevin, I think
and rocker.
This is exciting today, man. We're here.
We're sitting behind home plate.
Yes.
As soon as our show is over, we might take wireless out to the bullpen. A wireless doesn't work on the backfield. Sorry if my phone wasn't sounding the best, but I had to use the phone. Wireless doesn't go all the way back to the backfields. We might take the wireless because I believe it'll work in the bullpen. So maybe during Crosstalk, one of us goes out there and we talk about Leiter and what his bullpen is looking like right before he takes the mound for his spring. I think first spring
we
game.
We might be able to do that for G-Bag too, if they want us to do that. Where if Rocker's warming up out there, we could pop out there for if they're interested in that. I don't know.
I won't.
They're a
you
different
can do
show.
that, but I'm going to want to sit literally behind home plate and just
For
watch. Probably approximately,
lighter
from what I understand, about 30 pitches, 2 innings for both guys. So the first 60 pitches of the game should be from the Vandy boys.
And these will decide whether or not these guys are going to be aces.
No. But we're excited. We're here. Hopefully our audience is excited about it. But I'm really curious to our Twolos and our Tolos is, are you excited about this today? 877-881-1053. Or are you thinking, yeah, it's spring training. Y'all told us people are working on stuff as opposed to just results oriented. Or are you going to be more excited when you see, Leiter back in Frisco, or you see Rocker at High A, or whatever the case might be, or are you excited for this today? Because I have to admit, being here and we heard not only Leiter would be pitching, but Rocker would be pitching after him, I am also really stoked for this
Reggie,
game.
You're saying that it's not Jack Leiter starting? Because we've been told all day yesterday that Leiter's starting.
Yeah, according to Texas Rangers PR on Twitter, the Rangers lineup includes left-handed pitcher Cody Bradford. Now, Levi Weaver of The Athletic at 32 EFIS on Twitter says they asked Bochy, and he didn't really give a reason as to why it's Bradford. However, he just said Leiter and Rocker would get some work in the middle innings.
Okay.
Well,
that's it. I'm out of here.
Well, we still get to watch.
You get to watch.
Well, I am. And guess what? Tomorrow on the webcast on TexasRangers.com, I make my radio debut with the Texas Rangers.
Doing what?
I'm calling the game with Jared Sandler.
Are you serious?
And Dustin May, I have his phone number. It's amazing. Dustin May is the starting pitcher for the LA Dodgers. So tomorrow, I don't know who the Rangers starting pitcher is. Obviously, it can change within the minute. But I'll be on the TexasRangers.com webcast with Jared Sandler calling the Dodgers-Rangers game tomorrow. So in your face.
Are you going to be playing this straight up, or are you going to be doing bits and stuff? Or are you going to give out Dustin May's phone number slowly during the game?
I will. Well, I won't guarantee anything, but I guarantee if you're not listening, you're missing out.
Okay.
That's a guarantee.
Dang, man. I was really looking forward to the Leiter start.
Well,
he's still pitching.
Yeah, I mean, he is pitching. And we'll find out at some point.
Yeah, I wonder he was sitting on the pitcher's couch today.
Yeah,
I don't know this. I wonder this. Do they want to give him more minor leaguers to face then? At the start of the game, usually you're going to see 4 or 5 major leaguers in the lineup. This early in spring training, by the 3rd, 4th inning, you start taking out your kind of everyday players that have gotten an at-bat or two. And I'm wondering if they're looking at it with Jack's struggles last year. I'm just wondering this. I would think about this if I was the manager or pitching coach. Hey, do we want to throw him out there against major leaguers in his first appearance, or do we want to obviously pitch him in major league camp, but maybe give him guys that he might have faced last year in Double-A?
That makes sense to me, but I can't help but let the mind and hype run wild if he just ran through the major leaguers. I know
you have to throw. You can't run.
Okay, you know what I mean. Oh. But I know what happened last year. But if he did, we would all be like, "Oh my God, the future is now."
Yeah, no, I mean we would be talking about he's starting opening day.
I think when Boch comes up, you can ask, "What's your deal?"
Yeah, what's your deal, Boch?
Did we ever fully explain that we were going to do that up at the Super Bowl?
Why? Just why, man? Explain it to us because we want to know.
That was Mike's idea because we had a lot of people on at the Super Bowl, and some might not be as well known as others. And Mike's idea was some of the people who came up who didn't have the bigger names, Mike would just go, "So hey, what's your deal?"
What's your deal?
At that point, why not ask everybody that? Just make it a running.
For sure. Hey, Evan Smith, what's your deal?
Just see what they say, just see how they respond to the whole thing because you never know what people are going to say.
That's a great point.
Or you just say, "Hey, what's your name?" And then they say their name. You're like, "Nice to meet you. Thanks for the interview."
That is Mike's little Clubhouse interview right now. He's walking up going, "What's your name?" And they have a plate right above them, but Mike's like, "No, I'm ignoring that. I'm just going to ask them." Because it might not be them. What if they were pulling a bit on us, Kevin, and they decided to swap all the seats on us?
See, in that case, I feel like Mike would immediately be like, "I'm sorry, I can't read."
I met
just a mess with
I met
him.
a guy today next to Josh Smith. His name is Travis. He has long hair, and I want to say his last name was like Zapinski or Rapinski or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I kind of asked what's his deal. He seemed like a nice guy.
Okay, I'm looking at the thing alphabetically, and it stops at W.
I don't know what his name is.
So
He's a nice guy. He's from Stony Brook. He went to
oh,
Stony
was
Brook.
it Travis Jankowski?
There you go.
He was in right field yesterday.
I got the ski right.
There you did.
He was out in right field yesterday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I guess bringing you all the info you need to know live from spring training. Coming up next, what are the storylines you're most interested during the NFL offseason? Because I think one or two of them are about to happen. We'll do that next right here on 105 through the Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag.
His favorite car show returns to Texas Motor Speedway, March 10th through 12th. It's the Good Guys, 13th LMC Truck Spring Nationals, presented by Tremec. Over 2,000 hot rods, trick trucks, customs, muscle cars, classic cars, and more. For more info, go to goodguys.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, we bring to you the man that we all hope, Texas Rangers third baseman extraordinaire, Josh Young. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Thank you for coming back again. You came up here at this time yesterday. We were having technical difficulties, and we appreciate you coming back. Which one of your teammates do you think would not have come back?
Oh, yeah. I love that. Yeah. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but that would be kind of funny.
Now,
Taylor Hearn. I'm going to say Taylor Hearn.
Yeah, he's still mad I have an Android. Yeah, we've been getting into a debate with Taylor Hearn, among others. Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
iPhone.
Okay, well, I'm going to lose this
I think I'm like up 4-0 right now, so this is great.
I have an Android. My wife doesn't like it. Apparently, Taylor Hearn doesn't like it either. I was reading a story from a couple days ago. I'm hoping you can give us some more insight about your mental performance coach. Like, I know that's become much more the norm for people. What all does that entail, and how do you find a person that fits with you?
Man, that's kind of crazy. I've been working with Brian Kane since I was 11 years old.
Wow.
So it's been a long time. So I kind of fell in love with his stuff way back in the day. And it was just kind of part of my routine, going through high school, going through all that kind of stuff. And then we developed a personal relationship my sophomore year of college. So So that's we just kind of gelled that way. He was just kind of all I knew, and that's just kind of what I've run with.
Is it an everyday deal? Is it a once a week deal?
Communicating with him is just kind of on a need basis, but my routine-wise, it's an everyday.
All right, so 2023 AL Rookie of the Year, Josh Young joining us right
Although
now.
it sounds like he's motivated by the fact that you're 6th in the betting odds. It's the last. Okay, you know what? I say 6th. Okay. So people really don't believe in you. So, hey, that's what works for me. Does that motivate you? Like, I know everyone gets motivated by different things, but I always tell people, tell me I can't do something and I'll do it. Is that a motivating factor for you?
Oh, definitely. It's fuel to the fire for sure. But yeah, I mean, coming back from shoulder surgery last year, there's going to be kinks in the road, right? So in the big leagues, struggled a little bit, but it was all just trying to feel out the shoulder again. I think I really only had 2 solid weeks last year, and they were both in AAA. The first 2 weeks I came back, and then after that, it was just like a grind, trying to figure out the shoulder deal, staying healthy, all that kind of stuff.
I have one more question on the mental side then is, how was that transition of physically, they're like, you can do it, but mentally, how do you cross that bridge of like, okay, I think I felt something weird, or you know what I'm saying?
Definitely. You're always kind of thinking, oh gosh, is something going to happen? For me, luckily, nothing really ever did. A little soreness, but that was pretty much expected. Came back pretty fast, but it was more of a mechanics thing, I think, for me. I think I was overthinking it a little bit. Or thinking about it too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Going through my swing and just the daily progression of it all. I think that's where I kind of locked myself up a little bit.
How much this year is about Josh Young's health? Because that's one of those things. It's like man, if he can stay healthy to play, 150 games or so, it'd just be the best part of this year if Josh Young can play 150 games.
That's what we're trying to do. Yeah. We're investing in some stuff to try to stay healthy, and that's the biggest thing. For me this year, for sure.
Last year, I got to take my son. He said, I have to go. When you got called up, my 13, he's now 14, he said, I have to go to this game. I have to see Josh Young playing his first game. And in your first at-bat, you hit a home run. And, I mean, the crowd standing ovation. Your family is there behind first base. Talk about that moment. And I don't want to – like how – 3-2 pitch, right? And did you know it was –
Or it was 1-2.
1-2
maybe.
I knew you were behind in the count. Did you know – it was gone when you hit it, and just that feeling of first at bat in the major leagues is a home run?
Okay, I'll kind of take you through the whole thing then. Right. So, get called up from AAA on a Wednesday. Thursday's an off day. My opening day, I guess it's Friday. Debut. Struggling, man, in AAA. I wasn't hitting the baseball at all. Just gotten it shoved up my butt by OKC the week before. Sugarland was shoving it up my butt those first couple days. So I was just like, man. And I'm getting called up to the big leagues. I think my last at bat in AAA, I hit a double or something. So I was like, okay, little confidence here going up to the big leagues. But get to the big leagues, hear your name over the intercom for the first time, or I guess the PA system for the first time.
Chuck Morgan.
As you're stretching out there in the outfield, and the fans cheered pretty loud. And I was like, oh, wow, that's super cool. But then stepping up to the plate for the first time, it was just like, wow, like I'm here. This is what I've always worked for moments like this, to just get here. So just getting in the box, I was like, okay, be aggressive. Just put it in play. That's all we're worried about today. Just put it in play. First pitch, foul ball. I think second pitch, foul ball. I was like, oh, gosh, here we go again. I've been in this situation way too much over the past month. Down 0-2. I think he wasted a pitch, and then he hung the changeup down the middle. And I hit it, and I was like, oh, too high. Because I hit it at like 40 degrees, which is usually never really a homer. But the roof was open, and they say the ball travels better with the roof open. And so it just kept going, and I'm running around first, watching it. Toppy gets to the wall. I was like, oh, no, that would just be anticlimactic, right? Catches it on the wall, and then he does like a little jump, and it snuck out. And I was just like, wow, it's unbelievable. So cool, but just like, first off, I don't know how I hit it. Second of all, just kind of blacked out going around the bases.
Did you look up at your parents when you touched home plate?
I had no idea where they were.
Okay.
I know where they were. They were right next to me because we were at the game too, and my son it was his first time to see you, and he was just like, later on, we were standing next to your parents up on the mezzanine area, and I was listening to them talk to one of the guys. They called him Coach. I don't know exactly who he was, but I was kind of listening in. And my son was like, oh, he's back up to bat. Well, I got to go watch him play right now. So he's really excited to see you. And I think that's where the fan base is you're kind of this young face that's about to take on this organization as the young player. Do you feel that kind of at all? Or are you like, no, it's different?
Kind of embrace it, or try to embrace it as much as I can. growing up in Texas, then going to Texas Tech, staying in Texas for my pro career. It's just like kind of known around Texas now because I've been in Texas for so long. So it's pretty cool. I love it. I embrace it. It's super, super fun to be a part of.
You talked about some of your struggles at AAA. After you hit that home run in your first at bat, are you like, oh my God, I'm going to kick Major League Baseball's ass?
This is so easy.
This is the best.
Man, those pitchers in AAA are way harder.
I mean, when I hit it, I was just like, thank you for leaving that right down the middle, and thank you for my barrel running into it. Because at that moment, there's times where you just go through it, you're like, I don't know how I got my barrel there. It just kind of got there. It wasn't one of those flush feelings off the bat that you were just like, oof, got it. It was just like, oh, I hit it, and it's kind of going. It's carrying pretty well. So we're trying to get back to that flush feeling where you kind of know it.
In the future, Corey, he'll retell the story, and he'll be like, oh, I knew I crushed it straight away. I had it.
Yeah, first pitch, yeah.
As every year goes on, it was like, oh, no doubt, or triple-decker.
The last year as you came in, like the expectations of this team were very different, and now the Rangers said, hey, we're going to add some pitching to this thing, and we're going to add this, and the elements all seem to be coming together, and now you have a new manager. What is the kind of difference from the end of the season to what y'all are feeling going into this one right now?
I mean, towards the end of the year, we were out of the race. So we were trying to play spoiler as much as we could.
Okay.
Because we played a ton of playoff teams down the stretch when I was up there. So we were just trying to play some good baseball there at the end. Didn't really have a manager. Bees was taking over. Woody'd gotten fired a couple months before. But then just the trajectory from where we kind of ended the season to kind of where we're going. It's just like, wow, night and day, truly. You can just feel the energy in the clubhouse has really picked up. You know, we got some legit starters on the mound, which is only going to help our depth because, I mean, we had good starters. But now that we got legit starters, those guys can help us out in the middle innings. And it's just going to be fun to see how that kind of all comes together. But then just from a hitting side, it's like we got kind of the same core coming back. Mm-hmm. We know we can hit the baseball. Now let's all kind of get that camaraderie, kind of have that 9-on-1 mentality and just go play ball.
I'm going to go back to last year for just a second. Were you on third base when Aaron Judge broke the record?
Unfortunately.
So what was that like?
I
can't imagine being on the other team when somebody hits a historic home run, but what was that like?
He definitely can. Hold on.
You gave up the Bonds home run.
The record-breaking Barry Bonds home run where he surpassed Hank Aaron. So he can definitely imagine what that's like.
Yeah, at least you were just on third base.
He threw the pitch.
But was it in the, I mean, I know you don't want to start off the game losing, but to get to be there in that moment where Aaron Judge, I know he didn't break the all-time record, but he did break the American League Roger Maris record.
I mean, yeah, as a baseball fan, that's just a moment you can look back on and say, dude, I was right there. I was at third base when that happened. But as a Ranger, you're just like, God, why are we throwing a breaking ball to this guy right here? We've been pounding him with fastballs. He hadn't done a ton of damage yet. Let's just keep pounding him. We hung a breaking ball, and he hits it out. And it's just like, dang it, we had a good plan. I felt like going in.
Well, I take you back. If you were in college and you had that seat in left field and you caught that ball, what would you have done with that ball?
Truly, as a baseball fan, I'm giving it back to Aaron Judge. I'm like, dude, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
The outfield and
oh, no.
That's what I said I would have done. I was like, I'm such a Rangers fan. It's a Yankee? No, I'm throwing it back.
No, I'm holding on to it. I'm meeting them. Might ask for an autograph or a bat or something, and I'm giving him that ball.
I'm asking him for my kid's college tuition. That's I appreciate everything that he did. I was like, bro, you're about to get paid so much money. I need to send my 2 kids to college, so let's just make this transaction.
Well, when Josh breaks that record,
oh my gosh, that's so much pressure.
If you catch the ball, would you? Let's go ahead and get this agreement now.
Okay.
If Noah goes to Tech, would that be a deal for you?
Here's the deal. I have an 18-year-old who's about to go to college, and I also have a 6-month-old at home. If you break this record, I'm going to need some sort of financing for at least the younger one. The older one, by that point, we're probably about done. So I'm just going to let you know. Don't be like, hey, you're just going to give it to me. I'll be like, we talked about this.
Yeah.
We talked about this 2 or 3 years ago.
I think that's a pretty fair trade.
Okay. See, we made some business happen.
Especially if they go to Texas Tech.
Yeah,
that makes it even better.
What if they go to Texas?
Ooh, no.
Texas
you can keep the ball.
Okay,
I am a little curious. You talked about the pitching part of it, and does that get the offensive side pretty juiced too, knowing we got DeGrom on the mound today? Does that change the way y'all get energized for a game?
Oh, definitely. I think just our starting rotation, we're energized, but when you have guys out there that you know are going to go keep it a close ball game, it just gives you a little bit of extra, I don't know if the word is momentum or just kind of camaraderie as a team. Like, hey, we're going to go. We got a really good chance to win today.
Yeah.
And I think just having that in the rotation, I mean, we got a couple guys like that, it's just going to be cool to go out there every night and just perform.
Well, I want you to just look around, turn right behind you. I think that means that as much as we enjoy this conversation,
great,
it's
man.
time to cede it to the skipper. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
And seriously,
thank
the Rangers fan base is very excited about seeing you, man. So we appreciate the time very
Yeah,
much.
thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
There you go, Josh Young, and we will transfer it over. Yeah, you can just hand it off to him, to Bruce Bochy, the manager for the Texas Rangers, making moves happen already. The game's not for about 3 hours, but we're already making moves happen.
Oh, we got it
might need to
backwards.
flip your headset around.
Just
Gosh, that's
you got to work on his exchange a little bit there. Yeah.
All right, here we go. We've got Texas Rangers, new manager. We've had a little time with that new manager, Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir, and thank you for joining the show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here. It's good to be here.
Now, we were curious about one logistical thing. Originally, was Jack Leiter going to start? And can you tell us anything about switching it up today?
No, you know what? We just decided to pitch him during the middle of the game, and I think he's he's good for at least an inning. And that I think more than anything, just to make a little adjustment with these young kids and not to put too much attention on him. Whatever, just let him come in the middle of the game. That's all.
So when people like us are hyped about Leiter and Rocker, do you want to tell us to calm down just a little bit?
Well, those guys especially, they're going to be amped up, as they should be. That's always the case in spring training, with young players, and they want to show how good they are, and and we tell them, we're not evaluating right now. They're trying to get ready for the season, and he's not going to make our club, and we want to make sure they know that, so they don't overdo it. And last thing we want are any setbacks or injuries. So it's kind of looking after Jack too.
I could definitely see how this might just be a private stay in the clubhouse thing, but we've been told from multiple people that your introduction speech to them made people want to run through a wall and go kick some ass. Can you tell us anything about what
That's what I've heard from every player we talked to.
Pretty much. Can you tell us anything about that and how do you set the tone in a clubhouse?
Well, I mean, as a manager, when you address your club, especially this is the first time that they really have a chance to get to know me and what I want to get accomplished, and so they're getting a feel for me, and I'm getting a feel for them. But during the course of the winter, I'm talking to staff members, CY, and everybody about where they think the club is, what's the needs and things like that. So things that I jot down, and then. I'm going down the road. I may think of something, but anyway, when I come here in spring training, you're adjusting on things you may want to get across to them. But more than anything, I want these guys to know I care for them as a person as much as a player too. And but we have some work to do. We have some games to make up. It hasn't gone well, and I want all of us to look in the mirror and ask ourselves how can we be different? How can we think different? How can we be different in the clubhouse, things like that. But also the things that have to be done. I don't care about all the changes in baseball, but you're going to have the fundamentals that are always going to be there. And we're going to work on them, and there's a lot of things we got to work on.
Boch, one of my favorite teammates of all time was Marco Scutaro, and I know he helped win a World Series for you. Unbelievably great player. And over the last, let's say, 5 to 6 years, it seems like a player like Marco Scutaro maybe would never get a chance to play Major League Baseball. And I'm wondering if that is going to maybe shift a little bit, because I think those guys are so valuable to teams. I understand you need your superstars, but a guy like Marco Scutaro helped you win a World Series. Can you talk about that type of player and how valuable they can be to a team, a winning team?
Right. Well, first of all, we call them blockbuster. We're at the trade deadline, so we're looking for this blockbuster trade, whether it's going to be an impact pitcher on the mound or, a 3 or 4 hole hitter. And Brian Sabian comes in and says, we got you Scutaro. And I knew Marco from watching him. So anyway, we pick him up, and he just changed our club, like you said. I mean, he proceeded to hit, I think, 360 plus from that point on. If you go back, we had Melky Cabrera, who was having a tremendous year. Well, he got busted, so to speak, on his situation. So we needed somebody to help us out there, and Marco did that, hitting at the top of the order, the catalyst, made things go. Solid second base. Wasn't one tool that stands out on Marco, but he's a ball player, and he changed our club, and ended up getting a hit to win the last game of the World Series. But he just kept us going, and it's probably one of the biggest, I think, important trades at the deadline that the Giants ever had, and so you're grateful for that. But getting to your point, you need guys like that know how to play the game. And also not just know how to play the game, but also in that clubhouse, they're just leader type guys, and that's who Marco was, and had a calmness about him, but very professional, and he's just a fun guy to be around. We had our reunion in 2012, and he's one of my favorite all-time players, and I didn't have him that long.
Man, and Mike, you talk about him all the time, and one of your favorite teammates, too. We just learned, by the way, Bruce will be with us throughout the season. It sounds like Tuesdays.
Torture, sorry. Torture.
No, it's going to be awesome. We're looking forward to it.
Maybe for you.
Yeah. So we'll try and keep it fun. And by the way, have you ever wanted to be on Yellowstone at all? Because you got the voice for any kind of Montana-style cowboy.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, I haven't heard Yellowstone, but, I have heard that. But it's a great show, yeah. Sam Elliott, I get all the time. But, that's a great show, isn't it? And, I don't watch as much as I used to, but just a great job. And and I love Montana. I go up there every winter, so I'm an elk hunter. I don't know if I should be saying that,
That's
but
all right.
I do chase the elk around in the off season. That's a lot of fun for me.
With this team, we grew up Rangers fans. We both did. Mike was in Duncanville growing up a Rangers fan too.
We had to have a discussion with Ezekiel Duran this morning about why we hate the Yankees.
Yeah, there's a lot
and he goes, but why? And I was like, I'll tell you why. 96, 98, 99.
And one of the things we know as Rangers fans is we didn't have pitching. We just didn't have a lot of pitching our whole life watching this team. We had a really good group in that 10-11 year that was a lot of fun. But this team, I think that's where we're looking. The identity is pitching right now. It was always hitting for Rangers fans. Do you kind of feel that the identity is going to change throughout the year?
Oh, no question. Yeah. And, it's a team that's going to score some runs, but, we have gotten pitcher centric. When you look at the rotation that we have that CY's put together this winter, and it's really what helps you get to where you want to go. You're talking about the postseason and hopefully a championship is that rotation and the bullpen, obviously. But you got to have pitching. You got to have a guy that goes out there every day and gives you a chance to win. And we feel like we have that. We feel like whoever we're playing, we're going to match up and have a chance to win that ball game. And I look back at the Braves, all those divisions they won. You look at the rotation every day. Those guys gave them quality starts, and that's what we're looking for. And that's what we did in San Francisco. They were more offensive minded, and we got the Lincecums, the Canes, Bumgarners, and those guys, and it just changed our club. So that's what we're hoping that happens here.
To go along with that, how important are Otto, Dunning, Odorizzi, people like that? Because it would be lovely if these five started every single game this year, but realistically, that doesn't usually happen. How important does that make the depth of your pitching too?
Yeah, you know what I found out over my years, you can lose a position player out there, and it's a little easier to replace them, but you lose a starter, they're a little tougher to replace. So, these guys you just mentioned, Otto and the Dunnings, they're going to play an important part of our season, whether it's in the rotation or in the bullpen. And, I don't know, what our bullpen's going to be, but I can tell you this, we're going to have to have some multiple inning guys down there. And those guys, sometimes they turn out to be the most valuable pitcher in the bullpen. Just give you an example I've mentioned is Petit. who I had for a few years, and the innings that he gave us, and the spot starts, and this guy saved us so many times. So we're going to have a couple guys step up and help us out there, because let's face it, these starters don't go as long as they used to, so you need those guys.
We had Al Leiter kind of put together a point system to kind of make a month competitive amongst the starters. Is there something that whether it's you, whether it's a veteran guy like DeGrom or John Gray, to kind of make like a month competitive, like a win is worth this many points, a quality start is worth this, to kind of, whoever loses for us, we had to pay for dinner at the end of the month for a really nice dinner. Is there kind of things like that can make things a little bit more competitive?
Yeah, you know what? There are things that they may be doing. I don't know. It hasn't been talked about yet, but to that point, it's a fun thing too. That's and. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that came up. But I can tell these guys, it's really a cohesive rotation, and not just rotation, but pitching staff. And Mike Maddox, he does a great job. He has his morning meeting going over the previous day's outing, but I can tell they really have come together. And but it's a credit to him on how he's bringing them together. And so it's fun to watch. But I'm looking forward to seeing what happens as far as doing things like you're talking about.
And I saw DeGrom over there yesterday. He didn't throw a pen, but he hung out with the guys throwing pens. I'm going to, even though I'm not throwing today, I'm still going to be over here with the guys today.
Yeah, and that's important, I think, because sometimes we can all get on our own program, but, it's just about caring about your teammates, getting outside of your little world and seeing how you can help somebody else, whether it's going out there watching them or saying something to them, words of encouragement, or maybe even kicking them in the tail, whatever it is, so that's about being a good teammate, and I can tell these guys are great teammates.
And something Mike was talking about yesterday was major leaguers being here and the younger guys realizing, I have to play up to this level. The younger players, I got to earn a spot on this club. And this team has done a good job of adding some of those other veterans that really kind of make the younger guys say, do they get tight? Do they get a little nervous? Or how does that and how do you balance letting them know where they are and where they can be?
And you're talking about the younger players.
Yeah, the younger players that are
this is the great thing about spring training. It's always good to get here, but it's just getting those younger players to get that feeling, that sense of belonging, and the veterans can help them. And but help them not only feeling like they should be here, but helping them carry themselves like major leaguers or improve their game. And so I try to promote that as much as I can. That's why I love putting kids out there. And it just. It just makes that grace period when they come up, or you got Josh Young who you just talked to. This game's tough enough, and but when you have the veterans that are supporting you, and they have your back, it makes it a lot easier. When I came up, we couldn't say anything. We had be quiet. And
you'd be put back in your place.
Yeah, we couldn't go in the training room. We went in the training room, somebody would bark at us. But the game's changed a little bit now, and these guys welcome these guys. They're more involved in the games. You go back 30 years ago, these guys were playing 7 or 8 innings in spring training. They rarely got any at bats. Freeman, for example, we got 3 at bats yesterday. My first 2 spring trainings, I had 1 at bat. But wow. I think of that because I was there, and he's catching all these bullpens. And granted, it was 13-2, but I said, this kid, this is something he'll always remember.
How long did it take you as a manager to just sit there no matter what happened, good, bad, indifferent, and not have any emotion on the bench? Because that's always, whatever manager it is, for the most part, it could be a big error, it could be a big hit. And for the most part, managers just kind of, guys, give me 5, all right. Yeah. How long did it take you to be like, I'm not going to have any emotion here, so nobody can ever say any of this?
Yeah, you know what?
They'll hear it in the clubhouse.
No. There's times on the field too. Don't let sometimes what you see belie what's going on inside a manager. But you realize that camera's probably going right to you anyway. But I learned from a player, Ken Caminetti. We got him from Houston. I was with San Diego at the time, and he asked me that. He goes, "I'm just curious during a game, or you fired up or whatever." And he went on to say he had a manager one time. He made an error, and he looked in the dugout, and the manager was throwing a cooler. He said he was so tight, like, he didn't want another ball hit to him. I said, no, I got you, because this game's hard enough to play. You look over there, and they're snapping and stuff. Trust me, it was. I had some tough managers when I came up, and so I try not to forget how hard this game is. I wasn't a good player, and so I really understand how hard the game is.
Well, we appreciate you coming up, and we love to talk with you all day. Fortunately, we've got our clock as well, but every week on Tuesday.
The clocks are everywhere.
I know. Major League Baseball told us to hustle it up. So thank you very much, good sir. We look forward to talking with you all season long. There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is sure to be the shortest version of baseball nuggets in recorded history. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, where it's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the Classic American Countdown going on with hundreds of Silverados and Malibus at huge discounts and over 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to be a really short segment as we had a bunch of great interviews. Thank you to Sonic.
Oh, it's so good.
Stop doing that. For bringing us out to spring training. And now it's time for Fake Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, you know what? For baseball nuggets, Corey's going to C-block me here. Let's go to the C-block.
Let's roll two in here. Let's roll two. All right, so I was just talking to Jared. They were laughing about a story. They were laughing about something during the interview. I was like, what are y'all laughing about? I think we have a situation with Chiafalo needing to learn some etiquette around here, guys.
What did he do?
Evidently, so Kevin, you and I both saw him standing on the Rangers T logo in the middle of the locker room. He was like, or the clubhouse. And he was like, oh, I'm not supposed to do that. And evidently, he walked over and sat down on the pitcher's couch and put his arm like around one of the guys and just started, I don't know who it was, but just started chatting him up.
That's awesome.
And from what Jared said, there weren't any other like high-level pitchers there. It was a bunch of younger guys, so nobody was like, hey, you're not supposed to be here.
Would Jacob DeGrom have told him to F off?
Well, and that's I don't know. And Matt Hicks was like, who on this club is like that? And Jared was like, man, Lance Lynn, I bet would have probably been one of those kind of guys last year. But there it is. Chiafalo just goes and sits down casually on the pitcher's couch. Mike, are we supposed to do that?
You're not supposed to do that, but I applaud Eric Chiafalo. Not that he did it knowing he couldn't do it. He just did it knowing he didn't know. And I would say if John Blake was in the clubhouse, Rich Rice was just outside the clubhouse, you know. But if John Blake was inside the clubhouse, I'm pretty sure John Blake would have said, hey, off the couch. So that is great, though.
Yeah,
he's like part of the team now.
Yeah, he's
Did he take his pants off and just sit there in his underwear?
I saw so many pants off this morning for some reason. That's the first. Usually I walk in and it's just like everybody's kind of doing their thing, but this morning a lot of guys were changing. It was awkward.
Well, you're just hanging out in your underwear because you don't want it's when it's time to put on baseball pants, you put them on. But it's just it's comfortable around the house to hang out in your underwear. You don't wear them, so I guess you just hang out in no underwear.
I just wear shorts. I just wear just shorts. Yeah.
And if you don't want to put on shorts when you don't really need them.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm going to put on shorts for 10 minutes. I'll just hang out in my underwear until it's time to put on my baseball pants.
Yeah. It's not like baby making time. We're saying, hey, let's keep our shorts on.
I want to know if he knew which pitcher he was talking to.
Well, we'll have him on later today and ask him.
Great.
Crosstalk with the G-Bag
That is
Nation.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the C Block, where Eric Chiafalo is now part of the Texas Rangers, and he's couching it with the guys.
Look at that.
Coming up next, could Jason Kidd's post-game jab actually make an impact? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike Bassick is on what we're calling a good bender today. The latest query that he's had is there fiber in breast milk? Wanting to know if that helps Noah poop. Also, we have found out that Eric Chiafalo is not the only one that has violated the clubhouse rules, as perhaps Zach Walchuk did something even more egregious. But we're going to talk about the Mavericks.
The Nosebleed Nation is making their presence felt with authority in that bullpen. Not in the bullpen, in the clubhouse.
I asked Jared if he'd hop on for the C block today. So
okay,
we'll have Jared tell some stories from the clubhouse this morning.
And whenever you'd like, you just tell me, Kevin. I will give you all the dietary things you need to know about breast milk.
Okay. I look forward to that.
Did you Google it?
I did.
Wow.
That's the way you get answers.
When do you want to know?
Let's talk Mavericks.
Yeah.
We've talked enough baseball. I feel like breast milk and baseball go hand in hand.
What? Okay. Why not? Can Jason Kidd's post-game jab actually make an impact? Because I know there are concerns about, is the coaching trajectory of Jason Kidd going to follow what we saw in Milwaukee?
Yes.
I understand all of that, and I think there are some hardcore basketball fans who do. But Jason Kidd also had some would say passive-aggressive, some would say very pointed comments at Luka. Do you think that will make a difference? Or my question to go along with that is, will having somebody like Kyrie around make a difference?
I hope all the answers are in a positive way, right?
Sure.
I'm hoping that loss on national TV, getting national attention for a 24-hour cycle until we found out that LeBron James has a major foot injury that he played through and might miss the rest of the regular season, I'm hoping it does. But nothing has impacted Luka Doncic's argumentative ways with the refs. He cannot help himself. That's his drug. His cocaine bear, or his meth, is arguing with referees. He knows it's bad for him, but he loves it so much he cannot stop doing it. I'm hoping, in a positive way, that after that game where he had 15 points in the first quarter and 11 the rest of the game, where most people watching that game said he got distracted by the referees. Obviously, Jason Kidd felt like it was a distraction. I think he admitted
as much, too.
Yeah, is that he lost a game again because he cannot handle refs making questionable or bad calls in his mind. With Kyrie, I wonder this. I don't know this, because we're having to go into that press conference in Jason Kidd's head without him being specific and saying, was it all about Luka? Is he saying, I know we've kind of written it off, is he saying, well, we traded for the savior, right? We needed a savior. Luka said he needed somebody to help him, and we've traded for the savior, Kyrie Irving. I'm not Kyrie Irving. I'm not the savior of this season or of this team. It could mean that. We've all taken it to mean Luka Doncic. I assume it's Luka Doncic who he's talking about, but maybe, and I don't know this, is there any way Jason Kidd is also taking jabs at that just being the trade? When Jason Kidd was like, I want Kyrie, but if you're going to do this, because from what I understand from around the NBA and people that I've talked to, when they made the trade for Kyrie, everybody thought the Mavericks are going to make another trade or two because they know how bad they have gotten at defense. They know how bad their big man rotation is, and they are going to make a few other trades to make this thing look better on a piece of paper than what it looks by just trading Kyrie for Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Okay, so from that respect, then, is he kind of imploring both Kyrie and Luka to grow up together? Because, and I know they got to do it real fast, but man, they didn't deliver on that. We have to add that. So maybe they can do it later, but then, you're trying to re-sign this guy, maybe keep him around. I know there are lots of different avenues this thing could go. And I tell you all the time not to worry about it too much, but if they can grow together now and form that bond here, then maybe it does bode well for future, and then another move can be made in the offseason to put them in a better position. Kevin, you have the wide eyes.
I'm like, what's going on?
Because I want to talk more about basketball, but I saw this, and I'm just now reading through it. We
traded Dak?
No, it's definitely don't make a joke.
Okay.
The Texas Appeals Court has revived a personal injury / sexual assault lawsuit against Jerry Jones that was originally dismissed. It was dismissed last February, but the Dallas Morning News is reporting that it will resume, and it very well could go to trial. So you remember we had this conversation about the allegation was that multiple well-known Cowboys people were in the room maybe when this happened, or they knew about it, and she claims that he forcibly kissed her on the mouth and then grabbed her.
It says September of 18?
18, exactly.
Okay.
And so the lawsuit came about in 2020. So the incidents alleged to have occurred in 2018. The lawsuit came about in 2020. It was dismissed last February, and now it has apparently been reinstated. I have not totally gotten the explanation for that. And the Dallas Morning News speculates that means it's likely to go to trial. At the time, Jerry Jones denied the accusation, called it malicious and hurtful. And this morning, the report from the Dallas Morning News and Lana Ferguson is that the Cowboys did not immediately respond to comments. So I didn't mean to throw that off, but especially the idea that it could go to trial, that feels disastrous for a variety of reasons.
She's gone by Jane Doe, and JG is the more recent one that I see here, Kevin.
Okay.
Her attorney said, we always knew we were going to win because the law was on our side. And
wow.
I guess in the details of things, that's where it comes to light more.
Yeah, it's just...
And this part, too, that, Kevin, that I'm always fascinated in, because you brought up the desire to be in court is different.
Yes.
But the Bowers, the attorney, said... a victim's finally going to get her day in court, and that's very important. And I know we've had discussions with other women who've like, why would I want to go in that place and get destroyed, dissected by another person, make me feel bad about something that happened to me, and now I have to relive that.
Man, and that's a great point. And I don't know, it's never as simple as, well, if it really happened or you really weren't guilty or whatever, you would go to court. Whenever people send that in, I'm like, that's what I think. Me personally, if I got accused of something, I would be like, oh, hell no. I'm not settling anything. We're going to the end of the line with this. But, I imagine in these different scopes where things come across on the Cowboys or Jerry Jones all the time, or if you're a big-time person or whatever, sometimes it might be not worth the hassle and you just want to settle it. But then you brought it up. We talked with somebody I know who was sexually assaulted. We asked her, why would you not want to go to trial? And Corey's spot on. She told us, and it was awful, and she goes, why? So the other lawyer can say, oh, what were you doing there? And slut shame me and everything like that. And so it is interesting. People have totally different perspectives on this. But at the end of the day, what I remember about this court case, if you're just focused on a PR aspect from the Dallas Cowboys, because we're a sports show. In real life, the real thing that matters is this is awful if this happens.
Yes.
And I feel really terrible for that lady because she said it caused her emotional distress, which I can only imagine that, of course, it did. From a PR perspective for the Cowboys, I can't remember the names, and I don't want to haphazardly throw anybody out there, but I remember the lawsuit originally at least listing 2 other known people that were former Cowboys that were supposedly in the room. And so if this were to go to trial, does that mean these people will all be up on the stand? Does that mean Jerry Jones will have to testify? Well, this feels like
it could be a very massive story beyond this. And then, Kevin, to add to that,
how many does it say? How many months, real quick, that it could possibly? Sometimes these take another 6 months to a year.
100%. And I don't want to rule out that they could resettle or whatever the case might be. None of this might happen, but it's just not great.
Yeah. I think the other immediate question on this is what if there was some reality to this? I don't want to try and deflect and say that there's no chance. If there is reality to it, Kevin, the Carolina Panthers owner had a very similar situation, and he sold the team.
Sure, you're seeing that play out with Daniel Snyder in real time.
And the real thing about the Cowboys is that Jerry Jones is a fixture. he is the face of this franchise. So I mean, Mike, we talk about that all the time, and his family's just as invested in this team as he is. So if a situation like that does lead to that, I have no clue how they would handle that part of it, or how the NFL, because that was kind of precedent in that they leaned in and said, all right, it's time. And I don't know if they would do anything like that to the Cowboys either, and that would be, like the most significant thing to happen to the Cowboys ever. If Jerry Jones was kind of had to do something different with this club.
And I just keep thinking about this, Mike. I don't want to because I know the situations are different, but it just always feels like it's something. Right? Because Michael Irvin's in the midst of his thing, and I'm not.
He had like a 17-minute interview with Mike Ducey, I think, on Fox the other day.
Yeah, and I want to make clear, I'm not saying that means any of these people are guilty. And in fact, obviously, Michael Irvin and his legal team went on the offensive against the Marriott, and it was like, hey, what is this bull crap that you're trying to conspire against us? But it is it's crazy. We're at spring training, and right when we left the Super Bowl, there was an accusation that got Michael Irvin taken off the air. And now that we're back at spring training, there's a revitalization of this accusation that Jerry forced himself on a lady.
Corey, I can't remember the topic that you had, and it might have been during COVID. I can't remember, but you got really mad. Not mad. Mad's not the right word. That you hate having to talk about these things. You didn't get into sports talk radio for these things, and yet this is life. This is way more life than us covering Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker today pitching for the Texas Rangers. I'm really excited about that today. I can't wait to watch almost maybe 9 innings of Rangers baseball to watch Leiter and Rocker pitch in a big league spring training game. But now we're going to have to cover this.
Yeah, and that's
the part I hate. And it kind of stinks, and I'm not trying to – listen – if Jerry Jones did these things, I hope he does have to give up the Dallas Cowboys. I don't want him around a team that I would love to root for if he's this type of person. But I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there, obviously. It was probably, I don't know, but I don't know how public this was when he did this, how many people were in the room. I think there's more than just Jerry and the woman, but I can't even remember the whole story.
There's people throwing him in. I'm trying to get confirmation on the names. I don't want to just say.
It kind of stinks, Corey, that dang it, on a day we're talking about the Mavericks trying to rebound from a horrible loss against the Lakers on national TV, Leiter and Kumar Rocker. We just got to talk to Young and Bochy, and then this whole thing comes up hey, now we get to talk about sexual assault from possibly the Cowboys owner, president, general manager.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It was Deshaun Watson that kind of drove me to that point of, man, he's a fun player to watch, and that's the thing that you want to talk about. But you kind of want to ignore those other things, but they do need to be brought to light. They have to be, so that people feel, as we discussed, Kevin, the women feel more comfortable whenever those moments do happen.
Sure.
But it is. I want to talk about a guy that got all 13 wickets, or whatever it is. I want to talk about somebody that did something special, and it's really tough whenever these kind of stories pop up, and because like you said, Mike, they're the Cowboys. So it already dominates the coverage. And then on top of that, it's the owner of the Cowboys who has made himself the face of the franchise. And so that means that the coverage goes on there. So, it stinks.
Corey, if you think that's bad, this is what the morning news story says. I have no freaking clue if this would actually come to fruition. Can you imagine if this did go to trial?
Oh my
gosh. What would that coverage
discovery?
Be like? That discovery is going to be insane, and a lot of times I bet that's why people settle. It's not just because of the annoyance of it; it's because I do not want any of this evidence leaking out or any of this information that people discover leaking out, because it's going to be far more disastrous than any monetary penalty that you would pay.
Mike, one of the stories that I'd just seen a few minutes ago I thought would be kind of an interesting nugget to add in. Gavin Lux out for the season for the Dodgers with a torn ACL.
Really?
And that's where we just talked to Josh Young, one of those guys that's kind of in balance and back and forth. He's got this talent that could go do that. I thought that would be an interesting story to kind of compare there, but obviously this one, supersedes that pretty quickly. So
it's
we got the Dodgers tomorrow out here in front of us, Kevin.
Yeah, it's a lot. So in case you missed it, within the last 30, 45 minutes, story coming out, Texas Appeals Court has revived the sexual assault lawsuit against Jerry Jones, and there are thoughts that perhaps it could move forward to trial. Jerry Jones has denied these accusations back from an incident that happened in 2018 and said they were hurtful and malicious. Then the case got brought in 2020. It was dismissed last February, and now it is back. We will see what the next phases of that are. All right, coming up next, I'm going to give you guys...
Steele and Pollard expected to be ready for training camp, though, Kevin.
Okay, well, I mean, that will probably feed into one of our topics later about one of those fellas is getting the franchise tag, and it ain't Terrence Steele. All right, coming up next, we got a couple of options. We can go back and really dive into the Mavericks topic. We can talk some different, less soul-crushing football. We've got some options. 877-881-1053. You want to get into the conversation? Let us know what you would prefer, and we'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Jay Chop here for my good friends over at Zero Res. How's that carpet look? Yeah, not too good. Yeah.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece Live from Surprise is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I really don't love the way Corey and Mike are staring at me right now.
Mike was scratching your back,
and
he said, "Hey, Corey, Kevin loves when you scratch his back." So I went to scratch your back too, and you like got moved away from us.
I don't thank you.
And I don't understand. Like, is it you just don't like to be touched, or is it scratching?
I'm not a big fan of being touched.
Adrian wants me to scratch her back every single night. Like every night we were on the couch, she'll come over and she'll pull her shirt up and say, "Scratch my back." And so I have to sit there and just like scratch. And it's not like I'm sitting there scratching like an itch.
Right.
It's just kind of a gentle.
It feels great.
She loves it, and you're like, "Don't touch me."
You can see how maybe I wouldn't want y'all to scratch my back, though, right?
What do you ever get massage? You can say that word, right? Massage.
I don't know.
It was there.
So you take the massage and you put it in the casing. You know.
Yeah.
You understood the word I was trying to say.
I did one time because Jess got us a couples massage, and it was really weird. You have to take most of your clothes off, and I didn't. It was okay. I didn't love it.
One time,
did they lean in your ear and go, "Is that pressure good enough?"
No,
Okay.
but they are like, "Does that feel good?" And I didn't love it.
I got a massage one time in Dominican Republic when we were on vacation.
All right.
And I'm laying on my tummy, and you have that thing where your head sits, where you can, your face obviously, so you can breathe and everything. And the woman giving the massage to me took her finger and rubbed it around my lips.
Why?
And I didn't know what to do or say.
What? While your head was in the...
Sue was right next to me. It was a couples massage thing. And, I don't know what to do in that moment. And I'm just like, is this part of like a Dominican massage that I don't know about? I've never had during a massage somebody go underneath the thing where my face was and kind of rub around my lips or on my lips.
What's the is that a relaxer? I don't know.
It didn't sound very relaxing to him.
If it was my wife, it would have been very relaxing. But I know it's a masseuse.
Did Sue's lips get?
Why can you not say those words?
Did they do the same thing to Sue?
That's what I asked afterwards, and she said no.
So it was a mic only thing, huh? This is wild.
Did she have a man massage her and you had a lady?
No, I think it's two women.
Okay, all right. This is I need the 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line.
And we were there with friends, and I asked my buddy, who they had a couples massage too, and I said, "Hey, did the lady like rub your lips to start off?"
Did you see her hand?
Well, who do you think it was?
No. Now I'm starting to question. Did maybe a cat walk through and its tail got up on your lips?
No, I had my eyes closed, but I might have opened my eyes. But I think it was her finger.
Maybe it was like a dog just kind of walked up and
Where did this massage take place to you?
I don't know. He said the Dominican Republic.
It was in a nice hotel.
But did your other friends? Did that happen?
They started
to them?
dying laughing because they didn't know. And
What?
Maybe she just had to touch my lips, but it was really confusing.
That feels not okay. That feels not okay.
Mike walks in and she's like, "I have got to get my hands on those lips today."
Yeah, I don't think
it was weird.
Yeah.
From the 682. All right, well, you've struck a chord. Oh my God, Mike! I had a couples massage, and she was going way too high up on my leg, and I had the same panic. Took a vacation in Mexico, got tricked into a massage on the beach. They had these two smoking hot ladies advertising for massage, and then when you lay down, it's these two completely jacked dudes come up out of nowhere to give you the massage. Wow. That is...
Somebody was asked, was there a flavor? Did it, was
no.
there orange flavor?
Luckily, it had no...
some chapstick flavor or something
like that. It
had
had no anything like that. It was weird. But, I mean, I bring the stories to the people. If you're ever in the Dominican Republic, you might get when you lay down to get your massage and you think they're going to work your feet or your legs or your back, they might start with your lips.
All right. I guess. I don't know. Spring training out
It's
here.
the first time I've heard this story, too, and I'm just so happy.
I'm stunned
glorious.
by all of this. I don't know. All right, so I've got
good luck
giveaways for the Rangers season, and I thought maybe y'all would want to know some of that, especially the bobbleheads. Okay, so if you get a chance to write this down, great. If not, maybe I'll have Corey text you, each listener, all the information. There's 8 bobblehead giveaways. They start on April 21st with Marcus Semien. Then Corey Seager is on May 19th. The Nathaniel Lowe Silver Slugger is on June the 3rd. Jacob deGrom is on June the 16th. Captain's 20th anniversary, July 1st. Hey, you know that day. Martin Perez.
Is that your birthday?
That's Corey's birthday.
All right. Happy birthday, Corey.
Yeah, thanks, man. I mean, it's a while, but yeah, thanks.
Martin Perez on July 15th. Nolan Ryan baseball card bobblehead on August 19th.
He's the only former Ranger getting a bobblehead, I believe.
Baseball card bobblehead. Like it comes with a baseball
Maybe
card and a bobblehead?
Maybe what if the bobblehead's him in his tuxedo? Like that Stadium Club card?
Or him cow punching old Robin Ventura.
Oh, could be.
What if he's serving you a hot dog? Because it's Nolan Ryan beef out there.
And then Adolis Garcia is on September 23rd. But since you brought it up, is Topps Baseball.
That's your birthday, isn't it? Oh, yours is the 21st.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Happy birthday.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Is Topps Baseball Card Night will be on Saturday, July 22nd. So a whole bunch of cool options and everything like that. They will also be doing the $1 hot dog games again on Wednesdays. So a lot of fun stuff for the Rangers. I wanted to bounce back to the Mavericks for just a minute because it felt like we started a conversation, then the Jerry Jones stuff came up, and we didn't really have a chance to see that through to the end. And you were kind of on a roll, but everyone who missed it we had the conversation that maybe Jason Kidd, some of the stuff he brought up, or maybe it's just the general national attention that blown lead to the Lakers got. Will this make an impact in terms of maybe the team in general, but I feel like in terms of specifically the behavior of Luka was the direction that you were thinking?
Yeah, and we were talking about Luka, and we've talked about Luka yesterday. We talked about Luka just a little bit during that segment, and I do think it was directed towards Luka, not completely. And I brought this to Corey. Is there any chance when he's saying, I'm not the savior, is that it looked like Luka said, I need a savior. I need somebody to help me. Mm-hmm. And they brought in Kyrie. They didn't trade for anything else, even though the rest of the NBA thought that the Mavericks were trading Tim Hardaway Jr. and Christian Wood. And I think they tried everything they could to trade those two guys to get guys that could play some defense and help them with rebounding and stuff like that. Is there any chance that part of that quote, Corey, was towards Kyrie at all, that he was brought in to be the savior to Luka, like helping Luka?
I don't think so. I think it's just him saying that those guys have to figure it out on the court. Like that he can't fix whatever they have to learn together. They're the ones that are going to be able to fix it. He can give advice. Like he can lend some advice to it. He can say, "Hey, I did notice this." They can sit down and watch some game film together. But that's 3 of the highest basketball IQs around, man.
Sure.
In the coach himself, and I don't know if his style of coaching is, hey, I'm going to teach you all the details, or I'm just going to observe and let you figure that part out, and then help guide the identity of the team in a direction during the playoffs.
I am getting scared, Kevin, that Milwaukee Bucks fans have chimed in after Sunday's loss in that press conference and said, "Welcome to Jason Kidd." This is pretty much playing out in the same timeline that we had him. Loved him the first year.
Yeah.
Started wondering about him the second year. He started saying, "What can I do? I'm not the point guard anymore. I'm just a guy watching the game like you are." And then it just ended up that Milwaukee had to move on from that situation. And I'm not saying it will be exactly the same, but it's worrisome that a team has chimed in to the Mavericks kind of Twitter and said, "Guess what? You're going down the same path we went in Milwaukee."
Okay, so then the question that came up that I was thinking about, and then I saw somebody text in, is that the coaching or is that just lack of general roster building right there? I think it can be both, because I do think that there are areas of this team that are talent deficient. But then there are also times that I wonder about the starting rotation or the last 5-minute rotation that I was like, That does feel like, or lack of timeout usage, that does feel like coaching.
Yeah, and that is where I hate saying this. I'm generalizing this. Steve Nash just got fired this year from Brooklyn, coaching Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. Steve Nash, Hall of Fame point guard. I would say probably one of the 10 best point guards in NBA history. Not like way up there, but he's in that category, Hall of Famer. Jason Kidd, one of the 10 greatest point guards in NBA history. Isaiah Thomas, one of the 10 greatest point guards in NBA history. Magic Johnson, arguably the greatest point guard in NBA history. We go down this list of the guys that you would think would be the best coaches because they were the point guards leading the team on the court. They're the head coach of the team on the court. And yet they have all really struggled to then, we take the ball out of your hands, we give you either a suit or nowadays, slacks and a shirt, and we say, now coach from the sideline. And we have not had a good guy do it. I will say this. Mark Jackson even got fired, and Mark Jackson is one of the 5 greatest assist men of all time in NBA history, and the Golden State Warriors said, you're not the right fit. You're not getting the most out of what we think is more talented. They bring in Steve Kerr. They start winning championships. It's one of these things, Corey, I know I'm generalizing here, but these great point guards don't seem to be able to put on the suit or go over to the sideline and be the point guard of the team from the coaching standpoint.
And I do think that, like, the message has to be clear, and I think Steve Kerr's approach was a lot more hands-off than Mark Jackson. I think that was like he's like, hey, here's how we're moving the ball around. We want to do these things to create open shots. I think that's part of their game and everything. But man, we talk about Maddox, Kevin. I've always had this theory on Mike Maddox, Mike, and that is your first game. You go out, he's going to let you go out there and pitch your way. And then after you screw it up, he's going to go, now do it my way. And this goes to managers all over the place. You have to know when to push the buttons and when not to. And if you start at the beginning of the season pushing buttons and riding people that way all season long, is the message eventually going to fall on deaf ears at some point? And is Jason Kidd saying, I'm going to let a lot of things happen, and whenever it matters the most, that's when I'm going to zero in and start pushing the buttons on these players to motivate them to go do something else? And I know regular season, there's 82 games. It's a lot of time to cause conflict and a lot of time to get players to be better. And I think that's what we want is you want to see the Josh Greens and the Hardys grow. And maybe Jason Kidd's approach to it with some of these other guys is I got to let them find them, and then I'm going to find what they're good at, and then I'll push those buttons when it happens.
I have a few other Mavs notes for you. I haven't seen an update yet this morning, but Maxi Kleba is possible to come back tonight. Okay. And it was amazing. He was talking about the surgery he underwent is they took out 4 inches of his hamstring, or excuse me, they took out part of his hamstring tendon, and then he had has a 4-inch scar down the back of his right leg. And he kind of joked, he goes, I don't recommend doing it just to experience it. But then he added, I was shocked at how advanced medicine is and how good this came out and how fast it went. Because you remember,
everybody thought it was done. Yeah. He's done till next year.
And so even that's the thing. Even the Mavericks are like generally surprised at how quickly he might be able to come back. And if it's not tonight, it feels like then it would be the next game. And then a positive.
That's exciting,
yes,
by the way.
Absolutely.
I will say this real quick. It is scary that possibly they overuse him for defensive purposes.
Yeah.
His body cannot handle more than 20 minutes a game. You play him consistently every night, 25, 30 minutes, he will blow out on you, whether it's a back, a knee, a hammy. He cannot handle an NBA schedule.
And then this is another positive thing about Kyrie Irving is there's a fella, and I think I got the last name, Cameron Mofeed, he's 22 years old, and he started a GoFundMe in hopes of building a school in Nigeria and then an orphanage in Ghana. So he had originally set the GoFundMe for $5,000. Then on Sunday, he woke up and a $45,000 donation had been made, and it just said Kyrie. So Kyrie Irving donated $45,000 $1,000 to this GoFundMe, which had an original goal of $5,000. Now it's raised $65,000 for education, love, and care in Nigeria and Africa. And the guy who set it up said, I went into a state of shock, and he now plans to name an orphanage classroom, and now they're going to build a basketball court and name it after Kyrie Irving. So I know we get bogged down with and sometimes very rightfully so, with some of the things that happen, but that's just flat out awesome that I don't even know if he has any connection or how he has any connection to the person who did the GoFundMe, but he's like, you're going to help out in Nigeria and Ghana. Bam. Here's way more than you asked for.
And it's something that he is want to do. This is not
for sure
by any means.
For sure.
I know there were a lot of, when Brian Scalabrine hopped on with us, he's like, how are you guys doing? And we were like, woof. Since he's gotten here, I've wanted to like Kyrie. That's everything he's done has been man, I like what he's saying. I want them to win together, obviously. That's going to be the most important part. But I really my father-in-law was like, I didn't like him at first. But gosh, every time I hear him talk, I want to like him more.
And this story didn't come from Kyrie. It came from the guy who ran the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
He's like, y'all need to know about how this is. And so I always wonder,
that was how we found out about a lot of Cam Newton stuff. We were like, hold on, everyone's always somebody else telling the story.
He didn't want the credit for it. He just wanted to get it done. So obviously, you can't help but wonder, all the things positive that Kyrie has done, how many other projects are there that he's contributed to in any number of ways that we have no idea about. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Daniel Snyder, unlike his team and former QB, goes on the offensive. Next, right here on The Fan.
If you own
Peace live from Surprise is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's the final days to save at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine with the Classic American Countdown. There's hundreds of Silverados and Malibus at huge discounts and over 63 acres of inventory. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now. Stop doing that, Mike. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yeah. Nuggets.
And we start with
gravy, biscuits, buttermilk biscuits. That's what I usually say.
Got it. There's a lot of stuff happening with the Washington Commanders. The first thing, as anticipated, they did franchise tag Deron Payne.
Dang, we were going to sign him.
We were never.
Oh, are you sure?
I think so.
If I was Stephen Jones, I'd come out, man, that was disappointing. We were going to make him a big offer. Just to lie, just to make it sound like we actually are going to spend money.
It would be like 3 years, $15 million.
Can he not say anything about a player that would be like he couldn't say anything about him, right?
That person, I think, would have technically been out of contract at that point. So
interesting.
I can see how they would have frowned upon it, but he's going to get franchise tagged $18.9 million.
What's a contract anyway, you know?
That's a good point. Tell
me about it tomorrow.
All right, settle down. Let's go.
Oh, so you do have the Steven information then, right? Or is that still for later?
Oh no, about the franchise? Yeah. We've got that later. All right. So for Washington, there's a lot of other stuff going on.
Okay.
This is interesting.
Supposedly, we'll start because there's multiple bad bits of information. We'll start with this. Daniel Snyder, allegedly, per a report from the Washington Post, he wanted owners and the NFL to indemnify him against future legal liability if he sells the Commanders. Go ahead.
Mike, what does indemnify mean?
No clue.
All right, Kevin, can you help explain?
I'm just listening to him talk and just going to pretend I know.
Essentially, it's a fancy way of saying protect in case of future lawsuits, legal costs, etc. You could say protect or you can say share the costs.
I do wonder,
either way is a way to look at it.
I do wonder if in the protection part of it, if the NFL's like, we'll find a loophole there. Like I'm sure they'll write something in that gives them a loophole in any kind of discussion there on the front of like spending money to protect him. I don't think that they would. I know he's saying he'll sue them for it, but I think the NFL again would try to find a loophole and say, no, we're not protecting you financially here.
And that's the thing, because a couple owners described it as, quote, ridiculous, and another one said absurd. And then that re-sparked the conversation about, would the owners just vote him out? Because it's like, basically Daniel Snyder knows everyone wants him gone. And he's like, fine, but if I sell the team, I want you to have my back if I get sued for any number of other things. And they're thinking to themselves, well, that's stupid. Maybe we could just get rid of him. And that's to start. Then we get to the loan thing. Like, okay, so that's bad enough. You're like, I want protection in case I sell the team. Other owners are like, that's stupid and no, and maybe we'll just go ahead and vote and force you out. You would think that's a bad enough day. But then we go from that to the fact that I think it's the 3 minority owners are alleging that Daniel Snyder illegally went around the board to get a $55 million loan to help secure the next stadium. And now we're talking not only NFL violations, but financial violations that could potentially, though obviously a lot of white-collar people get a slap on the wrist and a fine and everything, but that could potentially lead to jail time in addition to needing to sell your team or having it taken away from you or X, Y, and Z. They also released Carson Wentz. That doesn't feel as relevant in the span of all of this.
My question on this is, how is a $55 million loan going to help him build a stadium, dude? Stadiums cost so much money now.
You're right.
What an idiot.
My thought about that is, you know how the world works, right?
You scratch my back, I
Exactly. And so I kind of wonder whether it was to get some infrastructure in place, whether it was to grease the palms of city council people. I have no freaking clue.
How do you get a all right, dude, like a $55 million loan? I can't even fathom how I would, the paperwork's got to be insane.
Sure.
And there's all of that. And then what do? Do you ask
Let's
for
go to Wells
cash?
Fargo and Bank of America today after the show.
And just
see.
Like,
I want to apply for a loan, and they say, how much? You're like, $55 million.
Yeah, I want to build a new stadium. Just see what happens here in Surprise. You think that they would loan it to us today?
I desperately,
There's 3 of us.
Desperately want to roll tape, and I want you to put your Luka case of graded cards when they ask what your collateral is. You're like, that's my MF in collateral. That would be amazing.
Yeah, man, that's that $55 million is a lot. But he circumvented the process. He went around the rest of the board.
Yeah,
and this is why they want him out, dude. Because he's that guy that's trying to run amok within the NFL, and they're like, "That we can't have you doing this."
It's so crazy that you say that's why. I'm not disputing
It's not
that.
it's just all the chaos of him.
But you just think about it. Like, that's a reason enough, right?
Yeah.
Shaking down the NFL to protect him legally, that's reason enough. Oh, by the way, there's all the other sexual and general misconduct allegations that happened at with the organization. And so, like, you could pick 3 different reasons, at least, why they would not want him to have that team anymore.
Hey, by the way, Kevin from the 254. Hey, report the effing Cowboys S. Don't save it for later. This is why I listen to this station. So something happened with the Cowboys that we talked about 2 segments ago.
Sure.
I'm presuming there. So
yeah, that was like an hour ago now.
Yeah.
They're okay, so basically the Cowboys are going to use the franchise tag probably. We'll get more into depth about what that's going to be.
I was thinking about the Jerry stuff.
I think maybe that, and then for the Jerry thing, they have reinstituted the personal conduct and sexual assault lawsuit from 2018 that got dismissed this past February. So we will see how that goes from the 214. Maybe he funded and owns the Allen High School Stadium. I do not know any of that to be the case. I think it was $60 million, if I recall.
He wouldn't even have enough money for that.
That's
with
true.
that stupid $55 million.
Get a discount or something.
Just give it back at that point.
All right, let's talk about some potential rules changes. First of all, the Eagles proposed allowing players to wear the number 0 on their jersey. This feels like an easy thing to rubber stamp as a pass. Why can't you have a 0 on your jersey? You can have a 10, a 20. What's the problem?
It doesn't make it doesn't make any sense to me. There's no reason not to allow all the numbers possible. If they're not retired, then you should be able to use a number. I mean,
can I use a logarithm?
I don't want like a division sign on there and stuff. Just your whole numbers.
Are those numbers? Oh, like is a division sign? That's not a number. But when it comes to a logarithm, Reginald,
that is not what that word is.
What would you like to see? What kind of a logarithm would you want?
E. What?
He's not lying.
Okay, somebody took calculus. Good for you. All right, let's go from that to more of
Mike, what's your favorite logarithm?
Oh my God.
MC?
That's a good one. That's always.
Would you square it or no?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
You don't know.
It equals E.
I know
that. It only equals half a E if you don't square it.
That is not how squaring works.
All right. Like equals a stable. Because it's half a E.
That's not. It's so
squared. It's a full E.
That is so incorrect. Gosh darn it. I have to be careful because the last time y'all were like, oh, I think you said a bad word. All right.
You definitely did.
So the NFL
we had to bleep it.
is warned their teams. I know. Thanks a lot, Carter. Is back in January, the Associated Press reported that if you had any shenanigans in terms of your combine questions and everything like that, you could get fined up to $150,000 in a draft pick no later than the 4th round. The NFL's like, ha, no, that's wrong. You can get fined $350,000 and a loss of a draft pick no lower than the 3rd round. So, if you're asking the wrong questions or doing, inappropriate things in terms of the line of questioning with the prospects during the combine, you could get hit with a fine, but more importantly, that draft pick would hurt teams for sure. Or could.
So in that, because we talked to Frank Provenzano about that, he was always the guy that was just trying to see how people handled, adversity or in weird situations. And when this happens, I wonder how, if you go to a therapist or something and say, hey, if you bring somebody, a mental doctor in to say, how do I really try to push this person's buttons the right way without doing like what happened before, if that helps.
Okay.
Like Josh Young?
Yeah.
Man, y'all are okay. Let's go. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Let's go from that to a couple more rules. Onside kick alternatives, including the one that the XFL has used, have been proposed. They have been tabled for now, though, so I kind of wonder if they're going to watch the rest of the XFL season to see how that plays out.
That's going to be tough. Nobody's watching.
That is a good point. And then they're bringing back the third quarterback rule. I think that is with the 49ers in mind. If your first two quarterbacks get hurt, then hopefully you would be allowed to have that emergency third quarterback.
I think the owner of the Kansas City Chiefs got mad at me at the Super Bowl.
Oh, Clark? Yeah.
Clark, I think.
About Bouchel?
Yeah, because I just was I'm just saying I wasn't rooting for Chad Henne to get hurt, but I was like, dude, if he gets hurt, I think Shane Bouchel gets in the game. But I guess he couldn't have gotten in the game because he wasn't an active player for that playoff game.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, some more spring training showcase. Could the Rangers and the top of their lineup be near the top of the AL? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on the Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Surprise for Texas Rangers Spring Training. This coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Good. Oh my goodness.
Sonic.
And perhaps we'll do a video at one of the many Sonics that Corey has. I think you should stop doing that. Discover.
There are 3 Sonics in our vicinity, Kevin. 2 that are equidistant from this stadium.
Great word.
Which side of the tracks are they on?
Both of them are on the right side of the tracks.
We're on the right side of the tracks.
So we'll go find one of those, Kevin, and get you one of those corny dogs so you can peel off the outside and eat the wiener.
Yes.
Did you know the train runs so many times in
really
Surprise?
Does.
Like they are really training it here.
Well, it's training camp, Mike.
I know, spring training. A lot of train.
Do you think there's more trains during spring training? You can't really.
I cross train tracks. I feel like quite a bit in Dallas,
day.
Fort Worth, and they're not running trains
Not
anymore in Dallas,
train.
Fort Worth.
Yeah,
Here, God, they even put things on wheels and throw it on a train. I'm like, it has wheels already. Put a truck on it.
I'm right there with you, Mike. I have not seen a train run in DFW in a long time. Whenever I was over off Peavy, that was maybe the only area in East Dallas. But other than that, in Plano, trains never around. Guess what, though? Here in Surprise, Arizona, Kevin, during spring training.
Yep. Run that train.
We have training wheels out here. All sorts of stuff,
definitely
man.
Not what you said. All right. So, what would you think about the prospect? Because when we talked with Bruce Bochy earlier, we talked a lot about pitching.
Yeah.
But also, I was reading an article on MLB.com from yesterday, and one thing that he threw out, we just didn't have time to get to it, is he said their lineup has a nice top 4 hitters. He said, I think we stack up very well with the rest of the league as far as our 4. So the idea would be Simeon, Seager, Lowe, and Garcia would be your 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I went back and looked, because you brought this up a while back, the top lineups in all of baseball.
And Rangers weren't in top 10.
Exactly. But of the top 8, only 2 of them were American League teams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which was fascinating to me. So I guess my question is, do you think that top 4 can or will be among the best in the AL? Because that seemed to be what Bruce Bochy was getting at and what this MLB article hits up.
I think it can be solid. Let me ask you this. If you start just going in the American League West, can it be as good as
Not the Astros.
Right, can it be as good as the Angels? I mean, you're going to have Trout and Ohtani.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those guys are better than any guy you have on your team.
You're right.
So, like, literally 2 of their 4 are better than any one of your 4. I know I can't include Anthony Rendon. He doesn't play ever since he got money, like almost every Angel in the history of a decade.
Yeah.
If they get a huge contract in free agency and they weren't an Angel to start off, they immediately get hurt and their career goes downhill. But I just look at that, and then I start thinking about Seattle, also in your own division.
Ooh, okay.
And
I wonder about the Blue Jays. I know they're not in
right.
our division.
I just look at your own division and go, okay, like let's just start looking at the first 4.
I wonder about the Angels. Hear me out for just a second, because
Rendon this is bad.
He
dude.
sucks. I hear what you're. I mean, he does.
He's hurt all the time.
I know.
And that sucks.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, as much as I love Mike Trout, is he'll miss time on you. Then I wonder.
Well, he hit 40 home runs. That's way more than anybody on our team last year.
It's 7 more, right?
That's a lot.
No, it is. But like with that group to go along with it is. Hold on, I'm gonna find the number about number of home runs, because I'm saying the depth. Oh yeah, here we go. All 4 of those guys hit at least 26 home runs, and 2 of the 4 were the players with 25 home runs and 25 stolen bases, Garcia and Simeon. Only 2 other players in the entire American League did that. And so that's what I'm saying, the depth. I'm not I'm not arguing by any point is like you can beat out, Julio or Trout or in the division. I just wonder the depth, because all of these guys can put up your 25 home runs and your 80 to 100 RBIs, and they're stacked back to back to back to back. So that's my question. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I'm curious about the depth. at the top 4.
I like this top 4. I do. And if we're talking about American League, it needs to be top 4 in the American League to make the playoffs.
Yep.
Because I do think once you get to 6, 7, 8, 9, the Rangers are going to struggle. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. But I think that this really needs to be carried by your first 4 hitters, because I'm just not sure when I start saying Leody Taveras, Jonah Heim. I think Josh Young will probably bat 7th, I'm guessing, if Mitch Garver is batting 5th or 6th. Left field, Robbie Grossman. Like that, he batted 205 with 7 home runs last year.
Yeah.
And he's going to be batting 6th
right
or
about
7th
that.
in your lineup because, 8th and 9th, most likely you'll be Heim batting 8th and Leody Taveras batting 9th. And so that's where this first 4 really needs to be good. I don't think it can compete with, if I'm looking at first 4, I don't know what they ranked, but I'm thinking San Diego, when they're healthy, is the best.
I think they put the Astros at the top, and the Padres were second.
Okay. And this is overall lineup or top of the lineup?
This is all lineup. So
Right.
that's a good point. I don't have a breakdown of just the top 4.
Okay.
And so because it's Altuve, Pena, Alvarez, and Bregman versus Tatis, Soto, Machado, and Bogarts. That's a horrifying top 4 right there. That if I'm a pitcher, I'm like, no, do the opener. Let me come in this second inning, and I'll be able to handle that. And and since you brought up Mitch Garver, I thought this was a fun fact. Is he caught 3 innings and homered into the Cincinnati bullpen in his first game behind the plate since May of last year. And he talked about how nervous and excited he was because, remember, he had the flexor tendon surgery in July. So just a cool moment. You don't want to put too much emphasis on the results in spring training, but a cool moment for him to be able to get back behind the dish.
I am getting excited about this team. And you shouldn't base a lot of what you think of a team on spring training. You should really base it on, hey, what do you think of this team before spring training starts, and then how healthy they are on opening day. Because if you do have 2 or 3 tough injuries in spring training, like you just mentioned, Gavin Lux is done for the year. That was a guy that the Dodgers saw getting 500 at-bats this year on their team, and he's not going to get that anymore. So as long as you come out of this thing healthy, I do really think the Rangers can do some damage, and this is exciting me on what's happening. I'm trying to quickly, even though it's not happening quickly, look at the Seattle Mariners. Because really, to make the playoffs, it's going to be tough to get 3 teams from your division into the playoffs. I think 2 will make it for sure. So I'm just trying to look at.
I know it's a totally different sport, but now the NFC East has made me confident that anything could happen. Since most of the year we had the possibility of all 4 of them making
I'll
it.
tell you, look how confused I was. I swear I clicked on 2022, and I'm like, Ichiro. I'm like, what is going on? And then I'm like, oh, it says 2002. It's making me go all the way up here. And I'm like, what? They have really, I know ESPN screwed me over already on Marcus Simeon's WAR. And I'm like, are they this bad? Should I never go to ESPN if they have Ichiro Suzuki on the 2022
Corey,
team?
Your immediate thoughts about how the Rangers lineup stacks up against Ichiro?
Not good enough.
Okay.
He's going to hit every time. That's just pretty much every time he gets up to the plate.
What do you think of, and maybe it's just we're familiar with, I'm just looking at, I don't have them in order here, I'm sorry.
I immediately think of Julio, of course.
Right. Suarez, their third baseman, has had a very good career the last few years. Last year he had a dip in his batting average, but he had 31 home runs, 87 RBIs, only batted .236 with a 791 OPS. I mean, I know we'd have to pull up our guys' numbers because 791 OPS looks bad to me, but then I think that was a well above average last year in Major League Baseball. Ty France had 20 home runs, 84 RBIs.
But you see what I'm saying, right? When you bring up those guys,
I think we definitely
guys can do that.
Definitely compete with Seattle and say maybe our 4 better than their 4 type of deal. And Julio Rodriguez obviously coming off Rookie of the Year with 28 home runs and 75 RBIs, 284 batting average. I didn't realize he had such a high batting average.
That's why people think he's next, right? Like they think he's the next great or one of the great players in Major League Baseball.
When we get to the All-Star break, let's say, and I know, look, we're in spring training, but this is the topic, is the Rangers need to have a better first 4 than Seattle.
Okay.
Right? Because their depth is probably a hair better, because I'm not naming Teoscar Hernandez, who they picked up.
Yeah.
Who, I'd have to go to Toronto stats. But to your point, Toronto does their first four with Springer, Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and I don't know exactly who their fourth guy would be. But, I mean, that's pretty darn good in the American League.
Kevin, based on all these things we're discussing right now, I think that four that you're talking about, our core four in the lineup, I think currently in the spring training they have a combined 5 hits.
Oh, how many at
Marcus
best have they
Simeon's
had?
only 1 for 5 so far.
What if he's getting out his bad streak to start?
When should we be concerned?
I feel like not now.
How far into the
right?
spring training?
None far into the spring training.
I will be surprised.
Is that an answer?
I'll be surprised if Simeon doesn't hit 30 home runs or more this year.
Can I ask you a question, Mike? If you had a team 1 through 9 that hit 20, no more, no less.
Every player hit 20?
Everybody hit 20, and they're hitting about 250. Would you see? For me, I'm hoping 270, 300, but that's not a powerful team. But they can hit. Every one of them can hit home runs.
I don't want that because I think you can go back in recent history. I think the Minnesota Twins recently had a lineup. Mitch Garver's last.
It's not exactly, but
but if you look at the 2021 Minnesota Twins, if I have the year right, a lot of their players, they had almost everybody had kind of 20 home runs in their lineup. Nothing super special in their lineup, but really great depth. And it didn't really provide what you needed. So I'd much rather have your premium 3 to 4 hitters, whether they're batting 2 through 5 or 1 through 4. And then I need my, you can't, it's not politically correct anymore because you'd say Chiefs and the others. I'm not going to say the whole thing because it gets people upset. But
your chefs and your kitchen staff.
Thank you. You need role players. Because you can't just say, I got 9 Chiefs out here.
Yeah.
It does not work that way in baseball. It doesn't work in a lot of sports. You need role players. You need talking to Bruce Bochy, you need your Marco Scuderos. You need your David Ecksteins. You need these guys that fill roles for you. So your guys like Simeon, Seager, and you're really hoping Nate Lowe continues what he did last year. Adolis Garcia maybe even takes a minor little another step forward to really let those guys be the guys that are the 100 RBIs guys. And then, see how I did that for you, Corey? And then the other guys are your run scored guys.
Man, outstanding breakdown right there. I'm really looking forward to. I just want to give it a little shine to the other side since we've talked so much about the pitching. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we jump into the lunch rush where we will get to Mike Likes It, talk some stars, plus do our giveaway, and Stephen Jones says Dallas will probably use the franchise tag again this year. Cowboys fans, do you approve? 877-881-1053. Tolos, Twolos. Let us know next on The Fan.
Are you
This segment of the Can't See Masterpiece Live from Surprise is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Can't See Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Is going to be an action-packed segment. We've got the giveaway. We got Mike Likes It, where I think it might get put on blast. We're going to talk a little bit about the Stars and what the hell continues to happen to them mentally in overtime. But I want to start with this. There's a whole lot of stuff that Stephen Jones said yesterday, right down to you brought it up, Jane put it out there, is essentially they were like, hey, why did you switch with the play calling and let McCarthy do it? And Stephen Jones goes, let's just say he was very persuasive. And so I appreciated that to kick it off.
Do you think he walked in and he was like, either you get rid of Kellen Moore or I'm out of here? You think that was how he persuaded it?
I don't.
Okay.
I think he has like the leverage, or maybe he felt like he had the leverage because they won their first road playoff game in 30 years to be like, hey, look, he ain't working.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do something different.
And I will also give. I think that's a huge point there. The part of it, I think he was judging him all the time. You know, he was watching this guy going, "That's not how I would do it." But I don't know if he was lending his hand to him and saying, "Hey, here's how I would." And maybe he did, and then Kellen would just ignore it and move and do his own thing. I don't know exactly how that worked or functioned. But Mike McCarthy said, I want to do it my way, install my program, have my words be in the quarterback's ears so that he understands that it's all from here and this is what we need to do. It's not just a play call. Sometimes the play call, and we need this 3 yards. You know, like there's a little more to it, and maybe that's him keeping Mike McCarthy more connected to each game. Maybe that'll help him whenever it comes down to clock decisions when he's looking at it because he's more in rhythm with the pace of everything that's going on.
All I know is the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl.
Mike predicted it long ago.
We're going to Las Vegas to cover the Dallas Cowboys this year.
Well,
really, it'd be 2024. But
yeah. Oh, my gosh. It's going to be so glorious. Be in Vegas with the Cowboys. And then Mike is going to be dancing because he predicted it all.
Obviously, that would be freaking incredible. Do
you believe it?
No.
Oh, my God.
You knew
Mike Bassett.
You always pick
this.
them to win 13 games. Why can't they win 16 games and be in the Super Bowl?
And I definitely do not always pick them to win 13 games.
12.
And because they don't. You watch the Cowboys. I hope you're right. I would much, by 1,000,000% rather you be right than me be right.
Who's better than them in the NFC?
The Eagles.
All right, fine. Who else?
You think the Eagles are better?
Yes.
Even though they're losing most of
We
their
probably
defense?
won't. When's the last time we played a team 3 times in a row in the playoffs?
The 49ers, right?
Yeah, it won't happen again.
Okay.
What's the odds of us having to play the 49ers again?
Doesn't it feel like we played the Packers like 3 times in a row?
Yeah, maybe we did. I was not prepared for that question. That is a good question. All right, well.
So 2 teams are better.
Okay.
As long as they both play each other, and then we rip the quarterback's elbow out of socket in the second play of the game, and we have to play a running back as their quarterback the rest of the way, except they just changed the rule on that.
Yeah. No, it's not changed yet.
Oh,
The
okay.
proposal is out there, though.
Then we're going to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this question came in. I think this is a really good question from the 682. What is the downside of using the franchise tag in general? Like, not on a specific player, but just people make it sound like it's a bad thing to use it at all. That is a great question.
The players don't want it used on them.
I mean, absolutely. And I totally understand the logistics of that because you're like, I want a long-term deal instead of a one-year deal. But Steven said yesterday, we're not afraid of the tag. End of the day, we'll probably use it again this year. Now,
did he say on?
He did not, but I think it would be heavily implied that it would be Tony Pollard, right?
He said not necessarily, but
okay.
I agree with you.
Great.
Yes.
Who else are they using? If they use it on Dalton Schultz again, Cowboys Twitter is going to freaking implode.
You don't have to use it on Terrence Steele. He's a restricted free agent, right?
Exactly. So the highest tag you have to put on Terrence Steele, I'll double check the number, but I think it's like $4.2 million.
What's the highest tag you would have to use on Dalton Schultz this year?
So
because it would be a second time,
and you'd have to go up 20%. So I do believe you'd be looking at probably like $13.5 or $14.5 million for him.
See you later.
Yeah, I'm with Mike on that. All right, now what's the max you think because this is safety, Donovan Wilson. Like, and I'm not saying he's the guy, but like
I think he could get $8
million
a year, maybe even up to 10 if somebody really wanted him. That's where I would love to try to get. I do think he's very important to this team, by the way. I would love to get him on somewhat of a, let's just say 5-year deal. Obviously, it's not going to be guaranteed, but you get him on a 5-year, let's just say $45 million deal with about 2.5 years guaranteed. So if you feel like after 3 years or 2 years there's a decline and he's not worth that money, then easily in the 3rd or 4th year you can say, thank you so much, Donovan, you gave us a nice 7 years.
Yeah, one of my concerns,
$14 million
for a franchise tag of Wilson.
Wow, that is way
so
high.
Yeah,
you think $10 million is more what his market is then?
I could see that.
8 to 10. My concern is that his style of play. I'm a little concerned about him being healthy throughout the entirety of a long contract.
Sure.
But $14 million is a big number, especially if I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with Tony Pollard and all of that still.
And that's where I would assume that is the case. And it's great is the tender that you can put on Terrence Steele is really low because of his lack of draft status, and I think that is fantastic. So you would get compensated one way or another if you lost Terrence Steele. I do not think that's going to be the case. After this year, you're going to have to pay him. For Tony Pollard, it's $10.1 million. But the question was, and I want to loop back to some of these logistics, what's so bad about it? There's no flex in the franchise tag. That is the number one issue with this, all right? If you put Tony Pollard on the franchise tag, he costs $10.1 million. No more, no less, no way to get out of it. If you gave him...
That's why I was hoping the safety was more like $8 million.
Exactly. But, I'm not saying this would be the case, but let's say Tony Pollard never got hurt, and you're like, oh, my God, he's amazing. You give him your 5-year, $60 million deal, whatever the case may be, that almost made me swear. Okay, I hear you. But the point of that would be, how much would that first year hit? You could probably make that first year hit $3.5 to $4 million on the cap if you wanted. And so that is why so many teams not only do contract extensions, they do contract extensions before the next deal is up, because you can shove all that money throughout a variety of years. So if you franchise tag Tony Pollard, it's $10.1 million, which if you gave him a long-term deal, which I am not advocating whatsoever, you could get the number down to $3 or $4 million. And that is the issue that the Cowboys run into, because what did they think last year about Dalton Schultz? They're like, oh, Dalton Schultz probably cost us $13, $14 million. Oh, man, we franchise tagged him for less money. But that is not a smart way to do it. If you really want to keep the player, I don't know if the Cowboys do want to long-term keep Pollard.
All right, so Pollard and Steele are expected to be ready for camp, right?
Yes, which is great.
Do you want to keep Pollard?
I'm okay with, I'll answer first. For the franchise tag, I'm okay with it. But I do not want to sign him to a long-term deal.
Agreed.
Okay, so and this is kind of where
I think he's great.
I want to fiddle with your emotions a little bit.
Okay.
Because I was talking to Zach Walchuk last night. He was after dinner. He was like, I gotta watch 2 offensive linemen or something. He was like trying to pick out.
Yeah.
And we were kind of talking, and I was like, how many third-round running backs are there that are significant? He was like, there's a lot. And he had 13 cornerbacks that he had listed on his list that he's like, and I think that you can get them anywhere in the first 3 rounds. He said, there's only 2 I don't like. And so I was sitting there going, okay, cornerback, everybody thinks that's a position of need. Do you have to get it in the first round? Well, do you want the premier talent, or do you want good talent that could be good? So, Kevin, when it comes to running back, do you think you can get a 3rd or 4th or 5th round running back that can give you the same production that Tony Pollard did for a cheaper price?
So here's my issue with that is, I don't know if we'll need to close the windows or if y'all can text in right now, 877-881-1053. If you can hear what that song is, Reggie can definitely hear it. Text in or hit us up on the Twitch if you can hear what that song is. Here's my issue with that. I think that makes a lot of sense.
It's not a current song.
But I want Tony Pollard's production this last season. That is a lot to ask of a rookie. And, I believe you can get a 3rd or 4th round rookie that can develop into that. But I'm saying next year, I want the Pollard production, especially if you're going to move off of Zeke. That is a big ask.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't know, I'll be very honest. I don't know if our offense is going to look the same.
Sure.
Because I don't know what kind of production that Kellen Moore is trying to get from what. And if you look back at the the Mike McCarthy era. Like, because he had Aaron Rodgers, it was a very different thing. But is the running back going to be as much of a significant feature, or is the passing game more significant there? And I don't know how much Tony Pollard matters in this offense that way. That was a Kellen Moore guy. I love watching Tony Pollard run. I love watching Tony Pollard play football. I don't know what kind of Tony Pollard I'm getting off of an injury, but the money is significant to me, and that's a question that I have for it. And if I can get that cheaper at a running back position, and still maybe strengthen my defense or even strengthen a little bit of my receiving group, I'm feeling pretty happy.
Through the draft.
So you, and probably, but you really hit on something there. If you really started to gut out parts of this team, but you told me it's because you were picking up Bobby Wagner, or if it was because you were making the trade and absorbing some of the money for DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, my God. We will go to the Super Bowl.
I know.
If they sign Bobby Wagner and trade their second-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins, will you then say they're going to Vegas?
I might, actually. I think y'all make a very good point there.
Get on the Bassick train.
That's the thing, Corey, that I'm willing to, if I know where that money is going, because isn't that what agitated everyone last year?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how much money did we save on Amari Cooper? Where'd that money go? And the answer was it went into the bank to pay
Gallup. It paid for training camp.
Exactly. It went to Gallup, and it went to pay for your future poor decisions on contracts. That's, kind of. And so I think that's what agitated people. If they're like, well, we can't bring back Tony Pollard, we got to draft better because we had some problems, everyone's going to be like, cool. So you took away this cool thing I wanted so we could be fiscally responsible. How many people do you know that are like, okay, besides me, that's fair. How many people do you know that are be like super jazzed about that? Hey, guys, you know what we're going to do today? Are we going to Disney World? No, we're going to learn fiscal responsibility.
I saved 35 cents on this beef jerky. Now that's Kevin right there. He's excited.
I understand.
You know what I can do with that 35 cents?
Oh, yeah. Okay, Mike, don't show me things you're putting on the Twitch. I was like, what listener said that? Mike Bassick, 37.
But yeah, that's my thing. When I'm kind of designing this, I know there's always going to be I don't think the Cowboys will do that, but you're asking me, this is what I want to do. And I want to go into the draft to find my running back. And then I am going to use my money, and I will. But I know Steven and them don't. The only way they want free agents, if it is a team-friendly deal, and you're the guy that waited long enough that you didn't get the offer, and the people are like, why did you sign that guy? And you're like, just wait till he gets out there. You'll see. And then they give you production, like limited.
And that's the argument that we've had over the year.
Or they outproduce it just a scotch. Yes. Or they get injured and they're non-existent.
And so that feeds into what we learned a few days ago via Michael Gelkin about how little money this franchise has actually spent, and how I do believe there's salary cap hell. Because you're like, well, how are the Cowboys over the cap if they're not spending any money? Because they're eating contracts that they set up years ago. They're over the cap because they're eating those poor decisions and not putting more money into the team because they don't have any cap money that they can put into the team. That is the frustrating aspect of this, because they only team build one way.
Yeah, man. Like, instead of eating contracts, Mike, they could be eating corn dogs from Sonic.
I really do want a corn dog now because of y'all.
I know, and I'm smelling they turned on the fryers out here today at the stadium. And
Sonic,
like they're cooking.
I like putting ketchup and mustard on my corn dog.
Oh my god!
At the same time.
Oh, and maybe a little dollop of mayo along.
No.
Yeah, some sugar.
I don't like mayo on
cinnamon
dogs.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Or corn dogs.
Yeah, no, I don't want those either.
But mustard and ketchup.
Mustard's so good.
At the state fair, I only want mustard.
Okay.
But Sonic, I do the mustard and ketchup.
I think I might just get a burger. I'm sorry. I know you want the corn dog.
I think I'm smelling the popcorn.
Okay, is that what you're smelling right now? Oh, gosh, it's food time, Kevin.
And I know this person is trolling, but I'm going to go and bring it to the air so I can point out that not you. This is a dumb statement.
Oh, gosh.
From the 469, it's a statement, not person. I think this is a dumb statement. You love Tony Pollard for slave wages and not what he's earned. I don't understand. I'm not sure what segment you were just listening to, as Mike and I both said we would bring him in for the franchise tag of $10.1 million if you believe that's what he's earned. So first of all, you're wrong about that. Second of all,
isn't $10.1 million, just to make sure this person understands how things work in the NFL, isn't 10.1 the average of the top five running backs in the NFL? So 10.1 is pretty much getting paid the second or third best running back in the NFL money. And we said we'd do it for 1 year.
Yes. And secondly, if you pay players what you think they've earned in the past for the future,
you're Jerry Jones.
You
All
will
right,
be
Jerry's listening.
terrible. If your team out there that thinks Tony Pollard, because of his low usage rate, the beginning of his career, is going to be badass for the next 4 or 5 years, then by all means, give him the money because you're paying for the future. You do not pay for past performance. That is a mistake in every sport. That is a mistake. So I know that guy.
I heard you pound the table. He's pounding the table on this
You're
one.
about to make him throw this headset.
Yeah, and that's just pure. That statement, I believe, is pure foolishness. And I think there's a pretty hefty track record of running backs who get their second contract and then underperform. It's not Tony Pollard's fault that the market is the way it is or history is the way it is. But that's why the number would be lower than what you would think. And plus, he's coming off an injury, for crying out loud. So there are a lot of factors at play. You know what? As long as I'm fired up, Reggie, can you go ahead and fire off cut number 1? Because the trend continues for the Stars, and it is exceedingly agitating. Not a good trend.
Beauvillier's come on to replace Pedersen. He takes a lead pass. He's got 2 goals in this game. Centers. Kuzmenko scores! Anthony Beauvillier set it up in front. And Kuzmenko just angled the stick and knifed it in. As Kuzmenko in overtime scores 48 seconds in.
48 seconds in, and I know the Stars are happy they scored the third period goal, so they got a point out of it, but you see this again and again and again. And I know playoff hockey is a different deal in terms of construction and time and everything like that, but somebody brought up earlier, does Ottinger have some sort of mental hang-up in overtime or shootouts? Because what is the deal? And Ottinger was not good yesterday. He picked up the slack. I think he stopped, I want to say, like the last 10 shots he saw in regulation. But before that, he was abysmal, and the Stars fell way behind because of it. So I'm glad they got a point, but they lose to Vancouver 5-4 in overtime, as this team's track record of just being one of the, if not the worst team in overtime and shootouts continues, which it's amazing how good they have been this year and how high they are up in the standings, considering how poor they have done in this particular aspect.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I think this is a significant number.
Oh, sure.
Mike McCarthy evidently told Stephen Jones that he agreed with most of what Kellen Moore was doing, but he wanted to change 15 to 20% of what their offense was doing.
Ooh.
That's a big number.
Yeah, so 1 out of every 5 to 6.5 plays, he's like, that's
I didn't
probably
really like
not.
that one. That's pretty interesting that he let it go that way. Like, as the coach, he was like, I'm just going to keep with this, but he didn't necessarily agree with what was going on the team, and that's why the change was made. Some people are going to love what Kellen Moore does with Justin Herbert. Some people might love this new offense with Dak and Mike McCarthy this year. Maybe not. I don't know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Mike Likes It coming up in about 15 seconds. But before we get to any of that,
Let's get something away! Cutting me off again for 15 more seconds.
Caller number 10,
now
877-881-1053 will win a 4-pack of one-day tickets to the Good Guys 13th LMC Truck Spring Lone Star Nationals happening March 10th through the 12th at Texas Motor Speedway. You can buy tickets right now at good-guys.com. Told you I'd get it eventually. Or you can win them for free. 877-881-1053. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long out in Arizona. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, Corey, I want to talk to you. Kevin, you shut your mouth right now.
Okay.
Corey, who's the leader of this show?
Oh, man. It's the whole show.
Yeah, but like, who gets us in and out of segments?
Oh, Kevin definitely does, yeah.
Right. Okay, so Kevin is the leader of the show. Did you know, Corey, that today is Luka Doncic's birthday? He turns 24 years old today.
Yeah, I actually did know this. Earlier this morning, I was like, Kevin, I just want your thoughts on Luka.
Kevin, don't respond yet.
And Kevin said, guys, I talk. You guys fill in the empty spaces around whenever I'm speaking. And if I want to bring Luka up, I might.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I just kind of know what I'm supposed to do for the day then. So
now, before you talk, Kevin, on Luka Doncic's 24th birthday, since I'm bringing it up, the question to you is, why do you hate Luka so much that you wouldn't even bring up his birthday today?
It's his day of birth.
We're almost done with our show. We're about ready to get ready for the Lighter Kumar Rocker show. The Vandy boys are pitching today, and we are getting close to the end of the show, and you have not mentioned that man's birthday one time. What is wrong with you?
He's the savior of the team. Kid said it wasn't him. It's Luka.
Yeah, Kid's going to watch tonight along with me on my computer, I think. And you haven't mentioned Luka's birthday one time.
I don't think I'm totally with y'all about the division of labor and who is allowed to bring things up and who is not.
Okay.
I mean,
that would be my answer.
Right now it's 2-1, but okay.
Okay, so this would I think
of course a tyrant wouldn't think that way.
I think you're not going to like this either, because I was going to say we could bring up a survey of 101 former NBA players and where they put Luka in the great players of the game because it's not in the top 5.
It's not your segment.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to bring this article up tomorrow. I think you're going to love the
Okay.
the whole article.
Cool.
You're going to love it.
All right, so
Happy birthday, Luka.
Happy birthday, Luka.
Yes,
24 years old.
From the fan.
This isn't from me. This is just from some fan out there who just said, "Hey, Luka, you're 24 years old. You're one of the greatest players in the NBA today. We're going to talk about you the rest of the season, and we all hope you lead the Mavericks back to the Western Conference Finals. Can you please grow up with the referees? You're in your 5th year in the effing NBA. Figure out how to play basketball without complaining, without this person, cussing about, hey, the refs are the thing that distracts me. They're my cocaine and they're my meth and they're my heroin, and I have to argue with the refs all freaking game. How about you relax for 1 second, Luka, and just guess what? The refs never changed a call in his life after blowing his whistle. So just keep playing basketball. You're 24 years old now. Happy birthday, Luka Doncic.
Why don't you win a championship before you turn 25?
I can't believe I read that from the fan who put that there, but I mean, that's what, a guy thought about Luka and his complaining to the referees for 476 NBA basketball games.
Do you think for a present that Luka asked for more arguments with referees?
You ready for Adam Silver? He might hate basketball the way that we think
Rob Manfred
hates baseball.
Manfred loves baseball.
How about this? Out of all the examples Adam Silver could use about overtime, he's like, did you see where Kawhi Leonard played 46 whole minutes in a basketball game? We might have to go to the Elon Musk ending in this thing, or Elam ending, whichever one it's called.
It's Elam ending. Yeah.
Elam ending. And he's like, we might destroy careers here if we have to play 5 more minutes of basketball. And God forbid we go to a double overtime and have to play 10 whole minutes of NBA basketball. Hey, that mofo, Adam Silver, sits out. He might not have even had 1,000 minutes played in this NBA season because he sits out so many basketball games. 5 minutes of overtime, guys. Now I'll turn over to you. Doesn't seem like a lot, Adam Silver. I better make a score like whoever scores the next 6 points in overtime, because we might ruin Kawhi Leonard's career.
Yeah, I definitely won't want to ruin his career at all.
I mean, I don't want to ruin his career, but I understand your point of maybe that's not the guy that you point out to. This could potentially take down people's careers.
Gosh, trying to save New Balance over there, I guess. He's trying to really pump up the New Balance brand. Gosh, if this guy gets hurt, who's going to pump up New Balance?
Yeah. And also, Mike, there were some people speculating that was not a texter who said some of that Luka stuff, that might have been you.
Well, whoever that person was loves Luka to death, but is sick and tired of him arguing with refs and letting it distract his game from being arguably the greatest basketball player in the NBA today.
Do you feel like maybe he is talking about him, Corey?
You're asking me? Yeah, I think that's Mike has a feeling for sure.
Okay. All right.
I do want to know something though, Mike. This is a new era of player. And when I hear the Charles Barkleys and the Mike Bassicks discussing, these guys don't play. They don't play all the time. They don't play every night. I do wonder, this is not from me, but it's from the perspective of that player. I wonder if they look at the Charles Barkleys and say, but what more did it earn you to play every night? If I don't want to play, I don't have to play, and they're not making me.
Yeah, the owners don't care. It just stinks. I think from their perspective and from a Mike Bassick perspective, if I'm going to pay to sit in the lower bowl of a Dallas Maverick game, if you're not a season ticket holder, is going to cost you $300 for 2 tickets, and you're in the corners. or you're behind the basket. If you want to sit where you go baseline to center court, baseline to baseline, you're looking at anywhere from $1,000 a ticket to probably $250 a ticket. So you're looking for 2 tickets, you're looking at anywhere from $500 to $2,000. And these guys are going to sit out 33% of the games.
So the co-worker line that he's probably been, didn't want to go to work, but he still went out there and hustled.
They missed the national anthem again, way too early, guys.
And that's where I do wonder. I think that in that respect, because that's what Anthony Edwards said, right? I'm thinking about this kid that showed up to see me on this night. You never know. And I don't know that Anthony Edwards' money is big yet. And I wonder if those guys' money that are already big and have already accomplished things, if they're looking at it that way, because I think they're disconnected. I mean, a lot of their life is disconnected from regular society anyway, because they can go home. What was it? Steph Curry was like, hey, I have these bushes here, so I don't have to deal with, neighbors and stuff like that. So I do wonder if they're just so disconnected, they don't care about that player or that fan.
In a weird way, the owners don't care if they play in the regular season. It's literally the NBA telling us there's 82 meaningless games. We do want you, though, to pay approximately $300 per ticket to come see us play. It's a weird thing that they're telling us. They're literally telling us all these games don't matter until we get to the playoffs, but we want your millions and billions of dollars to watch meaningless basketball games.
Yeah.
And it is one of these things. I'm going to probably change where I'm going with. Mike likes it here. We're here at Surprise, Arizona, covering the Texas Rangers, and they've expanded playoffs. And I've always thought this, hey, why not do the NBA hockey thing? Just let half the league in the playoffs. It seems like America likes playoffs more than they do regular season. But now we're seeing where the NBA's numbers keep going down and down and down. And part of it is everybody who wants to watch NBA basketball realizes they're not trying in the regular season. And it is a very different product in the regular season than the playoffs. So I'm not going to watch it. And so I'm wondering if the opposite is, as much as we love playoffs, I'm wondering if baseball maybe needs to reevaluate. Adding an extra wild card team might water down the product over time, that teams are like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to sit out Corey Seager 40 games this year. You know what we're going to do? We're going to only pitch Jacob deGrom 20 games this year, because if it gets expanded anymore and you only have to win 75 to 78 games to make the 8th spot in the American League playoffs, you might start seeing teams go, you know what's best for us is to be completely healthy for the playoffs, which means make this a meaningless 162 games, because the NBA has figured out how to make this product a meaningless 82 games.
So, Mike, to the fan point of view, we're out here. This is minor league, or not minor league baseball, but this is spring training baseball where none of it matters.
Right.
But we'll see this stadium, fill up pretty good. And downstairs in our hotel, there are people here that are talking about their first spring training 20 years ago when they got so-and-so's autograph. I was listening this morning to stories of people, that's those memories that stick, and that's why they've been coming to spring training every year for 20 years. That's why they commit that money every year, because they got to see or interact or see that one. We got to see the Josh Young moment. We both watched that happen live. He hits a home run, and that's going to stick with us forever. And that's what we keep coming back for, in our kids. And so I totally understand that part of it, and that's where, what baseball has done over its time, it's given the fans that opportunity. We get to see it right there, man.
Yeah.
They love it.
I was asking last night, I was with about 15 Ranger fans down in the lobby, and I was talking to them for about an hour, having a great time. A lot of them work for the Texas
Domino's
Rangers.
Players?
Yeah, like they're ushers and stuff like that. And I was asking them, I said, who's your favorite Ranger of all time? Now, none of them named a current player. They weren't younger people. They were older people, because we got one Al Oliver, one Mike Hargrove. I'll tell you who seemed to be the most popular was Rusty Greer.
Yeah.
Was a very popular candidate. Got a Will Clark, got a Rafael Palmeiro, got a Juan Gonzalez, got a Nolan Ryan. And, it's fun to kind of talk to people that have been around the game, that have loved the Texas Rangers, I'd say since the 70s, but a lot since it seemed like that early 90s. like that impression of 96, 98, 99 team really had a big impression on a lot of the Texas Ranger fans that are at least here right now in Surprise, Arizona. And I asked them about current Texas Rangers, and it's interesting. They struggled to name. I said, well, who's your favorite player now? And all of them struggled to name, not that they don't know the players.
Yeah.
They just struggled to really have a favorite on the Rangers right now. So I do think that's really up in the air. The Rusty Greer type of player, it's there to be had. Could it be Josh Young? And I do think that people do at times really like the player that was developed through your system and comes up and is that spark plug type of a guy.
From the 682, you didn't get a single Pudge Rodriguez?
I did not. I said nobody said Pudge. It didn't. I'm not saying they didn't say, oh, we don't like Pudge. It was just that they had their people that was kind of their first ever favorite player for the Texas Rangers, and now their all-time favorite player. I can't remember everybody's answer, but I remember going, wow, it's interesting, Pudge. Michael Young didn't come up either.
That's wild. Kevin still hasn't said happy birthday to Luka either.
Yeah, I did. I said happy birthday, Luka.
No, you didn't.
I did. Yes, I did.
No.
Y'all were talking.
Who's your favorite Maverick of all time?
Dirk.
Who's your second favorite Maverick?
Rolando Black.
Who's your third favorite Maverick of all time?
Maybe it could be Luka. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
High,
does anybody really care?
It depends. If he leaves for the Lakers, then probably not.
Oh, man, in your face, Luka. Grow up.
By the way, I forgot to bring up the most amazing Stephen Jones quote. People were asking why they believe so much in Dak Prescott, and he says, because we know him. We know what he's about. His leadership skills are undeniable. Impeccable work ethic. Other than he hadn't won some key playoff games, he's everything you want in a quarterback.
All he's got to do is win some key playoff games.
Other than
all he has to do, Kevin, and then that'll shut everybody up, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Just so you know what you missed in Mike Likes It, you can read what I was thinking about doing so you can be so happy what we did.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
Mock
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I might have a Lucy update.
Ooh.
And Jared Saylor joins us in the C Block next.
The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece 105.3 The Fan, live from Surprise for Texas Rangers Spring Training, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And you know what I would like to do, and I've been told that we will have a daily hit with this man. It is Jared Sandler, who is on the call today, thanks to Sonic.
Oh, it's so good.
Good.
Sonic.
Jared, thanks for being here, man.
Hey, it's great being here. Why? I want some Sonic.
Yeah, we're going to probably.
What are you doing here?
We're
dude?
probably going to be rocking.
Can you get out of my way?
Hey, we're on air right now, Zach Walchuk, so don't say the cuss words.
Zach doesn't care. He talks on the phone in the clubhouse like he's part of the team.
Let's talk about it.
All right, Jared, if you can explain this story a little bit more. We talked about it a little bit this morning. We did not know the Zach part of the story, but evidently the nosebleeders from the G-Bag section had some new they have some etiquette to learn in the clubhouse.
First day in the clubhouse at spring training for both of them. Now, Zach should know better because Zach has spent ample amount of time in the big league clubhouse. But I'm just walking around minding my business, and then I see Zach like walking up and down the clubhouse like he's a man on a mission with the phone to his ear.
Like he's making trades.
Like he's like an agent or a GM, making some moves. And then apparently he left the clubhouse and walked right past the sign that said "No media beyond this point," and starts trying to, I think, have his conversation with Sean and RJ and Bobby in the restricted area. And so he was politely asked to relocate. And then about 10 minutes later, Eric decided to just set up shop on the couch and have a slumber party with Nathaniel Lowe.
So he just walks up, sits down next to Nathaniel Lowe, and Nate's nice about it.
Yeah, and Eric was really funny, just maneuvering around the clubhouse, trying to meet people. And I guess he saw an opportunity with Nathaniel Lowe. He's a good guy. And I think you guys had talked to Nathaniel Lowe earlier. We did. And so
They did. I saw that.
Yeah, and so Eric just sits down on the couch and makes himself right at home, throws his arm not around Nathaniel Lowe but around the back of the couch. I think he might have even had one leg on the other leg's knee.
Oh wow!
I think he was really and all the clubbies who it's a part of their responsibility to keep the clubhouse in good shape and sort of assess or enforce some rules for people like us. They're gathering around behind the couch. One of them had to kind of mimic someone kicking something, kick this guy out. They're looking at Rich Rice, who's because Eric was harmless.
And
it's one of those things where it's a rule, but there's not a great reason why, I guess. But it's their clubhouse, and you don't want to infringe. But Nathaniel Lowe didn't seem to have a problem with it. But as you guys talked about earlier, he's very lucky that certain former Rangers were either not present or on the team, namely Lance Lynn, Will Clark, I think, Adrian Beltre. Certain guys, old school guys, would have had something to say about it in a big way. And John Blake would have probably had something to say about it, but John is not in surprise at the moment.
Now, that's very similar to how we treat people that come up to the studio, Kevin. If you come up to the station and you don't ask to sit on the goose, that's what everybody calls it. Our couch is the goose. If you don't ask, then we get upset. Yeah. But if we say, hey, go ahead and have a seat on the goose, then it's perfectly okay.
Well, who named it the goose? Is that because of all the stains?
Only Corey.
Yeah. When I was a kid, my friend's mom called releasing gas goozing.
Oh.
And so I called that the fart couch essentially, and it was the goose couch. So that's what it's the goose now. So that's why we call it that. Everybody does. All right. So did Eric learn a lesson today then, or do you think he'll go back in tomorrow and do the exact same thing?
Well, that's a good question.
Eric learn lessons?
It might go different if he does it again.
Yeah, I don't think second time will be treated as patiently. I think Eric probably was in a state to where he understood the lesson, and he was good about it. I'll tell you, I learned some lessons the hard way via John Blake, and he's lucky that John wasn't here because John would have thrown a fit and it would have been very loud, and you would have definitely been embarrassed. I've been on that end of things before, and I walked out with my tail between my legs thinking I'm never stepping foot in here again. Eric kind of had this like positive disposition, like, oh, okay, I'm sorry I violated this rule and everyone wanted to kick me out, but hey, we're all having a good time, right? Let's party, and hey, we'll come back tomorrow and maybe do the same thing.
He pulls that off.
I still remember the time that Evan Grant chased after John Blake like they were lovers that had gotten in a fight because John was mad at something Evan said. He stormed out of not the clubhouse but the media room, and Evan wait, John, and he walked after him, and I was like, that's nice. I hope they make it.
And they mended that fence pretty quickly.
They really did.
Now, we were coming into today thinking we were going to get Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker off the top, and it sounds like, are they getting sent back down? Is that what's going on?
No, they're both going to pitch, but Cody Bradford is going to start. We didn't get a great reason as to why. The only thing Bruce Bochy said was, they decided they wanted them to throw more in the middle innings, and
he told us it was to drop down the pressure.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? I mean, there's obviously a lot of attention on Jack Leiter. Maybe if he was coming off of a really good year, it'd be different. But I think, he didn't have a great year, and you have him in the middle innings. Maybe you're not facing, all the big leaguers that make the trip, and there's not as much pressure when you come in. I think they want to be smart and ease Jack back into things. After what happened last year, and I think he'll go to Double-A and have a chance to repeat that level and hopefully have some success, and then maybe not stay there the entire level.
Has Al come in yet?
I don't think Al has been in camp since games have started, which is basically when I've been here.
Okay, and then really quick,
they got the real lineup.
This is a great lineup today for the Rangers. You're pretty much seeing opening day lineup almost. It's Simeon, Seager, Lowe, Garcia, Heim, Grossman, Young, Tavares, and then DHing is Clint Frazier. So that would be the only one most likely who's not in your lineup on opening day. So, I mean, the Rangers are putting out their A team right here.
I would tell you, I think that is probably the 9 who will start on opening day with Garver DHing instead of Frazier. So that'd be the only – and I don't know in that order. I think Leote will probably bat 9th. But, I think you're looking at Robbie Grossman – and left. The only thing, if it's a righty, maybe they go with Brad Miller, depending on what they want to do. If Robbie Grossman is going to be the everyday left fielder or if he's going to platoon with someone, that's one of the decisions that the Rangers have to make over the next few weeks.
Can and will Frazier make this team?
He can. I don't think he will. I think the odds are stacked against him a little bit. But a part of it, not all his fault. What are they going to do with the catching spot? Are they going to carry 2 or 3 catchers?
Yeah.
If they're not confident that Mitch Garver can take on enough of a workload behind the plate, then maybe they carry Sandy Leone or a third catcher. That way they can keep Mitch healthy and keep his bat in the lineup, which is priority 1.
Yeah, that's real quick.
Yeah.
If you have Garver as your DH and Heim as your catcher, if for some reason Heim twists his ankle or something, you either lose your DH or you need another catcher on your bench.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And they seem comfortable if Garver can catch, if they don't have concerns about him physically, it seems like maybe they'd carry 2 catchers, but it just seems to me like it would make a little more sense to carry 3, at least to start the year. And you got a perfect third catcher in Sandy Leone. You don't care about him not getting at bats. He's a veteran catcher, switch hitter. So maybe that plays a role. But that decision will impact how many position players they can keep, how many utility infielders can they keep an extra, bat in the outfield like Clint Frazier. The power potential is definitely something that will work in his favor, but I just think it might be a numbers game at the end of the day.
What are you looking for? I know this is just 30 pitches approximately. What are you looking for from Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker today?
So if this was a regular season, Double-A game, I'd really focus a lot on his fastball command because that was an issue last year. I don't know. I mean, you tell me, Mike. Is that something that you can really take anything away from here in a Cactus League outing or because for me, velocity is always something to look at for pitchers.
I would look at throwing strikes. I want to see that he's challenging hitters. And I know it's only going to be a few hitters, but I want to see that he's challenging hitters, and I want to see if there is adversity, that you don't see bad body language. I think it's very important that you are on a bigger stage here. I know it's not the major leagues, but it's a major league spring training game that I want to see you are attacking the strike zone, that you're not afraid of contact, and two, that if you do give up a double or a home run, we don't see discouragement on the mound. It's like, give me the ball, next hitter, let's go.
Are you looking for something different than from Rocker? Than Jack, because Jack's had a year of this already?
Same thing. I just want to see that they are not afraid to attack these hitters.
Well, and with Rocker, and I don't know how much he's going to throw a slider, I'm just generally curious how big league hitters react to the slider. Are they going to chase it as much as SEC hitters did? The answer is going to be no, but to what degree are they going to be able to lay off that pitch? Again, I don't know that you're going to get a fair representation here today. I'm also curious to see what Kumar Rocker's velocity is from his first pitch to the last fastball he throws in his outing.
Zach, are you feeling kind of the same vibe?
Yeah, I am. I want to see him really shove it up the
rears,
like Josh was talking about earlier.
Oh my God!
I want the hitters to leave the box and be like, man, he shoved it up my rear.
That was a moment with Josh Young. Josh Young's fantastic.
Yeah, he said it twice.
He's winning. If he doesn't win Masterpiece of the Week, boys, we did something.
Right before he got called up to the big leagues, he was talking about how this team shoved it up his butt and the next team shoved it up his butt. And we're like, oh, well, I mean, he is saying, like, he was coming into his major league debut struggling in the minor leagues. So
it was kind of a moment. Now, last night we went to dinner, guys, and we had another chip fiasco. And I don't know how y'all feel about this,
stupid
but
kid gave me so much attitude.
The first restaurant we went to 2 nights ago said they would charge us extra for chips, never did. Then last night there was queso ordered at the table at Chili's, which Sean and RJ and Bobby are giving us a hard time for going to Chili's, which is spectacular, by the way. But our chips never showed
They
up.
like spending $78 a meal and then getting ticked off with the company that won't.
How come they wouldn't let us go to Nick and Sam's for our per diem? Like, that is definitely their vibe.
But the chips took forever to arrive for the queso.
The best part of that is usually you bring the queso with the chips.
Yeah.
You certainly don't bring the queso 10 minutes before the chips.
Yeah.
But while the queso is sitting out there getting cold and we asked about the chips, the response from the server was magical.
I don't think I heard it.
Oh, he looked at me.
He looked at me because I
and then
said
he looked
something.
around and he goes, "I'm doing the best I can."
Oh,
we're working on it.
But can we just go back to Monday or Sunday quickly?
Mm-hmm.
On the menu, it said that on the menu it says all refills for chips and salsa are an additional $3.99 after your initial serving. And then when we asked the waitress about it, she's like, "Oh, no, no, you get 3 or 4 refills. It's after that when we're going to charge you." What? Is that not so confusing? They have it right on the menu.
I'll put it to you this way. If 6 tables that night see that, then I don't have to do 6 tables of free extra chips and salsa.
Ooh, okay.
So now that's like, if they're like, oh, I'm not even going to ask. We just asked.
I have another theory. They do charge immediately after, and they point out the front of the menu. It's only if you ask about their bullcrap policy, they're like, "Nah, you're fine."
It is a bullcrap policy, but the fact they brought out the queso before the chips.
And that kid gave us effing attitude. We're doing the best we can.
Queso. Just don't even bring out the queso until the damn chips are ready.
Are we going to be having another chip fiasco this evening? I guess is the big question. We have a baseball game to stick around for here after.
I want to watch baseball, and then I want to get ready. I know this sounds weird.
Mavs.
But for the Mavs and Pacers. I wish I was there because I would want to give Rick Carlisle a standing ovation. I think Rick Carlisle doesn't get enough love for what he did for the Dallas Mavericks.
All right. Guys, thank you all very much
Thank you very
for
much.
coming around.
Zach, you weren't invited.
You're always invited, Zach. Don't worry about it.
I left my shoes in your room.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know what to do when I left this morning. I was going to leave them out in the hallway, but I didn't want
Guys,
someone
this
to take
sounds
them.
like an off-air discussion.
Does it
all right,
ever?
I'm going to turn those mics off. Thank you, guys. I did want to give an update real quick. Kevin, if that's cool, if you're all right with this.
Yeah.
Lucy and Lucy and my wife, Adrian, have been up in Cleveland since Sunday. So we left Sunday to fly down here. They flew up to Ohio, so Lucy could go through another round of EEG to check things out. Here's what we learned. This is the update. Again, she had a over 95% spike rate before we started this clinical trial. In the last time she went, the spike rate at night in sleep went down below 15%. And we are still there. So we're in that. even more significant is her daytime. It is fantastic, Reginald. Thank you for asking.
That'd be so mean if I wooed and you're like, that's bad news.
In addition to that, they said that her daytime spike rate has decreased even more. So in the daytime, we're not experiencing those moments and lapses of not being present.
Wow.
And then on top of that, they're decreasing another medication that she's been on for many years, hopefully to wean her off of that, and this will be the only thing that she'll have to be on. So thank you for everybody, all the Tolos out there. This is I told Kevin
that's amazing. Maybe
yesterday I was feeling pretty anxious about this. Like we've had times when the results have come back and haven't been what we expected, and we were like, oh, crap. So to hear that everything's going in the positive trajectory is freaking awesome today.
That is incredible, and it feels like that counterbalances every bit of garbage and terrible news we'd have to do
and
today.
The stuff Eric did, like it really does balance that out for us. So.
Yeah.
Your Jerry Jones breaking news today that he's possibly going to court.
Dude, I met Ray Davis in the clubhouse today.
I shook his hand.
Yeah,
did you shake his hand too?
I shook his hand. I thanked him.
In your face, Kevin.
I said, thanks
did you
a lot.
shake his hand?
I did not.
Oh,
sucker!
He doesn't know. He said, I said, hey, Mike Bassick, we've never met. He goes, oh, I know who you are.
Oh, man.
Did he say that to you?
Well, he didn't say that to me, but I did thank him. He said he loves the station. So I said thank you for giving us something awesome to talk about this year, sir.
And you didn't ask him to come on the show?
I didn't.
Neither did I.
Why the hell not?
I was nervous, man. The guy's a billionaire.
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
He could fire us at any point.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true.
I think he could, honestly.
All right.
Oh. That is concerning.
What is the fan going to do if they say fire Corey Majors or fire Mike Bassick or we're taking the Rangers off the air? They would fire us.
Yeah, they would fire us.
This is a couple of years ago. Who knows? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? I changed the next topic just for you guys.
Who do we fire?
You don't know if it's good or not. It's Luka's birthday. You get to grant him one basketball wish. What is it? 877-881-105. Yeah, it could be a teammate. It could be maturity. Whatever the hell you want. One basketball wish plus injury updates. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece, Live and Surprise, is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know it's not a Friday, but here's a shout out for you. Shout out to Jonathan at the Casa Linda Chili's. He runs that. And Corey, did you tell him that's where you and Adrian's first date was?
Yeah, the Casa Linda, and I always said Casa, Kevin, because we grew up over there. So I appreciate you saying it the correct way. But we grew up in that neighborhood. That's the Chili's we always went to after high school football games and whatever.
East Dallas?
Yeah, it's right there off of Buckner and Garland Road, and that's where Adrian and I went on our first date. We like I said, we'd gone there our whole lives, so I was just like, it's just easy. And then we went to AMC Theater in Mesquite. But
What'd you watch? What movie?
Cruel Intentions.
And did you give her a kiss afterwards?
I did, and I felt like we were floating, and my eyes were closed, and I felt like we were floating up by the lights.
That could never happen to Kevin. He keeps his eyes open for
the
everything.
entire time.
He's right.
Hey,
I do.
But I do want to,
just in case, like there's an intruder. Or
you
something.
never know, man.
He's ready.
Shout out to Tolo Jonathan, who manages the Chili's over there in Casa Linda, man.
All right, so
I'm gonna go check him out.
Yeah, he said we all need
go
to be
say
up
hi.
there.
Aren't you married? Say stop looking at me.
What?
No, because she has her eyes closed.
Reggie, what did you
like
say?
Like a normal person.
I said, aren't you married?
Oh, I can't go check him out. Yeah, that's a good point. I am married. Maybe I'll just take her with me.
You're allowed to check people
I'll go
out.
say hi. I'm going to go say hello. Can I do that, Reginald? Does that work?
I don't know. I'm not your wife.
That's a good point.
All right, so it's Luka's 24th birthday.
Happy birthday. No negative things about Luka on this show.
Happy birthday, Luka. If you could grant one basketball wish for Luka, what would it be? You want me to read you some of these already?
I mean, mine would be that he stops paying attention so much to the refs.
As you might guess, that is a popular choice from the 469. Luka birthday wish for me would be able to call the refs stupid MFers and never get attacked. That would probably, because then he could still get that anger out of him and not get in trouble. From the 903, Luka's one wish, never be injured. The 575, a real roster around him and a coach who can actually, you can only pick one.
Yeah.
You can have the roster or the coach. So we're going to go with roster on that one.
All right. I'm stealing this from Reggie, who texted me, and I tried to text him back, but I still can't text Android.
Good for you, Reggie.
And I'm going to twist his a little bit. Reggie said wish for 1,000 wishes. I'm going to wish for an infinite amount of wishes.
If you wish for more than one wish, you will never win an NBA title.
Oh, interesting, but I can play for a title.
Sure. You mean
I just don't have to
win 15
it.
NBA finals.
It's fun to be there. Like we can go game
souped up Jim Kelly up there.
Mike, if Luka lost 6 NBA titles series, would you go, man, that was amazing that he got to 6, or would you always be furious that that they always lost?
I'd be furious. It would be fun rides, but we don't think of Jim Kelly as a great quarterback. I mean, he is in the Hall of Fame, but
not like upper echelon.
Right, we're just like, yeah, man, he was a good quarterback, but when you say Jim Kelly, you think of losing Super Bowls.
Okay.
Yeah. I think if Luka went to 4, let's just say 4 NBA finals, and lost all 4, we think, hey, man, he was a good player, but he could never win.
Well, Reggie, it appears that Kevin gave us a rule we didn't know about.
He's a hater. That's
why. He is a hater.
Oh, yeah, big shock, Reggie.
So I guess what I'm going to have to go with is I would wish for Luka to get a big man that he could actually run basketball.
Oh, he's got Dwight Powell. Come on.
You know what? Somebody posted this morning, if you took all the big men on the Mavericks roster and just put them all together, that's what they want. And I think it was Laura Gunn said that's essentially, and Kevin, you added this, a fully understood
realized,
realized Miles Turner is kind of what you want Luka to be able to play with. If you took all the guys on this team and smashed them together, that's kind of what you get, and Luka can run with that, man.
What would the Mavericks give for the science experiment that would allow them to remove the try hard and effort from Dwight Powell and put it into Christian Wood?
The JaVale McGoo's body?
Yeah. That's like all they want in the world. From the 972, their basketball wish for Luka, get every call he whines about, because then he would score like 200 points a game.
It's every shot he takes.
Oh,
I mean, every shot he takes that he misses, it's like, did you not? And even the ones he makes,
50% of the ones he makes, he's still mad at the ref.
And like that goes with it, because he'll just keep yelling and one at them. And I'm like, it was like 3 possessions ago. That seems to be the common theme from the 806. I wish the NBA let you call your own fouls like pickup ball. From the 559, my wish for Luka. He gets every call he thinks he deserves. So that is...
It is his Achilles heel.
Sure.
That is the thing that disrupts him the most. It's the weirdest thing. It's not... He can score on any human being in the NBA. He can score on any team in the NBA. He can handle all the things that the game throws at him, and I know he needs to still get better. You know, he can improve. He's still just turning 24 years old. But the one thing that holds him back is he gets distracted by the referees.
Reggie, you texted into our Zoom chat, basketball witch.
Yep, Kevin said basketball witch.
Oh, okay. I thought that you were like you're wishing for a basketball witch so that they could merge all the sinners.
You know what? I might allow that just because of how intrigued I am at what exactly the basketball witch would do next. Is
with her cauldron.
So and somebody did, of course, text in an athletic big. You see that athletic rebounding big from the 903.
I agree with that.
And I do too. I would hope I could go a little bit more across the board. I would wish for him to have a rest of the roster that's as good as Boston or Denver.
Yeah.
Because that way, even if he's still complaining, I think you can still get the job done. And also, then, like, there would be no more excuses. Because, like, I am curious, I want to bring this up maybe tomorrow or the next day, like, how much longer Jokic gets to cruise off of, hey, you're not in the NBA Finals, you're not winning NBA championships. I think you're probably right about that. And so I would love for him to have that roster around him, because then you could win an MVP, and then there would be no more excuses. So, it would live or die off of Luka.
So you have another superstar already, but that's not good enough. Like, you need an even better roster than two superstars.
If you look at the next levels of Boston and Denver, I feel pretty good about that.
Do they have two superstars?
Denver. I wouldn't say superstar.
I don't know that Boston does either.
I think Jalen Brown's a 4-time, 4 years in a row All-Star.
We love Jalen Brown and would love to have him on this team. I think we all do. But does the NBA consider him a superstar now?
And okay,
I will say yes.
Okay, but even if your answer is no, I would say right now you take Kyrie and the rest of the roster, you flip it for Jalen Brown and the rest of the Boston roster in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So I would definitely take a superstar downgrade for a. Because I remember when we did that with the Warriors series and stuff with the Celtics, is like, hey, do they have players, or against the Mavericks, do they have players 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 until you get to another Maverick before Kyrie? So you might be right in terms of superstardom, but I would make that trade. Now, in this superstar vein, and we can get to more of the birthday wishes, did you see the latest from the Lakers? They said they will reevaluate LeBron in 2 weeks.
Why?
So not even.
I heard it pop. That's what he said.
Yeah, and yesterday
and then he limped out of the arena.
And I think yesterday on Instagram he said something like "this MF hurts" or it's something like that led you to believe that this was problematic.
So I'll tell you what, I was wrong on Jalen Brown's resume. I thought it was better, honestly. 2-time All-Star. I thought it was 4-time All-Star, but he's just a 2-time All-Star.
Well, I mean, he's one of those
Not
guys.
Not a superstar, then?
I guess I think every team would want him as their number 2 guy. Sorry.
I think that like when we look at this team, when we look at him and we look at our team talent, we're like, man, if you could add a Jalen Brown, like that takes you to a different level because the talent they had before. But Kyrie's he's on a different plateau also. Like he's just in a different spot.
I'm kind of surprised this didn't come up more from the 903. Their wish for Luka, a real owner. Man, burn on Mark Cuban.
Well, and with
we'll see.
I guess my big problem with that is they're still hamstrung by some things that happened in the past. That's where they're still having to make up for the Dwight Powell contract and a couple other things.
And poor drafting.
Yeah, and maybe
they still haven't paid off the Porzingis trade yet.
Yeah, so
still this year, the next two. Isn't that amazing that Jalen Brunson is he's leading a team to a better record? Remember when it was like, dude, you're going to a worse team. He actually went to a better team.
And so that's where I kind of look at the owner and I'm like, okay, let's see what he can do when there are some other things that Nico Harrison can actually do with this. Because dude, again, before the season, I would have not thought that the Mavericks would add Kyrie, like a legitimate superstar next to Luka, and yet here we are. So I don't like Nico swung that one. He swung the KP get rid of him because everybody was tired of him, and now there he was standing there talking to Anthony Davis before the game the other day. So you know what's about to happen.
From the 469, I wish Luka would have the Infinity Gauntlet and could just dust half of the competition. Wow. And so
I got a question about that.
Okay.
The Infinity hand.
The Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet. The what's his name? What's his name again?
Thanos.
Used it on his left hand, but Iron Man and the Hulk used it on their right hand to do their snap. But Thanos did a left-handed snap. Why? Or is it because left-handed people are evil? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that explains my anger.
That's what my kindergarten teacher thought. She was like, "Pop, sound right with your left hand." And so the injury update for LeBron, they'll reevaluate in 2 weeks, and obviously that sounds bad. Not he'll play in 2 weeks. They'll reevaluate him in 2 weeks. And I know their team sucks this year, but you see LaMelo Ball is not surprisingly officially out for
and it's not
the rest
fake.
of the
he
season.
Broke his freaking ankle.
His ankle, yeah.
I wonder about the Ball family and their just their genetics. I think great genetics.
Yeah.
Obviously, 6'6", super athletic, great basketball players. I mean, I have to give the dad a lot of credit. He did a great job of developing his children. I know that the other one didn't make it, but he's still, good basketball player. But I just wonder if somewhat the genetics of the Ball family are just not going to allow their bodies to play in today's game 65 NBA basketball games.
I hope that's not the case because LaMelo is really fun to watch, and Lonzo really seemed to, I know it's just half a season, he really seemed to find a great fit in Chicago, and that team was looking strong. So,
can I ask you this question? Yeah. Do the Lakers make even the play-in situation now?
Without LeBron?
He's going to miss at least, I would say, 6 games, and that's being very nice if he only misses 6 games.
If D'Angelo Russell and Anthony Davis get on the same page and go after it together, maybe there's a possibility. I mean, Anthony Davis can carry you a ways as long as he stays healthy.
How about their next games here? At Memphis, at Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Golden State, Memphis. Those are huge games because they're all meaning like besides Memphis, you're locked in with Oak City, Minnesota, and Golden State trying to get a play-in situation.
I think it's not. I'm not saying likely. I think it's possible because Minnesota and New Orleans are playing like butt.
Yeah.
So I think they've got a shot.
That's funny.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
We've used butt a lot on this show today.
Not like Josh Young did though. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on the Fan.
When shopping for a new car.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. And today, that means Brian Broaddus. Gentlemen, sir, how are you today?
Doing very well, Heggie. Thanks for asking.
Absolutely. Are you pumped about the game today? Because we've been excited all day about Leiter and Rocker, even if they aren't starting things out.
Yeah, I'm very excited because, and then I get distracted. Like I was really interested in watching the Brewers and the Royals play yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, and I was kind of making reference. I always like notice things that are going on, and I figured out this, Bassick.
Okay.
You know, if you get a lot of guys on base, the first base coach, it looks like Dick's Sporting Goods in his hands. He's carrying he's carrying gloves. He's carrying batting discs. Or thumb discs. He's carrying sleeves. He's got it all down there.
I'm glad you brought that up because this weekend my 13-year-old was playing their first tournament, and it's a great dad who loves baseball. He's coaching
Too much
first
gear,
base.
protective gear.
But you really need to watch the first base coach. People don't watch this or watch the third base coach if this is what you do for your son's team. When there's a runner on, let's say, second and third, you're not watching the pitcher. You're watching the second baseman and the shortstop. So when you watch a first base coach, watch what they do. They're not even really watching the pitcher. They're watching the middle infielders because if one sneaks behind, a pick is on. You don't need to be watching the pitcher. The shortstop and second baseman have to break before the pitcher makes a move. And you have to tell the second base runner, I got you. I got you. I got your shortstop. I got your second baseman. And if they start moving, you got to yell, careful, as soon as they move. And then if you see that then something's on back. But careful means start making your way back to the base. If they don't pick, that's fine. We can't get picked off here. But there's a lot of responsibility. When a guy's running from second to third to home, you will see the third base coach start making his way towards home plate to give himself more time to make a decision. So if he wants to hold him up after 2 steps past third base, he's not in the coach's box. He's working his butt off to get towards home plate.
Those hands are up.
Stop! No, man, the Royals had that happen yesterday. That third base coach sent a guy from second who I thought was going to score, but it was a heck of a throw by the center fielder. I love plays at the plate. Now, I'm kind of trying to figure out about the blocking rules.
You got to give them a half of the play.
You can kind of half A block it, or you can kind of really block it and make that umpire have to make a call on you.
But it's fun. I think a lot of parents that want to be coaches need to actually go to games and watch the coaches and what they are doing in situations, because usually a dad will want to watch the kid bat. And it's like, dude, this is what stinks. This is why part of me doesn't want to coach at times, because when my kid's up to bat, if I'm coaching first base and there's a runner on first or second, I can't watch him hit. I cannot divert my attention to my kid hitting the baseball. I have a job to do with the runners on base.
Now, I'm sure you guys will have plenty of space to talk about this today, but your thoughts about the problems continuing to mount up for the Commanders and the Cowboys.
The problems in what way?
Off-field stuff.
Off-field stuff.
Yeah, that's, in football, it's always going to be something that you deal with, especially now with everybody in Indianapolis at the Combine. Now you have all the media, all the owners, all the coaches, all the personnel guys. So it's just magnified. I mean, and that's the thing you always, you worry about in the off season. And, we always felt like, man, we could protect these guys when they were in our building. Yeah. There were things that are outside, that were struggles. And, with ownership and problems like that, that's something you really can't control. I mean, as owners, there's owners that believe that Daniel Snyder is dragging this whole sale thing out. And they're like, listen, sell the team, move on. You told us what you were going to do.
And it kind of felt like a threat yesterday when he was like, I want protection or else y'all can kiss my ass.
But see, I worked for Jerry Jones for 14 years. And so, hey, he's no different than a lot of, businessmen and women out there that, if you're going to put yourself in certain situations, that you probably got to answer the bell.
Kevin, I think when you were talking about all the problems, my first thought was with one of his co-hosts, Eric, and what happened today.
And Zach.
And Zach, when they went into the clubhouse as rookies and didn't know exactly the etiquette that they were supposed to be dealing with. And
how do you deal with them?
How do I deal
with
those
sorry,
two?
Corey. Yeah, just how do you make it through?
Let me be real honest
What's
here.
What's their deal?
Let me be real honest here. Last 3-4 months they've been on the show, we've either been in the top 1, 2, or 3 in ratings. So I am totally dealing with these kids, because if it was me and Dawson doing that show, now Lucius could save us. There's no question about that. Those young kids have kind of given us some life.
Okay.
So this old crusty man here is not. If they need me to carry their bags, buy him a brat, help him with soda shake, whatever I have to do, I'm going to do it. Because those two little kids are gold mines.
Their confidence is there.
Okay, now I just learned about this. So they went into the clubhouse and sat on the couch and stuff?
Yeah.
The couch one was shocking to me. The logo, I remember when I first got there.
I violated this because I didn't know it.
Because there's a giant carpet in there with
the Rangers
logo.
You don't walk on the logo. You walk around the logo.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I do not. And I know there are some people who don't care, but just to avoid it, I was like, who am I?
That's in a lot of locker rooms and clubhouses.
Yeah, you walk around the logo.
Yeah.
But Eric sat on the couch where they usually have, sometimes it's just the players, but frequently it's the pitchers that are going to be going that day. And apparently...
Did he lay down?
He just sat on the couch and put his
arm around a guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Across his leg.
So I assume that he was with Nathaniel Lowe,
Yeah,
right? Because Nathaniel Lowe is he's kind of a fun guy to be around.
Very nice guy.
I don't know. Like I said, if putting his arm around him and kind of buddying up, I kind of appreciate it. That's the thing. I'm looking forward to Eric maybe taking the live mic, and going in the crowd and just interviewing people. Maybe getting down on the field like he's a dugout reporter. Asking questions while you're down.
It was great too.
He's a brave guy. He really is a brave guy.
For Eric, Sean and RJ wanted to have him on the morning show, and so he's like, guys, he told all the Rangers in the clubhouse, can you guys be quiet? I got to do my morning hit here on
for
105.3 The Fan for Zach.
Around.
And so Zach's on his phone in the clubhouse, and Rich Rice politely said, hey, if you're taking phone calls, we would rather you do that on your personal time outside of our
are you guys
clubhouse.
saying it was really kind of a disaster to start the whole
situation?
Yeah,
there was.
Was it a life learning lesson kind of thing?
Relationship stuff we have to go through now.
We're not sure if Eric learns lessons. That's what Zach told us. He goes, I don't know.
Again, that's sometimes you get in the top 3 on your show because you have a little craziness. Yeah, a little confidence there. No question.
Kevin, that's like whenever we would walk in and Tyrone Crawford would see us and he'd be like, oh, here come these guys. Like he knew what we were getting, and then Jason Garrett would have to walk by and just let us know that he was there so that we weren't goofing off too much.
How you doing, guys?
Exactly. I do think that.
How you doing, guys?
He would just
give you that hate smile.
Yes.
He hates smile me more than anybody in that organization. I put his picture up. He actually have to walk past my cubicle to get to the press conference, and I put the picture up that he got. It was for him when he won the Coach of the Year award in 2016. So I have this huge picture of him on my cubicle that he sees when he's walking by. And I would hear him, I'd stand up, and I'd go, hey, Coach. And he'd hate smile me. It's like, hi, Brian. He'd like mannequin face, like ventriloquist. He'd say it without moving his lips.
That's what he did to us because we would be having interviews. He would just walk like by our general vicinity for 10 minutes.
We'd see the players laughing with us, and he'd go, I can't have that fun.
Can't have any fun.
And then the one day out on the field when he ducked our interview request by walking further out into the field.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd go out and do yoga.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, don't worry about us here. We're on deadline. Don't worry about us.
They'll leave before I talk to them.
And you know what? Eventually, he was right. All right, what do you...
we outlasted him. That's what I was told. I said, I'll be here longer than you.
Man, that is a good point.
Like me and Mike McCarthy.
That's right. What do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold is always, Heggy. Thanks for asking. I don't have the show sheet for me. I know we're talking a lot of Rangers. We're talking a lot of Cowboys. We got some thoughts about the Mavs. We're going to be one-stop shop for everything for you today.
All
That's
right.
what we promised.
Plus, you got Rangers baseball in the background.
Absolutely.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Stop that, Mike. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Stop it. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say a good game, Kevin.
Good game.
Coming up on The Fan. Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation. Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise, Arizona, where the Rangers are set to play baseball against the Rockies. And a good afternoon. Welcome into the show. How the hell is everybody doing here in this broadcast booth?
General, I think we're off to a really good start. Had a great crosstalk with the boys in the KMC, and I think we're ready to go. We got great Ranger lineup today out in front of us. We're going to have a great show, but looks like some fun baseball. Mike Bask and I were talking about before the show.
Yeah.
This could be our starting lineup that we see going out here for the Rangers this season to start this thing. So excited about that. Excited to be with you guys again.
I'm feeling right at home. I look over to my right. I see some Hicksy. I see some Sandman. So we got some Rangers baseball. We're going to get to see Leiter. We're going to get to see Rocker. Bradford will start this baby off. This is fun. This is what it's like when the Rangers are playing spring training during our show. We get to look down. Oh. We have the best seat in the house.
Yeah. This is special. This is special. What do we think about the blue on purple color clash? I'm kind of digging it right now.
Oh, I love it. It's always fun getting to play the Rockies, and the Rockies will hit some. They'll hit some dong balls.
A couple of dongers.
They might, but the hope is that the Rangers pitchers, like Josh Young says, they just shove it up their rears.
He did have a couple of rear end references this morning. I felt like Josh Young was in his bag with KNC.
He was.
He really was in his bag, and we got a chance to catch up with Josh Young. Off the record a little bit in the clubhouse this morning, which was very, very enlightening.
Hopefully tomorrow we got our own exclusive.
Let's nail that in. Let's lock that down. He seems like a fun dude.
Yeah, they'll have a clubhouse report coming up from their adventures earlier at 5 o'clock. I understand there were a couple of rule violations.
Yeah.
Hey, a couple of rookie mistakes, man, but we'll get back to the drawing board. We'll clean things up. But, day one, there were a couple of bumps along the way.
It's amazing, how the rumors spread around here. Nothing's safe in Surprise. KNC finds out.
Yeah.
It might have happened live on the air with Sean and RJ, so I guess that happens.
It is a bummer that we're letting distractions get out of the clubhouse like that.
Yeah.
This early in the season, you
should
already
be handled
have
internally.
It really should be.
You got leaks going on down there. Well, I heard the segment. I thought it was terrific stuff, and you'll get highlights of that coming up at 5 o'clock. This is probably the top matchup that I can think of that I've seen. I've been coming to spring training here for about 10 years since Gavin Spittle entrusted the G-Bag Nation to move into the midday time slot back in 2013. Outside of a couple of years there with the stoppage and all of that, I've been coming here, and I can think of, Prince Fielder. I can think of the buzz when Russell Wilson was here. That was fun. But other than that, having this lineup together and having these two young guys pitching, there's just quite a bit of anticipation, and we look forward to talking about this with you guys as it unfolds, probably over the next 2.5 hours instead of the next 3 hours.
Hello.
I do want to start the show as well, with an extension of an olive branch to Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I understand as good of a job as Brian does cleaning, they've presented some photographic evidence that's undeniable. Apparently one of those old Sennheiser, $18 headsets had some egg residue left on it. Mm-hmm. And if we need to, order something up off Amazon and get that replaced as a token of our appreciation for them not being drama queens about it, maybe that's what we
Gavin, I really do appreciate you going the extra mile to try and be a really good teammate, but I don't think we have to do any of that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I really don't.
Well, I'll follow your veteran leadership.
I think we've dealt with years for Choppy's dirtiness that he deals with in that studio.
Mm-hmm.
And I sit in his, and you know what, I have to get a tetanus shot every month because I sit in that spot where he sits. So no, I am not, as far as getting a new headphones, all that. No, it's the last 3 years of having to deal with him. I'm absolutely
you let him know.
I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I appreciate you trying to be nice about it. But Sean, him, Bobby, Peyton, they can.
Well, I'll trust your judgment here because you displayed incredible judgment not using your own headset.
Yeah, you notice I didn't use the Bose, and you know what? Hey, if anything about it, Bobby, get your own damn headphones. Don't be using the community ones there in the middle of the radio station.
Well said. Well said.
Can I ask you guys something? Because they put me on the spot this morning. All right, so before we left, I texted them each individually, and I just said, hey, we're going to miss you on this trip. But I did a personalized text message.
You did.
And it was instead of just putting them all in a group text and sending it, because I was thinking about them. I was like, man, it's a bummer not having them with us.
That's the Walchuk, a diplomatic touch.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if they got offended or they were just like, oh, I'm now the station whore, because I did that. I sent him an individual text. RJ says I should have just done the group thing. G-Bag Nation, you guys make the call. Lucius, I'd love to get your input on this as well. I don't know. Did I handle this incorrectly?
How so? How could it possibly
I don't know.
be construed as incorrect?
Yeah, I feel like that was gentlemanly of you. They wanted you to group text them all instead of going individual.
RJ seems like that's the play. And I'll tell you what, if I had just texted Sean and he had told them all that, RJ and Bobby would have been upset.
I think that's just a little too Seinfeld-ish for me, but it doesn't surprise me coming from those guys.
No,
they're Seinfeld guys.
That's what I'm just trying to say. Hey, I think we're good teammates. I think, but again, for them, they just they need to be kind of like take a step back. I think a little bit about this whole thing. Yeah, yeah.
Well, they're not a show that's akin to that. As a matter of fact,
no, not
taken
at all.
Some significant steps up recently.
They have. They've done a nice job. It's a good listen.
I'm really enjoying the broadcast.
Yeah, I sure do.
You got a good show.
Mavs host the Pacers tonight, 7:30. Mavs an 8-point favorite. You guys feeling good about a bounce back?
I'd like to think so. I certainly would. I can't be overly confident at this point. We do get the Maxi Kleba bump tonight. Maybe that's the shot in the arm that we need right here.
Yeah, how about this? I just got this from guys at the Mavs. It's still to be determined, but looking good. They think they're just waiting a little bit later to decide. But, again, from my guys over at the Mavs, looking good was the first two words out of their mouths.
Well, that handsome devil, Maxi Kleba, is always looking good, if you ask me.
Yeah, if Maxi's in, guaranteed win. If he's out, I don't feel good at all.
We got some doubt. If he's out, we got some doubt.
That would be tough to lose to the Pacers. But they're a talented group as well. A couple of all-stars.
Halliburton.
And that's the way the Mavericks go.
Yeah.
They don't play well against bad teams.
Rick Carlisle revenge game. I mean, that's always something to monitor.
How's this going to end with Jason Kidd trying to motivate the guys with some psychological tricks here?
Man, I got we were talking about it with Baskey last night at the table at Chili's over a couple of delicious tortilla chips.
So
salsa,
I was wondering why nobody was helping me with trivia.
Skillet queso.
I was on Majors helped me. I got to give Majors.
You don't need any help with trivia.
Yeah, I needed a little help.
You're a stud.
There's a guy who covers the Bucks on Twitter that was like, man, this is playing out just like it did in Milwaukee. Jason Kidd comes out hot. They improve by double-digit wins in year one, find success. In year two, the defense slips, and the fingers start to get pointed a little bit, and basically him doing the line of, the players got to figure it out. The players got to figure it out, like distancing himself from the team. And it's like, oh, no, is this playing out just like the Milwaukee situation?
Well, there's one major flaw. Did Milwaukee make the Eastern Conference Finals in year one?
I don't believe they did.
Right. So
but they had a 16-game improvement.
Sure, but there is a little bit of a flaw in the script here. Right. I mean, it's hard to just completely want to just bleep Jason Kidd here when the team was so darn good last year and had such a magical run. Now, if this thing completely falls off the rails, I'm with you here, but I'm not ready to do it just yet.
No, I definitely want to give an opportunity maybe to rebuild the roster and give him another shot at it next year before I'd even consider possibly moving on from Jason Kidd. But there is a lot of frustration in him, and maybe it goes like, remember the tone that he had last year? How nice he was? Like all the press conferences, he was really soft-spoken. I was like, man, I've never seen this side of Jason Kidd. Like he came back from L.A. like super chill and looking to be like real patient with everything. And maybe after he builds the foundation, he's ready to take the next step. And the roster so far is not being able to pay off. And it's a real opportunity this year because there's a lot of teams in the West that are around 500. Like, this isn't a tough West to rise to the top of either, so it is a little bit disappointing. But tonight, a big opportunity to start heading in the right direction. And getting Kleba back, it could give kids some lineup combinations that can actually play defense, and maybe that gives them a foothold to dig out of this. Stars fall to the Canucks in overtime, 5-4.
Same song, third verse there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But Vegas lost in regulation, so they actually picked up a point.
There you go.
In the West, so there is a kind of a good way of looking at it.
And they've been doing well with that, just being able to collect points. But they got to figure this out in overtime. Maybe it'll get better in the playoffs when it's back to 5-on-5 and OT.
So now we wait to see what the next thing to drop for the Cowboys is, right? And Stephen Jones spoke again today. Ton of things on individual players. I'll start recapping some of this stuff and stop me when it gets real interesting to you. Said Leighton Vander Esch absolutely did enough last year to justify him being re-signed. Leighton had a great year. It's all just boiled down to the economics in terms of where he ends up, but he had a hell of a year. Does that sound like they're going to be able to bring him back?
Yeah, it sounds like that that they would like to bring him back. Now, again, will people the thing about Leighton Vander Esch is as you go forward, pro departments can evaluate the tape. The medical departments have their grades. He has missed some time because of stingers and neck issues and things like that, shoulder problems. So, maybe it's some teams that won't go that route. But the tape for a pro guy to evaluate, Stephen Jones was absolutely right about that. I just think the medical stuff might keep him from getting signed by somebody.
Okay, he said from philosophically he is not opposed to drafting a running back in the first round, Chief.
We know that.
But it depends where. If you're taking a player in the top half, you're hoping you've got a player who's going to be here for 10 years. So that kind of, to me, sounds like there's no way you're going to draft a guy in the top half of the first round ever again because that guy doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point for sure. And it's like, well, you're not drafting in the top round this year, so how does that change things? And does
sounds
that
like
mean,
they'd be up for it,
right? You'd be up for it because we're picking a little bit later on in the first, so even if we're just getting a guy who's going to be here for 5 years, maybe you can stomach that, especially if he's a guy like Bijan Robinson, who very likely will be extremely high on their board. But I'm glad they're hopefully going to put to rest the early round one selection of running backs.
Yeah, if you have a guy that's one of those rare talents, especially at 26, I don't have an issue with it. But I think you're starting to see this is a pretty deep running back class, like most years are. You don't have to push the envelope. And a really nice first inning there from Cody Bradford. 3 up, 3 down. Rangers able to send him down in order there. Cody Bradford with a good first inning.
Nice, dude. Thanks for the updates on that. Okay, so maybe the more interesting thing with running back is how we're interpreting this line that Stephen Jones had about the franchise tag. We're going to use it, but not necessarily on Pollard. There's only 2 options for the tag, right? The way he said that doesn't make me want to rule out they're going to use it on Pollard.
Right.
Is it 50-50 Pollard or Schultz right now for them, and they're just figuring out what makes the best?
Let me ask you this. What do you think about Donovan Wilson?
So Donovan Wilson's tag's just too expensive, right? Isn't it like $14 million?
It is.
And to me, I like Donovan Wilson, but he's not worth that money.
And the Cowboys, I don't think they would be a team that values this. Now, don't get me wrong. Dan Quinn needs his safeties, but he can find them kind of later on in the draft. They don't have to be big money type dudes. So I'd be surprised if they were willing to spend $14 million.
But he would be the guy if you were to say, give me a third guy. Donovan Wilson would be the third guy you would say. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Sure.
I'm just saying if you're looking for somebody other than Schultz and Pollard.
Yes, those were the only names. Now I wonder if
Vander Esch at all.
No,
that's interesting.
That one would surprise me. I don't think Leighton Vander Esch, for many reasons that Broadus just mentioned about the draft and the injury stuff from way back. I think you're talking about just an undervalued position, and I think the Cowboys are going to be able to bring him back at a number that they're going to be comfortable with.
I say that, and then here they are. They'll probably tag this guy. Probably need to reach out to some people to see if he's on that list. But the ones I could think of were Schultz and Pollard and then Wilson were the main ones.
Yeah, it's way too expensive for linebackers. You're looking at about $21 million.
Yeah, that ain't dancing.
But
now
you kind of combine that with the sobering thought of how they might be valuing running backs right now. I'm kind of intrigued by maybe they're not going to spend big money on running back and spend it on different positions. That's kind of what it smells like.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was like, well, maybe that he feels good about coming to a long-term deal with Pollard, so they won't have the need to franchise tag Tony Pollard, and then they can just retain Dalton Schultz that way.
That's the hope. Talking to people over there, the hope is that they can hold on. They can hold on to the tag and try and wait as long as possible, maybe even up to the last day before it happens, before they make that move.
There's that Marcus Simeon start that we wanted,
Marcus
boys.
Simeon stand-up double.
Right on. Okay, so we're off and running here at spring training with pretty much a possible Rangers opening day lineup at the plate facing the Rockies. Cowboys on the Stephen Jones on the trio of safeties. It's great to have all 3 of them. Obviously, a priority to keep them together. It will be one of our priorities. And typically what their priorities are, they figure out. Sometimes there's a Randy Gregory or something, but it's rare. He thinks the Cowboys have a solid group at receiver. Can we look at maybe improving it? Absolutely. It's fair to say we're looking hard at it in terms of what we ultimately want the room to look like.
I hope they're looking extremely hard at that particular position right there. Yeah. They're worrying me with their lack of emphasis on, holy smokes, we need a lot of playmakers here.
Yeah. On the team's foundation, he says Dak's the ultimate leader. He's got an insatiable appetite to be great and clean up whatever he needs to clean up. It all starts with the quarterback, and I think we've got ours. Steele, who's working back from ACL, doing unbelievable with his rehab. He's done as well as anybody that we've ever had in terms of rehab and diligence, so they're feeling good about him and Pollard's recovery from their individual injuries. A lot going on here today, though, G-Bag Nation. It appears Michael Gelkin's going to join us live from the Combine coming up at 3:20. Live from the Combine in Indianapolis, Michael Gelkin will join us here, the morning news writer. And he's got the latest not only on that, but he's been reporting on the Michael Irvin lawsuit as well. And there's developments there we can tell you about coming up a little bit later on. Baseball stuff, and the coolest thing we've seen yet with the new pitch clock is next year on 105.3 The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. We're live in Surprise, where the Rangers, they lead the Rockies 1-0. Nathaniel Lowe with RBI sac fly there to deep left field just moments ago. Garcia now at the plate with a couple of outs. And our coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good. G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 8 minutes. Here's Chiafalo with some baseball stuff.
Speaking of good, how about Max Scherzer, gentlemen? And he's come crotch first into this whole pitch clock thing like, yeah, this is no problem. I'm going to work this bad boy. I'm going to mind bleep these guys on the mound, and I'm going to stay being my Mad Max dominant self. And he proved it yesterday. Here is the 27 seconds it took to strike a guy out yesterday. He was just humming on the mound. Here's Max Scherzer.
Here is Joey Meneses, who had a start to his career unlike virtually anybody in the history of the game. Came up last year as a 30-year-old rookie after 11 years in the minor leagues and nearly won himself a Rookie of the Year award. I mean, 324, 13 home runs, 34 RBIs, and just 222 at-bats, a 930 OPS. For a guy who was never even in a major league camp before, Scherzer takes care of him on 3 pitches. Go sit down, Joey, man.
Wow. That was the
different year.
Spring. Wow. The entire at-bat, dude. Scherzer was just, give me the ball, okay, I'm ripping it again, give it back, okay, here's a strike, 3 and out, bro.
Yes. See, this is the thing that needs to be celebrated because these pitchers need to go for the record now. What's the record, 27 seconds?
I think Scherzer is going all in at 27 seconds to start the bidding.
Who can beat it? Can we go faster?
I don't know.
He's a quick worker, man. That's tough.
Yeah, going faster than him would probably prove to be extremely difficult, but I think these guys are going to they're gonna challenge him.
The competition, maybe like a Garrett Cole. Who knows?
Okay. Well,
our own DeGrom, huh?
Yeah. Maybe DeGrom.
Cardio is going to become a factor. I mean, lots of different things will become a factor, but I was talking with Baskey about this, and he said the Rays had done a lot of research and found out that if they could get their guys to wait 20 seconds, the average mile of their fastball went up by 2. Right, so if you're working fast, you're giving up 2 to 3 miles per hour every time you throw, and I think cardio is going to become massively important, but it's pretty impressive that Scherzer comes in shape like that. Start one of spring training, throws out a 27-second strikeout. That's a guy that's keeping his body dialed. Bro.
Yeah. You can see the vascularity in his forearms. I haven't seen anything like that since we met Troy Aikman at Bar Louie, was it?
Yeah, Bar Louie, right there for the draft.
Yeah, but if the cardio is going to be a thing, so maybe a guy like David Wells is just mother bleeping the pitch clock these days.
He's going to be in trouble. Might need some oxygen out there.
This was not something
Bartolo Colon
wouldn't have worked with those guys.
No, aged out.
Throwback CC Sabathia is like, this pitch clock can go F itself.
You know what? The thing with Scherzer, too, I saw a deal where he's now part of using the pitch comm on his wrist. Like, he's calling pitches.
Yeah, he's dictating this bad boy. His catcher's just like, tell me.
Catcher's just setting up, holding the mid up, and then boom, there's the ball right there.
It's interesting because we sat in with Bochy's pregame presser today.
Were you on the couch with him? Where were you guys?
No, we sat. I
was on his lap,
We were prim and proper for Bochy. You know, you don't want to get on the wrong side of Boch. But he was talking about how there might be one Rangers pitcher, which I'm going to speculate is probably DeGrom, since he was teammates with Scherzer. It would make some sense here that will also probably call his own pitches and not use the pitch comm device. So it's kind of fascinating to think about.
It is fun to see which pitchers are going to want to deal with it, which ones will not. But, yeah, I guess we would all assume maybe it's DeGrom. If Scherzer's that kind of guy, maybe DeGrom's that kind of guy as well. But that'll be fun. We'll have to ask Chris Young if we're able to catch up with him sometime today or this week, if he's got an idea of who that might be. But, yeah, Rangers up 1-0 right now. This is very, very exciting. The offense is grooving, baby. And speaking of grooving, meeting Nate Lowe today for the first time in person inside the clubhouse with the mustache. He claimed that he is the funnest guy on the team. Right. And I do feel like there's an obligation there. If you're going to claim that, you got to have the mustache. And so that was fun to hang out with him.
Speaking of grooving, Jonah Heim there with a nice little flare into right field. I'll have you know, I won the county first place tournament with a hit just like that about 35 years ago.
Well, how about it, man?
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Was it an excuse me swing?
Yeah, I was a little late. Cut
it on the handle?
Common. I was right on time for my career.
Did you pimp it?
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Oh, Josh Young's
about to come legendary.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait for this,
Josh,
bro.
show up the rears. Come on, Josh.
Here we go, Josh. All right, so I got the 5 most overpaid players for the 2023 season. Congratulations to the Orioles. They are no longer being completely penalized as Chris Davis is off the MLB books for the first time since 2016. We can all acknowledge Chris Davis being the guy who's had the worst contract for a while now. Was making $23 million a year from 18 till last year. In those 5 seasons, he hit a 169, 28 runs, 249 games, and so pretty bad. But now Chris Davis is set to receive $42 million in deferred payments in a 15-year period from 23 to 2037 as a residual after effect of his 7-year, $161 million contract. He signed that with the Orioles in 2016, so he received all $23 million salary last year. Now he's going to go $9 million annually until 2025. $3.5 million annually from 2026 to 2032, and then $1.4 million from 2033 to 2037. That's how that contract's going to play out. So not technically a top fiver for this year because he's off the books, but did want to at least make that note. The Orioles and Chris Davis, he can kick those feet up for a while and just enjoy that Bobby Bonilla sort of lifestyle.
Former Ranger Chris Davis, he's living the lavish life.
Hey, I just noticed something out with those outfielders. Is the middle umpire, his slack's a different color than everyone else's slacks?
Yeah, he's got light gray.
What's up with that?
Well, he's got some more flair because he looks like he's got a little red sneaker situation going on.
Is he kind of wearing his just whatever he wants out there kind of a gear?
It seems like he's a guy that cares about his drip. He wants to be a bit of a tastemaker here on the diamond, and maybe he will put the pressure on his umpire teammates to step up their games.
I don't know if you know this guy, but I think you're making excuses. I think you're right, Brian. I don't think he got the memo.
I think he's just trying to be his. I think he's trying to be his own guy out there.
Maybe he made a little rookie mistake the same way Walchuk and I did in the clubhouse this morning.
I think so. I don't think he got the uniform right.
Aaron Hicks of the Yankees, he's set to make about $11 million this year as their left fielder. And this dude, they got ahead of it. 2019, 7-year, $70 million. He's been really bad, so he's number 5. How about this one though? Thank God the Rangers didn't make this move with Anthony Rendon. The Angels have the luxury of paying him almost $39 million this year. He's been banged up, not very good. Jackie Bradley Jr. is still costing the Red Sox $8 million this year, though he is no longer on their team. I don't even believe he's on an MLB team at all right now. Anybody could just pick him up
free agent,
if they wanted to, but they're going to pay him $8 million this year. Patrick Corbin, Washington Nationals, $25 million.
Gosh, he's really on the downward.
Oh yeah, 6-19 over a 6 ERA. Just pure rock bottom for him last year. And then the next one, and the worst contract in the sport for this season, and it is sad. It does kind of bum me out. Steven Strasburg, also Washington Nationals, $35 million.
Gosh, he's made a lot of money for
so
just
much.
Well, he's made a ton, but
Injuries.
he had the thoracic.
Are they
outlet
still load
syndrome.
management guy? I mean, it seemed like every week he was a load management guy.
Yeah, he's dealing with the TOS, and so that ruined Matt Harvey. And some other guys. So it seems like it's ruined Strasburg. I don't even think he's at spring training right now with the Nationals.
He's not.
And he's costing them $35 million. So there's your top 5 most overpaid for the 2023 MLB season, boys.
Young's coming up with the bases loaded here. Chris Davis may be the ultimate dodged bullet for the Rangers over the last 10 years.
Him and Rendon.
Yeah. Ooh, just a great. He goes to Baltimore and has this incredible year. If he'd had it with the Rangers, JD to giving him $80 million a year, something like that.
Well, that's the beauty. I mean, you talk to people in baseball circles, you find out Anthony Rendon's a guy that's super talented, really good at baseball, but just doesn't love the sport.
Oh wow, okay, it's hard to be successful for long if you don't. Looks like the Rocky second baseman is down. Josh Young waiting at the plate to hit with bases loaded. We'll give you the update. But it's time now for the G Bag of the Day. Here's Lucius.
South Passe, great day to DFW. Step on outside and get you some vitamin D there, people.
There we go.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get this drop right. There we go.
Reach.
Hey, Anthony Rendon is that guy that looks like Curly Bill from Tombstone, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's make sure that's the right guy. Looks just like him.
That's him.
Curly Bill. Yeah. Curly Bill would have been probably a better player for the Angels.
Y'all killed 2 Cowboys. Yeah. Let's see here. Our winner and champ, by the way, we do this every day at 2:30 on The Fan. If you see anything out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, y'all. I'll try to put it in a mix. It's a combo from the XFL. We have the Guardians quarterback just trying to get his huddle, trying to get his offense together. Let me get this play out, y'all.
All right, tight. Act 2, hot. All right, tight.
Belly left.
Act 2.
Belly left.
Shut the up, y'all. Listen. Act 2, hot. On 1-on-1. Ready?
Nothing worse than when an offensive lineman suggesting a play call.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious at the end. He is wilding.
Remember when Jeff Saturday tried to tell Peyton Manning what they should call?
Run the ball more kind of guy.
Manning just completely undressed him on the sidelines.
And we have WFAA TV reporter William Joy takes a shot at the Cowboys for no good reason.
Yeah, even though attendance was pretty decent today, the weather probably kept a lot of people away. There were a lot of people in heavy winter coats, a lot of people in blankets, but frankly, I think people are just excited to have a team in Arlington that actually plays football games in February. Live in Arlington, I'm William Joy.
Live in Arlington.
Yeah, you're going places, William. You are going places, my friend.
Yeah, he's going to get his little pass revoked.
No.
Why is this not working?
No, what? They're not going to let him in the building, you think?
Come on.
Is that the most disrespectful way to get fired? Like, not by the email or a random phone call, but just show up one day and your card doesn't work and you're like, okay, I guess this is it.
I think he's Lucius worried about him getting in the star, and covering the team for sure.
Yeah, like that guy on Hard Knocks.
Exactly.
When his card wasn't working, he had the camera right there.
Yeah,
like, man, y'all could have told me. Y'all knew this. That's why y'all was following me. Should have said something, bro. Radio Raheem, he covers boxing. He's been getting roasted for about 2 days straight now since the boxing match on Sunday with Jake Paul.
Gotcha.
Yeah, here he is right here. He was interviewing Logan Paul. And Logan Paul said, I love you to his brother Jake Paul out there in the ring. And Radio Raheem, just in the moment, didn't even think about it. Thought the I love you was for him.
I said, Jake, I love you. I'm not going to give you a big speech. I know you got this, but either come back victorious or come back on your shield. I love you, bro.
I love you too, man. How do you feel like he's doing so far in the fight?
Oh, boy.
Radio's on it.
They've been roasting him for 2 days.
I love you too.
I love you too, man.
It's kind of like Clarence Hill does the same thing. I think he's not really paying attention to you.
Ouch!
Hey, Chill's a good dude.
I love Chill.
Doesn't sometimes pay attention, though. He just doesn't.
Oh, man, yeah, Radio Raheem, he's been getting roasted. He's having fun with it, though, so you can follow him on Twitter. It's pretty fun. Here he is talking to Jake Paul right after the fight. This man was in love.
Fight was one of the most difficult things you had to do, but fighting the way you did, that makes you a fucking truth.
Wow. It's an interesting style.
He was in love. Let's see what else I got for you boys.
Dak, you threw those 3 interceptions out there today. God, there was some great effort.
The velocity on those balls.
It's not your fault.
Let's go to Mississippi Valley student broadcasters. Remember those guys?
This is the best. Yes.
Shout out to Eric for sending me this. I didn't even know they were still just getting in their bag right here, man.
They're still broadcasting right now.
They're still on fire. Yeah, they're still broadcasting right now as we speak. Yeah, they are litty.
Oh, they ain't gonna call a foul? They ain't gonna call a foul? Oh! They ain't gonna call a foul? Terry He's handling business. At the RW Harrison complex, he's single-handedly. Terry Collins is on fire. He got the Delta Devils in his backpack. He got the Delta Devils in his backpack. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. We lit.
Yes. I love these guys.
Keep on hitting.
What?
No, 3s and 8 fans.
Yes.
Freestyle. That is so good.
Yes.
He just blacked his eye. He just blacked his eye. He just blacked his eye. Hey. He just blacked his eye. What? He just blacked his eye. iPad. He just blacked his eye. What they at? Yeah, we in here. We lit. What? We in here. We lit. We in here. We lit. Yeah, we in here. We lit. Terry Collins, Terry Curry.
Oh, dang, dude. We need to get these guys graduated and get them in a booth.
Yes.
82 games a year.
Yeah, move over, Romo.
It's going to be a bidding war.
Fantastic.
We in here, we lit. We in here, we lit.
Shoot, timeouts will never be the same.
Tony Curry. Oh, man.
Josh Young down swinging, by the way, Lucius.
Ouch.
He crowds the plate quite a bit.
Come on, man.
Yep.
Yeah, he does. Not a lot of room.
Hey, Bill Walton has an NBA simulcast. It's called To Throw It Down.
Speaking of
like the Peyton brothers and everything.
Called
Peyton,
the Mushroom Cloud.
brothers,
Yeah.
the Manning brothers. Yeah. Anyway, here he is talking about he always comes under. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. A sacred honor. My goodness.
How long was that speech by you?
Not
to
long
introduce
enough.
him?
It was 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
They've got a timer on you now?
Well, I only had 3 minutes.
Oh, you came in under.
Well, I always do.
Oh, that is. Boy, oh boy. That one is a whopper right there.
Never too old to make a joke like that, I guess.
The Walton still got his fastball working.
The Walton cast is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Tracy Morgan was on there last night, and Bill Walton is always making Grateful Dead references, you know?
Yeah.
Even if nobody else realizes it, he's always going to talk about the Grateful Dead because that's one of the only things in his mind.
Yeah.
You're talking to Tracy Morgan.
Tracy, share with us the atmosphere inside Madison Square Garden from a fan experience, from a performer's experience as well, too.
One word, fire. Fire. The garden is on fire.
Fire?
Fire. Do you know
Fire on the
what
mountain.
Fire. Do you know what John Lennon called New York City? He called it Rome. We are gladiators.
Jeez, bro, what a weird broadcast.
Bill.
Fire on the Mountain is a Grateful Dead song anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, Grateful Dead did do a song about Rome. I'll come back for that one, Tracy. Is it Bill Walton simulcast? Do we have any other nominees you want
that's
to get
it,
to,
bro.
Lucius?
That's it, bro.
Okay, Bill Walton. Is it Mississippi Valley? Is it Radio Raheem covering boxing or the championship combo platter? I'm going to start the voting today, and I'll go with Mississippi Valley State Student Broadcasters. Wolchuk, how about you?
I second that. Mississippi State Valley Student Broadcasters.
Chiafalo.
No brainer.
Broadus.
Yeah, it's got to be those kids in the broadcast booth.
Lucius?
Hey, you know what's funny? SNL made fun of Bill Walton and his references to the Grateful Dead just this Saturday.
Oh,
and there he
Whoa,
is.
hey.
There he is, serving it up back to the universe like he
Still
always
is
does.
relevant.
Yeah, I'm not even needed on this vote right here.
We love you.
You're new. G-Bag of the Day champions by unanimous decision, Mississippi Valley State's Student Broadcasters. If you ever do miss the G-Bag of the Day, you want to come back for LA Live with Lucius Alexander every night about 5:40-ish. And it's the number one rated segment in Afternoon Drive.
Yes, sir.
For all of DFW radio, so you will not miss out on any good times if you come back around about 5:40.
Today's going to be a Toxic Tuesday, by the way. Toxic Tuesday. A lot of toxic stuff. We might get canceled.
That's a good tease right there. Spring training coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, in spirit of Lucius, we're going to do a toxic mock draft for the Cowboys. 3 rounds. We'll do that next.
Chevrolet.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Was that a strike him out, throw him out, double play?
Hello.
Holy cow.
Jonah Heim.
End of 1.5, and surprise Rangers lead the Rockies 2-1. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Kind of a nifty throw down there to make that play. So.
Jonah is the Rangers' 4th best player according to WAR. Wins above replacement. I think people undervalue just how good Jonah Heim was last year.
And that's some damn respect, Chief.
And that trade, man.
Hey, man, if his personality comes along with it, if it grows like his game, then we could be talking about one of the all-timers.
And that trade, we got him for Elvis, right?
Yes.
That was the Elvis trade.
Yeah.
All right. Good deal.
Trade.
Good job there. Good job of getting that done. All right. I promise you, the Athletic did a mock draft, a 3-round mock draft.
That's a pretty decent-sized mock this
pretty
time of
decent
year.
size. And I want to focus on the picks that were made for the Cowboys, but I want to see if the guys that were taken after this particular pick would have maybe interested you more. Now, I know we got Walchuk that's studying this stuff pretty extensively. You guys are kind of catching up with Zach and I, too. I just want to make sure with you guys, too, about the position. Would this be something that at this particular time, when we start to talk about what the Cowboys might need, is it wide receivers, defensive tackles, safeties, and all that?
Okay.
Did they make the right, was it the right position player for what you're thinking? And this,
I'll also watch the first 15 seconds of their highlight reel so I can get a good educated opinion for you, bro.
There you go. Well, I appreciate that.
That's like a hell of a good deal.
Scouts Gavin.
Usually Scout Gavin is really good. His analysis of Terrence Steele, I think, was pretty impressive at one time.
He's a lot like Max Scherzer that way. He can make magic happen in 15 seconds.
Exactly. More ways than one, right? All right, here we go. This is from a gentleman named Nick Bumgardner from The Athletic. This is like, I wonder if I need to talk to Dane. Is this like kind of competition guy for Dane?
No bum is coming for our guy, Brugler.
Nick Bumgardner.
Maybe he's related to Matt Bum.
Matt Bumgardner. But anyway, all right, here goes the Athletics 3-round mock draft. At number 26, the Cowboys are going to take Jackson Smith-Njigba, the wide receiver from Ohio State.
No, from Rockwall.
From Rockwall?
Yeah, he is Rockwall.
He is. No, I was about to say.
I say good on that one, Broadus. I like that one.
Okay, now let's focus in on the position. The wide receiver position. Are we good with them potentially grabbing a wide receiver at 26?
100% I am. I think that is, to me, as the roster stands right now, probably the most glaring need is just playmakers in general on offense and in particular wide receivers. So if you can land Jackson Smith is considered a top 4 receiver, right? Maybe he's number 1.
On my board he is, yeah.
Maybe he's number 4, but he's in the top 4, and he will be gone in the first round. If you end up with any one of those top 4 receivers, I think, and you stayed at 26 to do it, I think you hit an absolute home run. Would I prefer a receiver that's got a ridiculous amount of speed? Of course, but now I'm being greedy. This guy I know is a great route runner. I know he's a great catcher of the football. Like, we saw crazy catches from him, not only in high school, but at Ohio State. So I would love this, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great for me. Sure. My only way I have a problem with you is if you just upgrade your playmakers. I think you need to invest a little bit in the offensive line one way or another.
You're getting the best receiver in the draft here if he falls to you at 27. And people might view this differently. I think you're overthinking the process.
Dong ball.
Hello. And the chicks are digging it.
Yep, that's Clint Frazier. He's trying to make this baseball team. He's DHing today.
Just made it 4-1.
And that is
You got the job, buddy.
2-run homer for Clint Frazier. But, yeah, Jackson Smith-Njigba, he was, I thought, the best receiver at Ohio State a year ago when he was healthy, and he just had Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave come in and dominate the NFL as rookies. And both of them in interviews with Jackson Smith-Njigba sat with him, and they told people, this kid's better than us. I think he's an outstanding route runner. He's a wide receiver's best friend. He does an excellent job in the scramble drill of working back towards the quarterback to get into his vision. Mm-hmm. He does an excellent job of body control, working along the sideline, making extending catches. I mean, he to me, he's not exactly a burner, but he's fast enough. He creates separation. I love everything about his game. The one question would be, yes, he was out this year due to injury with the soft tissue stuff, but I don't think that's ever been really a big problem for him outside of the season. I don't think he's an injury-prone guy. I love him. He's wide receiver 1 for me. You get him here, it's a steal.
I think him being on my board is number 4. The 4th wide receiver on my board. So picking at 26, if you told me you had to grab a receiver, makes a lot of sense for me right there.
I mean, I can't help but just be curious, and I love this, and it's the subjectivity of all of it. But what would your evaluation be of him, Broadus, as to why is he at number 4?
I think the speed. I think it's going to be the speed about it. And I think some people like Zach was talking about the questions with the soft tissue stuff. All right, let me ask you this, though, Zach, real quickly. The guys that you missed that went behind him that you could have taken.
Okay.
Osiris Torrance, we could talk about him. He's the guard from Florida. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah that a lot of people like.
Yeah.
Mozzie Smith, the defensive tackle from Michigan, could have been a guy. And then Nolan Smith, the edge from Georgia.
Okay.
Did you miss out? I mean, I know on your board you probably would have Smith and Jigba over all those guys right there. But would you say, how would you handicap the next set? Would you say that the guard, tight end, defensive tackle, or edge?
Simeon 2 for 2.
Yeah, I personally, just based on player, I would have had it Jackson, Smith and Jigba, Kincaid, Torrance, Smith, Nolan Smith, that is, then Mozzie Smith.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I think the guard is something you absolutely have to consider here. If you get wiped out, the tight end might be the way to go there as well. The defensive tackle, I don't think that they would go for a 1 technique at that spot. Nolan Smith as an edge, I think, is really, really underrated. So I do like the pick. Okay, with the second round pick at pick 59, they went with Kyu Blue Kelly, the cornerback from Stanford.
I'm sorry?
Interesting.
Kyu Blue Kelly is his name from Stanford.
Yeah, that's his name, yeah.
Wait, is his first name Kyu Blue?
Kyu Blue.
Okay.
Kyu Blue, cornerback from Stanford.
His name's a sentence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
okay. Do you like the fact, guys, that they addressed the cornerback spot?
The fat guys or the fact?
I love what they're doing. You know, I think they've done a nice job evaluating guys round 2 at cornerback.
I am happy.
Yeah. Kelvin Joseph may be a swing and a miss, but the other guys they've taken over the last 6 years, in the first 2 days of the draft, I'd be confident.
I have 3 sports names for you guys right now. They're all sentences. Which would you rather be? Former NFL defensive coordinator Dean Pease, former baseball player Raleigh Fingers, or this new guy Kyu Blue?
Raleigh Fingers, because I'm a finger guy.
Yeah, you are. I know.
Kyu Blue sounds like a lot of fun. Kyu Blue Kelly.
I'll be Dean Pease.
Okay. In the missed category, Jamar Gibbs, the running back from Alabama.
Ooh.
John Michael Smits, the center from Minnesota.
Don't do this to me.
And Christopher Smith, the safety from Georgia. Check. How do you see that? You had all those guys available for you. Now, the positions, again, running back, center, that could be a guard, and then a safety.
Tex points out, let's go with the Smiths. They're on a good run with them.
Yeah, I like Kelly, but I think I would have gone with John Michael Schmitz is my favorite out of these guys. He's the best player in my opinion.
I always prefer John Jacob, but John Michael, not too bad.
To me, I'd have taken John Michael Schmitz. He's my favorite player out of these, but it's hard to pass up on Gibbs.
I was just thinking the same thing.
There's your second round running. I have a first round grade on Gibbs.
Yeah, like Gibbs is an all around talent, man. That dude's hard to pass up there in the second round if you can get him at 59.
It certainly is. Outside looking in, I would say, man, if you lock in on a guard you really like, now you feel like you've solidified your offensive line and a playmaker in round 1. Yeah. Can't I go get a pretty solid running back in round 3, 4, 5?
And I could see Kelly. I put in my notes like I like him, but I think he's going to give up some big plays.
Very well could at that. I don't particularly like that pick. Okay, and my final pick in the third round at pick 91. Colby Wooden, from a defensive tackle from Auburn, would be at 91. He's kind of a guy that could play tackle or defensive end. What do you think about him?
I didn't love Wooden.
Yeah.
He didn't. My notes for him were pretty bad.
Okay. The guys you missed on.
I'd like to hear those.
The Dell, the wide receiver from Houston.
Rashid Rice from SMU, a wide receiver. Ty J. Spears, the running back from Tulane, and Eli Ricks, the corner from Alabama.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to the second round. We're passing on Gibbs. We're going to take my guy John Michael Schmitz, and then we're going to take my man crush Ty J. Spears out of Tulane, and we're set.
There we go.
We fixed this thing.
We did Walchuk's favorite draft. He got his favorite receiver. He got one of his favorite guards, and then we got one of his favorite running backs.
Those are 3 of my man crushes.
Get in the war room with these guys, Walchuk.
I kind of feel like that the way he just did that would be great. I know the days working on the draft. If you told me you had those 3 guys, I would absolutely. I like that draft, what he just talked about, better than what they just did here at the Athletic.
And that's what you call kudos right there, Walchuk.
Thank you.
You did a hell of a job.
Thank you guys for playing along today.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon about 2:40. Walchuk, where are we going next?
Well, you know what? I got some Ranger news for you. Who's going to be their breakout star this year? And it's a guy that maybe we're not talking enough about. Plus, what would you give Luka for his birthday? Next on The Fan.
from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise, where the Rangers are currently beating the Rockies 4-1. Kennedy has taken the hill for the Rangers. We were anticipating Leiter and Rocker. I guess that's coming up a little bit later on, Walchuk.
Yeah, they must be. I mean, Bochy said both are going to pitch today. So we'll get Ian Kennedy in, and he'll get some work here. But we better get to see him soon.
No, I was doing some pregame investigation, and they didn't want them, as the game wears on, you get number 92 with no name on his back. Mm-hmm. They would rather him face those guys than going through like the early lineup.
Some confidence.
So yeah, they're very mindful of what's going on with this pitching staff. So especially with Leiter and then Rocker as well. So they'll be in this game later in the contest.
But a possible opening day lineup look here for the Rangers. They've been hitting well. Simeon's 2 for 2. A lot of good things are happening. You have the Mavs playing tonight, hoping to reverse their momentum and head in a good direction. And the combine is going on. Stephen Jones asked if they need to be more aggressive looking at what Philly did. He said, I'd like to hope we're always aggressive. I'd like to hope that we can make our team better. Obviously, the Philly deal was, hats off to them. They did a great job. Yeah. So that does not sound like a more aggressive guy. He went on to talk about the quarterback, which, puts it on the QB to play better, I think is what he's hinting at there. Whatever the case, we got lots of time to talk about it, Chief.
Yeah, we do, but that whole quarterback thing, he's like, hey, it was Jalen Hurts just got so much better overnight. It was crazy, and that's what did everything. It's like, well, you don't think they helped him get better by putting immense talent around him with the best offensive line?
No, what did they do? Like you trade a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. You go ahead, you get a Hassan Reddick. All of a sudden, James Bradbury's available. All right, let's go ahead and sign him.
It wasn't by accident that Jalen Hurts had a really dang good year this year.
No, they were pretty darn aggressive in the offseason. So that will help you quite a bit. And there is a home run for Charlie Blackmon of the Colorado Rockies.
Chicks don't seem to be digging that dong ball quite as much as the one we saw earlier from Frazier.
Ian Kennedy giving up the long ball there, so it will be 4-2. Oh, now it's 4-4. It is 4-4. That was a
4-2.
It is 4-2. It is 4-2. Okay, good. There was nobody on base. Sweet. Thank goodness. Ian Kennedy gives up a solo home run there. All right, so as we await Leiter and Rocker to come into the game, I do have some Rangers nuggets for you. By the way, what's the weirdest injury you guys have ever had? As we had Joe Musgrove of the Padres, he fractured his toe in the weight room, which sounds incredibly painful. Like you have a weight that falls on the toe.
Yeah,
yes.
he dropped a weight. There you go.
Oh, my gosh.
Seen that a bunch.
He dropped a kettlebell on his foot.
Seen that.
That's what it was?
Yes.
Dang, dude.
Oh, no. I would hate that to happen.
That's really, really bad. You hear horror stories of guys who have dropped, like, plates on while wearing sneakers and still, like, literally taking their foot almost in half. Like, it could have probably been way worse for him, but that's a huge bummer right there. There's a lot of random. How many times?
Did a guy drop a mirror on his toe one time? I thought there was somebody that was moving a mirror and dropped it. It was a pitcher. I'll have to look it up.
Like cut himself up because the mirror
it just dropped it on his foot, and it just straight dropped.
Jeez.
Like a weight and something like that. Pretty violent little injury.
Well, you guys are familiar with, if poker is a sport, my repetitive stress injuries and carpal tunnel that I experienced. I also was born with what's called an umbilical hernia, which is where when you're in the womb, there's like a natural suture that runs from your chest to your groin area and kind of stitches up all of your organs inside your body cavity. Well, sometimes as the fetus or embryo or whatever is developing, there's a bubble at the end, right? So as I'm coming up in age, 12, 14, 15, like sometimes if I'd hit a really hard ab workout, like in the recovery, it felt like someone was taking a dagger and just burying it in my lower stomach.
Oh, no.
Bro.
And I was like, Mom, Dad, I think something's wrong with me. And it usually happened after skiing, and skiing's an incredible like core
workout. Yeah.
So I went to the doctor, and they're like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal. You could live with it, but we could take it out if you want to operate. So they did.
Well, 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line, the Twolos, the Tubers as well. Let us know if you've suffered some weird weight room injury or just
weight room. Yeah.
And any bizarre injury.
Weight room.
Any bizarre injury.
I see where you kind of put them together there.
No, I get it. I'm slurring my words here. I'm just drunk on sports over here. We gave up another solo home run. Ian Kennedy did. So this is it's now 4-3. Rangers leading. All right, so CBS Sports put together their top 10 rotations. Rangers did crack the list. They're at number 10 on here. As he said, this is a tough one. CBS Sports, the upside's enormous to the point that it's possible the Rangers rotation leads the majors in WAR and ERA, whatever you want to pick this season. But things could also fall apart. Jacob deGrom has already dealt with an injury issue since the signing, but his upside is a unanimous Cy Young winner. We've seen what the best version of Nathan Eovaldi can be. Martin Perez was an all-star last season while posting a 2.89 ERA and nearly 200 innings, but he had a 5.15 ERA from 2018 to 2021. Andrew Heaney was great for the Dodgers last year when he wasn't injured, but that was the issue, and it has been a lot with Heaney. And they remain convinced that John Gray is capable of a huge season, but they've yet to see it. So there's a lot of upside, a lot of optimism. It's still some questions because of injury and projection there, but certainly the Rangers could end up being better than that. They've got the Dodgers at 8, the Rays at 9 as I skipped ahead of them. The Braves come in at 7, followed by the Phillies at 6. The top 5 rotations, the hated Houston Astros at 5, the Padres at 4 with Joe Musgrove, who hurt himself with that weight room incident, and Yu Darvish. And then you've got the Brewers at 3, the Yankees at 2, and at number 1 with Verlander and Max Scherzer and Kodai Senga is the New York Mets. So we'll see. Hopefully the Rangers can stay healthy. They can climb up those ranks, but certainly a lot of excitement.
Do you feel like the Rangers, though, Zach, I mean, you see a lot of baseball. Do you think the Rangers, if they didn't have the health questions, would be in the top 5?
Yes, absolutely.
Dude.
I think everybody's hedging their bets on the Rangers.
Yeah.
They're all kind of keeping them in that level of like, oh, are they 10? Are they 11, 12? Somewhere around there because nobody's quite sure what's going on with this injury stuff, right?
Because John Gray was absolutely fantastic last year when he wasn't hurt. And the issue was he was in and out of the lineup. He was in and out of the rotation. Then when he came back, he would struggle. And then he found his form again, and he would be a buzzsaw. Martin Perez, the question is the consistency. That's the only good year you've really seen in his career for the most part where he's been an all-star. Otherwise, it's been, to the article's point, 5.15 ERA. From 2018 to 2021. So there's question marks. Was that just a bloop on the radar? Or is Martin Perez going to be able to string that together? And then it's the injury issues with the other guys, with Heaney and then with deGrom. And then Nathan Eovaldi, you pretty much know what you're going to get. But then he had kind of an up and down year a little bit last year with the Red Sox. So I think overall, my projection is, for the most part, I think you're going to end up probably getting at some point deGrom, being realistic, will miss a little bit of time. I think that's just the history of his career. No, nothing serious, but you have like maybe one 10-day IL stint, at some point through the year. But I think for the most part, hopefully you do get health, and this will be a top 5 rotation in all of baseball.
Yeah, they stay healthy, and that's why back at Christmas time brought us, when we were doing our Christmas gifts for all of our teams, we gave the Rangers health specifically to the rotation. They get that. I think they and that's the volatility that you have here. You're like, this could be maybe a top 3 rotation, or if things go injury haywire, this could be as bad as anything.
Now, CBS Sports also did breakout candidates for every team. For the Rangers, they're going with Glenn Otto, and it's not as a starter, but it is as a reliever. He's got a chance to now be a reliever with the Rangers now bulking up their starting rotation. And I like this move for Glenn Otto because at times he pitched really well as a starter. And he was really good last year before he ended up having to go on the IL with a COVID stint. And then he just wasn't the same pitcher afterwards. But, listening to Boch talk earlier today, he was like, yeah, we've got some of these veteran guys, whether it's a Dane Dunning, for instance, or a Glenn Otto, that absolutely I'd love to see them, end up going into the bullpen. Maybe you can be a long reliever sort, but I could see Glenn Otto for a Rangers team that might be searching for reliable arms in the bullpen. Glenn Otto could end up filling that role and ended up really being a breakout candidate for the Rangers this year.
He did. He made some progress last year, and I think the great thing about guys like him and other younger guys is that now you can fit them into an appropriate place in their career trajectory where, hey, we don't need you to come up and start and be under all this pressure. Can we find a spot that makes sense for you in the middle of the game in a relief role, and hopefully that'll allow him to grow. Some of the best pitchers in baseball history have entered the game like that, not being ready to start, and they figure it out while also being able to help the team instead of going out there and getting slaughtered every 5th day.
That's a fantastic point there, Dawson, and I was hoping, just for the comedic value, I was hoping they were going to have as the Rangers breakout player old Ian Kennedy, who's just getting donged on on left and right.
Yeah, well,
that would have been pretty amazing.
Ian Kennedy's a wily old veteran, so he's had his breakout moment in Major League Baseball, and I think that it's probably
just working on some stuff.
Why
Right?
would you even wish that on somebody like that?
No, he's just working on.
Are
stuff.
you just hoping
Just working on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Were you hoping that Walchuk would have to reevaluate what the story or how he was going to lead this segment?
Oh my gosh, Eric, you're right. It is Ian. It's Ian Kennedy.
All of a sudden, Walchuk's just making up Rangers like breakout guy.
Yeah, no, I've got to reevaluate. Oh, The Athletic actually has Ian Kennedy as the breakout.
Who would be your breakout candidate, Walchuk, if you were going to do one?
For me, I might go with Leody Taveras. I think this is the year Leody finally puts it all together.
Geno Smith style.
much like Reggie went with Geno. If he does, holy crap, this team could really do something special. Like if Leody can marry the defense ability and just be an above average bat, that guy could be something special.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too early on him, but I do think
Ian Kennedy again.
Maybe Ian Kennedy. No, I mean Josh Young has that potential.
Certainly
I mean,
does.
Yeah,
and that's
he
what we're all
talked today.
hoping for.
Health is the thing with Josh. Like if Josh can be healthy, because that's been what's held him back.
That's the theme of this whole team right now, man. Can we get some health? Can we stay healthy for the first 2 months? Come out of the gates on fire, put something nice together, and then be buyers at the deadline and really propel yourself into the playoff chase.
Now we got a couple of good texts in terms of injuries they've had. 6'8" personal trainer. They were a trainer as a Marine. Was demonstrating a lift and moved a guy's hand under a plate stack, set down the cable, and his fingers were caught under about 42 pounds. He apologized and asked to make sure he's okay and said, I'm a Marine. We don't feel pain.
There you go.
And he was like, 225, lean as hell. Like, dude, I think that would hurt. I would.
Yo,
hell yeah, it hurt.
It all hurts, dude. If you're just putting like a 5 or a 10 pound plate onto the bar and you smash your finger onto the plate that's already on there and they kind of sandwich and it's not even that big of a deal, your finger, like on your fingernail, will hurt for a month.
817.
But you should handle pain like a man. It shouldn't just be Marines that are capable of doing that. We're all you cry or you show discomfort because of like emotional pain or major life events, but physical pain as a man, it's got to be pretty substantial, I think, to get some sort of a reaction.
You ever stub your toe coming back to the bathroom at night?
Yeah.
And you want to die? Like you go down to one knee
a little bit.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I drop some serious
Wolchuk's got it. Yeah.
Dude, I got booby traps. Having kids, I got booby
Legos?
traps all over the place.
Oh, I bet
Every
you do.
room, especially the living room.
Barbies.
It's just left
Are
and
there
right.
any Lego years?
Well, I had a boy. Yeah, Legos were my problem.
Yeah, they got these Lego-like things, and it's a little bit more rubbery, but still really hurts. I mean, it's just booby trap after another. My feet get torn up in my house. And you're right, Dawson. I was proud of myself when I found the blood on my heel like 4 hours after getting clipped at the Kroger. I was like, honestly, if I could have just decided how this played out on the front end, it would be just this way. Someone tell me that I'm bleeding. I don't want to acknowledge it.
We determined you pull your basket. We determined that.
You're not a basket puller,
You
bro.
are. How did you bleed on your heel?
It was much like the Clubhouse fiasco today. A bit of maybe a rookie mistake. Not
He
something
bled
that happens
admirably.
often.
Yes.
Thank you.
It was can you say admirably?
Admirably.
Yeah.
Might be a cart puller, definitely a man, Broadus.
I think
817 has the worst story that I've seen here. Was wrestling with his dad, jumped on his back to try and choke him, slid down his back to get down, and he had a garbage hook in his back pocket. Ended up ripping his downstairs mix-up open.
No.
Took 12 stitches, and he now has a very bad memory. The kid was in 6th grade at the time.
Was that on the sack?
It was the sack.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah,
man.
it was the sack.
That's something that would be on that. Remember that show on MTV, Scarred? If that was on camera, that would have been on Scarred, and it would have probably been up for nominee for most bleeped up clip of the day. Remember when they had that segment?
He was Scarred was like
and
cringy to watch.
The most bleeped up clip of the day.
It's like I couldn't move my eyes.
Always
from
a
watching.
dude like exploding his nutsack like every time.
Let me ask you this: he was wrestling his dad.
Yeah,
So like Roman Greco
6th
wrestling,
grade,
where
he jumped on his back, was trying to get the chokehold in.
I'm just saying, how does he?
Just a little manly roughhousing with pops.
Yeah, but how did the hook get? Was he
he
closed?
slid down the back. Yeah, he was, but I guess the hook was in the back pocket. And as he was sliding down his dad's back to get off,
it caught him.
It caught him.
It clipped him. Okay.
This isn't really an injury, but shout out to the 210 says they were born with 2 thumbs on their right hand, full size.
That's actually incredible.
I wonder if it's like right next to each other, or if does he have a thumb growing out of his pinky?
I think it's probably in between.
Or did the second thumb replace maybe the index finger or something? Like, do you still have 5 total, but you have 2 thumbs?
That's what I think.
Now, it'd be really freaky if that was a toe thing.
Totally functional?
You had an extra toe.
Oh, you had an extra toe.
That'd
Just for balance?
I wouldn't like to see
Dion
that.
would like to talk to you about that.
He'd
He'd like to borrow one.
but the thumb thing's funny.
I didn't know his thing was amputated.
Yeah,
I didn't know they were missing.
Just specify the thing, because that can, people might get the wrong.
Dion still has.
Yeah,
he could still be hooked if he jumps on the back of his dad's.
Now, let me
down.
just slide in the Mavericks real quick. Goran Dragic has just been waived, so everyone wants to know, hey, the Maverick connection. So, Brian, do your thing. Get with your Mavs people. Let's see if there's any desire to get Goran here. They've already, waived and missed on this, swung and missed on this a few different times. Kyrie, shout out to you, sir. He shocked a fundraiser yesterday with a $45,000 donation for kids in Ghana and Nigeria. Kyrie does this stuff a lot, and it goes underreported. But congratulations to Kyrie Irving for making those children, making their day yesterday. And we've got some gift ideas for Luka. Get him some beer. We know he loves that. He loves Bad Bunny, if you want to go see that. This is from the Dallas Morning News. And how about our friend, Kelsey Charles?
Chuck.
Getting him all geared up in that Western gear. Maybe he needs some more Western clothing. They put that out there. And apparently he's a big Overwatch fan. So maybe if you want to get him some Overwatch skin and Overwatch 2. But Luka's 24th birthday is coming up, and a happy birthday to Luka.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Wooly Boley. It is the G-Bag Nation live in Surprise, Arizona. Rangers still leading the Rockies 4-3. Josh Young is back at the plate. Swings very aggressively. Okay, Michael Gelkin live.
Shove it up their rears, Josh!
From the Combine is joining us next year on 105 through the Fan.
Listen.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We are live in Surprise, Arizona. Spring training coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. This segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Michael Gelkin, Morning News, live at the Combine, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Michael. How you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How y'all doing?
We are doing outstanding. It's been a busy week at the Combine already with Steven talking so much. Is this event more about like a free agency and personnel preview than the draftable players for a lot of you writers at this point?
It is, and it might sound a little backward, but I might go the entire week without speaking to a single draft-eligible player. And that is not because the draft isn't important, but when you just look at where we are in terms of the time of year with free agency starting, March 13th is the negotiation period, March 15th is the end of the league year and start of the new one. There's just so much tied into that March 15th date that, and plus you have every agent, so many coaches, scouts, really the whole league is here. It's like this huge, big convention type conference. And so if you're not focused on networking and if you're not focused on free agency, you're missing out on a great opportunity to get a better sense of this team in the league.
What was it from Steven's comments today that really stood out to you?
I think that 3 is not a crowd at offensive tackle, where the Cowboys clearly have the successor in place at left tackle in Tyler Smith. That pick at number 24 overall has really paid dividends already in terms of what he did as a rookie, not only at left tackle but at left guard. Just a highly, highly impressive young player who gravitated to the veterans in his room, was really honest about his own development and worked through the lessons of Jason Peters, of Zach Martin, and Tyron Smith. You have Tyler Smith, and then you have Terrence Steele, who's having, by all measures, a remarkable recovery from his torn ACL that he suffered, as you remember, back in the Houston Texans game in December. And then with Tyron Smith going into, a contract year, and, questions of, the longest tenured active Cowboys player, what do you do with them? And the Cowboys, based on what Stephen Jones said, he expects Tyron Smith to be back. And so that's 3 starting caliber offensive tackles for the Cowboys at a time when so much of the league is really short on talent there. To have those 3 at your disposal is quite the luxury to have. Amid all the questions the Cowboys have on offense, tackle right now, not one of them.
Okay, now what about this franchise tag conversation? Maybe not using it on Pollard. We're trying to figure out who would be that next guy. I think we all consider Schultz to be that next guy most tag eligible. What say you?
Yeah, I would just be surprised if anyone but Tony Pollard gets the franchise tag. Stephen Jones is not going to say explicitly that they're going to tag Tony Pollard, and I think that's understandable because he hasn't met with Tony Pollard's agent yet. And ideally, you're not paying your running back, $10 million against your cap, but it gives the Cowboys a little bit of flexibility if that's the case. In terms of you tag them, you always have the opportunity to work on a multi-year contract, and if not, you take some time to evaluate during the 2023 season where Tony Pollard is at going into the fifth season of his career, coming off a major injury. So I would be shocked if the Cowboys do anything with the franchise tag but exercise it on Tony Pollard. I believe that is what's going to happen. The way that when I speak to the Cowboys, just on a background type level, I just really get the impression that Tony Pollard is going to be in the building in 2023. There is not even the slightest indication that they're prepared to let him get away. And if that's the case, you place the franchise tag on him.
Michael, I believe you're going to have Mike McCarthy at the podium tomorrow. What's the first question that you want to ask him in order to get a better understanding of this team in the offseason?
Well, the number one question I have, and honestly I probably won't ask at the press conference because we'll be able to get him a little bit after he concludes there. So I do want to ask him about the coaching staff. Specifically, I think one of the most important and perhaps easy to overlook moves that the Cowboys made with their new staff is transferring Jeff Blasco from your assistant offensive line coach to now your running back coach. Not only are you just giving a guy, a coach that you believe in his own room, but you're giving another guy who's a former assistant offensive line coach his room in the run game. And so you have a tight ends coach, Lunda Wells, who was an assistant offensive line coach in this league. Blasco, a former assistant offensive line coach in this league. And when you combine those two with Mike Solari, your offensive line coach, that allows a lot of continuity to get your run game going. And really, the Cowboys believe can marry their run game with their pass game, at least in theory. What exactly does that look like? How can that manifest? Not every Cowboys offensive coach is here. I've told there's many offensive coaches that are back in Frisco still, not at the Combine this week in Indianapolis because they're working on getting this offense ready. So just asking about Blasco and what it means to marry the run and pass game, I think is an important conversation to have.
Yeah, it was interesting as he replaces Skip Pete, who was Zeke's guy. And if Pollard's back, Steven mentioned in regards to Zeke, he's making a lot of money, and he knows that. Do you think that Zeke has played his last game as a Cowboy?
Gosh, that is the big question. There's a lot has happened thus far at the Combine, yet there's still a lot of Combine still to go. I'd probably feel more comfortable answering that question late in the week, which just gives me an opportunity to do a little bit more reporting. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously I can say with certainty that Ezekiel Elliott will not be back in 2023 under the current, the current structure of his contract. That is a fact. Something will be done with Ezekiel Elliott. That is, you can write that down in concrete. So that's a fact. We know that, but whether or not it's a significant pay cut or if it's a straight release, not sure. But I mean, there's a real possibility that the Cowboys move on from Ezekiel Elliott. They think the world of him. When I talk to people, all I hear is just what they think of him as a teammate, as a competitor. I mean, it's on and on the praise. So if they do move on from him, I'm sure they want to go about it the right way. And so they'll be careful about how they communicate that to reporters, to Elliott, to, all involved.
Michael Gelkin, Morning News here live at the Combine. Cowboys beat writer Stephen Jones asked about being more aggressive in light of the Eagles moving all in a little bit. A.J. Brown, Hassan Reddick. It didn't sound like they're going to be more aggressive. Do you agree with that assessment? And do you think they need to be more aggressive in order to take the next step?
I'm kind of getting a sense that some sort of move is coming on offense where they're trying to add some juice to this offense. They think that there's another guy there. Let's assume that Tony Pollard is back. We know CeeDee Lamb is back. I think they believe that a third guy is missing, and they do expect Michael Gallup to do more in 2023, coming off a torn ACL, have another year under him. He had multiple arthroscopic surgeries, the knee and ankle. They think that he'll be better this year compared to last year. But they're not including Gallup when they feel this way. From my impressions, is that there's going to be a move here, and it could be a wide receiver, sure, will make a lot of sense. Could be a tight end, if indeed they move on from Dalton Schultz, which I think is more likely than not. But we'll see what it looks like and how it manifests and how aggressive, quote unquote, it ultimately comes to be in terms of what it takes to pull off this move. Could be a straight signing, could be a straight draft pick, but it just seems like there's a third piece to this offense that is missing in terms of a weapon, and I believe that is something that people should be monitoring in the weeks to come.
Do you expect a guy like Donovan Wilson to be back here?
I do. I think ultimately his market will be very interesting. The economics always drives the conversation, but based on what he's shown, based on his value, based on his physicality, and what he brings, so much of what the Cowboys want their defense to represent. Yeah, I think there's a lot of momentum going there in terms of Donovan Wilson being back. But ultimately, I think Donovan Wilson's a good example of kind of what's been an unfortunate reality where the Cowboys have, not for a lack of want to, but they just haven't been able to get in front of players hitting the market and signing these guys to early second contracts. Ideally, and this is the history of the league, if you want to be a draft and develop organization, I think you guys have heard me talk about this before. If you want to be a draft and develop organization, it's not enough to just draft players and hit on those players and develop them into being, key guys. You got to re-sign them to second contracts. And if you're wanting to do that, it's better to do it in year 3 of their career rather than wait until a guy like Donovan Wilson's about to hit the market after his 4th season. His value's never been higher. Ideally, that's the second contract because that would have happened a year ago. So that's why CeeDee Lamb is the deal they want to get done. Trayvon Diggs is a deal they want to get done. Ultimately, in at least another year's time, Micah Parsons will be a deal that they want to get done. Donovan Wilson, not a deal that they got done ahead of time, but yeah, they'll have a chance to get that done. It'll just be a little bit more pricey than it would have been 12 months ago.
Michael, when we last talked to you, it was from the Super Bowl, and the whole thing was going down about Michael Irving, and you were way ahead of the game on that. Is there any updates that through your research and talking to people that you can add to the story since we talked to you last time from the Super Bowl?
Right now, the latest is Marriott is recently filed a motion that is saying, we don't own Renaissance. We're affiliated with Renaissance, but it's not like just happened at a different one of our properties that we associate with our brand specifically. And so there's that question that needs to be answered, and that is something that the judge in the Eastern District of Texas will have to make a ruling upon. We also have a 5 p.m. deadline here in terms of 5 p.m. Central that is fast approaching, where days ago Michael Irvin's lawyer requested basically a response to they want to see the surveillance footage of whatever happened at that Marriott or Renaissance. They want to have any witness statements and any other documents associated with Michael Irvin's stay in February. And so I don't expect Marriott to turn around and provide that surveillance footage or provide any witness statements or summary documents as to what exactly happened. But nonetheless, the deadline is approaching. So Marriott, I expect, will have some response today in the hours ahead, presuming that yesterday's motion for them to be just completely removed from this situation because of the Marriott versus Renaissance affiliation doesn't remove them from having to file that response. So there's some gray area there, and ultimately there's a lot of. I do not have a law degree. I feel much more comfortable talking about football and free agency than I do about what's going on with Michael Irvin versus Marriott. But that, to my understanding, is the general lay of land where really the judge is going to have to make some key decisions. One, what is Marriott's role in this dispute involving a Renaissance hotel? And two, how soon is Michael Irvin going to be able to view the surveillance footage and really get a better understanding of what exactly this female employee at that Renaissance hotel says happened with him?
We're getting a tally all week long, all of our guests. Favorite menu item at Sonic. Favorite menu item at Sonic, according to Michael Gelkin, is what?
Oh, gracious. I can't remember the last time I went to a Sonic, but their milkshakes in the commercials are pretty good.
Good answer.
Good. Wow, he seemed a little more uncomfortable talking about Sonic than he did Michael Irvin in the legal case there for a second. Good call, though, Michael. Their shakes kick ass.
Great. I'm relieved.
Hey, we appreciate your coverage so much and your insights there live at the Combine. Michael Gelkin, Morning News here on your home of the Cowboys. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
You got it. Yes, and during that conversation, Marcus Simeon was at the plate there in the top of the fourth, had another hit. He is 3 for 3 on the day. Okay, around the rim coming up next, right, Chief? Where are we heading with that?
Yes, sir. I got the least efficient jump shooters in all of the NBA, and the Knicks are starting to make me very, very sad. That's next.
Okay, let me chat about Men's T Clinic with you, though. Men's T Clinic, you want to get
Black History Month.
Black History Month. Black History Month.
Two-time Oscar award-winning actor Denzel Washington said,
I'm very proud to be black, but black is not all I am. That's my cultural historical background, my genetic makeup, but it's not all of who I am, nor is it the basis from which I answer every question.
Black voices shaped history. For more moments like this, music, and podcasts that matter, go to Odyssey.com/Black History Month or download the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Congrats to everybody enjoying a dang near summer day back there in the Metroplex. It's the mid-80s. It's quite chilly out here. It's going to be in the 50s tomorrow with likely rain, but right now the Ranger bats are heating up, and they're putting on a good show here in Surprise. It is time now for Eric Chiafano to take us around the rim.
Here we go for the second time in Surprise history, ladies and gentlemen. We cut the lights out, we put the kids to bed, and while Matthias is up to bat, we go all the way around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Marcus Semien goes 3 for 3 in a spring training outing in Surprise, Arizona. Are you kidding me? This is fantastic.
MVP.
Man, you kind of called it, Walchuk. Hey, man, this guy got going last year as the season
He was my
went
breakout
on.
player.
He was your breakout
Yeah,
player.
breakout player.
Still not as good as my Ian Kennedy, but that's okay.
I think you're on something with that, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Here we go, Ezekiel Duran.
Ooh, easy D.
Potentially the only Ezekiel as a professional athlete
We
in the
might
DFW.
need to pull Ezekiel Duran aside tomorrow in the clubhouse and get a one-on-one with him and ask him if he's okay with the Easy D nickname.
Okay, yeah, I'm 100% in on that. I will write that down, and we will clubhouse it up tomorrow, hopefully violation-free. 5 o'clock, we'll give you those stories from today.
Is this a segment known as Conversations on a Couch?
Yeah, it was a casting couch. Me and
okay.
Nate Lowe earlier today. It was amazing, right up until I got yanked. Now we have Giannis calling out KD a little bit in very joking fashion, but I don't think this arrives to KD's timeline on Twitter and makes him feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. Nice joke here, Giannis, who was on The Daily Show and had to read the teleprompter. Tell me if you can tell if Giannis is reading the teleprompter here, but here he is kind of calling out KD a little bit.
Kevin Durant, let's go.
You keep joining super teams to win the NBA title. How about we work out together sometime so I can teach you how to carry your own team?
Oh yeah, that's late night shtick.
No question.
Yeah,
he's reading the teleprompter there. He kind of a couple of speed bumps along
It's hard
the way.
to do. That teleprompter.
Oh, that teleprompter.
The speed of it sometimes can mess you up. Yeah.
Dominated me in college. Absolutely dominated me in college.
I never had an issue with it. I don't know. Maybe I just got lucked out or something with it.
I was very, very jealous and envious of the skill set that Walchuk had when we were at North Texas doing some college television. And
nearly split you guys up.
Yeah, it really did, man. I was like, wow, this guy is absolutely dominating the bullpen, if you will, when it comes to the teleprompter. I
did dominate my bullpen.
Yes, you did. And I was like, wow, okay. And then I got thrown on the teleprompter, and it was brutal. It was.
Hey, but I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell my rear end. Hey, so speaking of like super teams,
it was bad.
Yeah, guys leaving, and I'm sure there's some flubs on YouTube. Bobby Bell.
No, there's
will
probably
find
some
them.
really bad ones out there. Yeah,
but you have Damian Lillard talking about going to the super team thing and changing and bouncing around and trying to go chase a championship. And he's like, the grass isn't always greener. You have the Kevin Garnett stories that work out. Of course, the Kevin Durant one worked out with the way he did it. But he's like, but then you look at guys like Russell Westbrook. You leave OKC for Houston. Harden decides he's leaving. Now Russ is traded to D.C. Then you get traded from D.C. to the Lakers. Now you're on your fourth team in 4 years. And in your second year on the team, everybody's talking about how they should trade you. Now you're coming off the bench. This dude is a Hall of Famer, an MVP. It's an example that the grass isn't always greener. I think that's a great perspective there from Damian Lillard, who's probably at the top of the charts of guys that we look at in the NBA right now. Like, you should probably go ahead and put that hammer down of trade me now and go decide who your next team is. But there are hazards to that, and Russell Westbrook is a living reminder for it.
Yeah, it's Dirk-esque is what it is, staying with one team the entire time and building a special bond with that fan base. And, he said he's willing to die on that hill, and it's something that I wish more fan bases got to appreciate. Obviously, we've been very fortunate here in Dallas-Fort Worth with our top players. But, Yeah, I think from an organizational standpoint, they got to try to do better and challenge themselves because, they're kind of wasting what is right now an iconic career from an organizational standpoint, and hopefully they don't take for granted what he's doing for them.
Gavin, as someone who grew up a Blazers fan, where is Lillard, among all-time great Trailblazers?
That's the interesting thing because right now I think he's making himself the best ever.
Mm-hmm.
Winning the three-point contest, nobody had ever done that. Hitting a three-point shot there in the All-Star game was cool, and then going for 71. But it's his commitment to the town. I think he will be the most beloved, if not statistically the greatest. But, if you were going to rank them, you would say Drexler, Bill Walton, who did win a championship, then probably Damian Lillard from a statistical standpoint, followed by Brandon Roy.
Ooh, yeah.
Brandon Roy.
Brandon Roy. What a
Too
career
short,
just
yeah.
taken away.
Greg
man.
Oden, anywhere up there for you guys?
Yeah.
Any thought about him? Sam Bowie, maybe? Anything with Sam Bowie you can share with us right
Here we
there,
go,
Gavin?
the troll god. Cha-ching.
The year after they won the title with Walton, they were 50-10, and he broke his foot.
Yeah.
They could have had a little dynasty going on there.
That is, I think Greg Oden had a good 2 or 3 month stretch at one point.
He did. You're
coaching
right
him
about
up
that.
now.
It got us great ratings, and it actually that along with Oregon versus Ohio State in 2010 Rose Bowl after the 2009 season gave us the bump that made them pay attention to our show and get me down here. So I thank Greg Oden for those great 3 months often.
Gosh, salute to you, Greg Oden. Without you or me and Walchuk here right now in Surprise, Arizona, watching Marcus Simeon go 3 for 3, I think not. Greg Oden, you are the genesis of all of our dreams coming true.
We're all flowing from the Greg Oden tree.
This is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you,
okay,
Greg.
I do want to just say bleep you to the New York Knicks. They have Jalen Brunson. They're riding a 6-game heater. They trade for Josh Hart. They're undefeated since they did it. They go 6 in a row, with the 6th being last night's double-digit victory over the Boston Celtics. They are feeling great right now. Josh Hart says, we don't want to make the playoffs. We want to make a run in the playoffs, and I'm just jealous. I'm sad. I feel like MFFLs all across the country are going,
Yeah.
You know what? This Knicks success is starting to get under my skin a little bit.
Well,
but defensive fatigue will get them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That coach, he runs them in the ground. They will have
He
nothing.
does.
They will have nothing left when it comes playoff time.
And how long has it been since the Knicks have won a playoff series?
It's been, I believe, a lifetime, Walchuk.
Like 99?
With Dave DeBusschere? Oh, not
90.
that far back.
Larry Johnson, Latrell Sprewell.
I mean, it's been a
Allen
long
Houston.
time.
I think Carmelo won him a series.
Did he?
I think Carmelo won him a
He
first
might.
round
He very
series.
well
I
might have.
No, I might be wrong about that. I don't know,
It's
dude.
been a long time for the Knicks.
I still have images of Amari Stoudemire punching fire hydrants in the middle of a playoff series when they got maybe swept in the first round against a team in the East. So now I do have the least efficient jump shooters in the sport when it comes to points per jump shot on jumpers. Stop me when you're surprised. Number 5, LeBron James.
Wow.
5th worst points per shot on jumpers.
Had no space.
He's broken.
Number 4, Dylan Brooks.
Oh, wow,
Of the Memphis
okay.
Grizzlies. He's all talk, man. He's their enforcer.
Enforcer.
He's
yeah.
the goon.
He's
the
the goon.
out there,
He is
yeah.
a goon. Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, congratulations. No longer manning that top spot as the worst jump shooter in the sport. That's got to make him feel good. He can thank Jabari Smith Jr. for it in Houston. And number 1.
Not the best Jabari, by the way.
Yeah, Parker was better.
Yeah.
Paolo Banchero of the Orlando Magic has the single least efficient jump shot in all of basketball right now.
Everybody loves him, though.
Yeah, he started the
He's
season
kind
off
of
so well.
Yeah, he's kind of everybody talks about him as what a
great.
great pick and all.
Yeah.
You know that.
Well,
Got to work on his shot.
Yeah, it's not to say that he's been a bad player. He's put up points and he's done his thing, and I think there's some good stuff going on. I mean, he had his 30th 20-point game on the season just last night, and that's the most by a Magic rookie since Shaquille O'Neal did it. So, I mean, he's having a good season, but his jumper needs some cleanup.
Fair enough. I'll never forget him on the grid there, Martin Brundle, going out and finding, thinking he was Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Because of the hair. Oh, do we have a lighter sighting?
I think
we do.
He's got that little hop when
Yes,
he warms
he
up.
does.
He is thick as a bowl of oatmeal. Saw him in person in the clubhouse earlier. Seen him
is.
even at the mound right now. The thighs on that guy.
He's short
like
and stocky.
300 pounds below the waist.
He works the weights. There he is. He's out there, and we'll tell you about his is this his spring training debut? Yeah?
Yes,
yeah?
it
Yeah,
is.
spring training debut for Leiter and Rocker coming up shortly after. Okay, our spring training coverage is brought to you by Sonic. Good.
Yeah, good.
It is time now for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. Who did the mocking better, Bucky Brooks or Mel Kiper? Updated picks for the Cowboys. And then Wooly Bully's Top 10 coming up just around the corner here. It's the G-Bag Nation live from Surprise, Arizona on the Fan. Got our chat window, Nation.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, live from Surprise, Arizona. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic Good, General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. You got Zach Walchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian brought us here in Arizona in the press box up here. Kind of a tight fit, making it happen. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, Lucius Alexander back home there at 75 and fits you, handling all the business, keeping us on the air nice and smooth as he always does. LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Number 1 rated segment in Afternoon Drive for all of DFW is it's coming up at about 5:40. And it's a not miss. It's a can't miss situation there. Of course, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. A lot going on here. Mavs game tonight. The Stars in the hunt. You got the Cowboys combine going down, and that's what we'll do right here. Wanted to update the story that we hit on. Stephen Jones was asked, do you need to be more aggressive? I'd like to hope that we're always aggressive. I'd like to hope that we can make our team better. The Philly deal was hats off to them. They did a great job. So we addressed that earlier in the show. Then Michael Gelkin came on for the morning news and said something. He just feels like, they're getting ready to make a move to provide some juice. And when I see him stop down and talk about that, I don't think it's a day 3 pick of a guy who's, going to provide you some explosiveness on special teams and maybe a deep threat. And I think they're talking juice in the media, juice on the field, like immediate credibility for playmaking. That's kind of what that sounds like to me. So that's got me a little bit more excited. I can't quite get to expecting a huge move, but something with some, a realistic shot of having an impact. Is that DJ Chark? Yeah, I don't know. What kind of move is that? But is that getting you guys excited at all when you heard Gelkin talk about that?
It is for sure. I thought they had been downplaying the amount of playmakers this offense needs, but maybe if they want to take a big home run swing for, like we've talked about, a guy like DeAndre Hopkins, maybe they feel like, okay, you bring back Tony Pollard, which, listen, on the franchise tag or a long-term deal, more than likely I would be against. Definitely against it on the franchise tag. But either way, if Pollard's back and then you bring in a DeAndre Hopkins, you get the year 2 bump off the ACL from Michael Gallup. You have the young tight ends. You have, of course, CeeDee Lamb. Maybe Tolbert steps up. Not banking on that in any way. But a big like DJ Chark is not enough.
Not enough.
That's not enough at all. But if you're getting me DeAndre Hopkins for a second-round pick, I can get on board with that. But I still feel like you need a couple more guys. If you do one splash and then somewhere in the draft you get another playmaker in your backfield or as a wide receiver or this tight end class, something.
Hey, can I ask you guys this? With him saying that Tyron Smith's coming back, does that eliminate a guard?
I think it does.
With the 26th pick.
I think
You're
it does.
planning to go Tyron Tyler,
yeah,
Biotish, Zach Steele.
Well,
I mean,
I kind of felt like that Tyron Smith was going to be like, move on, we're going to get your money, we're going to go sign somebody else with it or use that money. But with Gelkin saying that Tyron Smith the plan was for him to come back,
sure,
that it's not too much to have 3 tackles.
Yeah, another interesting takeaway.
I'm kind of eliminating a guard at 26.
You're probably right, but it shouldn't, just because Tyron's not available and it's just a 1-year thing. Like, if there's a guy there that you like, I don't think you should pass on him just because you have Tyron on the roster.
And I think Tyron needs to play quite a bit of the start of the season at right tackle, doesn't he? For
Steele?
For our guy Steele, who's coming off the injury.
Well, Steven said he thinks he's going to be ready for camp.
Okay.
He's making a remarkable recovery,
one
of the fastest they've ever seen. So if that holds, then they think, I guess you're right, Brian, but Tyron will be ready to go at left.
Yeah, the big move to me is I just feel like that they feel like that Odell Beckham is a bigger move than what everybody, that's kind of watching this team. I just feel like they feel like that's the move. If they could get Beckham done, then they would feel like, oh, well, that's, that was something that we talked about, we worked on it last season. It just seems like their version of a big move is a lot different than what we determined would be a big move.
Okay, that's good. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, including with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, coming up at about 5:30. Just watched Jack Leiter work a half inning. Wolchuk, did you have any takeaways there?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he ended up being he was pretty good. He had a couple of nasty pitches. His first strikeout was really good to put him away. Had a good ground ball that he induced there. I mean, overall, it's just interesting his body type. We were talking about it during the break. He's a really high-cut guy. His legs are super strong. He's got a good lower body build, but he looked pretty composed over there, or composed, as I would say, composed and poised on the bump. But an easy 1-2-3, and now we got Evan Carter who's in the box, and it's always fun watching him take some hacks at the ball.
I mean, what's composure without poise, and what's poise without composure?
You're damn right.
You need them both.
Yeah, you got to stay composed as a youngster with the pitch clock, and hopefully that's something that he has a little bit of a leg up on, being a young guy who's played, with that.
Nice. It's going to be
talk to his dad about that too.
Yeah, certainly. And it didn't seem like the pitch clock was really giving him any issues.
No, he was working. Yeah. He was working pretty quickly.
Fit guy.
Yeah, he is. He is a fit guy. The cardio's not going to be working against him here, but it did. It jumped off the screen, if you will, at us this morning. Seeing him up close, he is a little bit shorter. And then a guy like DeGrom walks by, and he's got to be 6'4", I would think. He's a tall and lean dude, but Leiter's got a very, very interesting build for sure.
All body types here available on the Rangers pitching staff. A couple innings ago, a guy who Mike Bassick said is bigger than Bartolo Colon was laboring through a couple of innings for the Rangers.
Yeah, that's a guy, I believe that was 56, Reyes Moranta.
Yeah,
and if the cardio is going to be a factor with the pitch clock, he is probably mother bleeping that pitch clock.
Yeah, he's working. He's looking for short relief now. In a transition.
Yeah, we're just going to continue to run on this Rockies catcher and get second put out, second throw out. He's had, huh?
Each catcher's thrown out two guys now. Yeah. But to this inning for the Rockies, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, we got mock draft verses here. In one corner, Bucky Brooks. In the other corner, Mel Kiper. You tell me which Cowboys pick is the best. Number 26 there, you got Quentin Johnston, TCU. That is Bucky Brooks. Cowboys must improve the core to get Dak in his Pro Bowl form. He says Johnston, a big play potential, take advantage of one-on-one coverage on the outside. And you got Mel Kiper going with Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah, replacing one Dalton with another. And I guess that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I believe in Ferguson and Hendershot. So my first question would be, why are we talking about like tagging Schultz or drafting Dalton Kincaid when both those guys showed significant potential?
See, well, for me, I love Dalton Kincaid. I'll tell you that. I do think this is a damn good tight end draft. We just had a home run.
Brad Miller. Donger right there.
For Brad Miller. That was beautiful.
In his red shoes.
Yeah, and he looks good in those red shoes. Now, that's the thing. Like, you can really find, I think, a difference-making tight end. But you're right, Gavin. I think Hendershot and Ferguson both have a lot of upside. The one thing about Dak is, if you're looking to get Dak more help, and I think Kiper makes some sense there, he does love throwing to his tight ends. And the knock on Dalton Schultz, and you've talked about this a lot, Gavin, is he's kind of a catch, go down to the ground guy. He's not a big yards after catch. Dalton Kincaid is a playmaker. He's going to stretch the defense. He's a dude that can attack the seam. He's able to get it. He's able to break tackles. He is really good with the ball in space and with his hands after the catch. So, to me, I think he's the best tight end in the class and what is a loaded group. I know a lot of people, including Brian, like Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame, and that dude's an absolute physical specimen. They call him Baby Gronk. But when Dak loves to go to the tight end as much as he does, I can understand the Cowboys maybe looking at that position and saying, hey, that's kind of like outside of CeeDee Lamb, maybe our next most important option in the passing game.
Yeah, and it's just more of a commitment to, hey, can we get a guy that we think could blossom into a top 5 kind of tight end in the league? Do we look at one of these dudes as a total matchup nightmare for a defense? Maybe they don't quite feel that way about the Ferguson combo. Hey, solid guys, but is this just another Jarwin Dalton Schultz type where, hey, great value, good player, but not a guy that scares defenses in a way that you see top tight ends do? And so if you feel like a guy like Kincaid or any one of these stud tight ends in this draft can be that guy, I certainly get taking a swing on him. Now, it's a tough evaluation because you're missing on tight ends every year, left and right. Teams think they got a tight end, and they don't. So you got to be caution. You got to act with caution there. But the Quentin Johnston one for Bucky Brooks, I mean, to me that's unrealistic. And maybe Broadus and Walchuk can correct me here, but Quentin Johnston, he's a monster. The tape tells you he was a big play dude left and right, and he's about to blow up the combine. And in a draft where it's not as wide receiver dominant as we've seen in the last few years, I can't imagine him falling to 26.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Brian,
the thing
about
yeah, I do. And the thing that I really like about Quentin Johnston is he plays as if the game is really important to him. I mean, he is one of those guys, you watch him like every snap, every opportunity he gets, whether it's going for the football, blocking downfield. I mean, give me the wide receiver that, like, it's life or death every play. And I think
want that at every position.
Yeah, I think Quentin Johnston's got that in him.
Right on. Okay, let's talk a little Mavs with you here, Nation. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 420 coming up here in about 10 minutes. And we are live and surprise coverage brought to you by Sonic and Good. Grant Afseth, DallasBasketball.com, spoke with Christian Wood talking big picture about a number of things. I think this is kind of chicken soup for your Cowboys soul in here. I do believe so, that maybe you can hear some of these quotes from Christian Wood and think more positively about this whole thing coming together. I definitely think if Christian Wood is a bad teammate, he doesn't let any of it show publicly. Like 99% of all of his public demeanor on court and with the media has just been outstanding. He sounds like a cool dude and a good teammate everywhere I look, but I know coaching staffs have been frustrated with his professionalism. So sometimes you can be the coolest dude. It just doesn't translate with, trying to get on the same page with the game plan. But he was asked about Kleber returning. And is that going to happen tonight against the Pacers?
Yeah, they're talking about that right now. It looks very good as we speak. They were going to wait up until about game time, but the early indication I got was that they were going to wait, but it looks promising tonight.
He says, Christian Wood on Maxi Kleber, I love playing with Maxi. Me and him complement each other really well. His ability to be able to defend the bigger guys, his ability to space the floor. Like, that gives you a player that nobody else on the Mavs does. Could Maxi Kleber be the key to unlocking the good times rolling once again? Like, I don't know how many optimistic days we've had around this basketball team since he went down with that injury. He says just having that space on the floor for those guys to be able to operate, it's going to be tough for teams to double-team Luka and double-team Kyrie because now you have 5 shooters all on the floor. It's a nice thing to try out. Whenever he comes back, we'll be ready for him. 5 shooters on the floor is something that can be impossible for defenses to slow down if guys are hitting and you have 2 guys like Kyrie and Luka making things happen. What do you guys think about this idea? How much faith or hope can you put in the return of Kleber?
Man, I kind of feel like there's been so much Kleber's coming back, and it's necessary, and it's certainly going to be something that is needed for this team if they're going to make the playoffs and do something somewhat special, go on any type of run. You're going to need Kleber to be the best version of himself, but that's the biggest question to me. Like, he's coming off an injury much quicker than any of us probably would have imagined, and he's a guy that we've seen lose confidence in his shot very, very quickly. And so what type of Kleber are you going to get? In theory, yes, his versatility, his ability to be a rim protector and a guy who can stretch the floor for you, all of that is huge, but I don't know what type of version of him we're getting and how many minutes can we depend on him. So it's fun that he's coming back. It certainly is, but it's probably been overblown that, hey, this is just going to fix all of the issues that this team has right now. They're not a Maxi Kleber away from all of a sudden going on a run.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. He doesn't have a magic wand that he's going to wave and all of a sudden he's going to remedy all the Mavericks' problems. It is, to me, I think your offense is so good to where you're scoring so many points now because of Kyrie and Luka that you're less reliant on his offensive capabilities and his shot falling, that you really just want him to be able to put everything on the defensive end and rebounding. And it's like, Maxie, don't worry about the shot. Let's just try and get you to put all of your effort into helping Christian Wood and helping with the rim protection and give us all the kind of effort and minutes you can on that defensive side of the floor. Put all your focus on that area because that's where the Mavericks are lacking so much right now.
Wood talked about the varying roles that he's had this year. He said he's used to coming off the bench behind players because it happened early in his career. But he did say it's frustrating switching roles and finding out what my role is for sure. But he says he thinks he can settle into any role. That sounds flexible to me. Shooting 92% from the free throw line in February, says he's been putting in a lot of hard work with Sean Sweeney, one of their assistants, to be one of the players they can depend on in the fourth quarter to hit free throws. And then, totally different, but he talked about the difference between playing with Kyrie and Luka. Both willing passers, both get double-teamed, but I would just say the pace of it's different. Luka, when the offense slows down, he's a great half-court player. When they double him, he's always going to make the right play and always put you in a position to play 4-on-3 on the backside. Kyrie's more shifty. He could come off the screen and beat the big and beat a double team, or he hit a quick pocket pass. I'm normally getting late pocket passes from Luka, and now it's a quick one from Kyrie. So that's what I'd say is the big difference. Thanks to Grant Epps at DallasBasketball.com, harvesting those Christian Wood quotes for you, and they host the Pacers tonight. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I don't want this fun ride to be over. We've had some promising moments. This team might have some systemic issues, and it might not snap back, but dang it, there's so much potential in here. Okay, Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 4:20 coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Pancake Day. What's your favorite pancake? And I got the top 10 breakfast foods, plus we might get a Nathaniel Lowe appearance next on The Fan.
Okay, let's talk about my friends at Diamonds Direct before we do anything like that, though. You know, I love Diamonds Direct.
Reliant. That's power your way.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Surprise, Arizona, home of Rangers spring training. Coverage brought to you by Sonic. Good. We have not Derek Lowe. We have Nathaniel Lowe in the waiting. He's going to join us here before too long on your home of the Rangers. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General, as we await for Nathaniel Lowe as he gets ready. Some quick NFL nuggets for you. The Eagles have indeed promoted Brian Johnson to offensive coordinator. He will succeed Shane Steichen, who is left to take head coaching duties with the Indianapolis Colts. So Brian Johnson, who we kind of put out there, maybe he's a good opportunity to come over to the Cowboys, be the OC. He's got the relationship with Dak, coached him at Mississippi State, where Nathaniel Lowe went to school. Well, now he's just getting promoted. He's going to take that OC job with the Eagles as they've got their guy over there. So,
okay, yeah.
Bleep them.
That was an obvious promote from within, a guy who's getting OC opportunities and is already one of the names that you have when you look to next year as maybe a guy that could go from OC to head coach somewhere, one of the young stud coaches in the sport right now. So that makes a ton of sense for him. They're going to have a different situation on the defensive side of the ball, though. They're not going to do any promoting from within, I don't
they
believe.
got Sean Desai from the Seattle Seahawks is going to come in and be their defensive coordinator.
Has that been made official? I know Jeremy Fowler was hinting at it pretty hard
today. It's been made official. Pete Carroll even said it today when he talked to the media out there in Indianapolis. So Sean Desai will be their defensive coordinator, and the Commanders made it official today as they placed the franchise tag on Deron Payne. That will be an $18.937 million franchise tag on Mr. Deron Payne.
That Johnson guy's been on fire. We need him to get off that heater. Everything he does just turns to gold with quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's true. Final NFC East news, the Giants do plan to release Kenny Galladay after 2 years. Surprise, surprise.
That cost him, about $38 million for 43 catches?
Yeah, pretty much.
One touchdown, I think it was. Yeah,
I can't believe he had, if you would have told me over under 33 catches, 23 catches even, I might have taken the under. That was maybe one of the single worst free agent signings in sports history, not just football history. And shout out to the degenerate who threw $2 on him at 100,000, plus 100,000 odds to win the MVP next year.
Yeah,
it's pretty special. Well, speaking of special, look at Kumar Rocker, boys and girls, taking the mound. This guy, that's a linebacker on the mound.
I told you, man.
His dad was a hell of a player, man.
Holy
Tracy Rocker.
Smokes.
He is a big boy. Yep. He fills out that uniform. That is for darn sure. It's going to be fun to watch him pitch here from Surprise Stadium, as that will be a single, his first at-bat for the Rockies there, as Rocker will end up facing batter number 2. Maybe he can ground into a double play. All right,
dude, that's a dump truck right there, gentlemen. That's a full-on, I want to know what his max squat is.
We can ask to hear Jerry Jones talk about him.
Dude, it really would be. I want to hear him evaluate Leiter and Rocker. We need to get to the bottom of who is more impressive at the squat rack. Is it Leiter or Rocker?
Or Jim McMahon, maybe?
I'm going to ask Nate Lowe.
It has to be Rocker.
We'll find out.
It's got to be Rocker. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here quickly. On National Pancake Day, I've got the top 10 breakfast foods. Gentlemen, what is your favorite pancake before we dive into this?
I like a good chocolate chip strawberry or chocolate chip blueberry pancake. That always hits home for me. Loaded up with butter and syrup, and I feel fantastic.
I would say if I'm tricking something up, I like a banana pancake. Get an overripe one, just mash it all up in the batter and make it like that. I think that's outstanding.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a pecan, with a little
good
sweetness
call.
to it.
Call.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Little crunch with the pancake.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm with you there. Lucius, did you have a fave?
I absolutely do have favorite pancakes, fam. The banana nut.
Yeah,
with the nut in there.
Yep.
Definitely with nut.
Yeah. Classic buttermilk pancakes. With scrambled eggs, and I like to mix my scrambled eggs with the pancakes and eat them all together on the same fork type of situation.
I'll get with you on that.
And I like it for dinner.
Oh, yeah.
I got to have it for dinner, people.
Breakfast for dinner, not a bad
dinner.
Usually on a Sunday, yeah.
My dad would do that when my mom would be out of town. We thought it was so cool.
I'm in on that.
Did you call him lazy at points in time? Did you think it was a lazy move?
Oh,
but it actually was a good move, yeah.
Yeah. I like to crack a fried egg on top of, you open up so the yolk spills out onto the pancake. That's exceptional.
Are you on syrup with that as well, or does the yolk become the syrup?
No, both.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's going to be a delicious bowl of goodness right there. Plate of goodness, I should
Punch
say.
me right
Crepes.
in the face for that.
Crepes
crepes
are good.
good.
Crepes are
Crepes are
fantastic.
good.
My family in Indiana owns a couple of restaurants. Nick's Kitchen, if you're ever in Huntington, Indiana. I always thought they had amazing pancakes. Yeah.
Shout out to Old West in Denton. I love their pancakes.
Oh, man. And their crepes, man.
Very good. And then
you get crepey vibes up in there.
Magnolia Cafe in Austin. They
Crepey
do some fantastic pancakes as well. All right, number 10 on the top 10 breakfast foods, we got the donuts.
Dude, donuts, the older I get, the more I like donuts. Like, I thought as a kid it was like the height of my donut love. No, every year that goes by, like at least one Saturday out of the month, we'll do a donut Saturday morning situation with the girls. And it is just like, it's for them, but it's like, it's for me.
I kind of feel like the donut holes are better than the donuts.
I don't mind those at all.
I love a good donut hole. The classic glaze is just to die for.
I'm not going to fight either of them. I'm in.
I always got to figure out in a new donut shop, how much do I have to buy to get the free donut holes? What are we looking at? A half
Baker's
dozen?
dozen. The Baker's dozen, yeah.
Yeah, let's keep it going.
Yeah.
Number 9, you got home fries or hash browns.
Oh, yes.
I wish every version of food stops had their like complimentary donut hole for whatever their food is. Yeah. Like I should be able to go to a fast food spot and get
an
extra fries on the house. Or
Everyone's going to
something,
throw in the Baker's dozen.
Yeah, throw it in there, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. Number 8 is oatmeal.
I don't know.
Lucius will co-sign.
I like oatmeal.
It's good. Yeah. No,
Gavin will crack an egg on
Put
top
some
of
brown
it.
sugar in there.
Yeah, I have to dress it up. I put like assorted nuts,
There you go.
some honey in that joint, brown sugar, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Honey, brown sugar.
Number 7, top 10 breakfast foods on National Pancake Day. We got fresh fruit.
Fruit does taste better in the morning. I think that's a real thing. There's like just the flavor, the juices, they pop in the morning mouth.
Yeah.
You know, pre toothbrush.
Tastes better as a jelly than it does fruit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 6 is cereal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
like
not better
cereal.
than donuts, but
It's not better than donuts.
Eric and I both agree that cereal is better late night.
Yeah. A lot of breakfast foods are. Like the fruit, definitely a morning thing. Maybe 8 out of 10 breakfast items, nighttime, before going to sleep, you can't miss.
Nighttime is the right time.
Number 5 is bacon.
Thought this would be higher.
I did too. I thought it would be number 1.
That's an upset right there.
Yep. Number 5 is bacon. Number 4 is indeed the pancakes on National Pancake Day.
Belongs in the Mount Rushmore.
And I do love pancakes. Do you have a place, Brian, by the way, that you usually know where to get ideal pancakes or ideal foods in general? Or are you just a make-it-at-home guy?
I've just generally tried to, I watch a lot of those videos, those YouTube videos, and I'll really try to make my own, variations of what people throw out there. So I'm kind of a scratch guy at home and give it a go.
Ooh, okay.
Cafe Brazil.
Getting word we have the great Nathaniel Lowe on headset, so let me rattle through the top 3, and then I'll find out Nathaniel Lowe's favorite pancake. Number 3 is toast.
Oh, whack.
What?
Number 2 is sausage.
I'm in.
There's a lot you can do with the toast. The avocado toast. You can do some PB&J toast.
Toast was like the first meal you can ever make when your parents left. Like, I can just make me some toast real quick.
Yeah, toast is versatile.
Yeah.
Number 1, though, best breakfast food is eggs.
Okay.
And without eggs.
Yeah, very nutritious. Get you some protein. It's time now for the 2022 First Base Silver Slugger, Nathaniel Lowe, quickly becoming a fan favorite and will continue to do so. Nathaniel, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on The Fan. How you doing?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
Man, it's great to have you. We got to talk with you last year, and it was awesome. But how do you follow up on being the best offensive first baseman in the American League? What do you have planned?
Man, there's definitely more to do. There's a lot of homers that I left out there last year, and there's a lot of points and a lot of base hits left to improve on. So yeah, it's whatever the game calls for, but it's exciting. Building off of this step that we've made and going forward to hopefully better.
So how many bomb skis you thinking? You have a number in mind?
I try not to set a number, man. It'd be cool to look up and see it start with a 3, but I can't put too much pressure on myself. I got to let the game work itself out.
The chicks do dig the dong ball, though, right, Nate?
The long ball, yes. So he's around, right? And I haven't had the opportunity to tell Mr. Maddox that chicks dig the long ball, but he knows it already.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he does.
That's good. Now, I do have some baseball questions for you, Nathaniel, but we just got done with the top 10. It's National Pancake Day, so I did the top 10 breakfast foods. 1, where is the pancake for you in all the breakfast foods?
Oh, dude, the pancake is a lot higher than you would think. definitely top 5. You know, I like to think that I have a pretty wide variety of breakfast options that I go after, but you know, there's something about the Pancake House in Dallas. They do a really good job. The original Pancake House does it right.
Good call.
Yeah.
Now, Nate, we got a chance to catch up with you in the locker room or in the clubhouse earlier today, and you're on record, funnest guy in on the Rangers right now, and you got the mustache. Is the mustache like an obligation? You feel like, hey, if I'm the funnest guy on the team, I have to sport the mustache.
You know, I don't know. The mustache just seemed like the way to do it, and then I show up to camp, and there's like 15 other guys with mustaches, and I'm like, well, it's not that original, but it's like a baseball thing, I guess. And, you know, if you pull it off and get your pants real tight, it seems like it'd be pretty fun.
You're a trendsetter, man. The mustache,
I'm working on it.
It's all you. Now, I was the one that sat down next to you on the couch today in the clubhouse. How much of a, like, when I did that, what was your thought? Because you were very accommodating. You didn't bat an eye. You didn't say, hey, you probably shouldn't do this. You just let me make the mistake. But were you, in your mind, were you thinking this is the most insane thing anyone's ever done in a clubhouse?
I can't believe you just outed yourself on air.
It's already been done.
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay. Yeah, John Blake is very angry right now if he is listening to this. You know, but I haven't been around long enough to really have the say and tell you, like, hey, dude, like, you can't do this. But, yeah, when a media member sits on the couch in the clubhouse, it's kind of like, people are definitely going to look, and somebody might chase you on the way out. But, yeah, that's, you know, you live and learn.
Yeah, no question.
Is there any punishment we have to dole out to Chief here? Any kangaroo court stuff?
Yeah, kangaroo court stuff, yeah.
Oh, I mean, you know, if you could get him on the PA and have him sing, you know, take me out to the ball game in the 7th inning, I think that would probably suffice for it. I think that would definitely cover it.
I'm glad you didn't say be the national anthem singer. That would have sucked even worse.
No,
but
a bad national anthem is, gosh, that's on the top of the list for pet peeves. Slow national anthem, out of tune national anthem, and if you forget the words, man, you shouldn't be singing.
Do you have
I feel like we should go pitch clock on the national anthem.
We should.
Hey, we brought it up.
That thing.
We have definitely brought it up. You know, if you can get it in under 2 minutes, you're in a pretty good spot.
Do you have a cringe national anthem experience that comes to mind?
Man, there's a bunch, and I don't know. I never want to out anybody because I'm sure they're nervous, and singing in front of all that people, like, it would definitely make me rattle. You know, when I hear my voice on any kind of microphone, it gets kind of shaky, and it's a little odd, but I can't single one out, but I've definitely been a part of forgetting the words, repeating certain words, or just throwing them in there, and it's like, oh, that's just a little sloppy.
So we know Tony Beasley has a set of pipes, but is there anybody else in the clubhouse on the team that you think could actually sing the national anthem if asked?
Glenn Otto could whistle it. Glenn Otto could give an absolute, you know, Radio City Music Hall whistling performance of the national anthem.
Wow.
Outside of that, I don't know if we really have anybody that's vocally inclined. We got a lot of people that, you know what, Martine can sing. How about that?
Martine's a beast. Okay, that's a good fun fact. I wish we knew that yesterday.
Yeah,
We'd have had him
yesterday.
sing on the air when he was hanging out with us. It's Nathaniel Lowe hanging out with us right now in the G-Bag Nation, live from Surprise, Arizona. And when it comes to the pitch clock, though, Nate, is this a time for you as a veteran who's not used to this sort of deal? Are you using this as a time to workshop, like, what the limits are and kind of test the boundaries, maybe get a violation, but, hey, it's spring training, so be it?
Yes, yeah. First off, odd hearing you say me being a veteran, you know, because there's so many guys that have just put together long, illustrious careers in this clubhouse. But it's cool to think that I have been around for a while here. It's really cool to have a home. But yes, if I'm going to get a violation, I'm going to get it done in the next 2 or 3 weeks. That way it doesn't count, because, you know, when you change count leverage without a pitch getting thrown, that's going to rub some people, you know, in the wrong way. And I hope that the competition committee on our side and anybody who has a voice can stand up and say we have some things that we need to address and ways that we can just get better. But as far as pace goes, man, this pitch clock is something. In between innings, I feel like you're sprinting off the field, sprinting on the field. You know, you're thinking of when to call timeout. And I don't know if you guys noticed, I think it was the second inning today, one of their outfielders for Colorado started to reach up and call timeout and realized, wait, I don't have a timeout. So, yeah, with 2 strikes, reaching up for time and realizing that there's nothing there, and then the umpire saying, sorry, your at-bat's over, that's something. You know, we're going to have to just adjust and roll with it and make the most of it.
Nathaniel Lowe here with us. Now, speaking of adjusting, you know, you're a guy who's in fantastic shape, but there's some pretty big guys around here. Are we having to talk about doing some cardio to keep up with the pace here with this pitch clock?
You know, there's athletes in this clubhouse, whether we like it or not. You know, it's when it comes time to compete, there's some guys that'll have to turn it up a notch, and you know, we're gonna get it done.
Would you say this is best shape of your life season right now, Nate?
You know, I like where I'm at, but I don't have anything really to base it on yet. You know, I'm 7 at-bats deep. I feel like I'm seeing the ball okay, and I'm begging for a grounder because nobody's hit the ball to me yet. But, yeah, that's just part of spring and part of knocking the rust off and then using it as a measuring test to see where you're at.
We were watching the Young Bucks, lighter, rocker. These dudes we would describe as cocky built, especially below the waist. Like, I mean, the thickness here. Have you seen these guys getting the back squats going?
Heavy back squats.
You know, I haven't seen it yet. You know, I haven't seen their cocky builds yet.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to report back on this because these, I'm telling you, like, it's probably a sight to behold to watch these two guys go back squat for back squat with each other. You know, young competitors.
You get those pants tailored tight enough, you can make anything look nice.
Nathaniel, would this be the wrong time to ask what is the one workout you would hate to do naked?
The one workout I would hate to do naked. I would hate to deadlift naked. I'll tell you what. Something about potentially showing somebody the undercarriage on the backside. You know, that's not really what I want to do.
Maybe not ask for a spot for that particular rep.
Man, yeah, no thanks. I definitely feel bad for anybody that's getting back there.
Favorite menu item at Sonic, Nathaniel?
Favorite menu item at Sonic? The tater tots.
That's a good call.
Oh, that's a really good call.
Good. Automatic. You know, they go with any of the burgers or whatever it is, the chicken fingers or the mozzarella sticks that always wind up in the order. You don't really want them. The next thing you know, you're eating 12 of them.
Congrats.
Maybe that's just me.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm with you 100%, man. That was amazing.
You nailed it,
Nathaniel. Tater tots are versatile.
Thank you so much for your time once again. Congrats on your success and best of luck to you this season.
Thank you, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Salute to you. Nathaniel Lowe here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, they continue to play ball right in front of us. It's a very awesome atmosphere here. Live spring training coverage brought to you by Sonic Good. And Chris Young set to join us?
Yes, CY is about to hop on.
Cy Young himself next here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, let me chat about my friends at D&M Leasing, though. Before we do that, any area code 35 lease you want or need a new vehicle, call them right now. Maybe you're on your way home. Maybe you're getting
Fan. Love to hear the station. Love to hear the station.
All the time, Tolo.
From Sean and RJ, G-Bag Nation. Just tune in all day. They got the best Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers content.
105.3 The Fan.
Turn on, leave it on.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're live at Rangers Spring Training here, Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona. Our coverage all week long brought to you by Sonic. Good. As Rangers GM Chris Young joins us now in the broadcast booth here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. Nice to see you. How the heck are you?
I'm good. Good.
Right
Thanks for having me. Better now that we wrapped up a win here. So good day.
Yeah. This was fun. A lot of good things going on with the ball team. What's it like after such a big offseason, seeing all this now on the field? What's your feelings like?
Well, it's fun. I mean, the offseason was a lot of fun because we were able to add to our team. I think it was a great offseason for our fans. Really addressed our pitching. But it's not real until you get into camp and you get around the guys and you're able to sort of see everybody come together, especially with new leadership in the dugout with Boch and Mike Maddox and Will Venable and the coaching staff, and then just getting these guys around each other. And I think that I've been excited to see that. I know as a former player what it's like to be around your teammates, and it accelerates that learning curve early in the season where you get used to each other. The chemistry kind of comes together. So it's been fun watching that in person this spring, and we've got a good group.
How do you transition from a team that was developing and building to a team now with expectations? Is there a mindset shift that some of the young guys need to go through?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think that we can talk about it a lot. I think ultimately it's going out there and doing it. I think a lot of that has to do with the right veterans around them. I think it has to do with expectations of the coaching staff. You know, the one thing that we have done the last couple of years, despite losing, is we set an expectation in terms of what winning looks like, what it looks like to play the game hard, what it looks like to really to show up every day prepared, and those types of things. And while it didn't manifest necessarily in the win-loss column, I think it has prepared these guys for this season where we do have expectations to win. And these guys know we're not teaching them how to prepare. We're not teaching them how to come to the field every day with a mindset of hoping to win. It's we expect to win.
That's great. So speaking of that, Marcus Semien today 3 for 3. What do we put into that? Does that mean he's dialed in to start, or is it just spring training hacks at the plate? What do we say?
You know, I always say when you don't do well in spring training, you brush it off to, well, it's just spring training, but nobody wants to not do well. So I think it's always great when the players do well in spring. I know for me, it gave me more confidence the years I had better spring trainings. But I think ultimately for Marcus, whether he has a good spring statistically or not, I think he had a tremendous offseason just being in the Metroplex. He was a leader in the stadium every day in our workouts. We had a bunch of guys working out following his lead. He was there every day. He's had an unbelievable offseason. I think he's primed for a great year. And certainly today, seeing the 3 for 3 and the way he played, I think it's a sign of things to come.
Eric and I got to sit in with Bruce Bochy in his media session earlier today and talk about commanding a room. I mean, I'm just sitting there, and I don't want to disappoint Bochy and just ask a bad question. I mean, what is the difference that you've noticed in just the short time that he's been here? I mean, clearly you got to play with him. Yeah. You had a relationship with Bruce Bochy. He was your guy, but already it seems like guys just want to run through a wall for him.
Yeah, Boch is just special. I think the best way to describe it is he has a unique ability to connect on an individual level, but also stand in front of the team and create an expectation for everybody. And it's an art to be able to do that. And I just can't explain how much I've enjoyed watching him on a daily basis, watching him command a room, the way the staff has responded to him on a daily basis, and the players seem to enjoy him as well. I don't think you can find anybody in the game who has a negative thing to say about him. But he's competitive too. I mean, he's a super nice guy. He's approachable. He's likable. He's humble as can be. But he's competitive. He wants to win. And when we don't win, early in the first two spring trainings, we didn't win, and Boch is pissed off after the game. I mean, which is a great sign. So I love him. I'm so happy he's here. I think it's great for our players. Certainly as a front office, I'm thrilled. But I can't wait for our fans to get to know him. I think that they are going to embrace Boch and really see his leadership style day in, day out. I'm really excited.
Did you ever want to be a skipper?
I don't know. I don't think I'd be good at it. It's just self-evaluation here. I don't think I'd be good at it. I think you have to have a lot of patience. I think that it's a hard job, and you're dealing with the media, you're dealing with the players on a daily basis. You've got your staff, you got the front office. it's a tough job. It commands a lot of attention, a lot of time, and I think Boch has been able to navigate that masterfully over the course of his career. It's why he's a Hall of Fame manager.
We were talking earlier about maybe breakout candidates. One guy that we brought up, Glenn Otto, maybe as a bullpen arm for you. And there's a couple of guys that have been starters for you that might get that opportunity with you reinforcing and bringing in guys to your rotation. What's that transition like, being a starter and going to the bullpen? And who are some guys maybe you have your eye on?
Well, yeah, I think one of the things we tried to address this offseason was our pitching depth, and we certainly know we knew we needed better starting pitching. We thought by making our starting pitching better, in turn our bullpen would be better, and also the depth of our pitching would be better. So, by adding the starting pitchers we did, certainly there's not going to be room for everybody in the rotation, but it doesn't mean these guys can't be very good Major League pitchers, whether it's in the bullpen or whether they're sliding into the rotation at some point. So, ultimately I said, and I've had to do both as a former player. I know what it's like to go back and forth from the bullpen to the starting rotation. Ultimately, if you can pitch, you can pitch. And so that's the way I approach it. That's the way Mike and Boch are approaching it. And for all these guys, there's great opportunity. We're going to need innings, and if you can pitch and get outs, there will be a spot for you out there.
What do you feel like the comfort level is with the pitch comm here with the veterans?
I think it's pretty comfortable. I mean, I think that last year was a great year. They really kind of ran it out pretty fast. Everybody adapted. There were a couple bumps in the road with it, but I think it's been really beneficial for the game. I think it's actually really necessary now with the new rules, especially the pitch clock, where you're on the clock. The second you get the ball back, you're on the clock, and you don't have time to stand on the mound and go through signs and sequences and shake. So being able to communicate that sign almost instantaneously once the pitcher catches the ball is really, really important. I think it's really expediting the pace of play, and it's been good for the game.
So how long into spring training can you start to identify where you want to go with some position battles, like a left field or a closer, a DH, something like that?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's a great question. I'm not sure anybody in baseball has fully figured that out. I think it just depends on the competition. There are a lot of factors that come into it: who's on roster, who's not on roster, when guys have outs in their contract. What I've told our group is let's stay away from evaluations early in camp. Let's let these guys come into camp, get into shape, really find their timing, their rhythm, and the last couple weeks of spring, let's do more evaluating then. But right now, let's let them go out and play, and those things seem to sort themselves out over the course of camp.
Looks like Leiter and Rocker are in pretty good shape.
They both look great today. It was fun watching. Jack came out. Fastball was lively. Got the swing and miss on the high fastball. Kumar came in, and he's throwing a great sinker this spring. It's been really fun to watch. Velocity looked like 94, 95 today with heavy sink and a good breaking ball. They both had pretty smooth innings, and it's an exciting thing for our organization, for our fans in the future.
Are there other young guys that are, perking your ears or eyes up already?
Yeah, I mean, just the way we finish games, the second half of games, the last 4 or 5 innings today with the lineup we had out there with, all these guys, Acuna, Duran, Justin Foscue, Jonathan Ornelas, Evan Carter, amongst others. I'm leaving a bunch out.
A lot of depth.
It's a lot of depth, and that's the beauty. I think the floor of our organization has risen, the depth that we have. We've got really, really good Major League players on the way, and now we don't have to accelerate their development. I mean, they can go through the proper developmental stages, and when they get to the big leagues, when they come to Arlington, they will be prepared and ready and fully developed versus having to put them in a position where maybe they're not quite ready for. So it's been a lot of fun to see it. The last couple days, we've really extended our leads in the game when the backups come in. The other team brings in their backups. We've brought in ours, and we've extended the leads, which I think it speaks to the floor of the talent floor we have right now.
There were some that talked about maybe adding a middle of the lineup bat, right? Which obviously you haven't done, but you're putting up a lot of runs here in the spring so far. How do you feel right now about the offense?
Well, I feel good. I feel really good. I think that last year we scored, 707 runs, which put us 5th in the American League. And really that was without having our top prospect, Josh Young, at third base. That was with losing Mitch Garver. And maybe a little bit of, some moments where our top players didn't play as well as they expect. So, I feel very good about it. We certainly, explored options in terms of adding to our offense this offseason. But I think, one or two of those may come internally in terms of our young players.
Sure.
I think Robbie Grossman is a great option. We're going to get Brad Miller back and healthy this year. I like where we are offensively. I think we're dynamic. I think we've got versatility. I think we've got a lot of guys that can do some different things that complement each other. And, I think the key is health. If these guys stay healthy, I think they'll put up runs.
Well, and to add to that, how about just the shift change and how much that can help a guy like Corey Seager at the plate?
I think with Corey, I think Nate, I think some of these guys, some of these lefties are going to see some really so it's going to benefit them immensely. And, I think that, again, with the speed we have, the versatility we have, the power, I like our offense, and I'm excited about what we can be as an offensive unit. I think our hitting coaches, Tim Hires, Seth Connor, and Donnie Ecker have done a tremendous job. And this is year 2 with this coaching staff as well as a hitting group, and I think that we'll really see some leaps in terms of what we do offensively.
You were a busy man this offseason. Did you get a chance to sneak in a McDonald's hash brown?
Still no hash brown.
I'm
sorry to disappoint you.
Okay,
I thought you'd have one waiting for me in here, but you didn't. So
I needed it to be fresh. I couldn't give you like a 5-hour later hash brown.
Nope, he's clearly disappointed, Eric.
We got it.
We missed the boat.
We got to have integrity with the way we have our first McDonald's hash brown be given and gifted to Chris Young. We will make that happen. I can assure you that.
I appreciate that.
Now our coverage is sponsored here by Sonic. Good. And I'm curious, do you have a favorite menu item at Sonic, or are you about to tell me that you haven't had Sonic in over a decade?
No, we've had Sonic recently. I think it was on the way back from one of our kids' basketball games, and the tater tots at Sonic are really good. Wow. So it's not a hash brown, but it's a tater tots pretty close, right?
It's very, very close.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
Nathaniel Lowe just told us the same thing, didn't he?
They did? All right. Yeah. All right. Good taste. I like that.
Now, CY, it is National Pancake Day as well. Do you have a favorite type of pancake?
I'm pretty traditional. I like just buttermilk pancakes, occasionally banana pancakes, but buttermilk is the way to go for me.
Where is the pancake in your hierarchy of breakfast foods?
Oh, it's pretty high, but I'm trying to limit the carbs right now. So
you're looking like a lean, mean machine.
I'm
best
not.
Shape of your life season right now, Chris.
I wish. The players are in the best shape of their lives. I'm not, so I got to get in shape.
The roster's in great shape. We thank you for that. We thank you for having us out here, and we look forward. Hopefully, we'll be lucky enough to have you for a weekly conversation again.
Absolutely, I look forward to it, guys. Thanks for being out here. We love it, and looking forward to a great year of Rangers baseball.
You're the best.
There he is,
Thank
Rangers
you, guys.
GM Chris Young. He is the best around. He'll never let you down. There he is, Chris Young here on your home of the Rangers. Okay, Walchuk and Chiafalo went into the Rangers clubhouse today. They violated multiple rules, and we'll have the details and the audio of that next in the nation.
Live from our remote studios at Texas Rangers Spring Training, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here, live and surprise. Our coverage brought to you by Sonic Good. Thanks to Nathaniel Lowe and Chris Young, who just joined us over the course of the last half hour. You can go back and listen to that with the Odyssey app or Twitch, YouTube, something like that. Right now, it's time for Walchuk and Chiafalo to give us the details on their adventures into the Rangers clubhouse this morning and the rules they violated. Here they are, the Nosebleed Boys. Walchuk, Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We start here, 877-881-1053, a place you've never eaten that would surprise people. We have some sound with Brock Burke, an exclusive situation from the clubhouse this morning. A very fun interaction, but he said something that was borderline offensive. And I am curious, where is a restaurant that the Tolos have never once eaten, but and maybe people would be surprised by that. We'll read some of those texts, but we did make our maiden voyage into the surprise Rangers clubhouse this morning, and it was awesome, man. It was really, really awesome. Kind of takes your breath away at first. You walk in, it's like, holy smokes. Here we are. This is cool. Oh, my gosh, there's Marcus Semien. Is that DeGrom? It sure is. He's taller than I thought. Holy smokes.
Yeah, DeGrom's a big boy.
Is that Jack Leiter with maybe the best Cavs I've ever seen? Perhaps. It was just like you're soaking this in all in real time. And this is rookie year, for us. Walchuk's been in the clubhouse, though. He's been covering this team. He felt a little bit more at home. Now, that didn't stop him from making a rookie violation mistake either.
I thought that I was allowed. I thought I had special privileges.
We were immediately
evidently not
attracted to Nathaniel Lowe and his mustache, and he was giving off great vibes, and we had a great interaction with him. It was fun, and it was cool, and he was like, hey, I got to run right now, but circle back for a little one-on-one interview situation at some point this week.
So if you were upset that we had to cut off, we bailed from Nathaniel Lowe earlier because we had Chris Young, don't worry. We'll get you some more Nathaniel Lowe later on in the week.
Yes, yeah, that's certainly the plan. We'll get back. We'll infiltrate the clubhouse tomorrow, assuming they'll let us in after today's violations.
Might get rained out.
It might get rained out.
Darn it, Gavin! Well, this is awful.
Hey, you can rain out what happens on the diamond, but
you can't rain on our parade.
Don't take away my clubhouse.
And can I just be vulnerable and tell you my two places real quick that I've never had?
Yeah.
The one I know I'm going to get backlash on. The other I don't think so much. Church's Chicken.
Wow.
That's the one I'm going to get crapped on.
Yeah, that's tough.
People are going to be upset at me.
Honestly, I'm not even upset at you. I feel bad for you.
I feel bad.
They have great chicken, man.
The thing was, when I found out it was so good, I've been on soda, so I've been able to go get it. So that's going to literally probably be the first place I go to when I'm on maintenance. The second is Long John Silver's. Now, here's the thing about Long John Silver's. People will fight for it and say it's delicious, but even they don't go to it a lot.
Somebody's going to it.
Nobody in the line.
Unless you got paddles.
Somebody's
for
keeping it open. I mean, these things are still open, man.
Like clear. Back up. He's okay. We got his heart going again.
I do love seeing Long John Silver's sharing a building with A&W.
Yeah.
Those
which
restaurants.
I've also never gotten to.
That's a pretty good combo.
Neither one of us can survive on our own. We must share rent now.
Yeah.
They're like the roommate fast food.
It's a good business decision.
Hey, there's nothing better.
It's the XFL sending both teams flying back and forth to games.
There's nothing better than like a root beer float and a shrimp basket. Just a combination that you want to.
It's probably delicious, Brian.
Hey,
right.
I'm thinking about it. I know this about Long John Silver's. I went on a Long John Silver's mission on this past Saturday for my 83-year-old parents.
Wanted some hush puppies?
Mom was like, Brian, I haven't had that Long John Silver shrimp in a while. My dad, and the catfish is so good, So I went on I couldn't find one. I literally
They have one in Addison. I used to snack on it a little bit.
There's on the corner of it's by the airport, right?
Yeah,
the Addison Airport.
Yeah, there's one over there by the Addison
Airport. I know
Airport.
there's one in Denton that we used to drive by, and there's one in Plano that I think is towards East Plano. But otherwise, I don't know where the hell Long John Silver's
That fried shrimp piqued my interest, though. I might have to check that out. I tried it once as a kid, and it's hilarious because I always remember I was sitting there with my dad, and I was like, Dad, I can't finish mine. It's just not very good. He's like, you want mine? I promise it's good. And I said, no, I'm fine. Let's go. And So we're walking to the parking lot. He's like, you know what? I got to be honest with you. Mine wasn't good either. I just wanted to see if I could get you to eat it. I remember that story, but, man, fried shrimp's hard to mess up, so I might have to circle back through. I know there's one on my way home.
Certainly won't be like the Popeyes tackle box, but it might be a close second there, Dawson.
Could be.
So, you would swear that Dawson was eating at some 5-star restaurant.
Yeah, he
when
was.
He rolled in there.
In his mind, he was.
Popeyes.
With no menu.
They got
like
it going
he knew
on.
He ordered, they say, order off the menu. He ordered just literally no menu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he nailed that.
I'm going to say a couple of iconic locations in DFW. Joe T. Garcia's, never ate there.
Oh, my gosh.
You're missing out.
I haven't either.
Nick and Sam's, because Sean doesn't like me.
Okay,
that's
well,
right.
We'll have to do another station trip to Nick and Sam's.
Hey, there's a yellow school bus leaving. You think that's the Rockies going back to their place?
Maybe.
In the yellow school bus?
Or it's maybe some kids that got to come out here for a field trip.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just maybe thinking.
I think the plan, Dawson.
Yeah, they're taking a yellow school bus.
Well,
I thought it'd be kind of neat if they were.
Good one, Brian.
We're going to hit up Sean. We're going to set something together. We're not going to tell him that you're
he
coming,
hates
and then
us.
you're just going to be there, and it's just
There
going
you
to
go.
happen.
He
That's
hates
how we'll
us.
make the Nick and Sam's thing happen.
Yeah.
Now, violations today. They have couches in the clubhouse. I didn't know they were off limits to the media. Nate Lowe was so inviting when we first walked in that towards the end of the clubhouse session, when I saw him sitting alone by himself on the couch, I felt like, hey, why don't I go sit down and just strike up a casual off-the-record conversation? And next thing I know, I have Rich, who is here in place of John Blake right now. He came and basically said, yeah, that's a big fat no-no. There was Jared Sandler in the corner, red-faced and laughing. He was embarrassed for me, but he also felt like it was pretty funny. Apparently, the clubbies were not very happy with me sitting on the couch. This is like a giant violation.
Yeah,
this is
it
to
is.
where like Jared was like, "You're lucky there's a lot of nice veterans in here, like from a player standpoint." Because he was like the old like an Ian Kinsler, an Adrian Beltre, a Lance Lynn is going to come yank you off that couch and never let you back in this clubhouse.
Do you feel like you kind of got drawn in by Nathaniel Lowe, like he was trying to trick
There's an
you?
aura around him. No, it wasn't his fault at all.
No,
It
he's
wasn't
trying to
his fault
trick
at
you
all.
into coming closer to sitting on the couch.
I just...
That'd be a good prank.
It would have been a pretty good prank. He didn't flinch at all. He didn't say, hey, you shouldn't be here. He didn't forewarn me. We sat there for 10 minutes while Jared and the clubbies and everybody was like making fun of me before Rich came over and was like, hey, you can't do this.
I think he saw a rookie in the clubhouse. I think
he took advantage of
I
me?
think he did. I think he was kind of encouraging you to sit down.
Yeah.
To see what would happen.
This
and he
idiot.
knew everybody in the clubhouse, all eyes were on you.
Well,
in a bad way.
It was a huge topic of conversation, and hopefully I will not make a mistake like that again in the clubhouse. Walchuk took a phone call from Sean and RJ this morning.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to be on the phone in the clubhouse.
Well, no, so I was outside the clubhouse, but there is a certain area where it says no media beyond this point that I just went right past. I didn't even see the sign. And so I'm talking, and Rich Rice is talking with somebody else out in the hallway, and I'm just like pacing back and forth doing my hit with Sean and RJ. Next thing you know, Rich is yelling at me like, Zach, you can't be over there. So I'm walking by like the training tables and everything, and then I start running back outside, and I got in a place where I am allowed to take the phone call. But it's okay. No harm, no foul. Everybody still loves us, man. We're still here, baby.
Yeah,
We're
I
okay.
mean, you can say that, but I think there is some sort of punishment that needs to be doled
think
out
so,
here.
too.
Speaking with Nathaniel Lowe,
I think so too.
Maybe some karaoke or
yeah.
maybe we could get a little speaker set up here and you could serenade the fans tomorrow as they're getting ready to watch the game or something. I don't know.
I think you should have to go on air the broadcast with the Rangers with Jared and maybe sing while on air.
Eric can do that. I already go on that
like
damn
that.
broadcast a lot.
Yeah.
I'm open to anything. I feel very, very embarrassed. I feel shame that it's 100% on me. I can't blame Nathaniel Lowe or anybody else. It was a rookie day one mistake. I will pay the price that is needed. Where's Newey Scruggs? That's weed. That's weed.
We're both coughing up.
Now,
Gavin turned my mic off and then forgot his mic.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Don't feel bad because our show has a tradition of doing things here we're not supposed to do.
Oh, what else have you guys done?
We went through the clubhouse one time. You've heard that story, right?
I think
we got locked out, and Gavin and I decided we were going through the clubhouse.
Home of the Rangers.
We went right through the locker room.
I've seen Gavin when it comes to hey, we're not walking all the way around a place. We did that. We cut through the parking lot at training camp too.
Oh yeah. You got to take it into your own hands at some point. It's like, listen, I know I'm not supposed to be here,
right?
But a higher power than you locked all the doors,
yes.
and I have some place to be. So if you don't like me here, it's a personal problem. You know,
Yeah.
this is the space on the earth that's walkable. I'm walking it as a human. Appreciate you.
There you go, man. I wish I had that confidence this morning whenever I was getting undressed by these
I
gentlemen.
love that you did it.
No, the confidence is, I'm supposed to be on this couch.
Now you don't want to walk on the logo in the middle, right?
Yeah,
that's another no-no.
And there was Hagee pulled me off the logo as I was just kind of standing there, not knowing who to talk to for a moment.
Were you just kind of were you like a cow just wandering around the field?
I was. I was doing some grazing, but we got a great interview with Brock Burke. Maybe we lead the expressway with it, or whatever you want to do.
I love it. Let's lead the expressway with a little interview with Brock Burke. We'll get Bobby Belt on, and you are now just over 20 minutes from L.A. Live with Lucius Alexander right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Got a chat window.